Chapter 151. Over the New World, Arthur was flying in the air without any cover. However, he is at such a height that most people would not have noticed it. Blubberoo blubberoo, cell phone rang. This ringtone is a phone worm ringtone specially set for concealment. After all, these things like telephones are only owned by those close to Arthur and members of the intelligence network. Click. Arthur stopped in the air and took out his phone. The wind is very high in the sky, and if you keep leeward, the voice passing by Arthur will be inaudible. How? God. The anti-pirate group is here. It's coming to Bucks Island soon. The person who spoke was one of the intelligence leaders who had reported to Arthur on the movement of air pressure fruit. Arthur frowned and asked, "Who is it?" "Baron Dandan, Pokemus." "These two people were sent by the aunt." "Okay, I see." "You keep staring. I have arrived in the New World, and I will be there in half an hour." Hearing that it wasn't the aunt, Arthur was relieved that he still didn't want to confront the aunt. To be honest, in fact, in the New World, the last thing he wants to deal with is Kaido and Auntie. These two people seem to have abnormal brains. This is known by swimming across the ocean from Kaido and being cut by himself for Nolan's sake. Putting the phone back in his pocket, Arthur looked for the direction and disappeared into an electric light. With his current strength, even if he doesn't use wings, he can easily move at ultra-high speeds using the speed switch. In the sky, there were several explosions, and then a white line appeared in the sky. And this white line is still continuously extending. Above King High, some people heard the explosion in the sky and raised their heads curiously, looking at the vision in the sky. "What is that?" "I don't know. It may be the strange weather we haven't seen in the New World." "No, I think it might be a fruitful person, right?" "Well, nothing is surprising. The New World is a place where anything can happen. Go and work." Arthur didn't care whether the vision he had created would be noticed by too many people. With his combat power, what can't you do? No one will say anything. On the edge of the Whitebeard pirates and the Ant pirates, an island with a radius of about 20 kilometers is located here, and this island is Bucks Island, famous for its chocolate products. And it is also the target of Arthur Magnetics Islands. As an island famous for its chocolate products, it has only a few towns because of its small area. As a result, some self-proclaimed nobles were born, and the strongest family appeared decades ago, and then the island was completely ruled. If it were not for its small size, their family actually wanted to be king. The island owner Ross is sitting in the study, somewhat sad. He is also a person who is unwilling to condescend to others, but in the New World, he is just a strong man who can barely enter the second-rate level. He may be very good in the first half of the Great Route, but here, he is like the king of Guojiang, and there are so many. All this was fine at first, although he didn't take refuge in Whitebeard, but because the domain straddled the border of the two emperors' domains, he became a place where he didn't care. This also made him say the same on this island of Bucks, just like the king. But as the Whitebeard gets older and older, some rumors begin to spread slowly, and the turf of the Ant pirate group's confrontation with the Whitebeard has gradually advanced. Because of this, the two pirate groups did not really fight. Recently, the Ant pirates finally couldn't help but want to attack here. This made Rose very distressed when he received the solicitation letter from the Ant pirate group 3 days ago. He knew very well that he didn't have any extra options when facing a terrorist force like the Ant pirate group. But he couldn't help but expect that the Whitebeard pirates would fight again with the Ant pirates because of the disputes on the site. In this case, he can drag on for a while. Maybe delay it. Maybe the aunt has forgotten this place. Ross, who had originally held this kind of thought, didn't reply on the third day, and got the news that the messenger of the aunt's pirate group set out this morning and came here. At this time, the last fluke and expectation in Rose's heart was also shattered. In the future, I can only pray that the aunt will not be dissatisfied with us and destroy this place. Ross sighed secretly. Danged, and there was a knock on the door. And Rose looked over and found his butler standing at the door. "What? Take it back?" Rose was a little excited. "Yes, master." The butler nodded and walked in. Behind him, a guard was holding a box. In this world, devil fruit is not a common thing, it is a rare item. The reason why it seems that there are many people with devil fruit ability is actually because these people basically gather together. In a world with a population of at least 4 or 5 billion, the devil fruit will become a rare item even if it appears frequently. Like Rouse, he has seen a lot of devil fruit capable people, and he has also seen devil fruit that has not been eaten once. However, only this time, the devil fruit was close at hand. 3 hours ago, the owner of a fruit shop found out that one of his fruits looked strange and didn't know what was going on. The boss had only heard of devil fruit, but he had never seen it. Later, because of this discovery, some people gathered together. As a result, news of a suspected devil fruit spread quickly, and many people went to see it. About an hour or so, Rose, who was hesitant about reading a letter from the ant pirates at home, heard the news. After receiving the news, Rose was very excited, because if he can possess a devil fruit, then perhaps he can also become a strong one. And if it was a natural devil fruit ... The thought of this possibility made Rose very excited. Afterwards, he sent the housekeeper to bring the devil fruit back. At the same time, give those people a little money to shut them up. And now, this fruit has arrived in front of him. Awesome. Rose opened the box excitedly, and at a glance saw the white devil fruit inside, covered with strange patterns, like a pineapple. This is the devil fruit. It looks like it's either Superman or natural. It always feels like it's very powerful. With an excited smile on Rose's face, he was about to take out the devil fruit and eat it. Master Rose. At this moment, a guard's voice suddenly sounded, interrupting his movements. Rose frowned and looked out the door. Master Rose, the ship of the Ants pirate group has arrived here, the guard said quickly with some panic. What? Has it gone ashore? Who is here? Rose's face instantly turned pale when he heard that the Ants pirate group had arrived here, and asked with some horror, I've been ashore, coming here. It's the fighters of the Ant pirate group, Baron Dandan and Bokmas. The guard hurriedly replied. Damn it. It seems that there is really no chance. Rose's face was pale. He glanced at the devil fruit, and quickly closed the lid and locked it in the cabinet. You can eat fruit anytime, and you don't know what will happen if you eat it. So you shouldn't be in a hurry. It's better to be safe. And what is important now is to go out to meet the people of the Ant Pirates. Ross knows very well that he is basically not an opponent of the famous Kata of the Ant Pirates. 5 minutes later, Rose smiled and enthusiastically welcomed two stranger-looking people into his castle. As soon as he walked in, Rose said loudly, Quick, prepare our specialties for the two adults of the Ant Pirate group. Please here. Baron Dandan and Pochelmus with satisfied smiles followed Rose inside. They are quite satisfied with each other's knowledge. More than 150 kilometers away, Arthur was quickly approaching here. Just now, he had sensed that the two members of the Ant Pirate group were welcomed into the castle by the island's largest nobleman. I hope it's not eaten, otherwise it will be troublesome, and you have to continue to wait. If you know that you don't want to be big, you can be a little bit slouchy. Arthur frowned, regretting that he didn't come faster. 10 seconds later, a distant island appeared in Arthur's eyes. Arrived. Arthur secretly said. A minute later, in the horrified eyes of the people on the island, Arthur flew directly to the castle. In the castle, Baron Dandan and Pochelmus are enjoying the food, while retelling to Ross the rules and conditions of joining the Ant Pirates. Obviously, Rose is very acquainted and has agreed to join the Ant. Huh? Baron Dandan suddenly changed his face and turned to look out. Aside, Pochelmus also changed his face and frowned. Who is here? What a powerful breath. I don't know. Be careful. It may be from the Whitebeard pirates. The Dandan raised his brow and stood up with a serious face. Just when the two people felt the strong approaching and stood up, and Rose on the side was still inexplicable, the sound of electricity sounded in the banquet room. Are you the owner of this castle? Arthur's voice rang. Who? Rose was shocked and turned to look at the sound source. Hearing the sound, he suddenly realized which two messengers of the Ant Pirate group were doing. But at this time, Baron Dandan and Pokmusi were full of cold sweat, swallowing saliva unconsciously, looking at Arthur with nervousness on his face. "You are King Arthur?" Pockums lost his voice. "What? King Arthur? Really?" Ross took a closer look. "Isn't he one of the world's top powerhouses he is familiar with? Speaking of which, this is one of the people he yearns for. Several emperors of the New World, as well as this strong man who is a king but standing on the top of the world, are his goals for learning. It's just that his talent is not very good. He has only reached this strength now in his 40s, and he hasn't improved for a long time." "King Arthur, what are you doing here? Do you want to intervene in the affairs of our ant pirate group? This seems to have nothing to do with you." Baron Dandan stared at Arthur. For Arthur, it is false to say that he is not afraid in his heart. This is the existence of Kaido with bare hands more than half a year ago. Like his mother, a strong man who stands on the top of the world. "Huh?" Arthur looked at the Baron Dandan and Bokmus, who looked like an enemy. "What you said seems to be threatening me with the old lady of Big Mom." "Why? Do you think I am afraid of him?" Although he didn't release the domineering look, but Arthur's eyes made the two feel tremendous pressure. "This feeling is more terrifying than facing the aunt and the Whitebeard." "Do not." It was more shocking than they remembered when facing the red-haired Shanks. "In the rumors, this man's domineering, whether it is seen or heard or overbearing, is the strongest in the world. Is this true?" Feeling the imperial dominance in Arthur's eyes, Baron Dandan and Pockums swallowed at the same time, and they couldn't help thinking of the rumor that they had sneered at when they heard it. "This island is already the aunt's territory. I don't know why King Arthur is here?" Pockums asked in a deep voice. "If the other party did it today, maybe both himself and the Dandan Baron would die here, right?" "It's none of your business." Arthur looked at Rose, who was looking at him with horror and excitement. "Where is that fruit?" "The white devil fruit that appeared on the island today?" Arthur asked in a deep, nervous voice. "Fruit ... fruit?" Rose's face changed slightly, stuttering a little. "I only got the fruit for less than half an hour. How did the other party know?" Ross was constantly surprised. However, he was prepared to conceal Arthur's inquiry. King Arthur, the fruit has already been eaten." Rose had some apologetics on his face. As the ruler of a small island, how could he not think that the opponent might have eyeliner here? Therefore, to say that eating is the most appropriate excuse. Because after the fruit was obtained, no one knew how the fruit was handled except for the butler and the two guards. And those three people were even less likely to tell the news, because they were in the banquet room right now. Baron Dandan and Pokhelmus beside him were relieved when they heard that they were coming for devil fruit. However, just after a sigh of relief, their hearts hung up again. Fruit? What is the ability for a world's top powerhouse to find the fruit from his own territory across thousands of kilometers? Ordinary fruits. It is impossible for such an emperor-like figure to come here in person. When the two thought about this, they turned their heads and glanced at each other, and they all understood that each other was the same as they thought. They decided to use a secret phone worm to dial the phone quietly, and then let their mother know the news. Then the two emperors went to communicate. "Such a devil fruit that even the emperor has come all the way to look for. If you do nothing, you will definitely be blamed by your mother." As a pirate group that has been in the New World for many years, they also have their own way of communicating secretly. When there are important things and it is inconvenient to speak, the specially prepared phone bug will be dialed. IWC, Cake Island. The huge table made of chocolate is filled with various delicacies. The pink-haired, fat giant woman is eating frantically. At this time, Charlotte Creeper, one of the 4 dessert stars, took a phone bug in and placed it next to the aunt. Huh? When the aunt looked at the phone bug, she found that it should be a new way phone bug brought to the chocolateric Baron Bus Island in the morning. "What's the matter?" The aunt glanced at the phone bug, asked and continued to eat. After the mission was completed, Baron Dandan and Pockums met King Arthur, who was heading to Buck's Island. It is said that the other party went there for a devil fruit. The two of them probably think that the fruit that men like King Arthur ran all the way to find the fruit, It may be some kind of powerful fruit. As a partner who gets along with each other day and night, Cully relies on some of the conversations from the phone worm to tell things. Probably guessed it. King Arthur. The aunt stopped eating and raised her head in confusion. Is that the kid from the Angel Empire? Yes, Mom. Kaido nodded. Well, that kid is very strong. Even Kaido was defeated by him. He came to the New World all the way for a devil fruit. Well, this makes me a little curious. That's it. The aunt laughed when thinking about the young kid she saw in the newspaper 6 months ago, and thinking that Kaido had been beaten up by the opponent and lost her resistance. Call over. The aunt didn't eat anymore, and with a big grin, she ordered the clay frame. She was very curious about Arthur. Yes, Mom. Kaido nodded, took out another phone bug, and dialed the phone. Buck's Island, in the castle. Hearing the answer from the other party, Arthur frowned suddenly. I just listened to the other party's thoughts, although I didn't know where the other party put the air pressure fruit, but I had already determined that he hadn't been eaten. No, you didn't eat it. Tell me where you are right away. Otherwise I don't mind letting you disappear into this world. I believe others will know this. Rose's face changed drastically, and the other party was so determined. Is there any other's eyeliner in his castle? Just as Rose was in a state of confusion and didn't know whether to hand it over, he heard Arthur speak. Oh, it turned out to be locked in the cabinet in the study? Very good. Although Arthur did not detect from Rose's thinking, when he said that, the housekeeper and the two in the banquet room, the soldier muttered to himself in his mind. This allowed Arthur to immediately detect the information and know where the fruit was stored. What? How do you know? Rose's face changed again. Arthur gave the other person a cold look, and was about to put him on the thunder to tidy up the other person, and then found the fruit and took the person away. Blubberu. At this time, the phone rang. Arthur released a thunder at will, but did not kill the opponent. If there is no need, Arthur is not interested in killing. Click. The phone worm was picked up by Baron Dandan, and there was a peculiar laughter that stopped Arthur's steps to go to the study. Well, okay. Is that angel kid in front of you, huh? Big Mom. Arthur turned to look at the phone worm in Baron Dandan's hand. With Arthur's IQ, he can naturally get his own news from the information that the other party directly asks questions, the information that was passed back in secret by the two ants pirate group fighters in front of them. Big Mom. What's the matter? Arthur asked calmly and methodically. The other party is not here, even if you are here. Don't persuade. Kaido is not his opponent, and Charlotte Lingerling may not be either. And he is stronger than half a year ago. Well, I am very curious. But as much as I want, Big Mom calls her own territory the world, just wanting to gather all the races in the world in her. Moreover, there are no angel races in the world, but those angel races are on the empty island in the New World. It's just that Arthur had already sent a legion over half a year ago to conquer this place. I also asked Jessica to take all the 4 empty islands back. So now, there are a total of 12 empty islands around Abayado. The original angel tribe citizens of the Angel Empire will dilute, and the past angel tribes here will not cause any trouble if they join in. And it is worth mentioning that the 4 new islands have a total of nearly 3 million residents. So today's Sky Island has a population of 9 million. This can be regarded as a populous country in this world. I didn't expect that there will be a time to talk to you this time. What? Is there anything to do with me? I am very busy now and don't have time to talk nonsense, Arthur said in a tone that the ant pirates could hear. The members are very upset. Before Big Mom expressed any dissatisfaction, he heard the humming on the other side of the phone. Asshole, who do you think you are? How dare to talk to Mom like that? This is the captain of the Big Mom pirate group, the emperor of the nations. King Arthur, you'd better respect your words. Even the Dandan Baron and Bokmas here seem to be relying on them at this moment, and they are stiff in their words. Stand up, huh? Are you looking for death? The conversation between the kings, you are also qualified to interrupt? Go. Arthur's domineering look broke out suddenly, only locked on the Baron Dandan and Bokmas. The two snorted, pale. What's the matter with this perverted overlord look? Much better than the redhead. How is this possible? The two men's eyes were full of horror and incredulity. Well, it's very domineering, Angel Kid. Big Mom smiled indifferently. Even if it was not here, Arthur's domineering color was not passed on, but she could still feel the opponent's powerful domineering color from Arthur's tone and voice. Take care of your subordinates, Big Mom. Really uneducated guy. Who is the opposite? Arthur's face was cold, and he didn't give any face. And these words made Big Mom's face completely gloomy. Angel Kid, are you teaching me? Chapter 152. Big Mom's face was gloomy, and his whole body exuded a terrible aura of choosing people. At this time, the crackle frame in this room suddenly changed color. All the crew of the Big Mom pirate group know very well that once the mother goes crazy, it is really irrational, even people eat it. Arthur didn't know the specific reaction of Big Mom, but from the extremely expressive expression imitated by the phone worm, Arthur knew that Big Mom was probably very upset right now. Whatever you think. Arthur didn't care about Big Mom's anger at all. I don't want to provoke her and Kaido, just because the two of them are crazy and their brains are abnormal, but they are not afraid of them. What's the matter with a bite of an Angel Kid? It seems that these old guys like to express their contempt by using the term little devil. Big Mom was furious, but couldn't help it. He slapped the chocolate table in front of him severely with a slap, and gave a cold snort. You are too arrogant, Angel Kid. Do you think you will be on an equal footing with me if you defeat Kaido? Otherwise, Big Mom, I'll give you this sentence. Do you think that being called the Four Emperors can crush me? Don't stand tall in front of me. Arthur sneered at what Big Mom said. After defeating Kaido, who is almost hers, isn't it just an equal? Boy, don't let me have a chance to meet you. He couldn't ask for a favor, and the other party was far away from him. What's more, Big Mom doesn't have much confidence when it comes to fighting. She is not stupid. The other party was able to play against Kaido alone half a year ago and win. She was a strong player at the same level as herself. Really? Don't mess with me either. Otherwise the new world will become the Three Emperors. Arthur glanced dangerously at the Baron Dandan and Bokmasi, who were sweating coldly at this time. There was another silence, and then Big Mom's angry and grinning voice came over. Well, what an arrogant kid. I hope we meet soon. Click. After Big Mom finished speaking, he hung up the phone. The first dialogue between the two kings was very unpleasant. Arthur retracted his gaze from the phone worm and raised his head to look at Baron Dandan and Pokmas, his eyes full of danger. Not good. The two of them had a sudden change in their hearts. Their faces changed drastically, and they turned around and wanted to escape outside. Did you run? Arthur's indifferent voice sounded in their ears. Immediately, a powerful force rushed behind them. Armed black armor. At the same time, the two used armed colors to defend their backs. However, this can only make them receive slightly less damage. After a cry of pain, the two screamed, sprayed blood donation in the air, and flew out. Arthur's continuous kicking didn't put the opponent to death, just let them seriously wounded with armed defense. Killing the two cadres of the other party directly is tantamount to going to war, and Arthur does not want to go to war right now. What he needs now is to keep a low profile. Mate, it's really troublesome. I actually reported it secretly. That old woman's tone is really unpleasant. Arthur curled his lips and turned around. You take me to the study to get that fruit? Arthur looked at the shivering elderly housekeeper, who was limp on the ground, and pointed to him and ordered. Gudong. He swallowed hard. The old butler stood up hard, shaking, and led Arthur to the study. A minute later, in the study room of the castle, Arthur sat on a stool, pulled off the iron lock on the cabinet, and then took out the box containing the weather fruits from the cabinet. Click. Arthur opened the box and looked at the fruit inside. White, pineapple-like, cyclone pattern. That's right, this is it. This is the air pressure fruit that I have been looking for almost 2 years. Taking the fruit out of the box, Arthur looked at it carefully. After a long while, he nodded in satisfaction, and the corners of Arthur's mouth curled up. Now, Nami has fruit. It's a pity, It would be even better if it were the natural fruit of Yuan fruit. I don't know if this fruit can be found. The voice still echoed in the study, but Arthur was no longer visible. The butler who led Arthur to the study found that the person had disappeared, so he hurriedly looked around and made sure that the person had left and then slumped on the ground, panting for breath. Just now, he was almost scared to death. In the sky, Arthur put the devil fruit back into the wooden box, and then floated it beside him. While flying forward slowly, Arthur took out the phone. Toot toot. After a few busy tones, the phone was picked up on the other side. God, the voice of the head of the Underground Intelligence Organization, who answered the phone respectfully. I've got the fruit. You did a good job this time. You are the first one in the credit book. If Arthur obviously sounded very pleasant, he made the opposing intelligence organization leader happy and thanked again and again. But I can't relax yet. I want you to find other devil fruits, and you will also work hard to find them, especially the dark fruit. How are you looking for now, God? The fruits you are looking for are basically what the world government and various forces are looking for. It is extremely difficult to find, and once it appears, there will be many people who will look at it. As for the dark fruits, please rest assured that we are in White. The 4th Division of the Beard has already been deployed. As long as the dark fruit appears in the Whitebeard pirates, our spy will immediately report it. According to your request, our spy has become a fighter of the 4th Division, and has the trust of the 4th Division Captain Sachi. Now this time he will be invited to participate in the next battle. The head of the intelligence organization reported the general situation to Arthur. Arthur nodded with satisfaction, and said, very well, keep it up. Once the dark fruit is successfully succeeded by me, I will definitely give you the opportunity to become a true angel clan. Thank God. We must live up to expectations. The head of the intelligence organization opposite heard this, his face full of determination. Since they were selected inadvertently and joined an intelligence organization to perform various tasks for the gods, their greatest wish is to become a true angel family. Let his family live on a paradise island forever, and live safely under the protection of Arthur. As refugees harassed by the war, they have nothing but longing for a paradise like Sky Island. Yeah? Arthur nodded and hung up the phone. Looking at the box floating next to him, Arthur thought for a while, and finally decided to send it directly to the moon for Nami to eat. Since it was daytime and the moon was on the other side of Red Flower Planet, it took Arthur a lot of time to meet with the moon, which was moving relative to him. After flying into space, on the moon, it is no longer as deserted and lifeless as before, with the addition of more than 100 scientists, and their families. Now, there are nearly 1,000 people on the moon. This is also why Arthur is constantly bringing the angels who graduated from college to the moon since the past 2 years. There are so many scientists here, and many of them are top scientists. Let those students who are more suitable for mental activities follow these scientists to run errands, beat hands, and start to slowly participate in research within a few years. In short, even if these young people are of little use now, what about 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 20 years from now? Among these people, there will always be those who become top scientists, and there will always become ordinary researchers. Sustainable development, this is a proven path. In the small town of Visalia, Nami sits in a chair, immersing herself in the various astronomical sciences of Visalia. Now, because of her incredible talent, Nami no longer needs those old men to teach herself. Arthur suppressed his breath and appeared quietly behind Nami, watching Nami bury her head in the tall stack of books, studying earnestly, and couldn't help but play with her. With a scream, Nami slammed an angry elbow to the ribs of the person behind her. Boom! With a muffled noise, Nami's tears came out. She felt her elbow hit a wall. Rolling her eyes, Nami looked back angrily. I was suddenly attacked on the chest just now, and she had no response for a while, and then she had an aggressive behavior. But when she reacted, the pain filled her brain. You bastard! Nami pouted and stared at Arthur. Hee hee, you little thief cat, you attack me yourself. Can you blame me if it hurts? Arthur smiled and rushed Nami into his arms fiercely. As soon as she was hugged, Nami felt all her strength being drawn in. She nestled softly in Arthur's arms, and then stretched her arms around Arthur's neck. Arthur lowered his head, grabbed the red lips that were close at hand, and tasted it wantonly. For a long time, Nami, who felt almost out of breath, pushed Arthur away, then wiped her red lips that were so swollen from the kiss, and gave Arthur a white. "Why are you here again? To bully me?" Nami looked at Arthur with joy and love in her eyes. "Of course I'm here to bully you." Arthur smiled and rubbed Nami's orange hair. "But, this time there is one more important thing. Look at what this is." Arthur controlled the box that had been floating next to him and flew to Nami. "Yes, devil fruit?" Nami's eyes flashed brightly, and she guessed it right away. "So smart." Reward 1. Arthur smiled and moved his head over. In the face of his own woman, Arthur has never been a king. It's a family, harmony and beauty. It's enough to be happy. "You die." Nami hugged the box floating in front of her, twisting and avoiding Arthur's head. Click. Nami opened the box and saw the white devil fruit with a white cyclone inside. "This is the air pressure fruit?" Nami exclaimed, and then happily took the fruit out, and said with joy, "Isn't this air pressure fruit? Great. With this fruit, with my research on astronomical science, I will definitely be able to play a significant role." "Right? I think so too." "Who made my Nami a top genius in astronomical science?" Arthur leaned over, hugged Nami from behind, and said softly, "How? Give you a choice for me. Are you satisfied with the fruit?" Nami's eyes were shining. She squinted and nodded happily. "Actually, I want to find you the natural cloud fruit, which allows you to directly control various clouds and create various celestial phenomena. Unfortunately, it is too rare," Arthur said with some regret. "No." Nami pressed her face close to Arthur, and then said, "Compared to Yuan fruit, meteorological fruit is actually more suitable for me. Yuan fruit is to make all kinds of clouds, thunder clouds, emperor cumulus clouds, and rain clouds, etc. These are all types of clouds directly using the fruit power. The air pressure fruit is different. It can create all kinds of weather through my control of air pressure. It is not limited to all kinds of clouds. Moreover, in addition to not being elementalized like the Yuan fruit, the clouds that the Yuan fruit can create, I can also use air pressure to create it. So, compared to Yuan fruit, air pressure fruit is more suitable for me." "That's it." Arthur nodded seemingly. He was not very clear about this. "Then you hurry up and eat it," Arthur urged. "Okay." Nami nodded, then took the fruit out and bit on it. "Oh, it smells disgusting. It's too unpalatable." No wonder Sister Aki and Sister Yano are disgusted when they mention the devil fruit. Nami resisted the urge to vomit and quickly took a few sips of water from the cup on the table. This was a sigh of relief. "Try your abilities," Arthur said. Nami nodded, then closed her eyes and felt it carefully. Then, there was a breeze in the room, and Arthur felt that his breathing seemed to be affected a little. However, this level is too weak for him. But it is very uncomfortable for ordinary people. Not bad, let's develop it. Feeling the amazing arc of Nami's exquisite grace, Arthur felt his breathing a little heavier. "Okay, don't study, let's study and study other things." A smirk appeared on his face, and Arthur picked up Nami, who was groping for her abilities, and walked into the bathroom. Immediately, the sound of water splashing in the bathroom, Ying's voice. Chapter 153. The next day, Arthur came out of the bedroom with a refreshing face, washed his face and went into the kitchen. All in all, unless it is required to add a large number of eating physical fitness, the general Arthur will be something to eat their own. Chinese food is still used to it. Although there are many unique foods and flavors in this world, there are more foods that are no less than Chinese food or even better. It smells good. Like a kitten, Nami wore a shirt and ran into the kitchen barefoot with her long legs naked, her delicate little nose wrinkled, twitching constantly. "Arthur, your cooking is delicious. I really want to eat every day." Nami looked at Arthur, who was skilled in cooking, walked behind her, hugged his waist and acted like a baby. For a short moment, Arthur felt that this kind of life was really good, and he lived happily with his women like this, no matter what, nothing. But then Arthur threw this idea out of his mind. With pure gold, their lifespan is more than 10,000 years or even 20,000 years. If you indulged in this kind of beautiful life early, what should you do afterwards? Wouldn't you be bored to death? Stretching out his hand to touch Nami's silky little hand, Arthur smiled and said, "Yes. Or you can go back with me today. I will live on the island of God in the future. I'll find some more for you, good playmate. As long as I have time, I will cook for you." "Really?" Behind Nami poked her head out in surprise and looked at Arthur. "Of course, I'm the king, can't tell lies. Besides, Sky Island needs you too, my celestial goddess." Arthur smiled and pinched Nami's pretty nose. The tourist population coming to the Sky Island is still in an endless stream, and the daily flow of people stays at around 1 million. In the New World, a huge golden ship sails slowly under the drag of a sea turtle the size of an island. On the ship, in the top room of the tall gold building in the middle, a man with grey-green hair and a big back, all 10 fingers with gold rings, sat on the golden throne on the high platform with a gloomy look. He was exactly golden fruit ability Sazuo. Now, our daily flow of people is almost a third less than in previous years. More people go to the heaven in the sky of the Angel Empire. Moreover, it is still decreasing every day, and it is estimated that it will eventually fall to normal. Half of it, Baccarat said. "A lucky fruit-capable person with scarlet hair." "I see." Sazuo nodded. "That man is too powerful. But I am not completely helpless." Sazuo's gloomy face was set off with a smile, which looked very sinister and dark. On the island of gods, Arthur slowly walked out of the sands of the everlasting sea that hadn't passed his feet. Compared to more than a month ago, he is no longer as weak as he was at the beginning in this high-purity pyrobrone. After coming out, Arthur breathed a sigh of relief, full of energy in his heart. According to this progress, it is estimated that in about 2 years, oneself can ignore the purity of the sand of the constant sea. Perhaps at that time, I needed higher purity sand of the constant sea to continue this immune evolution. After taking a shower to wash away the sweat, Arthur used electric heat to evaporate the moisture from his body. Speaking of electric heating, Arthur is now quite strong in the development of the subsidiary abilities of the Thunder Fruit. For example, electric heating, which allows Arthur's body to withstand severe high temperatures without harm to the body. You know, the high temperature of lightning can reach 10,000 degrees, which is far higher than the temperature of supernova. Moreover, this is only caused by thunderstorms in nature. If thunder and lightning are controlled, there will be a stronger high temperature. According to this situation, the Red Dog's lava can be said to be invalid to Arthur to some extent, because Arthur can now swim in the magma. Just after swimming, some hairs may be completely clean. Humming a little song all the way, Arthur went to the lake on the island of gods, and then jumped down. If this scene is seen by others, the eyeballs must fall out of surprise. A well-known natural devil fruit-capable person jumped into the water to swim. This was also the time when Arthur only discovered in the last 2 days that before the sand of the constant sea was used to promote immune evolution, Arthur would drown even in this kind of freshwater lake. But now, Arthur can swim freely in the freshwater lake. Even in the sea, he won't lose his strength at all, but he won't swim. According to this kind of progress, Arthur can ignore the influence of seawater on him at most for half a year. At most 1 year can ignore the confinement of Hylushi to oneself. I have to say that this is something that will shock the world if it is announced, because even Kaido would be imprisoned by Hylushi and couldn't use his abilities. Swim happily in the lake. Arthur, who likes to play in the water, didn't know how long he hadn't experienced the feeling of being free and swimming in the water. It's so cool. Arthur floated on the water, looking at the blue sky and the clouds floating above. Those clouds are specially made flowing clouds, which contain a large number of Visalia specialties weather globes. Once the war reaches the Sky Island, This will prepare an exclusive battlefield for Arthur and maximize Arthur's advantages. Wow wow, the calm surface of the lake was set aside by the swimming Arthur, and the clear lake reflected the sky, as if Arthur was swimming in the sky. Huh? Arthur stopped suddenly, floating on the water. After a while, Arthur looked helpless, but then a little gloomy. These dog things have brought their majesty to the labor management territory again. After Arthur gritted his teeth and said these words, he disappeared in the lake instantly. Due to the sudden and rapid disappearance, a human-shaped hole appeared in the lake for a short time, but it was filled up by the lake water, and ripples appeared. Treasure Island, the first island to be transformed. Because of the beauty of the scenery and the various beautiful animals on it, people who like to appreciate the scenery, or like cute animals, or like quiet will come here. Humans, animals, plants, and the three are in harmony and harmony. However, at this time, there were two Danlongren sitting arrogantly on a sturdy, giant-like slave who kept beating the staff here. What's the matter? Arthur appeared suddenly, floating quietly in the air. God, you are here. Great. God is here. When several staff members here heard the voice, they turned to find that it was God who came in person, and they were all excited. God, these two dragons captured a few creatures on the island. When we told them your rules, they treated you extremely contempt, and wanted to take us back as slaves. The most beautiful girl among the staff said, because Treasure Island takes beauty as its theme. The staff on this island are also big beauties from all over the world, and they are all of different races. Really? Arthur nodded calmly, without anger on his face and no waves in his eyes. Is what she said just now, is it true? Dragonite. Arthur turned around in the air and looked at the pair of dragonites who seemed to be a husband and wife. The two heavenly dragons looked arrogant and looked at Arthur with arrogance. This means that they didn't know that Arthur had beaten and flew 3 dragonites back then, and in the Holy Land Mary Jo was also preparing to do something against a dragonite, but it was blocked by the great General Yellow Ape. When the flying dragons were first beaten, they died violently on Dengshan Island, but the matter of beating them was not noticed. The second time was in the holy place Maragoa, where the guards and kings naturally wouldn't talk too much. Wu Laoxing also deliberately concealed this matter, not wanting to be out of the question. After all, this is also a scandal. This led to the two dragons who had just returned from the New World and came here to play so arrogantly. You are the King Arthur, right? Your country is very good, but these untouchables don't kneel down when they see us. The rules are very bad. This is disrespect and contempt for us descendants of the gods and the dragon people. These people dare to use the rules here to restrain the great dragonite. Damn it. As he said, the male dragonite was gently touched by the female dragonite next to him. The male dragonite who was touched immediately understood. He pretended to cough, and said, so I give you a chance to make up. I think this island is good, I want you to give it to me. And those who treat us dragon, the rules of disrespect are changed. This matter depends on the face of the king of the franchise country. After finishing talking, the Danlongren glanced at Arthur proudly, as if he was giving you a face and making you cheap. Why don't you thank me for this kind of gift, and promise me, too? Do you only have this requirement? Are there any other requirements? Looking at Arthur, unexpectedly, he was not only not angry, but there was a smile on his face. However, the clouded eyes showed that Arthur was not so indifferent and not angry. Hearing Arthur's question, the two dragons raised their brows, and there was a touch of joy in their eyes. Then he thought for a while and said, since you are so sincere, then send us some angels. The female Danlongren next to her nodded vigorously, her eyes full of excitement and desire. A few angels? The smile on Arthur's face became even brighter. Chapter 154. Well, we want a few angel races. No one else owns the Holy Land Maragoa. The male Tanlong was excited, and there was a trace of longing in his eyes. In the Holy Land Maragoa, there is no Draker who has angel slaves, especially angel slaves who can fly with wings. If this could bring back a few angel races as slaves, that would be a big deal. Hey, that's right. We are going to grow wings. Don't those angels with short wings? The male Tanlong suddenly remembered this, and said quickly, although they can fly autonomously. The angels with short wings and unable to fly belong to the angel family. However, the latter is far less valuable than the former. In the black market, the price of flightless angels is hovering above 500 million, which is only the starting price. Not to mention the more expensive flying angels. The starting price for one is 1 billion. Without 1.5 billion funds, it is basically impossible to get it. Since you want to get a few angel races as slaves, you must have wings that grow out. An angel with wings? Arthur nodded suddenly, and then smiled and asked, can you see me okay, if I am a slave to you? With that said, there was a flash of lightning behind Arthur, and the two wings entwined with the lightning spread out. It was so cool that it had its own special effects. The male Tanlong was taken aback, and was a little confused. Can the king of this franchise country be a slave? The female Dragonite had stars shining in her eyes, and she looked obsessedly at Arthur, who spread her wings, and accompanied by thunder, her eyes were full of eroticism. Huh? What? At this time, Arthur finally didn't smile like before. The dark clouds in his eyes had already filled his face, and a dangerous breath came out. Even if there is no murder, but a strong person like Arthur, even if he does not suppress and conceal his anger, it will make other people feel cold. The two heavenly dragons finally realized that Arthur's complexion seemed to be very bad at this moment. The key was that there was a chill in their hearts at this moment, and they were a little hairy. What do you want to do? The male Tanlongren's face was a little timid. The same goes for female Tanlong people. I really want to know how the 5 old stars told you, stupid sky dragon people. Why would anyone still think about getting some angels to become slaves in front of me? Do you really think I can't kill sky dragon people? Arthur went from a gloomy smile on his face, to a gloomy face, to an expressionless face. We are Tanlong people. We are descendants of gods. The female Tanlong people no longer thought so much at this moment. Even if he didn't know that the person in front of him was once bigger than the sky dragon once, he almost hit him again. But the opponent is the world's top powerhouse, and they are at the same level as the general. They still know very well. So from the time Arthur said, you see if I can do it, they felt that something was wrong. Arthur didn't speak, but his face was terrible, his eyes gloomy looking at them, and his whole body exuded an aura of danger. Beat the dragon? Of course you can. At most you will be expelled from the franchise country. But this is not enough. Although the WTO is a world-class international institution established by itself outside the world government and all participating countries, if the Angel Empire ceases to be a participating country, the WTO will inevitably be taken away by the world government. Then this series of actions by myself not only didn't reap any benefits for myself, on the contrary, it greatly increased the strength of the world government. Moreover, many of his own plans that have already been implemented also require the identity of the world's franchise as a cover. Just like Doflamingo, Kyuuhi's identity allows him to get more benefits in many things. Otherwise, just being a Tanlongren and knowing the secrets of the Tanlongren will only make the Tanlongren want to kill him more quickly. Of course, when he became Kyuuhi, the Tanlongren still wanted to kill him, but he was stabilized for a while. But it is undeniable that Kyuuhi's identity has brought many benefits to Doflamingo, and it has also prevented him from being hunted down. This can be seen from the fact that he was defeated and removed from Kyuuhi, and someone immediately assassinated him. Blubberu blubberu, the phone worm's voice rang, and a smile appeared in Arthur's eyes for an uncheckable. The reason why you express your anger so clearly, but haven't done anything for a long time, isn't it just waiting for this? Click. The phone was picked up. King Arthur. As soon as the phone was picked up by the guards of the dragon people, a voice came from inside. That voice is exactly one of the 5 old stars. 5 old stars. Although it was an interrogative sentence, Arthur's tone was full of discretion. "This time, we hope you can exercise restraint." The voice of another Wu Laoxing came from the phone worm. "I really want to know how you communicated with those Sky Dragon people. Why are there still people thinking about enslaving my people? Don't you communicate with the 19 families of Sky Dragon people?" Arthur floated in the air and retracted his wings. In the midst of Thundershell, he asked indifferently. The other side was silent for a while, probably because Arthur looked at them straight up and asked them in a faint tone. "The two of them have been in the New World for almost a year, and some things are unclear. This time, I hope you can restrain it. Otherwise, there will be no room for reversal." It took a long time for the voice of Wu Laoxing to pass from it. "Come out." The tone seemed a bit softened. However, this is definitely not their compromise with Arthur, it's just that the two dragons are here, and Arthur is a cruel man with a card in their hearts. They are afraid that once conflicts are triggered, Arthur will immediately kill these two dragons. More than half a year ago, 3 Celestials had already died. This has been a major event second to none in the 800 years since the establishment of a world government. If 2 more die, the death of the Tanlong people is not an important matter. The important thing is to make more fearless people fearless and fearless to the Tanlong people. The sacredness and supremacy of the Tanlong people must not be lost. This is not only the protection of the Tanlong people, but also the protection of themselves. And it is the bottom line of the world government. That's it. Arthur glanced coldly at the two Tanlongren who were silent for a while, even a little shocked. "Yes, after all, the 5 of you have talked about this, and I don't want to withdraw from the list of franchise countries. This time, just let it go." But Arthur's first few words let the 5 old stars breathe a sigh of relief, and at the same time he was surprised. How easy is it to convince this dangerous sky? "I feel that I actually have this kind of thought." The 5 old stars feel a little weird. However, Arthur's last sentence immediately made them concentrate. "Is this another request, asshole?" Wu Laoxing thought of Arthur's criminal record, and his face turned dark at the same time. "I hope you can inform everyone in place, and don't come to me again to make me unhappy next time. This is the second time. Again and again ... no more. I am the king, and there are also kings." "Dignity," Arthur said in a deep voice. There was another silence, and then a 5-star star spoke. "Yes." Click. The phone was hung up. This time things seemed to be over. Glancing at the two dragons, Arthur said with a blank expression, "On this island, you can only play, and no destruction, pollution, catching creatures, and oppressing others are not allowed." After speaking, Arthur flickered and disappeared from the sight of everyone here. The 2 heavenly dragons breathed a sigh of relief, but there was still some shock in their eyes. "What on earth is it?" The other party actually talked to Wu Laoxing like this? How can this be? Was the Wu Laoxing a little softened just now? Since the 2 of them had memories, Wu Laoxing was already Wu Lao crossing. The 5 old stars are also Tanlong people, and compared to their status, they are not weaker than the patriarchs of their 19 families. "Damn it, damn Terzalo!" The male Tanlong cursed in a low voice. The guards of the Tanlongren next to him also heaved a sigh of relief. They are not Denonians, so they don't care about anything. In order to protect the Tanlong people, they pay attention to many things. For example, Arthur had beaten the Dragonite. For example, Arthur wanted the Dragonite to do it in the Holy Land Maria, but was blocked by the General Huang Yuan. And afterwards, he met with the 5 old stars, but nothing happened in the end. Although they were ordered to have some things they could not say, they knew about these few things. This is to prepare them for similar situations. This time when they saw the Tanlongren doing this, they were actually very scared and helpless, but they couldn't help it. I can only pray in my heart that the dangerous guy Arthur is not here. But the moment Arthur came out, their hearts were cold. However, they were quick to respond and immediately called the phone worm that spread the secret message. On the other side, Arthur returned to the Island of Gods, suspended high in the sky, watching the entire sky heaven. Zzz, a burst of thunder and lightning sounded. and then in the flowing clouds in the sky with meteorological balls, some machinery was activated. Immediately, hundreds of flowing clouds in the sky of the entire Angel Empire spewed out a small bubble. And inside the bubble, there is a mini thundercloud. Boo! The bubble burst, and the mini thundercloud inside began to grow bigger in an instant. Under Arthur's control, the thunderclouds covering the entire sky were slowly connected together. Click click. Millions of tourists, more than 100,000 service personnel, nearly 10 million angels, and other creatures who were playing in the sky paradise were all startled by this vision and looked into the sky. Grave accent. Diarus, is this ... What is this? Thundercloud? How could it be possible? A thundercloud of this size? Is this going to destroy this place? Big ... Big ... Catastrophe. All people panicked for a moment. The island of God, high in the sky. After connecting the thunderclouds into one piece, Arthur's body was entangled with thunder and lightning, which drew the thunder and lightning in the sky from time to time. Thunder God is coming. With a low voice, the thunder and lightning in the huge thundercloud suddenly rumbling, as if it really was the end of the day. Then in the thundercloud, thunder and lightning condensed in 8 directions. Then, under the gaze of more than 10 million people and creatures with horror, 8 huge faces made of thunder and lightning came out of the thundercloud. Is this Thor? This question appeared in everyone's mind, and even some people, already kneeling on the ground, began to pray under tears. I am the god of the Angel Empire, God Arthur. The outside world calls me King Arthur. Today, I want to reiterate that in heaven in the sky, as long as you don't make trouble to find faults, all visitors are guests. There is no difference between high and low. My rule is the iron rule of this world, the rule of heaven. From now on, it will be violated. Who will die? Neither the Tanlong people, the world's top powerhouses, or the 4 sovereigns. Here, it is the dragon who holds it for me, and the tiger who lie down for me. Anyone who wants to challenge my rules, then die well. Awakening. Click. After these words, the thunder and lightning riots in the sky, and the dense thunder and lightning are like the sun, illuminating the sky brightly. Due to the intensity of thunder and lightning, even the temperature continued to rise, and finally it was as hot as Alabasta. Only a minute later, the thunderstorm in the sky suddenly disappeared, and even the clouds began to dissipate. When people were so shocked that they couldn't help themselves, a gust of breeze blew, and then a drizzle of rain fell, quickly cooling the world. In the Island of Gods, Arthur is lying on the wide sofa with his head resting on Nuokigo's beautiful legs, enjoying the delicious fruits that the other party feeds himself into his mouth. You are so majestic. It was so hot, and I was asked to cool down. Nami complained, pouting and walking in from the outside, wiping the drops of water on her head. Arthur chuckled, turned Nami, who was standing by the sofa, pulled her to the sofa and sat next to her, climbing up her slender waist with big hands and walking around. I hate it. Nami blushed. She slapped Arthur's hand a little embarrassedly, and quickly glanced at Nuokigo. I can't help it. I have always been thinking about how to deter the tourists in the sky paradise at once. It just so happens that these Tanlong fools are doing things again, and I just used the topic to make a fuss. During this period, there have been a lot of complaints from tourists harassing angels, murlocs, and beautiful waiters from all races. However, there is no way to stop them except for fines, or detention for a period of time, or deportation. Deter them for a while. If things spread, it won't happen anymore, right? Arthur himself was a little uncertain. However, Arthur actually worked very well this time. After this time, the above-mentioned things will not happen several times a year. It is called the safest and equal entertainment paradise by people in the world. Following Arthur's deterrence this time, the next day, the 8 huge faces made up of thunder were photographed, which became the front page of the news and sent it to the world. And Arthur, once again entered the cultivation. Armed and domineering, the realm of flowing cherry blossoms. Arthur finally cultivated the domineering armed color to this step. P.S. This customization is really troublesome. No one wants to customize it. There are also flowers evaluation votes, but it doesn't move much. Please, all kinds of requests. Chapter 155, New World, G5 Branch. This is one of the few New World bridgeheads for the Navy in the New World. When Locks dominated the New World, the Navy headquarters in the New World far exceeded the current military deployment. Later, after Capone defeated Locks and was called a naval hero, the Navy's military deployment in the New World became stronger. However, 20 years ago, all this was no longer glorious. After the inflammatory declaration made by the pirate king Gordy Roger before his death, the Navy's military deployment in the New World has been retreating steadily. In the end, the power in the New World shrank to the limit and could only hold the last few branches firmly. The G5 branch is one of them. The G5 branch has a very bad reputation in the Navy, because most of the Navy here are like rogues and are very unfriendly to the residents of the island. In this regard, their view is that the New World is so dangerous, and they are fighting against the powerful pirates every day. Maybe they will die sometime, so why have to stick to the rules and observe so many naval rules? 3 months ago, after the World Conference, at the request of Arthur, the 226 Liangdajan Angels returned to Jessica, who had been promoted to Major General. Afterwards, Jessica asked for her order and went to the G5 branch of the New World. As a result, the strength of the G5 branch rapidly increased. The Navy of the G5 branch, because of their new record, couldn't sit still for a while. You can't be overwhelmed by a group of newcomers in terms of record, right? With this idea in mind, the G5 branch has achieved great success in the New World in a short period of time. Warring states couldn't help but praise this branch that had been a headache in the past. In the military port of the G5 branch, Jessica wore a cloak of justice with 2 big sharp knives slung around her waist. The whole person is valiant, majestic, and quite heroic. Behind them are a group of angels who cannot wear a cloak of justice because they have a pair of wings. They are the Flame Legion and the Power Legion. In just 3 months in the New World, their aura and aura are completely different from before. It feels more sturdy. Oh, it's Major General Jessica. It's so beautiful. I really envy the group of angel bastards. It's hateful to be able to serve as a errand under Major General Jessica. Hey, don't be silly. Don't you know who's Major General Jessica's woman? Yes, Major General Jessica is the woman of King Arthur. That's an existence comparable to a general. Go away, you bastard. Can't you even have the illusion of letting me be errand under Major General Jessica? Several ruffian Navy members of the G5 branch gathered together slantingly, laughing and talking. With Jessica's ear power, these words are not inaudible. It's just that the other party doesn't have any bad words or bad thoughts, so she doesn't care. When they first came, the angels and Jessica were a little unhappy, and even used their hands. But after getting along for a long time, I know that these people are actually a group of just sea soldiers, but they don't feel like good things. Major General, where are we going this time? Raphael followed Jessica. This time ... let's patrol the sea around G5. During this time, our actions were too frequent, and the surrounding area was basically cleared by us. This time we go out to sea to consolidate it first. Take the card. After trimming the hair on the temples, he thought about it seriously. Oh, I got it. Raphael nodded weakly in an instant. Coming to the New World, what makes him most happy is to fight against different pirate groups, because this makes him feel that his stagnant strength has increased a little. After boarding the ship, several people controlled the course, sailed out of the port, and headed for the wide sea. In the past 6 months or so, due to the cooperation between Sky Island and the Navy, Fengbai has basically become popular on naval ships in the first half of the New World and the Great Route. This is still under Arthur's control. But this is not what Arthur wanted. If even the warships of the Four Seas are equipped with wind shells as a propulsion device, It is difficult for any pirate group in the four seas to cross the upside-down mountain and pass the difficulties and obstacles all the way into the New World. Of course, although the cooperation between Arthur and the Navy has allowed the Navy's warships to get a big breakthrough in speed, but the private cooperation between Arthur and Doflamingo made Fengbui resources available for sale in the underground world. Therefore, whether it is the New World or the first half of the Great Sea Route, if you pay attention to it, pirates and other forces can also get Fengbui to modify their ships. The Navy actually knows this. It's just that there is no evidence, and Arthur did it really secretly, so much so that even the Navy thought it was because of the appearance of the Angel Empire, and then this resource was noticed. So a figure with hands and eyes that reached the sky found the Sky Island resource on the White Sea. This may not be unavailable. So the Navy headquarters also dispatched people to search for it on the White Sea these days. But how can this be found? The White Sea is not everywhere. Sky Island clouds are not everywhere. 3 days later, Jessica's ship was chasing a shuttle sailing ship at sea. Since the opponent's ship was originally a light and agile speed sailing ship, now it is smooth sailing, causing Jessica's warship to not pursue it for a while. Some impatient Jessica, seeing the opponent running very fast, directly used the ability to get the warship out of the sea and turned into a spaceship to quickly go to the opponent. It is also because of Jessica's fruit ability, so when Jessica chases the enemy, no one can run away. This was the case during the first half of the Great Route. The pirates were unable to resist this speed and strength, and were caught one after another and sent to the underwater prison. Jessica also quickly promoted to the rank of Major General with her convenient fruit ability and strength. This is because she joined the Navy for too short a time and insufficient qualifications, otherwise she would have been named a Lieutenant Admiral by virtue of her military merits. In just a few minutes, the opponent realized that it was impossible to get rid of it, so he stopped and was ready to fight. As a result, the war angels of the two armies of the flame gods flew out one by one from the warship flying in the air. Without Jessica's action, the little pirate group was completely arrested in only 10 minutes. The captain of the other party was pressed to Jessica's face. Jessica frowned and looked at it carefully, and then recalled in his mind the known New World bounty pirates who had not yet been caught, and found that there was no. It's a little strange that a person can be on the right, and the rewarded pirate who has not entered the New World cannot be on the right. It is a bit strange. There was some doubt in my mind. How could such an unknown person run around in the New World under the banner of a pirate? Could it be the rookie pirates that just came out somewhere in the New World? Jessica was strange, and glanced at the pirate captain again. The other person doesn't look like a newcomer. After looking at it again, Jessica was even more puzzled, and saw the guy who was escorted in front of her smiled. "What are you laughing at? Are you a new local pirate in the New World?" Jessica wrinkled her beautiful hair. "You woman, wait for death. I've been a pirate who has been in the New World for 7 or 8 years. Although I was caught by you, the news has been sent back, presumably that Lord will soon coming." "Hey, ha 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 ha." The pirate smiled wildly and looked at Jessica jokingly. Feeling a little uneasy in her heart, Jessica waved her hand and asked the two war angels to send each other into a small prison in the warship. "What's the matter? The other party seems to have some conspiracy against me." After thinking about it, Jessica couldn't think of a reason. But the uneasy feeling in her heart made Jessica very uncomfortable in her throat. After thinking about it, Jessica decided to avoid her edge for the time being. The New World is no more than the first half of the Great Route. There are more strong people here. If you run into a powerful one, you can run away, but these angels may not be necessary. It is better to be cautious. With this thought in mind, Jessica ordered, "Okay, let's go back." Hearing this, Walt nodded and commanded his subordinates to fix the sail without saying a word. Although the pursuit just now didn't take much time, it consumed a lot of Fengbui. And although it has not been used for the past 2 days, it is estimated that the stored wind is not enough. But Raphael on the side was a little disappointed, so he asked curiously, "Major General, shall we go back now?" "Yeah." Jessica nodded and said, "I don't know why, after that guy just said that, I always have some uneasy feelings in my heart. Let's go back. This new world is far more dangerous than the first half. Much. Huh? Rafa raised his brow, wanting to say something. But seeing Jessica's expression, she opened her mouth and said nothing. In his opinion, it's just a threat from an unknown person. Why do you care so much? Half a day later, after Jessica, who was feeling more and more disturbed, used the ability, the warship quickly returned to the G5 branch. Huh? Major General Jessica? It's really early to come back this time. Welcome back, Major General Jessica. Several Marines who were in charge of berthing ships in the harbor waved and greeted with a smile. Jessica, who usually nodded to them, making them happy for a long time, but this time hurried to the branch deaf ears. Huh? Major General Jessica, what's wrong with this? Yeah, it's weird. This is the first time. It may be something that makes you feel bad. Haven't you noticed that Major General Jessica's face is not so good? Is that so? I only saw Major General Jessica really beautiful. Several Marines discussed why Major General Jessica looked bad today and didn't nod to them, but didn't feel it at all. A danger was coming to them. Half a day later, Jessica was practicing kendo in her own dojo, but her inner anxiety and irritability made her unable to calm down. What the hell is going on? Jessica put the knife back into the scabbard angrily. Suddenly looking in a certain direction of the sky, Jessica's eyes flickered. So powerful. This is ... Kaido, Jessica exclaimed, her eyes full of disbelief. Only then did she understand what was going on with the anxiety in her heart. Kaido, do you want to do it to yourself? Is it because of Arthur? Jessica's face changed, and then quickly changed the kendo uniform to the navy uniform, and then flew out with the sword. At this time, accompanied by a loud rumbling, the island shook. Then, a roar resounded across the island. Where is that angel and little ghost woman? Get out of me. Chapter 156. In the G5 branch building, in the middle office on the top floor. He usually has a solemn expression. The neatly dressed Virgo can't maintain his serious expression for the first time at this time, and his expression has changed drastically. How is it possible? How could Kaido come here directly? The angel girl, is it King Arthur? Virgo flashed to the edge of the window, looking ugly in the direction of the sound. Booming from a distance, I saw Kaido at the port, and he smashed a port fortress with one punch. This is not good. What should I do? Virgo knew the power of Kaido, a man who even feared Dover as the king. Unleashing the sight, smell and color, perceiving this building, and then found that several people are coming here. After thinking for a while, Virgo flashed away and disappeared. In a secret room no one knew, Virgo appeared here, and then took out a phone worm from the cabinet. Blubberoo click. The phone worm was picked up, and then fell silent. Kaido came to the G5 branch. What should I do? Virgo ignored the silence of the other party and asked directly. Huh? What? Kaido? What's the matter? Now, Doflamingo on the other side couldn't hold his back suddenly. I'm here to find Major General Jessica, who is the woman of King Arthur. Virgo said in a deep voice. Is that the person with the fluttering fruit ability? Doflamingo's expression changed, and his last face was pale. Kaido, how could he go to Arthur's woman for revenge? It doesn't seem like he can do it. Do something next. After saying this, both of them fell silent for a moment. Virgo is an important pawn for Doflamingo, but now Kaido attacks the G5 branch. If left alone, Virgo may die. That man, he is not even his enemy. Damn it. Doflamingo's face was gloomy, with blue veins violent on his forehead. Although he did nothing by any means, he really cared about these cadres who were truly loyal to him. Kaido, I have no way to dissuade. You should be as careful as possible and inform the Navy headquarters that it should send General Huang Yuan at his speed. If you can hold on for some time, you may be able to wait for support. I guess Kaido just wants to catch that. The woman threatened Arthur to show up. In the first half, he didn't dare to go, The last sneak attack left him badly injured. He wants to retaliate against that fellow Arthur. You should inform the Navy headquarters first. If there is no way. Doflamingo was silent for a while, seriously hurt and pretend to be dead. Your existence is so important. After speaking, Doflamingo hung up the phone. Wilgo silently put the phone bug into the cabinet, then disappeared and appeared outside. While walking towards the port on Moonwalk, he took out the phone worm for the exclusive Lieutenant General. At the port, Jessica had flown over, looking at Kaido and a terrible wind god pterosaur flying in the air with an ugly face. Although in the use of fruits, she is considered a strong person close to the Quasi-General in recent years. But without relying on the fruit, she is nothing but a strong man in sword art, barely reaching the rank of Lieutenant General. On the side, Raffaele and Wald flew on both sides of Jessica, watching Kaido, who was destroying in the distance, while roaring towards the branch building. What should I do? I should inform the god. I will definitely be able to come here quickly at the speed of the god. Wardell, who had always been calm and dull, said anxiously, and then took out the phone hidden in his body. Wait. Jessica turned to stop Wald. Although it is because of Arthur, but I am now in the Navy. This matter should be the responsibility of the Navy headquarters. General Huang Yuan is not slower than that. The Navy headquarters should Huang Yuanda will be dispatched to support here in the future. This. Wald frowned and hesitated. No. Hearing Jessica's words, Raphael immediately stopped. God must be notified. Kaido is too strong. We can't support it for long with us. And didn't you see? Yan Disaster Jin is here too. Adding the three of us here is a total of 5 elite lieutenant generals. Yan Bei Jin can deal with at least one person, dragging 2 people, and the remaining 3 are basically powerless to resist Kaido. The Navy's fastest yellow ape is here, and we can only calm the situation. We may be fine, but the war angels of the 2 legions are God's painstaking efforts. If they suffer severe damage, the consequences will be disastrous. After that, Rafe's eyes were burning with war spirit, but he glanced at Kaido with some regret. This man is not at the same level as him. Moreover, it is estimated that God has been idle for so long, and he will be very interested in another war. Raphael laughed. But Jessica shook her head slowly. When things are not at their worst, the Marshal of the Warring States period will definitely send General Huang Yuan. Arthur is now practicing in retreat, so don't disturb him. This ... Well, Raphael frowned and nodded. Think about it, too. Huang Yuan is in the future, and if Arthur comes again, there will be no possibility of fighting alone with Kaido. The Navy headquarters will not allow the G5 branch to be reduced to the battlefield of the 3 top powers in the world. Here, it is very important to the Navy. Marine Fodor, headquarters of the Navy. Bang! What are you talking about? Kaido attacked the G5 branch. The entourage still has flaming embers. What's going on? The Warring States period has not been so gloomy for a long time, and learned that the highest officer of the G5 branch will go the news for help. The Warring States almost didn't have a cardiac arrest. On the opposite side, Verga moved forward quickly while briefly explaining the situation. What? Because of Major General Jessica? The Warring States tone was stunned, but immediately understood. Kaido is afraid that the rear will be attacked again, but wants to avenge King Arthur. So he attacked the G5 branch and prepared to threaten Major General Jessica. Lieutenant General Virgo, hold Kaido. I will let Huang Yuan rush over right now. No matter what, Major General Jessica is a general of the Navy. This matter should be handled by the Navy. The Warring States said seriously, hanging up. Dropped the call and dialed out again. Hello. Peluslino. Immediately rush to the G5 branch as fast as possible. Kaido is now attacking the G5 branch. You must not lose the G5 branch, or let the G5 branch be hit hard. Once connected, the Warring States immediately issued an order. Oh, Kaido, attacking the G5 branch? It's really scary. How could that guy attack there? Huang Yuan never seemed to be in a hurry, and the words that were still sluggish came from the phone worm. Don't drag Huang Yuan. The situation is urgent. Kaido is to lead King Arthur over, so he is prepared to use Major General Jessica as a threat. Also, be sure to ensure Major General Jessica's safety. The Warring States suddenly remembered, and then added another sentence. Major General Jessica now plays a very important role in the Navy, and she is also the woman of King Arthur, which should not be missed. Oh, it's really troublesome, that guy is terrible, Huang Yuan said slowly, then hung up the phone and turned into a beam of light and disappeared. 8-foot mirror, in the sky, Huang Yuan's hands are facing each other, parallel to each other, and then opened up and down. A mirror composed of golden light appears, and a light beam is shot out from it, spreading in the direction of the G5 branch. Without this method, he could not fly directly, otherwise the speed of light would not know how far it would take him. 0 middle dot find flowers middle dot with a solemn expression on his face. Warring States put the phone worm with his eyes closed on the table. Then he breathed out and sat on the chair. What a troublesome guy, Kaido. Although there are still many doubts about Arthur, the Warring States Marshal still has more favorable impressions on the whole. 3 months ago, the other party proposed to increase funding for the Navy at the World Conference, which made him a lot easier. Coupled with the cooperation many years ago in the first half of the year, now the few branches of Great Airway and New World have significantly improved their records. Huh? What happened again? The Warring States' face changed slightly, and he looked up at the door. In the corridor outside, an urgent sound of footsteps is rushing towards here. Bang! The door of the Marshal's office was opened directly, and then a Major General-level general immediately came in and paid a military salute, saying, "Report the Marshal." The G5 branch was attacked by Kaido. Warring States heaved a sigh of relief, and when he was about to say that he already knew, the Major General did not stop. According to the information we have obtained, the aunt was dispatched by boat half an hour ago, and the target was also the G5 branch. What? Bang! Wow! The complexion of the Warring States period changed drastically again, and the domineering look that had barely exploded several times in the headquarters instantly rushed out of his body, and even the table was impacted with slight cracks and moved away. From the point of view of possessing a certain physical destructive ability, the overlord color of the Warring States period is also very powerful. The Major General who came in to report the urgent news suddenly paled, and even his consciousness was a little fuzzy. The Warring States quickly withdrew the domineering look of the overlord, and then asked again with wide-eyed eyes, "Is the news accurate?" Charlotte Lingerling is going to see, and the target is also the G5 branch. Yes. Yes. The Major General replied loudly, breathing heavily. How could this happen? Kaido attacked G5 to lead King Arthur over, and what did the aunt do? Did they cooperate privately? The purpose was not King Arthur. Warring States murmured, his eyes flickered, and he thought quickly. Is there any conspiracy in it? Report. We also intercepted the information of the armed pirates. The 4 Emperors Big Bum was dispatched because they heard that Kaido had gone to the G5 branch. According to a few words, it seems that the aunt also wants to pay King Arthur. Huh? She wants to deal with King Arthur too? Zangiro's eyes widened in astonishment. When did she end up with King Arthur? No, you have to inform King Arthur about this matter, and ask him to support it. Warring States hesitated and immediately made this decision. Now the Red Dog is sitting in the headquarters of the Navy, and the Green Pheasant is also unknown in the first half of the Great Route. Even if the two of them were notified, they would not be able to rush over quickly. As far as the Warring States period knows, the only one that can move long distances and high speeds is King Arthur except for Huang Yuan. Ignoring the Rear Admiral who had reported the news, the Warring States period took out another ordinary telephone bug from the table and called. The phone worms used in the front are all communicating with senior Navy generals. And this one was a phone worm that was dedicated to Arthur in the office because of someone who was considered to be more important in the Warring States period. Blubberoo in the Island of Gods, in a room dedicated to all kinds of phone bugs. A phone bug with a Navy logo rang. Huh? Warring States. Arthur, who had just stepped into the secret room and prepared to use the sand of the constant sea to promote self-evolution, had a meal. Second. Chapter 157. In one room, a large table was placed on which a dozen telephone bugs were placed. At this time, one of the telephone bugs with the Navy logo was ringing continuously. Click the microphone on the phone worm floated out of thin air. Hello, King Arthur. I am the Warring States period. Now there is an urgent matter that needs your help. Yes, I need your help. This matter is also related to you. Now Kaido is afraid of being attacked again in the rear, so he dare not come to the first half of the Great Route. In order to attract you, he attacked the G5 branch, which is Jesse, the branch where Major General K is located. Yes, the situation is urgent. General Huang Yuan has passed, but just received the news. Big Mom also passed to G5. The purpose of the 4 emperors is you. Hello, King Arthur? Have you already set off? A strange man in the Warring States period muttered to himself. It turned out that Arthur used electromagnetic force to directly simulate his own voice and dialogue with the Warring States period. As for Arthur, he was walking towards this room. Now, Arthur stood on the spot, his eyes wide open. His killing intent came out, and the surrounding ground was shaken by cracks. Damn thing. How dare these 2 idiots. Zzzz. After a blast of electricity, Arthur disappeared. Above the island of God, Arthur suddenly appeared on a floating cloud, and then used a small bag to take out 5 weather orbs from the floating cloud. Arthur's wings splayed behind his back, and electricity was wrapped around it. 200 million volts. Fast. Buzzing, a strong electromagnetic force field appeared in midair, and then quickly changed shape visible to the naked eye. From a spherical shape, it was elongated into a cylindrical electromagnetic field with a diameter of 3 meters and a length of more than 10 kilometers. There was a huge hum, and the sky seemed to be torn apart. An orange-yellow, high-temperature beam of light appeared in the air, spreading for hundreds of kilometers, and it was still rapidly extending. Then, a burst of loud noises that were too dense to hear the interval sounded. In 1 second, Arthur flew 15 kilometers. About 40 times the speed of sound. Even Arthur could not control this super high speed. However, with Arthur's domineering coverage of more than 400 kilometers, he could start emergency braking earlier. In the sky heaven, everyone was attracted by this vision and ran out to watch. What is this? It's too exaggerated. Is this a miracle? Has God descended? King Arthur did it? This guy is too powerful. He is really like a god. Isn't he naturally tied to the fruit of thunder? It looks like the movement caused by Huang Yuan, the general of the Navy headquarters. Is this what happened? I always feel that King Arthur seems very angry. It seems that another big event is about to happen. This kind of discussion is not only in the newly sealed entertainment heaven, but the heaven in the sky. On the Great Route, all the people on the islands that Arthur passed through in the air were all attracted by this vision and shocked. At this extreme terrifying speed, a beam of light started from the windless zone in the middle of the first half of the Great Route, spreading for thousands of kilometers, and entered the New World. The G5 branch is at the entrance of the New World, not very far from the Red Earth continent, only about 700 or 800 kilometers away. Because of Jessica's life card, Arthur was not afraid of flying in the wrong direction. From the moment he sensed the Red Earth continent, Arthur began to prepare for emergency braking to avoid flying over his head. Arthur, who was at a high supersonic speed, sensed the 2 familiar auras in front of him that were no less powerful than his own, and immediately knew that they were the generals Huang Yuan and Kaido. There are still hundreds of kilometers away, so Arthur locked on Kaido's breath, and at the same time reduced his speed to 20 times the speed of sound. The G5 branch, the original branch building, had completely collapsed at this time, becoming a rubble of rubble on the ground. 5 people, including Jessica, who possessed the strength of an elite lieutenant, surrounded the flames and attacked. The general, Huang Yuan, was a man with a rare and serious face fighting Kaido. Because Kaido's body was too abnormal, Huang Yuan's many attacks failed. Even if it broke the defense for a while, Kaido quickly recovered. Oh, it's terrible. This terrible resilience. Wing A laser beam shot out from Huang Yuan's eyes, hitting Kaido's head, who couldn't dodge. But Kaido just screamed, and rushed through unscathed, and the armed mace was smashed down. When Sky Kong Yunjian, a long sword composed of golden light, appeared in Huang Yuan's hand, blocking Kaido's mace, his face changed, his body sank slightly downwards. His eyes under the yellow ape glasses were full of solemnity. However, his face still has a wretched expression. Oh, it's terrible, so much strength. Oh, a helper is here. Huang Yuan resisted Kaido's attack while tilting his head to look into the distance. I saw that a beam of light that seemed to be laser light laced towards here. Kaido. Arthur's roar came from the beam of light, but because Arthur was far faster than the sound, people arrived first and the voice was still behind. Boom! The huge buzzing sound shook the air in this heaven and earth, making everyone's body surface itchy and numb. Boom boom bang! Although Kaido sensed the coming of Arthur, he couldn't react to this 20 times the speed of sound. Arthur was violently knocked out and rolled over the island, plowing the island into a deep scar. Kaido. At this time, Arthur's previous roar came over. Zzzz in Kaido's tumbling. At the end of the original beam of light, a masterpiece of lightning, a figure appeared out of thin air among countless lightning entanglements. Oh, this attack is really terrifying. This speed is faster than me. Huang Yuan's eyes flashed astonishment, and then disappeared. Come on. Arthur floated in the air, said casually, and looked at Jessica. After discovering that Jessica was okay, this was a sigh of relief. Turning his gaze to his two legions again, he was completely relieved. The angels are fine, but some people were injured by the aftermath in this terrifying battle. Zzzz disappeared instantly. Bang! Yan Calamity Cinder was hit and flew out, and in the sharp dragon head's mouth, teeth were broken and blood spurted out. With Arthur's fist wrapped in a powerful and armed colored hammer hitting his head, even as a strong man who was awakened by the ability of the ancient species of the wind god pterosaur fruit, Yan Cinder almost lost his will. Unexpectedly, you are here. King Arthur. Huang Yuan looked at from a distance, wondering why King Arthur was also here. It seemed that no one had notified him. Arthur glanced at Yellow Ape and knew that the other party was in battle, so he didn't know the news that Big Mom was also coming here. Mr. Sengoku called me and told me that Big Mom was also coming here. I was worried that other generals would not be able to support in time, so I told me the matter. What? Huang Yuan looked at Arthur in astonishment, and the corners of his mouth twitched. If Arthur doesn't come, then relying on himself alone will inevitably be severely injured and even destroyed here today. Angel Kid. At this moment, in the sea dozens of kilometers away, Kaido was floating on the water and roaring, but he swam wildly towards this side. Humphrey. Arthur snorted coldly, took a glance, and then turned his gaze to Jessica. Jessica, leave the base of the island, take all the other parts away, stay away from here. Next, there will be a top-level war here. Yeah? Be careful. Jessica nodded, and then directly activated Ability 0. The island is like plasticine. The broken place quickly becomes complete, and then the wounded soldiers on the island are carried by the mud waves to the small town on the island. After a while, the island left most of its foundation, and the rest floated up and flew away. However, this is not over yet. What Jessica took away was only a place with people, and the remaining islands were basically about toth herds. Rumbling in the shaking, the entire island was turned into a huge flat land, and then continuously compressed. Jessica directly prepared a solid piece of land for Arthur and the others as a battlefield. Bang 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 bang! As soon as the island became flat and hard, a series of roars rang. Arthur looked at the sound source and saw that Kaido had already landed on the island, and he was rushing towards here with a mace. Angel Kid. This time, let's have a top-notch war. Try to kill me. Boom. The ground was broken and Kaido's body rushed into the air, pressing straight towards Arthur. "I can't ask for it. The subordinates are defeated," Arthur said softly. "Thunder God Sword." Zizzywing after a brief sound of electricity and the buzzing of the air being told to vibrate, a blue-violet lightsaber appeared in Arthur's hand. Oh, has the fruit of the Thunderbolt been used to this level? It's really terrifying. Looking at the lightsaber in Arthur's hand that was the same as his own Sky Cloud sword, Huang Yuan couldn't help being surprised. Repulsion. Wu-Zun. Just like more than half a year ago, when Arthur appeared here, a 3-kilometer radius. The effect was more powerful than the previous electromagnetic field has been laid. Blessed by the repulsive force, the Thunder God sword wrapped in an invisible armed color flashed, and it slammed into the huge mace that was wrapped in a dark armed color domineering. Boom! Just like the explosion of an atomic bomb, first the sound was suppressed by the terrifying force, and then it broke out completely. The land plates of the entire island trembled violently, and the ground under Arthur's feet was directly crushed and burst by huge force. Booming immediately, a powerful earthquake occurred on the island, and larger waves were set off along with the surrounding waters. Feeling the horror contained in this blow, Huang Yuan's face was solemn. "It's really troublesome, and even Big Mom is coming here. It's getting stronger and stronger. Angel Kid, drink it." Feeling that the opponent is still not weaker than his own strength, Kaido's eyes are bloodshot and full of excitement, and then seemingly waved and wrapped in armed color mace. Humphrey. Arthur didn't reply, but soldiers came to cover the water and once again clashed with Kaido madly. Oh, it's really a barbaric battle. Although I watched the barbaric battle between the two on the broadcast last time, Huang Yuan was even more puzzled when I saw it up close this time. This kind of power and way of fighting, even the faintly strongest of the three, Sasuke can't do. But King Arthur, who is also a naturalist, can fight Kaido. This is really puzzling Huang Yuan. Go back and ask the doctor this time. Arthur and Kaido fought each other madly, causing the island to groan constantly. And Huang Yuan started his consistent paddling style again. Seeing the battle between the two, he didn't help. Instead, he ran to the side and beat the flame embers, who had recovered some, but was still seriously injured. In this kind of top-level battle, the only thing that can show strength and weakness is time. And 2 hours later, a pirate ship with a huge clown face with a crown on the bow approached here. Well, they've started fighting. It's really a tough battle. Well, Big Mom's laughter came from the ship, followed by a wave of compliments and echoes from many homies. That Angel Kid, you must teach him a lesson this time. Well. Chapter 158. Zeus. On the sea, Big Mom didn't let his boat continue to approach, because the movement ahead was already great. With that kind of destructive power, Big Mom knew that except for herself, no one in her pirate group could participate in it, and the ship approaching might be destroyed by the aftermath of the fierce battle. "Yes, Mom." A group of white clouds wearing a baseball cap responded and immediately flew over, lifted the Big Mom, and flew towards the island base of the G5 branch. Boom. Arthur and Kaido blasted wildly, and felt the approach of Big Mom. But Arthur had no scruples. After all, the General Huang Yuan was still there. Even if it is a stroke, you have to have a sense of measure. It's impossible that Big Mom is here. He continues to deal with the flames. Where is he wasting time, huh? Ling-a-ling. Kaido also noticed the Big Mom flying here, whispering. It seemed that his emotions were a little complicated. Well, finally you are a bad-spoken fellow. The Big Mom flying in the sky took the hat off his head and instantly turned into a big knife with a face. Arthur is here. Wing boom not far away, a golden beam of laser light attacked Big Mom. However, this kind of attack has no effect on Big Mom, which is also a top-level monster. Big Mom only used Napoleon to sweep aside, and the laser light was blocked. Oh, it's amazing. The second of the 4 emperors appeared here so suddenly. It seems that there is going to be a fierce battle. It's terrible. Huang Yuan appeared on the only way of Big Mom in the flash. Bang! In another confrontation, Arthur and Kaido separated and stood opposite each other, and not far away was Big Mom. The current situation is that Arthur's left hand is Big Mom. His right hand is Kaido, and the opposite is Huang Yuan. The fighting stopped strangely for a while. Kaido glanced at Arthur on the left, then looked at the big mum opposite him, and then said, "Ling-a-ling, this is my war." "Huh? I only came for this angel kid. Since I'm here, you can go and deal with this navy." Big Mum faced Kaido in a calm tone. Hearing this, Kaido's face was gloomy, and his whole body was surging. "Oh, it's terrible. Do you have to deal with me?" Huang Yuan's eyes are solemn right now. He has only had it since the Pirate King Roger was terminated, only when the four emperors established the status of Pirate Emperor. This is not like a war on the top, there are so many, and the opponent is only one Whitebeard with top combat power. He can paddle with the Imperial Deputy or even Luffy, who was a rookie at the time. In this case, he didn't even have a chance to paddle. Is it here to reminisce about the old? Big Mum, you two are really interesting, boasting of the four emperors, but come to my woman to get me hooked. Arthur's face was gloomy. 2 things from 7 to 80. Since I'm here, you can leave your life here. Huh? It's up to you. Bastard angel kid. Kaido's veins violently squeezed the huge mace in his hand. What was visible to the naked eye above was once again wrapped up by Kaido's deep-armed color domineering. Well, arrogant angel kid. Big Mum. The Emperor's sword middle dot breaking blade. Oh, it's so terrible. I won't die here, right? Sky Kong Yunjian. HMPH. The Thunder God Sword God, wrapped by Arthur with the armed color that initially stepped into the flowing cherry realm. The Thunder God Sword became a little more restrained, and patterns appeared on it, just like a real sword. Presumably, the master is lonely. Let's have a top-level war. Arthur's voice echoed on the island that had become a huge flatland. Boom! Big Mum and Kaido came towards Arthur almost at the same time. Arthur wasn't afraid at all, because Huang Yuan had already shot in an instant, blocking Big Mum again. The confrontation between the four was very close. A few kilometers in this area, it instantly exploded as if TNT had been installed underneath. "Get out of here!" Big Mum screamed, and visible sound waves appeared in the air. Of the 4 pirate emperors, only one Shanks is a normal person, and the other one is more freak than a freak and exaggerated physically powerful. The world's top battle is unfolded here, in the sky. Seagulls carrying phone worms are already flying, and when Arthur arrived here, the warring states also called once. "Kuzan, where are you?" "Alalamis to warring states. I am on a deserted island at the back of the 4th channel. What can I do?" "On a deserted island, the sky is sunny and the sky is beautiful, and the grass on the ground is flying." A man over 3 meters tall was lying on the grass, lifting the blindfold on his eyes, holding a phone worm in his hand. "You immediately rush to the G5 branch. There will soon be 4 world-class combat powers, Big Mum, Kaido, Peluslino and King Arthur. This top-level war has too much impact, and it is likely to change the new world and even the structure of the world. You immediately go to help Peluslino and King Arthur against those 2 guys. Stop this top-level war that is not at the time." The voice of the warring states period is solemn. "Now, it's not a good time for so many top combat powers to fight each other." "What?" The green pheasant stood up with a straightened waist. "Mr. Sengoku, what happened?" After that, the warring states period gave a rough overview of the matter. After hearing this, the green pheasant couldn't help holding his forehead. "Ah la la, this is really troublesome. 4 monsters fight against each other. I am afraid that this will shock the world. Maybe the situation in the new world will be changed by this. This is what I worry about. The current situation is not a good time to start a war. So, you immediately go to the G5 branch to end the war early." Those 2 guys. The warring states period was silent for a moment. King Arthur, Yellow Ape, Green Pheasant. The 3 generals are all capable of top natural fruit. 2 of the speeds are king, even the Green Pheasant. The speed is still not slower than Big Mum and Kaido, but a lot faster. If it is really done, I am afraid it is possible that some of the 4 emperors will be caught. However, Kaido can't kill, and Big Mum is called a steel balloon. The difficulty of killing her can be said to be no weaker than Kaido. The point is that the world government has been playing with balance. The 4 emperors of the new world, the world government, and the revolutionary army. From the perspective of the overall situation, if you defeat Big Mom and Kaido and arrest them, there is actually not much benefit. Moreover, Wu Laoxing would not agree to make things so big. And 2 years later, the reason for the war with the Whitebeard pirate group was entirely because Ace was the son of the One Piece. Based on this alone, even the 5 old stars could not spare Ace for the so-called balance. Try to stop this war. The warring states finally gave this order. After accepting the order, the green pheasant immediately got on the bicycle and rode into the sea. At the moment of contact with the sea, a frozen road appeared in the sea. Obviously riding a bicycle, but the green pheasant rides out faster than a motorcycle racer. Time to return to the New World, the island where the original G5 branch was located. In just 10 minutes, there were cracked ground everywhere. At this time, the opponents of both sides also dropped. Arthur fought with the Big Mom, who was holding the Sword of Thunder, and the giant Blade of Flame. On the other side, Huang, Yuan and Kaido. Arthur had to take advantage of the ant, because the 2 hormes of the ant was basically invalid to Arthur. One is Prometheus the sun, and the other is Zeus Thundercloud. The temperature and flames emitted by Prometheus were not painful to Arthur at all. How could Ray be burned by the flames? And Thundercloud's Zeus? It's even more useless. It was able to swallow the lightning attack sent by Arthur, but its upper limit made it unable to take a few moves. Albuff's spear middle way go. The 2 hormes around were useless, and Big Mom had to focus on Napoleon. 300 million volts, chaotic force field, reflection. In the direction of gravity and repulsion, the Thunder God sword in Arthur's hand burst into surprise even with the powerful Big Mom. Huh? Angel Kid, how can your power be so strong? Seeing that the opponent is only a quarter of his own height, Big Mom said in his heart that he really deserves to be the world's top combat force at a young age. Just this physical one. Strong strength is enough to make oneself take it seriously. In the melee, the opponents of the 4 are not fixed, and sometimes Big Mom and Kaido attack Arthur at the same time, and the 2 can meet briefly 1 or 2. And Huang Yuan, I am afraid it is the hardest thing in it. Oh, it's really a bunch of messy guys, one by one. How can the Overlord look so exaggerated? There are a total of 4 people here, 3 of them have top-notch domineering, and all have physical destructive capabilities. Especially Arthur, now with the thickening of the background, Arthur's courage is getting stronger and stronger. The physical destructive ability possessed by his domineering and domineering alone is on top of the 2 Big Mom and Kaido. Even a strong man like Huang Yuan felt extremely uncomfortable in his heart in the 3 completely different, but all the same terrifying, Overlord-like impacts and envelopes, and the faint Lion's combat power was suppressed a little. Unexpectedly, the number of domineering overlords is so large that even I will be affected when it reaches this level. Huang Yuan was shocked, because even he encountered and knew this situation for the first time. During the battle, the aftermath of the island battle was fragmented. The sea also caused turbulent waves due to the tremors of the island and the aftermath of the battle. And the sky became unobstructed as the trio's overlord face continued to clash and collide. All the clouds were torn to pieces, leaving only the blue cloudless sky. Zizzy whoosh. A few hours later, after repelling Kaido again, Arthur disappeared in place and appeared a few kilometers away from the island. Huang Yuan was taken aback for a moment, and said to his heart that he wanted to run. I saw Arthur in the sky, opening a cloth bag floating in the air, and taking out a few bubbles from it. There seemed to be something in it. After getting the weather globe, Arthur once again turned into thunder and disappeared and appeared above the island. Bang 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 bang, 5 weather balls shattered, and 5 small thunder clouds instantly began to expand. Click. In the cloudless sky, a huge thunder cloud covering almost half of the island appeared. In the thunder cloud, thunder and lightning flashed. Oh, isn't this a weather ball? He even got this. Speaking of which, his floating islands seemed to float on bubbles. Huang Yuan immediately understood Arthur's hands when he saw the situation. Things. On the other side, Big Mom and Kaido, who stopped because Arthur suddenly left the battlefield, looked towards the sky. Originally they thought Arthur was going to run, and Big Mom and Kaido were preparing to pursue them separately. HMPH, give you a cruel. Arthur floated under the thundercloud and looked at the two with a sneer. On the sea not far from the G5 branch, an icy road quickly froze and the sea spread to this side. On the ice road, the green pheasant came here at an exaggerated speed riding a bicycle. Huh? What is that? The green pheasant on the ride found a long way away, and the sky above the G5 branch was covered by thunderclouds flashing with thunder and lightning. King Arthur, Zizizizi 400 million volts middle dot Kairin. Combining the 4 to 5 billion volts of lightning in the cloud, Arthur created two huge unicorns. Two huge unicorns roared in the clouds, and their huge bodies appeared from time to time. Compression. A unicorn is 400 million volts. Under Arthur's control, the huge thunder beast that was originally several hundred meters in size slowly began to shrink. At the same time, the two unicorns began to become more and more realistic. The light became stronger and stronger, and the temperature gradually approached the temperature of the supernova. When it was compressed to 3 meters, the unicorn made up of blue-violet currents turned into two unicorns with thunder and lightning. It seemed that it had reached a certain limit, and with a bang, the two unicorns burned with blazing flames. Thunder and lightning, flames make up a special thunder flame. Taste my trick. Blazing lightning killin. With a loud shout, Arthur controlled the two unicorns and rushed down into the sky, toward Kaido and Big Mom. Upon seeing this, Huang Yuan's complexion changed, and then it turned into a light ball and disappeared from the island, appearing in the air. And Big Mom and Kaido also changed their faces in the same way. This kind of attack, even if it was the two of them, could not be attacked. Both of them were wrapped in armed colors, and Kaido was specially dragonized before wrapping himself in armed colors. Weird power. Big Mom's body is armed and wrapped in color, using his most primitive and powerful moves to blast towards Lian Kailin, and Kaido is the same, the mace completely wrapped in the armed color, wrapped in the same powerful strange power to greet Lian Kailin. Snare booming in the buzzing sound, the terrifying high temperature swelled the air instantly, making a blasting sound, and at the same time a violent high temperature hot wind was set off. The fragmented island quickly melted and turned into hot magma. It gurgled into the sea, bringing up bursts of intense water vapor. Big Mom and Kaido stood in the magma in embarrassment, panting. The move just now has caused them each to suffer a lot of damage. As long as there are more than 200 million volts, even they will not be able to bear it and hurt more. However, controlling two compressed, 400 million volt Lian unicorns is already Arthur's current limit. Ice Age. Wing click. Click. The island where the magma was originally rolling and the surrounding sea were instantly frozen. But Big Mom and Kaido changed their faces, and once again wrapped themselves with armed colors. This is not because the Ice Age will hurt them, but the last move was Arthur's high temperature and super strong lightning attack over the Red Dog, and the next second was the extreme cold. This cold and hot, even the two of them had to take precautions. The green pheasant did not know where to put the bicycle, and then appeared on the island. Big Mom and Kaido disarmed their colored packages, stood on the icy glacier, and snorted at the same time. First, there was an ultra-high temperature of tens of thousands of degrees, and then an ultra-low temperature of more than 100 degrees below zero. For these two types of attacks individually, Arthur's Thunder Yan Kailin, which is a super attack, can injure them, while the green pheasant's ranged attack cannot. However, they were attacked one after another, and this sudden change still caused their bodies to be hurt. But Kaido recovered quickly, while Big Mom was a lot slower. It's really troublesome. So many prestigious guys gather here. Is this trying to change the pattern of the new world? The green pheasant exudes freezing air, and said lazily, but his eyes are full of seriousness. "Oh Kuzan, have you also been sent by Mr. Warring States?" How the yellow ape turned into a little light spot, appeared beside the green pheasant, and condensed again. P.S. Okay. I'm going. Chapter 149 is locked in a small black room. 159. Chapter 159. Seeing the appearance of the green pheasant, Huang Yuan felt a little more relaxed. Fighting against a group of overlord and domineering powerhouses is really a little bit stressful. Arthur floated high in the sky, looking down at the sea that was icebound for hundreds of kilometers. Why did even the blue pheasant be sent here? With top combat power, Huang Yuan and I can completely deal with Big Mom and Kaido. Depressing the doubts in his heart, Arthur looked up at the thunderstorm that had run out of energy and had begun to dissipate, and then his body suddenly turned into countless lightning and disappeared. Zzzz in the air in front of the two navy generals. Thunder and lightning condensed and instantly turned into Arthur. "Why are you here too?" General Green Pheasant. Taking a look at Arthur floating in the air, the Green Pheasant said, "Come to end this war." Frowning, Arthur didn't quite understand what the other party meant. But if the war ended, that would be fine. Arthur didn't want to stay here with Big Mom and Kaido. "It's you again." Not far away, Kaido let out a breath of mist. "Is there another admiral? Then kill it all at once." Well. Big Mom laughed, his eyes full of fierce light. "A more top-notch war." Kaido's eyes were scarlet, full of crazy fighting spirit. "I'll deal with Big Mom," Arthur said, and then the Thunder God sword in his hand appeared again and rushed towards Big Mom. "I have already played with Kaido once, and it is no good for me to play with him again. But Big Mom has not yet. If I play a game, it will be more or less helpful to actual combat." Well, the Emperor's sword, Broken Blade. Seeing Arthur rushing towards her, the aunt laughed a lot. Her pink hair burned, and Napoleon's knife was also burning with flames. Against the backdrop of the flames, Big Mom's face is even more terrifying. Repulsion reflex cut. Under the action of the repulsion force, the Thunder God sword in Arthur's hand exploded 10 times the speed of sound and slashed at Napoleon's body severely. Mom. It hurts. It hurts. The attack power was too strong, and it was wrapped in a powerful armed color. Even Napoleon cried out in pain for a while. Hearing that, Big Mom didn't speak, just rushed towards Arthur, and cut it down frantically. However, the cut blade was covered by armed color domineering. Even if it's just her own tool, it is still more important to the Big Mom, who is used to her 3 strongest Hormits. After all, these 3 are the strongest Hormits. Even Big Mom can't make too many Hormits like this. Otherwise, just use all kinds of natural materials to create a powerful Hormits. Then wouldn't it be able to dominate the New World and become the hegemon of the New World? All kinds of fierce collisions and confrontations caused this frozen island to crack and shatter again. The surrounding sea, which was also frozen, also produced cracks. On the other side, the General Green Pheasant and Huang Yuan joined forces, and for a while, Kaido, who wanted to find Arthur for a duel, was restrained everywhere. Huang Yuan's speed is too fast. Although Kaido is not slow, there is still a green pheasant dealing with him. The freezing at every critical moment will always make him sluggish. For a time, Kaido suffered a lot. Although it was not painful to say, he could recover immediately, but this kind of non-hearty battle made Kaido extremely angry. "Damn it, I'm going to kill you too." Kaido was distraught and entered the dragon form again. Entering this form, Kaido's defensive power, strength, endurance, and resilience will be greatly improved, and even the speed will be greatly improved. Boom boom boom. Kaido madly attacked the yellow ape and the green pheasant regardless, but with little effect. To a certain extent, the natural system is indeed the devil fruit of the strongest series. Although the domineering can capture the entities of the natural fruit ability, if the elementalization is advanced in advance, no matter how strong the armed color is, it will not be able to attack the natural fruit ability entities. Therefore, the so-called armed color can capture the entity of the natural fruit ability person. Depends on the reaction power of the fruit ability person, otherwise it will not be able to capture the entity at all, and can only rely on sneak attacks. This is also in the manga, why even the Whitebeard will attack the red dog, and in the anime many attacks are also avoided by the red dog and the blue pheasant. When the 5 people on the island fought in this battle, the situation here has been paid attention to by many forces, and is even being watched. Marineford, headquarters of the Navy. Why don't you let me go? With me, these two guys will definitely be solved. Even we can move the Navy headquarters to the New World and occupy a larger sea area. Sasuke dipped his cigar, looking at the warring states with an uncomfortable question. In his opinion, how could such a good opportunity be so easily let go? Once Big Mom and Kaido are laid down, half of the waters of the New World can be taken by the Navy. The remaining Whitebeard and Red Hair are also difficult to support. Besides, at that age, how many years can Babyard live? Thinking about it this way, Akinu was even more urgent, and wanted to go to the New World immediately and take part in the battle. Anyway, the battle of this level of powerhouse cannot end within a few days or nights. No, Sasuke, don't think about this. You just sit in the Navy headquarters. The warring state's face was pale, and he glared at the Red Dog. Yeah? The Red Dog stared at the warring states, watched for a long time, and finally vomited a puff of smoke and left with a grimace. This guy is really troublesome. Why don't I think about it? The warring states period sat down with a gloomy expression. Let's not talk about the other so-called overall situation. After taking Big Mom and Kaido, the Navy can take advantage of the situation to occupy the seas like the New World. Doesn't he know that the warring states period? How could he be called a wise general without this thinking? However, even if you want to, can the world government be willing? Can Wu Laoxing be willing? So the tripartite balance of power is really the world government, pirates, and revolutionary army? Do not. No, the so-called balance is the supremacy of the world government, and the balance is the navy, the pirates, and the revolutionary army. Without the checks and balances of the pirates or the revolutionary army, then the power of this generation of navy is too powerful. Whether it is the four emperors or the revolutionary army, if it is a neo-known, it will not be an opponent of the navy. Warring states, Ka, Red Dog, Yellow Ape, Green Pheasant, plus Zephyr, whose strength has declined a lot. There are also the general strength of Jian and Jiaji. What power is this? 7 full top combat powers, if you count Zephyr. That would be 8, double the strength of the 4 emperors. Not to mention the revolutionary army that is far inferior to the 4 emperors' combat power. The two together can contain the navy. In the original book, the reason why the later navy moved the headquarters to the New World, it was purely because of the extreme toughness of the Red Dog and the leader of the Eagle, which made the 5 old stars think that this would be a good and loyal chess piece. However, the facts also disappointed Wu Lao Crossing. Sasuke's justice is not allegiance to the 5 old stars or the Draco. His justice is only to eliminate the pirates and the revolutionary army, so that the sea will no longer be chaotic, so that more ordinary people will not be affected. This is why Arthur never thought of directly opposing the world government, because it's just looking for death. Not even the navy can do it, let alone the world government. Can control the navy, contain the navy, who knows what power the world government hides. Moreover, Arthur had always felt that Lord Yim's strength might surpass that of the 4 emperors. Perhaps, it is possible to deal with Lord Yim by developing the fruits of the thunder to the limit, or even breaking the limit. The battle in the New World is still going on. Compared to before, the situation at this time seems even crazier. I don't know what's going on. Hitting. Big Mom suddenly started going crazy. It seemed that it was a sweetness culprit. The whole person was irrational, with a long mouth, and constantly flowing strong and corrosive saliva like sulfuric acid. On the other side, Kaido was still crushed and beaten by the green pheasant and the yellow ape. Even if it was a dragon. Even if you want to come, they are all top combat strengths. If the two are serious, Kaido will not be able to gain the upper hand. In this kind of battle, the war went on day and night. It seems that due to sweetness, after the madness and violent offensive in the early stage, Big Mom has begun to weaken at this moment, and it may be too hungry. After being weakened and in a close battle again, Big Mom seemed to regain his senses. As for Kaido, because he was still suppressed by the green pheasant and the yellow ape after the dragon was transformed, he directly transformed the dragon in anger within a few hours. After transforming the dragon, Kaido flew to the Sky Island, But it was a lot easier because in addition to the yellow ape that can move in the air by relying on the characteristics of light, the green pheasant can only rely on powerful physical skills to fight in the air, so the attack level has dropped a lot. Moreover, the green pheasant has never forgotten his command. In fact, with the wisdom of the green pheasant, you know what the so-called balance is and what its essence is. Finally, it seems that because of the extreme desire for sweets, Big Mom finally couldn't help it. She wanted to swallow the desserts immediately. She forced Arthur back and jumped onto Thundercloud's Zeus, and flew to the ship that had retreated more than 100 kilometers. Grave accent Diaris Angel Boy, see you if you have a chance. Big Mom kept drooling, panting, looking at Arthur, flying farther and farther. Looking at the Big Mom going away, Arthur had no idea of chasing after him. When he came here, although he was angry, he never thought of leaving Big Mom or Kaido behind. Not only does the world government need to maintain a delicate balance, but Arthur Dr. Lee Zhao also needs this balance. Otherwise, if you help the Navy grow, what good will it do for you? Taking a look at Kaido, who was flying in the sky and constantly roaring, fighting against the green pheasant and the yellow ape, Arthur hesitated and finally decided not to intervene. General Green Pheasant, General Yellow Ape, since Big Mom is gone, Kaido will be handed over to you. I have something to do, let's go first. Using electromagnetic fields to convey his words to Green Pheasant and Yellow Ape, Arthur instantly transformed it into a lightning bolt disappeared in the air. Raw damn Angel Kid. Seeing the disappearance of Big Mom and Arthur, Kaido roared unwillingly, turned his head and flew away. After flying for a while, the flame embers that had been silently recovered from hiding before also appeared, flew beside Kaido, and headed towards Kaido's territorial waters. Seeing Kaido leave, the green pheasant breathed a sigh of relief, and slowly landed on the nearly sinking island with moon steps. Oh, what a group of terrible guys, they are finally gone. Huang Yuan stood beside the green pheasant and said slowly, I can't leave the for too long, then, goodbye, Kuzan. Huang Yuan said, smoothly disappearing and appeared in the air. 8-foot mirror. Standing alone on the island for a while, the green pheasant sighed and then walked outside the island. Soon after, a figure riding a bicycle on the sea is getting farther and farther away. This top-level war seems to be anticlimactic. When it starts inexplicably, it ends inexplicably. Chapter 160. Although it was an anticlimactic war, all parties in the world still paid great attention. Originally, this battle, which was likely to be a top-level war, had a headache after Wu Laoxing learned about it, and wanted to call the Warring States period to let him stop the war from continuing to develop. But before they called, they learned of the Warring States order. Pop the 5 old stars with a pair of big mustaches threw the newspaper on the table. This thing really happened inexplicably. The idiot Kaido actually led King Arthur to fight for a war. The fellow Charlotte is also. It was said that it was because of an air pressure fruit, so there was a little conflict with Charlotte Lingaling, and 2 cadres were seriously injured. Let's just watch the changes. King Arthur has been too active recently. That WTO international organization, he actually united countries to set up privately. This is simply creating another world government. You don't need to care too much about this matter. After all, it's just a cooperative organization in business and trade in various countries. If you don't have other rights or military power, then don't care. What we should be concerned about now is that the past 2 years seem to be turbulent. It has been 800 years, but what we have been on guard for seems to be finally coming. The new world, the red-haired pirates. Redhead breathed a sigh of relief, put the newspaper down, then picked up a bottle of wine and drank. It really shocked me. At this time, the times can't run away. I've always wondered, what are you waiting for? Is that little devilhead Luffy? Beckman took a cigarette and glanced at the front page of 157 in the newspaper. I'm waiting for him, not him. Those things will not be made public until then. I'm sorry Beckman, even if it's you, I can't say more. Wait patiently, then, it will come! The red-haired gaze seemed to see through time, and then turned to look at Beckman apologetically. "Little ones, since we don't have to stop the war, let's find an island and have a banquet." The red hair turned around and raised the bottle to everyone on the boat, and said loudly, "Oh." With a cheer, the red-haired boat turned a corner, not knowing where it was going. In the middle of the New World, a huge pirate ship. The bow looks like a beluga whale. "Coola la la la, Ace, that guy is about the same age as you, but you are a lot behind." "Coola la la la," Baby Yuan laughed, even though his body was covered with a bottle, but the spirits are still in hand. "Hey, Daddy, I'm a normal person and not that kind of monster. And, I will definitely be stronger than him." Ace scratched his head and laughed. From the initial resistance, escape, assassination, and reluctance to join Whitebeard's Ace, after all, he was willing to become the 2nd Division captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Around the body, the captain of the 1st Division Marco, the captain of the 3rd Division Diamond Jaws, the captain of the 4th Division Saki, and others all laughed. But the twinkling light in their eyes revealed their uneasy hearts. It seems that it's time to practice hard, and I'm actually behind the younger generation so much. For a while, everyone had this idea in their hearts. And in some inconspicuous corner, Marshal Dietrich's eyes flickered. "Is the thunder fruit? It is so powerful." According to the collected information, it seems that gravitation, repulsion, magnetism, high fever, rapidness, all in one. It seems better than the old man's shock fruit. But the guy is too strong, young and strong. My plan can't bring him into it. "Hey, the dark fruit. When will I get it?" Tick's eyes were full of urgency and desire. He has already felt that the ocean of the times is already turbulent, and huge waves will be set off at any time. However, he still didn't find the fruit he wanted. The most ferocious devil fruit. "Wait another 3 years. If you still can't wait, then set up your own pirate group." It is also possible to find 2 powerful devil fruits that can help each other and complement each other. "The waves of the times can no longer make me wait for too long." Titch gritted his teeth and whispered in his heart. As for Kaido and Big Mom, one of them is drinking frantically, crying, laughing, and angry. The other eats wildly in the castle. "That kid is really strong. Even I don't have the confidence to overcome it completely." That kind of overlord look is definitely more exaggerated than the red-haired guy. What kind of ambition is contained in it? Big Mom met while groaning. Speaking Liula. In the surrounding area, the 4 desert stars here were filled with surprise and amazement. Although I knew half a year ago that the other party was a young man who had defeated Kaido, and his mother was a powerful man. However, these words from their mothers still shocked them. "Mom, but I rarely say such things." Not to mention the 4 emperors, the world government breathed a sigh of relief, and the Navy reluctantly breathed a sigh of relief because the top war that almost came to an end was overwhelming. Even the senior generals in the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army were greatly relieved. Fortunately, there was no real fight. Now, the major changes in the world situation are extremely detrimental to the Revolutionary Army. Baldigo, the island of white soil, Dogra stood on the huge balcony, looking at the newspaper in his hand, and he was relieved. Judging from the current situation, if the naval power further expands, the living space of the Revolutionary Army will indeed shrink further. He came out of the Navy, and he knew nothing more about the strength of the Navy. With today's Revolutionary Army, the high-end combat power is far too poor. At present, he is the only one of the top powerhouses. Except for these people who are extremely concerned about the world's situation, the whole world is basically watching the excitement. There are also those who entertain in the sky heaven. Whenever they see Arthur's strength, they will feel more at ease. With such a powerful existence, can anyone who doesn't open their eyes come over and ask for something? From the perspective of those who have money to go to heaven in the sky, safety is the most important thing. They have traveled all over the world. The Island of Gods. When Arthur came back, after eating a lot, he plunged into the secret room. This time the match made him realize that Huang Yuan's strength was not simple. The development and application of fruit ability, although in the breadth of the brain hole is not comparable to oneself, but in the depth, it is stronger than oneself. If you really want to fight, because of the ability of the green pheasant to freeze the fruit, it is just restrained by its own high temperature attribute of thunder and lightning. And Huang Yuan is definitely not worse than himself. As for the red dog, Oda personally said that the red dog is the strongest attacking power among One Piece. Now it seems that he may still be some distance away from the red dog. At least, it is certain that he cannot defeat the opponent. But aka Inu can't beat himself either. At this point Arthur is also quite confident. The reason lies in the Bug-like devil fruit ability of Thunder Fruit. If you look at the depth of fruit development, you must be inferior to the red dog and inferior to the opponent in physical skills. But the bonus of the Thunder Fruit is too much, more than the bonus of other fruits. Derivative capabilities developed are also diverse. Lying on the sands of the constant sea, Arthur stuffed an IQ grass into his mouth, and then wondered where he could improve at the moment. The Fruit of Thunder is basically at a standstill, after reaching 700 million. His progress was extremely slow. It has been a full year since the desperate battle with Kaido more than half a year ago, and he barely managed to reach 800 million volts more than a month ago. After reaching 800 million volts, the increase was so low that it didn't move. At present, I am relatively proficient in electromagnetic fields, but not enough. I have to control more subtle. If I can control electromagnetic waves more strongly, is it possible to develop the ability to shine fruit? Thinking of this possibility, Arthur was full of excitement and energy. He couldn't be more clear about the power of the shining fruit. If he could develop the fruit of the shining thunder to that extent, then he could definitely say that the shining thunder was the upper fruit of the shining thunder. But Arthur was not stupid yet. He knew very well that the essence of the Fruit of Thunder is to control the thunder and lightning. It can control the electric field on the basis of controlling the lightning, and the derived control magnetic field, and further combine the two to control the electromagnetic field. On these various foundations, gravitation, repulsion, electric heating, etc. are controlled to a certain extent. Now Xiangligo itself has entered a bigger bottleneck in depth development, and it is basically difficult to make any progress in a short period of time. But in these derivative abilities, there is still a lot of room for improvement in depth. Then next, let's focus on the development of derivative abilities. Also, armed and domineering, seeing and hearing domineering. The realm of flowing cherry blossoms, I haven't fully developed its strengths. I haven't achieved the final awakening of seeing, hearing, and color. The physical body is a lot worse than that of Kaido. There are still many directions to work on. While sighing, Arthur entered the practice. This time the war, even if it hadn't been fought for long, made myself more clear about my direction. It is once again establishing its own position in the world. P.S. Regarding the current chapter, the rectification within a limited time, I have to revise the second half of the chapter. As for the chapter that was posted yesterday, I was speechless. As soon as I posted it, I was in the process of refining it immediately. The accountability editor said it was pending review. It was normal. I was helpless after the review editor reviewed it. In short, the upload showed refined. I don't remember this pot. Chapter 161, High Yuan Calendar 1521, January 1st. Even though the whole country relocated and created a paradise in the sky, the customs of the new year have not been changed. However, due to the historical text on the Golden Bell and One Piece's words, the original clock was placed on the Island of Gods. Putting it outside is really a bit sassy. Even if you don't understand what it means, the world government will not allow the inscription to exist in such a fair and upright manner if it notices it. The present huge golden clock was copied by Arthur himself using nearly 100 tons of gold mine metallurgy after he moved. Except for the absence of historical text, this golden clock is almost exactly the same as the previous golden clock. Because the New Year's Eve has become an important national festival after the establishment of the Sky Island Angel Kingdom, this time it was held, and many tourists participated in it. In the melodious and vigorous 12 bells, people from all over the world could not help but indulge in them, feeling the kind of baptism to their hearts. After the New Year's Eve, January ended, and at the beginning of February, Arthur once again disappeared from people's sight. An uninhabited island, Ruscana. On the edge of this island, a new landscape appeared. 10 huge rocky mountains with a height of 3,000 meters and a diameter of 1 kilometer at the bottom. And Arthur is now cultivating on one of the 10 mountains. Booming, boom, boom, boom. Booming, the crackling sound after another was intertwined with the cracking and rolling sound of rocks. Compared with the other 9 stone mountains, the rumbling mountain is nearly 1,000 meters short. On the top of the mountain that is constantly flying out of large and small gravel, a figure wearing big pants, spreading wings, and full of black armed color domineeringly enveloped the top of the mountain with various parts of the body. Fists, elbows, heads, feet, knees, forearms, shoulders, wings, front chest and abdomen, calves, thighs, and even hips are constantly used as weapons to hit the mountains. This kind of self-arm practice is basically not used by many people on the entire Deterring planet. That is why Kaido dared to die in various ways after awakening by the Shenlong fruit. Every time an attack hit, Arthur grinned. Originally wrapped in armed color, this kind of impact was nothing. But Jessica had condensed the 10 mountains that couldn't stand it. From this large mountain to the 10th one, each mountain would be correspondingly much harder. And the current mountain is just the most basic. But even so, the continuous self-arm practice for many days still caused Arthur, who was covered with darkened armed colors, to feel severe physical pain. If it weren't for the IQ grass, which could strengthen Arthur's self-healing ability, Arthur would not dare to do it. At most, it's just going to hammer mountain with a fist. This method was also the practice methods that Arthur decided to borrow from the original book Ka, which he used to deal with the sharp cones of the green peppers. In the original book, Carp forced the 8 mountains to be flattened in order to hammer the green pepper. But even Carp didn't use the crazy and cruel extreme practice methods like Arthur. Although it is not clear how big the mountain of Carp's straining arms color is, what material it is, and how hard it is. But Arthur felt that his 10 mountains for cultivation were definitely stronger than Carp's. Boom, 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 booming, the roar constantly resounded between the sky and the earth. And the entire island of Ruscana was covered by this loud roar. On the island, the angels who practice hard will look at the smallest of the 10 huge peaks from time to time, and their eyes are full of worship and fanaticism. Arthur's crazy cultivation also aroused the enthusiasm in the hearts of the war angels. For a time, the atmosphere of cultivation here is even stronger than before. But the animals on the islands are terrified one by one. In fact, I'm still used to it a lot now. In the first more than a week, the creatures on the island thought it was the end of the world. Originally, according to the plan, Arthur was going to popularize the TV. But due to a problem that was suddenly discovered, electricity. Every kingdom in this world basically only has a few prosperous towns connected to electricity, which allows Arthur to see another thing more important than the high TV and movie theater linus the power grid. Electricity is not without application in this world. In the animation plot, as early as 13 or 4 years ago, that is, when Sazuo was in Gozen, it was drawn. The street lights and the bright lights in the room undoubtedly do not explain the application of electricity. However, due to technical limitations and high prices, electricity is basically only available in the more prosperous cities and towns. Such a huge business opportunity and important layout is almost a blank in this world. Just imagine, if the power grid can be popularized in all franchised countries and even non-participating countries in the world, even if it is 1 per kilowatt-hour of electricity, it can quickly return to the cost and make a profit. Not to mention that Arthur's planned price will be 5 Baileys per kilowatt-hour. After all, 20 or 30 kilowatt-hours of electricity a month is the cost of an ordinary family, and 1 Bailey makes too little. Once the power grid becomes popular, the wealth of the entire world will converge crazily. The construction of the power grid can also make Arthur's voice more important in the world. Imagine that the entire world's electricity is under Arthur's control. Which country dare to oppose Arthur? That way even Arthur's next plans will become smoother. From the beginning of Arthur to the present, his plan has basically become another plan completely. But compared to the originally mature, Arthur can only say that the current plan is better, easier to achieve. Due to this sudden discovery of the power grid, Arthur's TV sales plan and movie theater plan were temporarily put down. On the moon, the technology used to generate electricity in that ruined city originally needed some transformations that change according to the environment. Now, there is a group of scientists working on the alteration design of generators. What Arthur asked to do was to be able to use electricity easily and cheaply, and to bring down the cost of electricity. Otherwise, even if the generator is built and the power plant is built, it will not be able to popularize the electricity and make it civilian. It has been 5 months since the establishment of the WTO. In 5 months, the international trade rules and channels of the entire world have been continuously improved during the frequent ministerial meetings in the first 3 months. Now, the WTO can be said to have begun to operate in real terms. Through the importance of each country's status as a WTO member, Arthur has been able to see that at the next World Conference, his right to speak will surpass all kings in one fell swoop. Find flowers. It is worth mentioning that the WTO advocated by Arthur is not only open to franchise countries, non-participating countries can also join it. But at present, only a few non-participating countries have joined the WTO. Most other countries are still waiting and watching. The royal families of those countries do not trust this kind of world organization. However, these are not things that Arthur is concerned about. All he needs is strength, constantly increasing, constantly growing strength. Pure gold allows him to have a longer lifespan. So all those who seem to be in charge of the Angel Empire are nothing more than a handful of yellow sand in front of him. Moreover, in the face of top combat power, everything is false. No matter how powerful the authority is, it will be crushed by strength. Just like Lord Yim, the power of the world is in the hands of the 5 old stars, but even they have to kneel down in front of Lord Yim respectfully. If it weren't for strength, how could he kneel in front of others with the 5 old stars as the supreme authority of those in charge of the world? Strength. 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 Arthur kept shouting in his heart, even with a painful grin. He didn't have the slightest timidity or hesitation. As long as there is IQ grass, his self-healing power will become stronger and stronger, and the cell viability and resilience will become stronger and stronger. This will ensure that regardless of multiple injuries, he will recover faster and faster. For these 10 mountains, Arthur's plan is to completely level 1 out every 3 months. In the next 30 months, all these 10 mountains must be destroyed. One's own armed sex domineering must also become the top group of armed sex masters. Overlords domineering, although it has not been spread, but the title of the strongest overlord has been put on Arthur's head by a small number of people. There are very few people who know about it, but Arthur knows that in terms of scope, he is definitely the strongest in the world, only to again reach further awakening. The more secure it and armed and domineering, Arthur also knew that he was still a lot away from the top, and he was only at the top of the second echelon at present. It is the same as the domineering shown by Virgo in the original work, but of course it is much stronger. But what I want to achieve is to surpass the first-class armed color domineering powerhouse and become the world's top armed color powerhouse. Arthur didn't know how strong the domineering powers of the world's top powerhouses could be based on their armed colors alone. But when I think about it, I should be able to squeeze in when I have smoothed out these 10 mountains, which are harder than 1. Thinking that if he has fruit ability, physical skills, overlord color, armed color, and sighted color, he can become the world's top powerhouse, and there are a few strongest in the world. Arthur's motivation will continue to burst out. The strongest, the strongest, the strongest. The cry in Arthur's heart made his blood boil, burn, and go crazy. If you want to bear the crown, you must be weighted. All this is Arthur's ambition. P.S. Chapter 149 has been reviewed. If you haven't read it, you can read it if you are interested. This chapter is a bit late, because I suddenly thought of something when I wrote it, and decided to drastically change the subsequent plot, that is, Arthur's future plan, into a different one. Second chapter 162. In fact, Arthur started his own Hammer Mountain training program at the end of January 1521. The first stone mountain, under Arthur's madness, took a full 2.5 months before it was finally hammered down, leaving only the base of the mountain basically level with the ground. After hammering this first rock mountain, Arthur really felt the progress of the armed color. Although it doesn't seem to have made such a big improvement as imagined, the qualitative improvement is still very obvious. If the previous armed color domineering was ranked among the world's armed color powerhouses, ranking above the second-rate, then it is now the top level of the second-rate armed color powerhouses. As long as he flattened the mountain again, Arthur would be able to become an armed and domineering first-class powerhouse. But there is still a big gap from the top armed color domineering, because in the future, even these 3,000 meter high stone mountains will become harder and harder, but the progress they will bring will be very small. It's like an 100-point test paper. For most people, the most difficult thing to improve is the last 10 between 90 and 100. Otherwise, Carp constantly hammers the mountain and hammers dozens of hundreds of mountains. Wouldn't it be the strongest in the world? Moreover, the first big mountain was leveled. The change that Arthur was most happy about was not the improvement of the armed color, but the self-healing ability of his body. If Marvel's Wolverine's peak self-healing ability O2 is divided into 10 levels, then Arthur is now estimated to be level 2. Don't underestimate the second level self-healing. This is Wolverine's peak level as a basis. When Wolverine is at its peak, it can be immortal on the surface of the sun. It can be said that the spirit is constant, and Wolverine will not die. The second level self-healing is basically a cut wound that can fully heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although it won't be too fast, this is already a remarkable thing. After completing 1/10 of the goal, Arthur did not continue to practice on the second mountain. No matter what it is a combination of work and rest. Every 3 months, only one big mountain is flattened, which is enough. Moreover, this time, Arthur planned to use this half a month to travel to the New World. Now, the Murlocs seem to have an ally with themselves. But in fact, Arthur is the only one who looks at him everywhere. And Baixing, who is now 13 or nearly 14, is going to the Island of Gods frequently. After spending a lot of time together, the little girl who has begun to sprout has a vague awareness and curiosity about the relationship between men and women. Every time he looked at Arthur, his gaze was no longer as simple as before. Instead, it was full of inexplicable changes. However, only after the age of 30, mermaid women can differentiate their fishtails and become human females. There are still 17 years to go. Want to eat it? It's too early. Moreover, Arthur has not yet figured out what to do with the huge disparity in body size. But now it's useless to think about some of these, and he'll talk about it in 17 years. If it hadn't been for the situation in the world, or the earth-shaking changes would have taken place in the past 10 years, Arthur himself didn't want to practice such crazy cultivation at all. With the delay of pure gold, the life expectancy of more than 10,000 years, maybe more than 20,000 years. Even if a pig eats the thunder fruit, such a long lifespan will develop the thunder fruit to its true limit. I told the deputy heads who were still on the island of Ruscana that they had something to do, and urged them to practice seriously, and Arthur went to the Amazon Lily again. For such a long time, how could Arthur bear it in the face of Boy Hancock, one of the world's 3 beauties who can start? I have eaten thoroughly, and there is nothing unclear about it. After a night in Daughter Island, Arthur returned to the Island of Gods. During this period of monk life, although I used Shishant event a lot and went to Snake's place, I still missed my other women. 3 days later, Arthur kissed the people in front of him one by one, and then said a few words, which turned into a thunder and disappeared. In the New World, Arthur flies high in the sky, constantly using electromagnetic fields to induce life fluctuations. With the huge, towering body of the elephant, the naked eye can see it from hundreds of kilometers away. Because the elephant is a living creature, it does not have the characteristic magnetic field of One Piece, and it is still in constant motion, and there is no such thing as a permanent pointer. Generally, the Fur Clan relies on the life card as a direction guide. There was no way to determine the direction, so Arthur had no choice but to use the dumbest way to fly in the sky and look for it. Anyway, with Arthur's physical strength and energy, he can fight for more than 10 days and 10 nights in desperate battles. This is almost a year ago, let alone the current Arthur, and it's just a simple flight. Flying him can't sleep for a month. No problem. The reason why Arthur wanted to look for the fur race was because the fur race's overall combat power and individual combat power were good, and the young, old, women and children were all born warriors. In the original book, even a few-year-old child can emit millions of volts of electricity. So Arthur wanted to conquer the fur tribe. When the time comes, Angels will be the Air Force and the Murlocs will be the Navy. Although more than 90% of the world is ocean, land-based combat troops are still needed. If you can use the Fur Clan, it would be a good choice for Arthur. Although it is very difficult, it is not impossible. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. A whole week passed. In the vast sea, Arthur hadn't even seen the ghost of the Lord. In the entire New World, he flew over most of the sea. I just missed the route. The Lord ran to the route I searched. Right? Mad. Really misguided. They knew the moon would let them build a telescope, look for it directly from the moon, and then point him in the direction. Arthur floated in the air, cursing secretly in his heart, then took the phone out of his arms and dialed out. Although it's a bit late now, they won't be able to see the high-definition telescope directly on the ground of the Red Ring planet, but they will always be useful in the future. After getting through the phone, Arthur spoke about his request. A few ordinary scientists who were not very anxious and necessary for the research started to build telescopes with the angel apprentices. Hanging up, Arthur suddenly thought of a woman, Violet, Superman and other fruit-powered people. To be honest, Arthur didn't want to get dozens of women for himself, but Arthur was too suspicious. Just like Big Mom, he gave birth to a bunch of children and formed his own pirate group. And Arthur is exactly the same as Big Mom on this point. It's just that it's a bit too early to have a baby now, and Arthur hasn't tried it, but he hasn't hit it once. Therefore, instead of getting a bunch of children for himself, Arthur still prefers to get a bunch of familiar and high-value plot characters. Although it is true that even the woman who gets along day and night may not be credible, but it is always more credible than the one who doesn't get along day and night. Moreover, as a king, Arthur will also bring those women who play a big role in the harem for his own ambitions. Marriage is always the most trustworthy way. Compared to others, this one is undoubtedly more suitable. Violet. Arthur sighed and thought of the opponent's proud figure and the alluring appearance. It seemed that it would be good to win. 3 days later, Arthur finally saw a huge elephant near the windless zone in the back of the New World. Even though he had seen a lot of sea kings, Arthur still had to be shocked by this size. Seeing and hearing the color turned on instantly, and immediately enveloped the master. On the back of the Lord, there are many people. Finally found it, Elephant Lord Sazuo. Arthur looked at the slow-moving Elephant Lord, without direct elementalization to reach the fur nation on its back. After watching for a while, Arthur flew away like an elephant. The Lord Elephant was punished for making mistakes thousands of years ago. He could do nothing but walk, so there is no danger in getting close to the Lord Elephant. After a while, Arthur came to the back of the elephant. If you have not seen the panorama, it is really hard to imagine that this is a huge long-legged elephant on the back, which is no different from an island. With Arthur's arrival, a monkey fur tribe found Arthur on the watchtower of the city. Stop, humans. Stop your steps. This is the country of Zuo. Who are you? The monkey fur tribe shouted loudly. Arthur glanced at the Fur Clan who was shouting at him, and looked carefully. It may be because humans and monkeys are roughly similar in shape, and Arthur felt that this monkey, no, the monkey fur tribe is no different from monkeys. Finding that Arthur was only looking at himself without replying, the monkey fur tribe stared at Arthur a little unhappy. Following the movement made by the monkey fur tribe, some people noticed that some people seemed to have come to the country of Zuo, and several of them also jumped onto the observation deck. After reaching the observation deck, several fur tribes all looked at Arthur, frowning. The country of Zuo, but few strangers come here. Moreover, it is generally impossible to get up to such a high place. Can appear here silently, and looks red or not breathing. He should be a very powerful person. When several fur tribes thought of this, there was a trace of caution in their eyes. Chapter 163. Upstairs, several fur people looked at Arthur. Who are you, and what are you doing here in the Principality of Mokmo? The speaking, one head of red hair, two tufts of spiral beard, dressed in a gorgeous, French musketeer-shaped lion warrior. This should be the captain of the musketeer, Sicilian, right? Arthur looked at these familiar fur tribes in his heart. This is the wonder. That rabbit girl is scarlet. But they are all familiar characters. I am the king of the Angel Empire. Got Arthur. Coming here is the king of day and night, Lord Enulan and Cat Viper, who is looking for you. Arthur replied. He didn't know if these people had received news from the outside world, so he had to report all the country names. Even if the other party doesn't know, but the king of a country should pay attention to it. Huh? The eyes of a few people froze. Angel Empire? Is it that the newspaper says that all are angels, and that the king defeated the angelic empire of the four Emperor Kaido? The cute rabbit girl with long rabbit ears and short white hair all over looked surprised. To the side, I knew it was a canine woman, Wanda. That's right. But it was not the companions she knew who answered her, but Arthur, who suddenly appeared next to her. Wow! The complexions of several fur tribe warriors changed suddenly, and they quickly dodged in this limited space. As for the fur clan that seemed to be the leader, the lion warrior reacted extremely quickly, and immediately drew out the western sword from his waist and stabbed it with a sword. Sneer. The tip of the sword stabbed out from behind Arthur. Dead. The face of the rabbit girl who asked before changed. She hadn't seen anyone killed yet. However, without waiting for others to breathe a sigh of relief, Arthur suddenly turned his head and said to the rabbit girl, "No, I am a person with natural fruit ability. If I don't get domineering, physical attacks are useless to me. Quickly retreat." The lion shouted, and several people awoke from a dream, and quickly retreated back, standing on the city wall or jumping under the gate tower. Damn it. Several fur tribe soldiers were more vigilant. They didn't expect that the person in front of them was the most difficult natural ability person to deal with. Huh? You seem to be the King Arthur who defeated Kaido? The dog fur warrior suddenly thought of the angel he saw in the newspaper. However, when I saw it at that time, it had wings, but now it has no wings. So they didn't get in touch for a while, but seeing the current surge in the pierced chest of Arthur, they thought of the rumored King of Angels as a thundering fruit-capable person. I took a closer look at the face and found that it looked exactly like the one on that newspaper. Yes, it's me. Arthur nodded. Is it true? Arthur secretly said. Without launching a counterattack, Arthur looked at the sudden crackling electric current on the lion's body just now, and a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. Are the tens of millions of volts? It's amazing. If it is strengthened with IQ grass, I am afraid that the strong one will be stronger than Whipper's current. Found that the current on the opponent's body was very strong, and Arthur couldn't help but care more about the fur family. It's the man who defeated Kaido. So, what's the matter with you here? The lion warrior put away his sword and asked in a deep voice. Although the vigilance in his eyes is still there, but knowing the true identity of the other party, he is not so stupid. The opponent's combat power is bound to be much stronger than his own. If he is not careful, he will bring danger to the Principality of Mokmo. After all, he is the man who defeated the four Emperor Kaido. Am here because of something. I specifically came to find the two kings here. Arthur replied. However, one is already here. Arthur looked in the direction of the town, and a tall dog with sunglasses was rushing here. His breath is exactly one of the two strongest breaths on Zuo's back. The Duke is here, the other fur warriors said, and then they didn't speak anymore, waiting for the arrival of Duke Inulan. Why do you have no wings? Have you been chopped off? A small voice sounded beside him. Huh? Arthur looked at the rabbit girl, who quietly asked questions while others were not paying attention. Looking at each other, Arthur only felt so cute in his heart. He couldn't help but stretched out his hand and touched the other person's head, focusing on taking care of the pair of long lovely rabbit ears. I put my wings away, Arthur replied. The girl rabbit was touched by Arthur, and she looked happy and comfortable and squinted her eyes. It's really like that, when you touch your head, you will laugh cutely. Kaluki the rabbit girl leaned forward with a happy expression, and her cute furry face with rabbit characteristics rubbed against Arthur's face. Hi. Arthur was taken aback. What, Garrett? What are you doing? The canine woman realized that Garrett didn't know when she ran to the person who came, and she greeted her affectionately, and shouted angrily. Huh? The rabbit girl Garlet turned her head in surprise, and said, he is a good man. He is a furry tribe with wings. When the other people heard this, they couldn't help being a little speechless. That's true, but do you see the wings? In fact, they generally wouldn't attack outsiders, but Arthur appeared abruptly just now, making them subconsciously take action, and mistakenly believed that Arthur was malicious. Soon, Duke Inulan came here. Who are you? Duke Inulan asked curiously, with the most vigilant eyes. He went to sea 20 years ago. He who has taken risks at sea certainly knows best that there are all kinds of people in the outside world, and he likes to buy back as a slave for a race like himself. I am the king of the Angel Empire, that is, the god of angels. If you have been to the Sky Island, you should know exactly what the god of Sky Island with the huge golden bell means. Arthur looked at Duke Inuarashi and looked up and down. The opponent's strength is really good. The golden bell? The god of the Sky Island? Duke Inulan was taken aback, and immediately recalled the middle-aged man more than 20 years ago. Isn't the god of the Sky Island the man named Gankole? Duke Inulan's eyes were less vigilant. He was the last one, and now it is me. However, he is now the archon of the Angel Empire. Arthur replied. So that's it. Duke Inulan nodded, took a look at Arthur, and suddenly his eyes flashed, feeling that the other party seemed a little strange. Angels. Don't they have wings? Why don't you have wings? Zizizizitha directly released the wings from the thunder shell, and then replied, because the wings are too large and not very convenient, so relying on the natural ability to tie the thunder fruit, I put it away. Oh, it's really huge wings, the fur tribe all exclaimed. Several people with vigilance in their eyes completely believed in Arthur this time, and were no longer vigilant. In their view, this is the bird tribe and fur tribe. It's no wonder they exclaimed that now Arthur's height is 2 meters 3 meters tall, and the pair of wings is bigger than the other angels, which is nearly 7 meters tall. On the wings, the feathers have a clear texture, faintly with a diamond-like texture, glowing with a faint blue-purple. Karachu the rabbit girl Garlet yelled excitedly when she saw the pair of wings, and hugged Arthur's wings curled up behind her back and rubbed her face against it. It's so beautiful, I want to draw it down. It turns out that it is really an angel clan. I didn't expect the angel clan's wings to become so big now. Duke Inulan stared at the huge wings in a dumbfounded manner. Zizziz. After a blast of electric current, Arthur's wings turned into 2 lightning bolts again and disappeared behind Arthur. After rubbing against the wings, Garlet opened his comfortable squinted eyes blankly, with a dazed expression on his face. Since you are a distinguished guest of the angel race, please come with me. Duke Inulan confirmed the authenticity of Arthur and greeted enthusiastically. As long as it is not an enemy, the fur tribe will treat everyone with enthusiasm. As he walked, someone on the road looked at Arthur with amazement in his eyes. Just now, many of them have seen that after a burst of electric light behind Arthur, a pair of huge wings appeared and then disappeared. Moreover, Those who saw it and those who knew the situation also told them that it was an angel fur tribe living on the Sky Island, similar to the bird tribe. Then, King Arthur, don't you know what's the matter with you coming to our Mokmo Principality? Duke Yuan asked curiously as he walked to the banquet and entertaining guests. He also read the news about the Angel Empire. He was only uncertain just now. Now that it is confirmed, he is even more curious. The other country's country is a country that has joined the world government, and strictly speaking, there is a very big gap with them. This gap is greater than that of other non-participating countries. And all this is naturally because of their lord, the Guangyu family and the country of harmony. I'm here to meet you and the Night Lord Cat Viper to discuss an important thing. Arthur looked at Duke Yuan earnestly. What? Duke Yuan's eyes were full of doubts. The fur warriors around who heard Arthur's words also looked at Arthur in confusion. So I hope that another king of this country, the Cat Viper, can also show up. That guy ... Huh? Duke Yuan snorted and asked again. So, can you tell me why I want to see us? Well, after I see the Cat Viper, let's talk about it together. Arthur smiled and didn't say directly. There are still a lot of people around at the moment. Naturally, there should be fewer people for this kind of major event, lest there be too many people. Really? Okay. Duke Yuan nodded helplessly, and said to the canine female soldier next to him, Wanda, you go call that lunatic. Yes. The canine female warrior nodded, then turned and left. 10 minutes later, in the huge banquet room, Arthur looked helplessly at the Duke Yuan and the Cat Viper who were almost pinched together as soon as they came in. I mean, let's finish talking first, and then you two will continue. Chapter 164. Do you hope that we can form an alliance with you like Merlick Island? Duke Yuan and Cat Viper looked surprised. Yes, now with the help of the Angel Empire, Fishman Island can already enjoy everything they had previously hoped for in the sun. Arthur nodded seriously, narrating the words he had prepared long ago. Moreover, you should know that Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, has already been defeated by me. My strength is definitely in this world. It is the group of people standing at the top. As long as I am here, the Fisherman Island will also. I will live a peaceful and stable life. Duke Yuan and Cat Viper were silent for a while, and then said, we live on the back of the elephant, and we don't need the protection of the strong, so there is no need to form an alliance with the Angel Empire. Meow. Meow. Hey. Arthur methodically smiled indifferently. Can you survive on the back of the Lord Elephant? So naive. Why did Guangyu Mission die? Why did Kaido stay entrenched in the country of peace? When he knows that the red signpost stone is not in the country of peace, but is hidden here, you still want to be safe. Kaido alone can take you all, annihilate the race. The indifferent expressions narrated the words that made Duke Yuan and Cat Viper's hair horrified. What? The two were shocked and stared at Arthur. How could the kind of thing you mentioned be here with us? Here is the Principality of Mokmo. But the Guangyu family has always been the lord of your Mokmo Principality, isn't it? The Guangyu family's logo above the redstone steel speaks for everything. Arthur asked rhetorically. So what? It doesn't mean that the red signpost stone you mentioned is in our Principality of Mokmo. Duke Yuan calmed down and refuted Arthur's statement. Then I would like to know, why did the night group of the cat and snake shopkeeper guard the whale-like tree? Arthur asked again. Cat Viper took a violent smoke, and said, because that place is the holy place in the Principality of Mokmo. It's that simple. In that whale-like tree, there is a red signpost stone in a hole. Arthur directly said the secret in that tree. Kaido, who knows all this, can't let you go, unless you are willing to hand over the stone tablet. That's impossible. Meow meow. Cat Viper stood up angrily and glared at Arthur. We are the direct vassals of the Guangyu family, and this has a history of hundreds of years. We will not betray. What is your purpose? Why do you know the specific situation of the stone tablet? Inulan surgingly did. Be prepared to attack at any time. Although he knew that the opponent was the man who defeated the 4 Emperor Kaido, he was definitely not the opponent of the opponent. But at the critical moment, resistance was necessary. Don't Don't be nervous. I don't have any ill intentions. I can cover the entire island with my domineering look and feel, and it couldn't be easier to perceive the stone tablet. I know that you are the direct servants of the Guanyu family and will not betray. Therefore, you will not hand over the steel. Therefore, once Kaido is angered by you, I think with his temper, the Principality of Mokmo will definitely be destroyed. It's worse than the current Wano country. As long as you are willing to form an alliance and rely on me as the master, I can promise you that I will always protect your country and people after the alliance. Also, I know that the Guanyu family is not extinct. The one who likes to wear pink little boy, Momonosuke, is still alive. Arthur thought of Momonosuke, who had taken away the fruit ability in advance. Momonosuke must die. No way, no way. He shook his head and threw this sentence out of his head. How come? Duke and Yuan and Cat Viper looked at Arthur with horror. How do you know all this? This is impossible. The Guanyu family has been wiped out. No descendants are left. Arthur looked at the two people who had categorically rejected them, and was silent for a while, then smiled, and talked about things that seemed to be unrelated. This world is really amazing. There are all kinds of devil fruits. Like me, I ate the natural thunder fruits. As he said, Arthur raised his right hand. The electric current was transformed into various things under Arthur's control. Thunder and lightning. It is a strange world that the powerful natural disasters in nature can be mastered by someone like me. As he said, Arthur looked at the two who were a little confused about what he was talking about, and continued talking. There is a navy called Ayin in the navy, and her fruit ability is very interesting. It is called retrograde fruit, which can make the age of a creature or object go backwards, and even directly become a child. But this is nothing. It is rare that one has a shuttle. The powerful fruits of time control. Fruit of time. Duke and Yuan and Cat Viper's eyes suddenly widened, and their eyes were full of tension. This fruit can actually send people into the future, through time and space. What a powerful ability. I have been looking for this fruit. Its last owner, Guanyu, sent her child away. Probably, maybe will it suddenly appear in a few years, right? Arthur finished speaking, looking at the horrified two indifferently. How can you know these things? Duke and Yuan asked these words difficultly. Arthur smiled, just about to confuse it casually, suddenly thought of a better reason, so he continued. Unfortunately, the development of the fruits of time in Guanyu period was still a little bit worse. You can only follow the time, not against the current. 50 years later, a man from the sky will rule the world. He doesn't care about the secrets of the D-clan or the disappearance of 100 years. He has led the various races of the world to a more beautiful new era. And he is a time fruit ability. Could it be that ... you are the man? The Cat Viper didn't even say meow in horror. But how is this possible? He is a person with the fruit of thunder. Even if he comes to this time and space from the future, it is impossible to eat the fruit of thunder again. Duke and Yuan still didn't believe it. However, Arthur nodded and shook his head again. The shopkeeper of the Cat and Snake is right or wrong? Huh? What do you mean by that? Cat Viper looked at Arthur in confusion, with no less shock in his eyes. The fruit of time, no matter how powerful the development is, it can't let people shuttle back to the past time. Therefore, I am not a traverser. After saying this, Arthur secretly said in his heart that my traversal is what you think. It's very different. Speaking of it, it is indeed not the kind of crossing you know. Find flowers . When I was young, one day I heard something that didn't know where it came from. This voice told me a lot, including the hidden thunder fruit in my hometown, and the things that will appear in the time fruit in 5 years. There are many more. He told me, he hopes that I can get the thunder fruit early, become stronger early, and make up for the future. Many regrets have occurred. Finally, the voice became weaker and weaker, and only told me his name disappeared. So I learned the name of the man. Got Arthur. The regrets I have to make up for are also likely to happen in the future. Regret. After Arthur finished speaking, there was a light of excitement in his eyes. Maid's story. I almost believed it myself. So you can investigate. You will find that I have grown stronger since I was a child. and worked hard for it. My experience is not like some children can do it. Moreover, the wings of angels are not so big, but through the future of me, I learned how to make wings grow. 0 Speaking of it, I have never told anyone about this secret. However, you two know the power of the fruit of time, so I will tell you too. Arthur smiled lightly, looking at him completely believing this. The two people who say goodbye. If it is the fruit of time, then he will indeed know a lot of things that others cannot. What he said about the reign of the world in 50 years, should we believe him? The two thought in their hearts, and they actually believed what Arthur said. If you agree, I will form an alliance with the Guangyu family. Of course, it is also based on me. I can help the Momonosuke drive Kaido out of the country of peace, help him unify there, and become the name after the country of peace. How is it? Isn't it a good condition? Arthur asked with a smile. Duke and Yuan and Cat Viper looked at each other, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and then their eyes flickered. We have no way to agree to this matter. We are just retainers and we are not qualified to promise anything for the Lord. Meow meow. Cat Viper spit out a smoke ring and said. Arthur nodded, and then said, I know, so what I am talking about is suitable for you to form an alliance with the Mokmo Kingdom. After Momonosuke appears, I will discuss this matter with him. That's it. The two nodded hesitantly, and then began to think. Arthur didn't bother, but waited calmly. Suddenly, Arthur's face changed drastically, and he looked in the direction of the gate of the Mokmo Kingdom in disbelief. How is this possible? Huh? The two were awakened from their thoughts by Arthur's drastically changed face and sudden change of aura, and looked at Arthur in amazement. King Arthur, what's wrong? Did something happen? However, Arthur, who was questioned by them, seemed to be frightened in some way, staring at the direction of the door of the Principality of Mokmo, motionless. P.S. I said before that the plot behind me was changed drastically because I thought of a certain point. However, when I wrote this chapter again, my inspiration flashed, and the plot changed dramatically later. If you are interested, you can guess why the protagonist's face changed dramatically. Second. Chapter 165. Duke and Yuan and Cat Viper looked at Arthur blankly, wondering why he was like this all of a sudden. And Arthur, shocked from the beginning, now began to use his brains madly. Wrong. Wrong. This time is wrong. How could it be possible to appear in Zoo so early? There are still 3 years away from the original plot. Could it be that the woman saw something from time, so she sent these people over in advance? Good. It is indeed possible, but it is too illusory. Arthur's mind turned around, thinking about a lot of things in a short period of time. Obviously, what Arthur noticed suddenly shocked him. The time goes back to the moment before Arthur suddenly became shocked. On the edge of the Mokmo Principality, the four people went through all the hardships before riding a weird-looking striped creature, and climbed up the elephant's back along the elephant's legs, and they were walking towards the gate of the Mokmo Principality. These four people are all dressed as a Wano country samurai, and it seems that they are the leader. But they are children with samurai hairstyles and pink clothes. Father, is the man your mother said is really in the country of Zoo now? Momonosuke raised his head and looked at the man beside him. Your mother is someone who can see through the future of time. There should be nothing wrong with what she said. Jin Women said with a serious face. Just looking at his serious appearance, I really can't tell that this guy is a good-looking guy with a wretched heart. Relax. Momonosuke, your mother said that that man will appear in the country of Zor during this period of time. I have already seen the time. It is the time your mother said. If it doesn't arrive, we will stay a few more days and wait for that man. On the side, an ugly man with a huge face and a meniscus scar on his forehead said to Momonosuke. Yeah? Momonosuke nodded seriously, and then said, I believe in the judgment of your mother. On the city gate of the Principality of Mokmo, the monkey fur tribe once again spotted an outsider, so he asked loudly, Samurai, who are you? Why did you come to the Principality of Mokmo? The four raised their heads and glanced at the monkey fur clan on the castle gate, and then Jinwoman said loudly, The next group of people is a ninja from the country of Wano. They came to the precious land to find someone. Hezi country, who are you looking for? A gleam of light flashed in the eyes of the monkey fur tribe, and then asked strangely. It's no wonder that he was surprised that the principality of Mokmo, where no one came to, actually came two groups of people this time, which is indeed rare enough. I only know that he is a king of the angel race, and he came back here recently, so I came here to look for or wait. Jin women replied, huh? Angel? The monkey fur tribe heard the words and said in surprise, how did you know that an angel came here? Huh? Is it already here? Momonosuke asked loudly in surprise. The monkey fur clan glanced at Momonosuke, curled his lips, and said with disdain, ear manner child. What? You splash monkey. Momonosuke was furious when he heard the words, glaring at the monkey fur tribe. Momonosuke, don't be restless. Kinwoman stretched out his hand to stop Momonosuke, and then apologized. Sorry, monkey, he is still young and ignorant. Is the angel family you mentioned here already? A tic-tac-toe popped out of the monkey fur tribe's head, and said angrily, you don't know anything. Who is a monkey? Humphrey, there is indeed an angel here, and indeed the king of the angel tribe. Since it's looking for someone, then coming! Exclamation mark. Although he curled his mouth and seemed unhappy, the monkey fur clan let a few people in. Great. The man my mother said is really here. Momonosuke looked happy. My mother said, as long as we give those conditions, that man will help us drive away Kaido and even kill him. Ah, definitely. Kinemon Gate, Raizu, and Kanjuro with red hair and a huge brush were all excited. They completely believed in the language Momonosuke's mother gave them. After a group of people walked in through the gate, the monkey fur tribe glanced at a few people, and then said to their companions, I want to look at this place, you take them there. So Momonosuke, Kinemon Gate and other four people followed the warriors of the dog fur tribe and set off toward the city. Because the place for banquets is not in the city, a few people walked directly through the city and went deeper. Turning his gaze back to Arthur's side, he hadn't used sight and hearing to domineering. Because it is possible to perceive the domineering nature of seeing and hearing, and in other people's countries, if it is not the enemy, it is impolite to use it wantonly. However, even though he didn't use seeing and hearing colors, Arthur was a little suspicious, so he arranged electromagnetic fields that others could not feel to replace seeing and hearing colors. Because of this, the conversation of Momonosuke's group was completely heard by Arthur. The phrase Angel King is one of many keywords set by Arthur. The king of the angel race? Isn't this me? Could it be that the woman who had eaten the fruits of time actually predicted my existence from time? But why didn't Duke Inyulan and Cat Viper, both of the Gwenyu family, know? For a moment, Arthur's mind was a little confused. Although he knew the existence of time fruit, he never thought that someone might see his own future. Should it not be like other traversers, unknown, or chaotic in their own timeline? Sure enough, those are plots that are only found in novels. In other words, they will not affect my plan, will they? In that case, what should I do? Arthur pulled his mind back from the novel he had read, and thought of another tricky question. After a long while, his heart was very confused. For a while, Arthur, who was at a loss for what to do, smiled freely in his heart, and recovered from his thoughts. There is always a solution to a problem. I am a true traverser. Can I still be defeated by these original characters? It's really not good. After waiting for him for a few hundred years, I don't believe that someone will be my opponent after a few hundred years. At this time, Arthur noticed that Duke Inyulan and Cat Viper were still looking at themselves with strange expressions. With a chuckle, Arthur said with a relaxed face, we were talking, and one of the protagonists who was said to have appeared, your young master, no, is the current master, and Momonosuke has already come here. What? The two stood up at the same time, looking at Arthur in disbelief. How can this be? How could it be this time? Obviously, these two guys knew that Momonosuke and his party would travel through time and space and come to this time. Sure enough, you all know it, don't you? Knowing their thoughts from the other side's thinking, Arthur looked at the two with a little deep meaning. If this country cannot be subdued, Such a powerful country. Almost everyone is a very good warrior country. How should I deal with it? This thought only flashed past, but Duke Inyulan and Cat Viper suddenly felt cold in their hearts. Strangely, they looked out the door at the same time. This is ... their breath. They really came here. Master Duke, boss, some ninjas said they were looking for the Angel King, so I brought them. Outside the door, the Dog Fur clan who led the way said loudly. By the door, Sicilian, the lion warrior standing there, opened the door smoothly. Sure enough, these guys actually appeared in advance. I don't know if they came to me based on Guanyu's prophecy, whether it was a good thing or a bad thing. However, since we can see the future, it should be a good thing, right? Looking at the four familiar characters, Arthur thought to himself. Inulan, Cat Viper. Jin Wyman called. The eyes of the group of people were full of excitement. However, Duke Inyulan and Cat Viper looked puzzled, and Duke Inyulan asked strangely, "Who are you? Why did you come to the Duchy of Mokmo?" Jin Wyman and the others were taken aback. Momonosuke's face changed, his eyes widened, and he was about to say something. However, Kind Women, who seemed to understand something, spoke first, but did not answer the questions of Lord Inuran and Cat Viper, but instead looked at the only person in the room whose identity he was not sure of. Next is a ninja from the country of Wano, Kineman. May I ask if you are? There was a playful smile at the corner of Arthur's mouth, and he glanced at it as if he really didn't know the Duke Inyulan and the Cat Viper who appeared four people. Aren't you still talking about me before entering this country? The prophecy that Momonosuke's mother told you when Kazatsuki, Duke Inuran, Cat Viper, and Jin Women raised their brows. Then Kineman said, "Are you the king of the Angel Empire, the god of angels, and God Arthur?" Not bad. Arthur nodded, a flash of joy in his heart. Looking at the other person like this, things should be developing in a direction that is beneficial to me. Sure enough. Jin Wyman nodded, then looked at Duke Inyulan and Cat Viper. Let you wait a long time. We have traveled through time and space and came here zero. Duke Inyulan and Cat Viper, seeing Jin Women actually say this, suddenly sweated out of their foreheads, a little nervous. Seeing the reason why the two of them pretended not to know themselves and others, Jin Wyman explained. Inuran, Cat Viper. After the mistress said that prophecy, before sending us to this moment of time and space, suddenly discovering future changes, because time is too late, so only tells us a few things. Next, please confirm this mark first. Kindwoman said, turning around and taking off his clothes, revealing the Yatagaya logo on his back. This ... Kindwoman, you. After a glance at Arthur next to him, Inulan and Cat Viper couldn't put it on anymore, and they spoke in amazement. Sorry, we came here early this time because of this adult. Jin Women looked at Arthur. What ... this? Jin Women, what's going on? Duke Inyulan asked in astonishment. I should ask you this sentence. Cat Viper glanced upset at Duke Inyulan. Old demon cat, really an uneducated guy. Don't interrupt when I talk to Jin Women. Duke Inyulan glanced at the Cat Viper uncomfortably. I just can't hide it. I think it makes you uncomfortable talking to Jin Women. Old dog. A tic-tac-toe popped out of Cat Viper's forehead, staring at Duke Inyulan. It's not this time for the two of them to do this. If it weren't for Arthur's strength and representing a powerful country, it would be impossible for the two of them to meet. During the period of talking with Arthur, the dispute between the two was more than once. It's just that the matter of discussion is too important. Although the two of them have no intention of forming an alliance, facing a strong man like Arthur, they know how strong the top strong on the sea are, and naturally they won't be for the time being. It's just Hanson, otherwise the fight would start early. Seeing the two quarreling, a trace of helplessness flashed in Arthur's eyes. As a result, the two were arguing, and Jin Women and his party looked at them in amazement. Finally, Momonosuke couldn't help stepping forward, tears in his eyes, and angrily spoke. Stop arguing. Inuran, Cat Viper, wasn't your relationship very good before? Why are you fighting now? Is that really disgusting? I don't allow you to continue. If it's because of your father, it's even more not allowed. If he knows that you are like this, he will definitely be sad. Huh? Duke and Yuan and Cat Viper looked at Momonosuke, then stopped arguing, seeming to remember something. I'm really sorry, Lord Momonosuke. Duke and Yuan knelt down and bowed to Momonosuke. What you said is extremely true, Lord Momonosuke. You are gaffs. We won't quarrel anymore. Like Duke Inoran, the Cat Viper bowed down to Momonosuke. This is. The musketeers and knights soldiers in the banquet hall opened their eyes in shock. Could it be ... that kid is? Is he the heir of the Gwingzuki family, the son of Lord Mida? All the soldiers were surprised. None of them had seen Momonosuke, so naturally they didn't know the identity of Momonosuke. Hey ... 2, don't you hide it anymore? As a fur clan, your acting skills are really good. On the side, Arthur watched this scene, looking at the kneeling in a little joke. People. The two of them were a little embarrassed, and then glanced at each other. Sorry, King Arthur, for some reason, we have to hide something, Duke and Yuan said apologetically. Cat Viper also nodded. Are you the king of the Angel Empire, the god of the Sky Island? God Arthur? Kindwoman looked at Arthur. Not bad. Arthur had already decided at this moment, it must be the time fruit ability person Gwingayushi saw in the future. Hearing Arthur's answer, and seeing the nodding and confirming eyes of Lord Inoran and Cat Viper, Momonosuke and the group of 4 turned towards Arthur, just as the former Duke Inoran and Cat Viper faced Momonosuke. Kneel down. Huh? This is. Arthur was taken aback, sitting upright on the back of the chair, leaning forward, looking at the 4 people with surprise in his eyes. What? This? Duke and Yuan and Cat Viper were also taken aback, their eyes full of shock. Chapter 166. Momonosuke-sama, Kinemon, Kanjuro, Raizo. What are you doing? From the tone of voice, I could feel the shock of Duke Inoran and Cat Viper. However, the 4 Momonosuke ignored the shock of Duke Inoran and Cat Viper. It seemed that Momonosuke was still a child, so it was Kinemon, a loyal and direct servant who spoke. Master Arthur, in front of you, is the great name of Uri, the country of Wanosuke, and Master Momonosuke of the Gwingyu family. Presumably you already know the identity of me, although the mistress did not tell us about you for some reason. How did you know? But in just a few words, it is revealed that you will be a great existence in the future. Therefore, in the future that the mistress sees, we can only do what we hope in our hearts and move towards a brighter future if we surrender to you and become your retainers. Just a few words, Jinwei. The information revealed by the door suppressed everyone present. Even Arthur was stunned at this time. Kangdang. Arthur stood up all of a sudden and looked at the group of people kneeling on the ground with scorching eyes, and asked in a trembling voice, Great existence? Yes, Lord Arthur. Please accept the Gwingyu family and us as your retainers. Kindwoman replied respectfully. Retainer. The chair behind him floated automatically and placed it behind Arthur again. Arthur sank and sat on the chair, calming down his ups and downs, thinking about the retainer. The wording. For a long time, Arthur thought about it, but still felt that according to his plan, his family would be the most special in the future, and the existence of retainers seemed unnecessary. I'm sorry, I don't need the retainers' words. I don't really trust this kind of surrender relationship. Arthur finally shook his head with a little regret. What? Refused. Duke and Yuan and Cat Viper hadn't recovered from the last shock, and fell into another shock. The surrender of the Gwingyu family was actually rejected? Really? Kindwoman, who knelt on the ground, seemed to be relieved and straightened up. Momonosuke and the other 3 also straightened up and knelt down on the ground. Sure enough, as the mistress said, you don't trust this kind of relationship. Jinwoman nodded without surprise. Huh? Arthur frowned. People who don't have this feeling can't understand it, and everyone knows what they say and do in the future. This is an extremely uncomfortable thing, especially for a king like Arthur. After taking a look at Arthur, Kinemon said, you don't have to be angry. We know only a small part of you. Although you don't know what the mistress said, but the mistress said that after meeting you what you say is with your permission. Huh? Everyone, including Arthur, was a little at a loss. I don't quite understand this sentence. Since you refuse to accept the Guanyu family and us as the retainers of the Guanyu family, then we request to form an alliance with you. Of course, it is you. Follow your footsteps, said Jinwoman, for everyone stood up. Bang bang bang. Momonosuke walked towards Arthur, and then Arthur took out a jade pendant in letter with the symbol of Yata Crow in his puzzled eyes. However, that jade pendant seems to be only half. If you are willing to accept our request for alliance, then the younger sister, Guanyu Raiha, will be married to you. This is the other half of the jade pendant held by the younger sister, Guanyu Raiha. And this, you promised after that, give your marriage contract. Momonosuke's immature face was full of seriousness. Although he was only a child, he was a character hated by countless Heimei in the original work. But even Arthur had to say, the tiger father has no dogs. Your sister, Guanyu Raiha? Arthur raised his brows and looked at the child Momonosuke in surprise. Yes. Momonosuke nodded seriously, and said, my mother said, the younger sister is now 23 years old and is the most beautiful beauty in Wano country. As you, marrying her is not a disadvantage. And she will not be wronged. Hey! Arthur couldn't help but smile, saying that he was still thinking about fulfilling his wish to accept the three beauties of pirates. Unexpectedly, this is also delivered to the door. Moreover, I came here this time just to form an alliance with the Principality of Mokomo. There is indeed a plan to conquer the country with Mokomo through the opportunity of alliance with the Principality of Mokomo, or to form an alliance. One more thing, I also thought about how to bring Guanyu Day into the harem. One of the three most stunning in the world of One Piece. All of them are indeed beautiful and unparalleled women. As a king with great ambitions, how could he do such an act of giving off a daughter? It's just. I glanced at Momonosuke, who was wearing a pink kimono, and Arthur was still a little uncomfortable about becoming the partner's brother-in-law. Unexpectedly, the purpose of my coming to the Principality of Mokomo this time can be achieved so easily. A smile was drawn from the corner of Arthur's mouth, and Yuppei was picked up, playing with it in his hand, but he didn't move that letter. However, before confirming the alliance, I want to know what step you can do by following my footsteps. This question is very important and must be asked clearly in advance. If you can really form an alliance this time, then you will definitely advance or change some of your future plans. This matter is uncertain, it is absolutely impossible. As long as we don't let us die meaninglessly, then we can obey all your orders. This time, Jinwoman stepped forward and said, oh, can you do that? Arthur's eyes flashed in surprise, and then nodded in satisfaction. In this case, when it is said that it is an alliance, isn't it still surrender in fact? However, it is indeed the most reassuring thing for Arthur to be married. Apart from other things, just spanning time and making a relationship with oneself in an almost surrender way proves that the other party is largely sincere. Otherwise, there is no need to spend this effort at all. Then, I accept the alliance. Arthur nodded, and then took the marriage contract that Momonosuke had handed over in his hand. Tear it. Arthur opened the envelope, took out the letter paper in it, and looked at it. The content of the book is nothing special. It probably narrates some information about Guanyu Raiha's birth year and some other information. And then the second paper says that he is willing to be together forever by way of marriage and so on. After a few glances, Arthur folded the letter, stuffed it back into the envelope, and put it in his arms. In that case, then the Duke of Mokomo, Duke Inyulan and the shopkeeper of the Cat Viper don't know what it means. Arthur looked at the Duke of Inyulan and the Cat Viper. The potential of the Principality of Mokomo is very strong. Developed, it will definitely become a weapon in your own hands. On the other hand, if the country of Wano is completely unified with his own help, it will not be long before it will become a sharp edge to his own hands, which can be very useful. The two people who were questioned were relieved from shock this time. After such a long time, although not much was said, the huge amount of information in it made the two of them figured out a lot of things. It seems that after the mistress told us those things, she discovered future changes. Only then will this decision be made at 0 o'clock in the future. Judging from a few words, I am afraid that what the man said is indeed true. The two looked at each other, then stood up. Duke Inuran said, since Momonosuke has allied with you, then, as the vassals of the Guangyu family, we also have the Principality of Mokmo, who has been with the Guangyu family for generations. It is reasonable to form an alliance with you and take you as the mainstay. The smile on the corner of Arthur's mouth was even stronger, and the joy in his eyes made no secret of it. Then, Your Excellency Arthur, I want to know when to attack Kaido and drive him out of Wano country. Momonosuke couldn't wait to ask. After all, he was still just a child and still couldn't hold his breath. Besides that hatred, the older ones may not be able to calm down. Arthur wrinkled his brows when he heard the words, and said in deep thought, now ... it's not good. Not yet the time. I still have some things that I haven't gotten in hand, and I will continue to dormant and wait. But, for 3 years, for up to 5 years, I will definitely let Kaido withdraw from the country of One and kill the serpent. But Momonosuke wanted to say something else. Master Momonosuke, that's enough. Let me talk about it next. The mistress said before that before you grow up, Arthur and I will negotiate most of the matters. Jin women stopped Momonosuke said to him. This ... okay. I know it. Momonosuke opened his mouth, and finally nodded. Sorry, Lord Arthur. I think you should be able to understand Momosuke-sama's feelings. After all, his hometown and family have been destroyed in the hands of those people. Kinwoman nodded to Arthur. Arthur waved his hand and said, it's nothing. I understand. If the time is not ripe, I will help you kill the serpent and regain the country of Japan. I will definitely do it. But there are some things I need to lay out and get hands on. The sea area where the New World Kaido is located cannot be shaken. Well, we understand. Jin women nodded seriously. So, although we have formed an alliance, but this alliance relationship can only be private at present and cannot be made public for the time being. It is now 1521 on the High Yuan calendar, and the World Conference just ended last year. Speaking of this, Arthur found that Jin women and the others were all at a loss. Obviously they didn't know what a World Conference was. It's right to think about it. Wano country has always been a closed country policy. And it was at the time of Guangyu mission that he proposed the idea of founding a country, but before it was realized, Mitsuki Mita died at the hands of Kaido, and these samurai ninjas of Wano country have never left the country of Wano. Therefore, Arthur explained, the so-called World Conference is a world conference held by all the countries of the world government gathered together. So, I understand. Jin women nodded. Therefore, the World Conference was only completed last year, and the next World Conference will be in High Yuan calendar in 1524. I can promise you that before and after the next World Conference, I will solve the big snake for you and Jiankai get out of the country more. Arthur said solemnly. I understand. If this is the case, for the safety of Momosuke-sama, we will hide in the country of Saw in the time before this. Jin women faced Arthur and Duke Inuran. The cat, said the 3 snakes. No problem. Meow here. Don't worry about the safety of Momosuke-sama. We will definitely protect it. Duke Inuran and Cat Viper looked serious, and their determination in their eyes was undoubtedly expressed. In that case, it's good. There are some important layouts. As long as they are completed, then I will definitely fulfill the promise of alliance. Arthur also nodded. After reading the original book, he is very clear about the determination of Duke Inuran and Cat Viper to protect their companions to the death. Not to mention, there is still Momonosuke now. Since it's settled, Master Arthur, here is another handwritten note from the mistress, please read it. Kinwoman nodded, and as he said, he solemnly took out another copy from his arms. Letter. Huh? This is. Arthur took the letter with some surprise, and saw that the line above seemed to be written in a hurry, and the handwriting was slightly scribbled, but it was still very beautiful. King Arthur, P.S. The 2 chapters have a lot of words and a lot of information, digging holes, and foreshadowing a lot. If you skip the chapter and read this episode, don't understand it in the future, so in the last few days, about Sazuo, and it's better not to jump in the plot of Momonosuke and others. Chapter 167. After receiving the letter, Arthur glanced at it, then a smile hung from the corner of his mouth. I don't know, my future mother-in-law wrote me something. As he was about to tear the envelope open, Kinemon stopped Arthur's actions. Wait, Arthur-sama, this letter, the mistress explained that we are not allowed to be around except you. Huh? Arthur stopped moving and looked at Kinemon. Secretly said in his heart, did you write anything about the future or something very important? I'm sorry, Inaran, Cat Viper, this letter seems to involve some big secrets. The mistress has repeatedly asked, except for Lord Arthur, no one else can read the content of the letter, nor can they stay next to Lord Arthur. Just in case you see the contents of the letter. After Jinwoman stopped Arthur from opening the letter, he turned his head and said to the others, that's it, we understand. Duke and Yuan and Cat Viper nodded, and then ordered, except Lord Arthur, everyone else should leave this room. Yes, Lord Duke. Yes, boss. The other Fur Tribe warriors also responded, and then walked outside the door. Kang dang, everyone walked out of this huge banqueting room, and then closed the door. Fu, seeing Kinemon so solemnly obey the instructions of the mistress who could not meet, Arthur's heart became serious. It seems that there must be some big secret in this, and it may even involve some extremely important missings. After muttering to himself, Arthur tore the envelope open. From the envelope, Arthur pulled out a stack of letter paper and looked at it. This is, after just reading a few lines, Arthur's pupils suddenly shrank, and he stood up in shock. It's actually. Arthur hadn't been shocked for a long time. As a result, today, less than 2 hours apart, there were 2 consecutive visits. Even Arthur's calm temperament is now shocked by the content of the letter. That's how it is. That's how it is. That's how it is. Arthur didn't dare to miss a word, and read carefully one by one. There were only 1,000 words in total. Arthur read it for 10 minutes. Unexpected. Unexpected. Really, God helped me. Arthur's eyes were full of excitement. This letter made Arthur's plan more stable and effective. Great. Great. Hume standing in the banquet room, Arthur couldn't hold back the excitement in his heart, and laughed loudly. Boom bang bang bang. In this excitement and surprise, Arthur was like someone who had just awakened the domineering look. Even his domineering look was a bit uncontrollable. The violent aura that burst out instantly destroyed everything in the banquet room. Her blue-violet halo burst out, instantly like a light burst, impacting in all directions. In the entire principality of Mokmo, countless people with insufficient strength and insufficient will, regardless of men, women, young or old, only felt a buzzing in their brains, and then fell down with white eyes. Outside the door, the fur warriors and Momonosuke who were waiting here were also shaken by this terrifying overlord's domineering impact. As a fur clan, they also have many animal reactions. At the moment when the domineering envelops them, they all seem to be scared, threatened, and all their hairs are standing up at once. What is this? How could it be possible? This kind of overlord look is more powerful than Captain Roger who has arrived at La Vidra. Duke Inulan looked at the gate in shock and was shocked. There have been many cracks, and the feast room has been crumbling. This kind of overlord's color is too exaggerated. Meow. The cat viper's hair was all over her body, and her eyes were full of shock. Momonosuke is just a child, although he is far more determined than his peers. But facing this kind of overlord look, he still rolls his eyes and falls directly to the ground. Jinwoman and others also felt extremely shocked in this domineering look. With their strength, although they would not be stunned by the impact, they would feel very uncomfortable in their hearts. There is a subconscious mind of surrendering and bowing, faintly haunting Master Momonosuke. Seeing Momonosuke fell to the ground in a coma, Kinemon hurriedly stepped forward and hugged Momonosuke. When Duke and Yuan and Cat Viper saw this, they also came to check immediately. It's okay, it's just that I was shocked by the overlord's domineering and coma. Jin Wyman breathed a sigh of relief. No one noticed, and a huge elephant roar sounded. In the sunken eye sockets of the Lord, the eyes that looked like a giant lamp lit up with a different kind of light. Over time, the Overlord's look became more and more terrifying. Because of that letter, Arthur's Overlord's domineering actually grew again. In the original book, Raleigh had an explanation about the Overlord's domineering. This kind of domineering looks, only 1 in a million people will have it. This kind of domineering can be controlled, but it cannot be strengthened by cultivation. It will only gradually increase as the owner's courage increases. In this world, perhaps no one will have such a terrifying domineering look like Arthur. Knowing the plot first and letting his spirit become invisible, he became one of the best in the world of One Piece. Some of the deep-seated knowledge of the moon once again allowed him to grow in boldness and broaden his heart. And this letter, with some of the information revealed, shocked Arthur, and besides the shock, his courage also increased sharply. Therefore, his domineering look has grown again. In theory, there is no upper limit for growth due to this unique domineering spirit. This is also the fact that Arthur's domineering can grow again on the basis of such terrifying. In the end. What did the mistress write in that letter? It actually caused Master Arthur's Overlord color to burst out uncontrollably, and it is still growing. Kinderman and others were right. Looking at it, he couldn't help but feel a little curious. 17 years ago, at the last juncture, Kotsuki told several people about the future predictions, and then told them that Momonosuke would be sent 20 years later, while Kinemon, Kanjuro, Raizo, and Kokoshi acted as the guards will be sent together 20 years later. After learning the news, everyone else was waiting for the arrival 20 years later. However, they didn't expect that when Gwenayushi was about to send Momonosuke and Jinwoman into time and space, her expression suddenly changed. Immediately after Gwenayu, he stopped the activation of his ability, and then began to peer into the long river of time again, to see the changing future, but after all, there was a direction. How is this possible? In the future, actually embarked on another road. Gwenayushi was horrified in his heart, but for some reason he suddenly turned pale, and stopped his peeping time behavior with a look of fear. After thinking about it for a while, Gwenayushi said something to Kinemon and others. But when she was speaking, Gwenayushi didn't know why, and she was suddenly vague about some things, speaking in a cloud of mist. After speaking, Kotsuki immediately wrote 2 letters and told some things to Momonosuke, Kinemon Gate and others, and then sent them 17 years later. In fact, it's not a short while before a group of people arrive at this time and space. 17 years after their arrival, they have been secretly hiding in the country of Wano for 3 months, and they have learned about the situation in the country. Then he carefully considered what Gwenayu had said, and then it was almost time to see the time, and he came towards Zuo. Click, click boom. The original banquet room, because of Arthur's domineering look, the wall was full of cracks, and the load-bearing wooden pillars were also cracked. Under the weight of the house, the load-bearing column finally couldn't hold on and collapsed. As a result, the entire banquet room collapsed directly. Zzz's electricity surrounds Arthur's body, and the smashed wood and rocks are offset by gravity and float in the air. Arthur controlled the domineering look of the Overlord and took it back. Looking around, Arthur smiled in his heart. If my domineering color grows again, can this kind of house explode directly? Grave accent diaresis Master Arthur. When the group saw Arthur, there might have been some doubts, scruples, etc. in their hearts, but at this time they all disappeared completely, leaving only awe. This kind of domineering color, the world's #1 should be deserved. Everyone thought so in their hearts. Sorry, for some reason, the domineering is out of control. Arthur glanced at the crowd and smiled apologetically. After speaking, Arthur glanced at the letter in his hand, pondered for a moment, and then thundered in his hand. That letter from 17 years ago, spanning time, was directly turned into scorched dust by high temperature. The things in the letter can't be known by others. Some of the information in it doesn't matter, but there are other things involved in the information that Arthur can't even talk about. Jinwoman, Duke Inaran, the treasurer of the Cat and Viper. For some reason, I have to leave now. However, because of that letter, I can promise you that I will help you kill the snake in 2 years and drive Kaido out of Hezi. But Arthur thought for a while, and said, wait until the next World Conference. I may ask you to join the world government. After hearing the words, several people were silent for a while. Although they don't know why, there is something inconsistent between the Wazaki country and the Fur tribe and the world government. They are still full of rejection of the world, the king's government. However, they believed what Gwenayushi said very much. Although Kinemon and others called the devil fruit ability hex or ninjutsu, they still knew exactly what this ability came from. I also understand that Gwenayu's prophecy is just like them. From a time fruit, it is the ability from the same source as oneself and others. The mother-in-law has already said that he will ally with Arthur and take him as the master. This is the best future she can see, and there is no other way to choose. So, I know, when Momosuke wakes up, I will tell him. Moreover, we will definitely follow in your footsteps. Even if you join the world government, you won't have the slightest hesitation. Jin Women groaned for a long while. Thinking back to what the mistress said to them, he glanced at Momonosuke, who was not sober in his arms, and then replied, so are we. The Mokumo Principality will join the Gwenyu family and follow in your footsteps. Duke and Yuan glanced at the Cat Viper, and said in a deep voice, now that the two have reconciled and stopped quarreling, they chose to let go of the estrangement. Speaking of which, Duke Inran's status as a monarch is more orthodox. That's good. Arthur nodded, then floated up and said, in that case, I have something to do. Let's go. After speaking, Arthur turned into a flash of light, which was fleeting. After reading the letter, Arthur has something to do now. Some things that needed to be waited for are no longer needed now. Recognize. Chapter 168, Bang 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 Boom Boom Boom. A huge voice echoed throughout the island of Ruscana. On one of the remaining 9 big mountains, Arthur's figure, completely covered in armed color, continued to hit the stone mountain. This stone mountain is basically the same size as the previous one that was hammered flat, but its hardness and weight are about 3 times that of the previous mountain. These 10 big mountains, from the first ordinary stone mountain to the second, each stone mountain is based on the first stone mountain. Based on it, the density and hardness of the stone will be 3 times and 3 times as high. Add up. In other words, the second rock mountain is 3 times as large as the first, and the third is 6 times as large as the first. Until the 10th stone mountain, it will be about 27 times the size of the first stone mountain. After that, I am afraid that the stone mountain needed for this kind of cultivation will become more and more exaggerated. And Arthur did not intend to practice so cruel, basically tantamount to suicide. It has been almost 2 months since I returned from the Principality of Mokumo. Originally planned to stop and wait for the next World Conference to discuss the power grid plan, now Arthur plans to wait until the generators suitable for this world are transformed, and immediately negotiate with the kings of those countries and start laying it out to the world. With the efficiency of robots, the power grid can be spread all over the world in a few years. However, this is also something that is left to the Sky Island government to do, and as for myself, it is to wait a few days for the fruit to appear. In Gwenayushi's letter to him, he recorded the approximate time and location range of the appearance of several important fruits. And the dark fruit that Arthur had been searching for was one of them. Originally, the first appearance of the dark fruit was on an island in the Whitebeard site of the New World. Later, without knowing it, he was bought by the captain of a merchant ship, but the fruit was not discovered yet, and the merchant ship was snatched by a pirate who didn't understand the rules. Therefore, in order to maintain the rules of the Whitebeard site, the 4th Division attacked the pirate group. After that, the dark fruit smoothly appeared in the hands of the captain of the 4th Division, and was seen by the Blackbeard, who was a member of the 2nd Division. In the end, a series of familiar plots appeared. But now, Arthur knew the news in advance, and he didn't plan to let dark fruit experience so many things. Get it as soon as possible, so as not to have many dreams at night. Regarding the dark fruit, Arthur really wanted to eat the dark fruit by himself, so that he would be even stronger. However, Arthur still doesn't know how Blackbeard has the second ability. Although the common explanation is that he has two hearts and his body is alien. But Arthur couldn't make himself alien. There is so much space in the body cavity. Where can one more heart be placed? If you want to have an extra heart, you have to have a different body frame than ordinary people. Is there any way to change myself and the body frame together? Then there are only the fruits of surgery. But if you want people to make changes to themselves, then you have to put their lives in the hands of the other party, and Arthur would not do such extremely passive things. Moreover, two hearts. Arthur didn't want to make himself like that. Time passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye, June was almost here. And it was only more than half a year since the original plot, and only a few days before the first appearance of the dark fruit. Ruscana Island, the original towering stone mountain, now only has the last few meters of foundation. Booming 2 hours later, Arthur panted heavily, withdrew his armed look domineering, and then went to a small house in the distance. Here, Snake is like a young woman, wearing an apron and preparing meals for Arthur herself. Hearing that the movement outside stopped, Snake immediately turned to open the door. Just in time, Arthur had teleported to the door. Arthur concubine has prepared delicious meals for you, you are starving. Come on. Snake Jesse did not abandon the sweat on Arthur's body, holding Arthur's hand with a shy expression on the dining table. Go. Don't worry, I rushed first, sweaty all over. Very uncomfortable. Arthur pulled Snake and said softly, to be honest, if you are talking about the candidate as a wife, maybe Snake is the most suitable. Although there are all kinds of cold and proud outside, no one seems to pay attention to it. But as long as he faces Arthur, he is gentle and obedient in every way. Arthur said what he said, never refuted or resisted, not to mention how powerful it was. Okay. Concubine body will prepare water for you too. As soon as Snake heard Arthur's words, she stopped immediately and sent Arthur to the bathroom door. Arthur stood in the bathroom, looked at the figure waiting outside, couldn't help but smile. Wow, the water flowed down Arthur's sturdy body. Arthur looked at the graceful figure that could be seen through the frosted glass, and gave a wry smile. It's so thoughtful. I almost think of myself as a baby. After taking a shower, Arthur sat at the dinner table and didn't have to pick up the vegetables by himself, because these actions were taken care of by Snake G. The level of observing his words and behavior has reached the point that Arthur does not speak. Just think about it. Snake G will put the food Arthur wants into the bowl. As long as Arthur was on the island of Ruscana, Snake G stopped even going out to plunder, and stayed with Arthur wholeheartedly and provided various heartwarming services. If it weren't for Arthur to obtain supplies from Sky Island, the citizens of Daughter Island would have to be hungry. 3 days later, the New World. Moor Island in the Whitebeard site. This is a small but critically located mid-transition island. Many caravans must pass through here to supply supplies. The dark fruit, in the original history, appeared in a fruit merchant on this island. Walking on the street, Arthur did not show his true face, because the importance of the dark fruit is too great, and its function is not a secret. Otherwise, Blackbeard would not just look at the devil fruit illustrated book, and desire to obtain this devil fruit. Obtaining such a fruit as one's own status will inevitably attract the attention of all parties. And when I got the secret fruit, I wanted to make a fortune in a muffled voice. Everyone knew that it didn't conform to Arthur's plan. On the crowded street, Arthur, who had been disguised, sat on the second floor of a restaurant, looking at the fruit shop under the opposite building. In order to ensure that the first moment the fruit appeared, I knew it by myself. The entire island was covered with fine electromagnetic fields. These electromagnetic fields, especially in the fruit storage areas of various fruit shops, are the densest. Although Gwenayush's letter to himself said that the dark fruit appeared in this store for the first time. However, just in case, Arthur used the electromagnetic field with all his strength to cover the entire island. On the first day, Arthur changed locations in the neighborhood several times, and still did not find any abnormal fruit in this fruit shop and other fruit shops on the island. The next day, Arthur still wandered around here. The letter only said that a dark fruit appeared, a more specific location and an approximate time, so Arthur didn't even dare to sleep and watched it with all his strength. The next day passed, and Arthur still found nothing. On the third day, Arthur frowned, still waiting patiently for his various plans in the future. It was just waiting, which was nothing to Arthur. For this dark fruit, Blackbeard had waited on the Whitebeard's boat for 10 years, and he was just a few days away. Once the secret fruit got in hand, Arthur had thought about it, and immediately let Aokiji eat it, and began to train her to develop the fruit ability. Although the dark fruit is not suitable for Aokiji at all, but at present, all her own women except her have the fruit ability, so they can only rely on the only Aokiji who does not have the devil fruit ability. As for giving it to others, Arthur was not at all relieved. Such an important fruit is better for people close to you. After Aokiji grasped the fruits to a certain extent, Arthur planned to hunt those fruits that were also important to him. Moreover, the fruits of Raphael, Wald and others have not yet come to fruition. Obtain the dark fruit, it is time to prepare the devil fruit suitable for them for the commanders of the 10 legions. Chapter 169. The electromagnetic field is all concentrated in the fruit shop, because a fierce fruit is being born. The most special natural devil fruit, the dark fruit, finally slowly appeared among those fruits in the afternoon of the third day of waiting. Perceiving the change of a fruit at the bottom of a box of fruit in the fruit shop, Arthur concentrated all his energy there. Born secret fruit. Arthur couldn't help but get excited. Afterwards, Arthur concentrated on feeling carefully. Seeing and hearing the domineering color is immediately released at that moment, and is closely integrated with the electromagnetic field, and all the changes in the fruit are included in the perception. The shape of this pattern can't be wrong. It's a dark fruit. The combination of the fine electromagnetic field and the concentration of seeing and hearing the color master can almost reach the level of seeing the slightest knowledge. Even the pattern on the fruit can be carefully perceived. Bang bang bang. Arthur stood up, left from the window on the second floor, and headed to the fruit shop. Boss, I want these 3 boxes of fruits. Suddenly, a rough voice sounded. Arthur was walking towards the fruit shop, frowning at the sound. Is it such a coincidence? While the boss was happily calling the customer fruit, Arthur walked to the fruit shop. Boss, I want this box of fruits, Arthur said, pointing to the box of fruits with dark fruits. Huh? The person who bought the fruit before looked over. Little brother, I have already bought this box of fruit, you can change it. Yes, brother, these 3 boxes of fruits have been bought. Look at the others. They are all fresh and good fruits. The boss said to Arthur with a smile. Should you change a box? How about this box? I have paid for the 3 boxes of fruits. It's just a few boxes of fruits. For Arthur, it is best to win the dark fruits quietly. The strong man who had bought 3 boxes of fruit looked at Arthur, frowning and wondering what he was thinking. After a few breaths, the strong man laughed and said, forget it, boss. Give me a basket of fruit. Right, let this box of fruit to this little brother. Little brother, since you want this box of fruit, then you can take it. I don't need to pay for my fruit. It's just a box of fruit. Ha ha ha. The sturdy man who seemed to be fierce was surprisingly easy to talk. People. Arthur glanced at the man, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Since the other party is so knowledgeable, it is naturally the best. Thank you then. By the way, let me tell you a piece of news. Recently, a group of unruly pirates appeared in this area. It's best to change the route, otherwise you will be targeted. Since the other party is acquainted and easy to talk, Arthur didn't mind a single sentence. Oh, really? I didn't expect such a stunned king high thief to appear on the Whitebeard's site. Thank you for telling me the news. The man was stunned, and then glanced at Arthur thoughtfully, nodded and thanked. Arthur smiled and nodded, then paid the money and left with a box of fruit. And fruit was really cut in hand, which made Arthur very happy. He didn't expect the other party to look fierce. but turned out to be a good talker. Kang Dang randomly found a seemingly high-end hotel. Arthur entered the room and quickly put a box of fruit on the ground. Each fruit was used by Arthur, and all of them lost their gravity and floated out of the box. Among the dozens of floating fruits, Arthur saw the purple pineapple-shaped devil fruit with swirling patterns at a glance. Grabbing the secret fruit in his hand, Arthur felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Finally got it, this long-planned devil fruit, ha. Holding the dark fruit in his hand for a long time, Arthur sent out a high-temperature thunder and lightning, turning all the other fruits into dust, and then threw them all into the fireplace. Next, I will give this fruit to Nuokigao to eat. Arthur put the dark fruit in the box, and then disappeared into the room. Time is running out, and now I need to let Nuokigao start to develop fruits quickly, and I have to implement a series of plans as soon as possible. In the sky, Arthur did not hide his whereabouts too much. He had already obtained the dark fruit, as long as he didn't show it to others, who knew he had obtained this fruit. Half a day later, the Angel Empire, the Island of Gods. What kind of fruit did you prepare for Nuokigao? Nami came over tired and jumped on Arthur's back, looking at the box Arthur was holding in her hand. Nuokigao is also a little curious, although it doesn't matter whether she eats the fruit or not. But for Arthur, she was willing to do a lot of things. And Arthur also said that all his family members must be strong. I'm a little better too. Lucky looked at the box. This fruit is very powerful. Unfortunately, it is not suitable for Nuokigao. But it is too important, so that I can rest assured that the person closest to me eats it. Arthur put the box on the table and pushed to Nuokigao. Click. Nuokigao opened the box and took out the dark fruit from it. This is the dark fruit? Nami asked puzzledly. Not bad. Arthur nodded, smiling. This fruit is the dark fruit known as the most vicious fruit in history. Looking at the fruit, Arthur said, speaking of this fruit, even if it is better than Mike's Siangalai fruit, its shortcomings are also obvious. Although it is a natural fruit, the eater cannot be elementalized. But the scary thing is that it allows the dark fruit ability to restrain all other fruit ability. What? Restrain all other demon fruit abilities? Yana, the cold beauty, couldn't help exclaiming. The others also looked at the dark fruit that Nuokigao held in shock. What is meant by restraining all other demon fruit abilities? Raki couldn't help asking. Arthur said that it is not worse than the thunder fruit, which proves that this fruit is also not worse than her special Superman laser fruit. For the same reason, the same is true for the fruits of the top 3 generals. This makes Lucky, who knows how powerful laser fruits, thunder fruits, and flash fruits really are, is really shocked. Arthur nodded when he heard the words, that's right. The so-called restraint is like a sellout stone. Once touched by a person with a dark fruit ability, the fruit ability of the person with the touched ability cannot be used. As you know, I have been using the sand of the constant sea to evolve my body recently. Now, I am completely immune to sea water, and ordinary sea floor stones are no longer effective for me. However, no matter how I evolve, even if I am immune to the 100% purity of the sand of the eternal sea, as long as I face those with the dark fruit ability, I will still be completely restrained from using it. Moreover, this is not the dark fruit that I value most. The biggest reason for the closest people to eat. Faced with the doubts and curiosity of the women, Arthur continued, the dark fruit, after the ability is developed to a certain extent, it can hunt the devil fruits of other ability people. What? Except for Arthur, all the other women looked shocked and stunned, and once again looked at the dark magic fruit in Master Nuoki's hand. Hunting the devil fruits of other abilities? Arthur, what does this mean? Nuokigao looked at the dark fruits in his hand in disbelief, and then asked Arthur. After the death of a demon fruit-capable person, in the few minutes just after death, when the fruit ability has not been separated from the corpse of the last devil fruit-capable person, it can be attracted by the dark fruit-capable person's unleaved ability and attached to other above the fruit. In this way, we can have a steady stream of powerful abilities. Hey, if we have children in the future, they will also gain powerful abilities. Arthur stretched his hand behind him, squeezing a group of softness. It's going to die. Nami flushed, and slapped the salted pig hand from her hips. So, you are trying your best to find the dark fruits for the purpose of hunting fruit? Do you want Nuokigao to eat it? Lucky looked at Arthur suddenly. Not bad. Arthur nodded when he heard the words. Although the eater of this fruit can restrain other abilities, it is nothing for us who stand on the top of the world like us. The reason why the dark fruit allows I care so much because of my ability to hunt fruits. Moreover, Arthur glanced at the women and said, the devil fruits I prepared for you are all very powerful. Rich's special superhuman laser fruits are basically the same as flash fruits. It is equal to a powerful natural fruit. Nami's air pressure fruit can change the astronomical phenomena. After awakening, the astronomical phenomena will become Nami's playthings for recklessness. And they are equally powerful. 0 middle dot find flowers middle dot. I don't know how powerful Jessica's flying fruit is. I don't know how powerful it is. Since the last eater of it was a golden lion, you should understand how powerful this fruit is. There is also Yana's frozen fruit. Although it seems ordinary, it has been developed to the depths. Except that it cannot be elementalized. It is not much worse than the frozen fruit of the green pheasant. Once awakened, it is equivalent to the frozen fruit that cannot be elementalized. Fruit. If the dark fruit is obtained by a man with sinister intentions, if he finds that your abilities are powerful and hunts you, it would be too bad. After all, I can't keep you all by my side. So this fruit must be in our family. And it must be eaten by someone close to me before I can rest assured. After hearing this, the girls looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Nuokigao, eat. Although it is not suitable for you, after a long period of development, it is no problem to become a powerful expert. And we have a long lifespan with pure gold. And one day you will develop the dark fruit to the current limit. Arthur looked at Nuokigao and encouraged. The most important thing now is not knowing whether Nuokigao can master the fruit ability in about half a year, and achieve the ability to pull the undisengaged devil fruit from the corpse of the ability person who has just died. But don't worry, there is still half a year to go this year, plus the next few months. Arthur believes that under his guidance, he will be able to achieve this point of traction. 0 year. Nuoki nodded high and turned her gaze back to the devil fruit. The women looked at Nuokigao, and suddenly there was a look of expectant smirk in their eyes. Nuokigao bit the dark fruit out of a gap in one bite. Oh, Nuokigao's big beautiful eyes suddenly widened, and it took a lot of hard work to swallow the pulp in his mouth. Water. Give me water. After swallowing that bite of the pulp, Nuokigao threw the rest of his hand into the box, and anxiously found water. Ha 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 ha. The other women laughed at the look of Nuokigao. At the beginning, they also gained their abilities in this extreme nausea. Here you. Arthur smiled and handed a glass of water to Nuokigao. Grumbling, gurgling, Nuoki grabbed the water glass high, raised her neck and started drinking. Huim saved. It's really unpalatable. Too disgusting. Nuokigao drank the water in the glass in one sip, and then he breathed a sigh of relief and said bitterly. Arthur smiled, then looked forward to, try your abilities quickly. Yeah? Nuoki nodded high, then closed her eyes to feel it. After a while, Nuokigao stretched out his hands. A burst of dark smoke, which had been absorbed by light, floated out of Nuokigao's hand. This ability is so cruel. It feels like it can swallow everything. Nuoki opened her eyes dumbly and looked at the black smoke on her hand. Seeing the effect of the familiar fruit ability, Arthur stretched out his right hand and grabbed it on Nuokigao's hand. In an instant, Arthur couldn't feel the existence of his thunder-sounding ability, and seemed to completely become a fruit-consuming ability. Sure enough, even if the sand of the constant sea helped me evolve, I still couldn't get rid of the dark fruit's ability. Arthur thought to himself. Nuokigao. Arthur looked at Nuokigao, who was familiar with his abilities. Huh? Nuoki raised her head and looked at Arthur. In the next time, You will practice with me, until you can restrain the abilities of other devil fruit capable persons and take abilities from the capable persons who have just died. Good. Nuokigao nodded seriously. What can be done for Arthur? This is the best for her. As a woman of Arthur, she is the only one who is the most useless at the moment. She can only accompany Arthur on the Island of God, and she can't help anything. Ruscana Island. The roar from the rocky mountain began again, and Arthur once again began his own domineering training of armed sex. And this time, there is also an Nuokigao who is working hard to cultivate the dark fruit ability. Second, 170. Chapter 170. During the uninterrupted Hammer Mountain cultivation, Arthur felt that his body was getting stronger and stronger. If this continues, even if you don't use the fruit ability, you can play against the top power without being quickly defeated. This is not an illusion caused by Arthur's growing physical strength. Now, Arthur has only leveled the third rock mountain. Once all the 10 stone mountains are leveled, Arthur believes that his tricolor domineering and physical, standing at the top of the world, can become a world's top powerhouse even without using the Thunder Fruit ability. At this time, it was almost 3 months since Arthur brought the Dark Fruit back. The third mountain has only the roots that are less than 100 meters in the end. After leveling the third mountain, Arthur was still thinking about what he was going to do. 3 months to level a mountain, work and rest together, this is the rule Arthur gave himself. After all, Arthur still knows the truth. What I have learned from the letter so far is that only secret fruit can get it early, and the other important fruits have to be waited for. While thinking about it, Arthur used the domineering force of Liu Ying's arms that he had cultivated against Daishan, but he was not very proficient at the moment. Speaking of armed sex domineering, there are 3 levels more clearly in the original work. In the original work, Raleigh and Luffy used high-level armed color when they took off their collars. It was through the flow of domineering that the collar was destroyed from the inside, and this is a higher stage application of the domineering armed color. The first level of the armed color is that it can wrap a lot of domineering around the body, and can harden to show a metal-like effect, which is used as an armor for external defense and offense. The second level is the high-level armed color of leopard used by Leopard Uncle of Wano country in the teaching of Luffy on the uninhabited island. This is also the domineering, invisible and colorless Liu Ying armed force that Arthur has cultivated so far, and it can hit shock waves. But in order to achieve the same level as when the Pluto King Raleigh explained and demonstrated to Luffy in the original book, Arthur had to practice for a period of time. If you want to do that step, it is only possible to use Convection Sakura's armed color domineeringly to a very refined level. As for the last third level, at the auction site of Luffy's Champagne, Pluto Raleigh removed the explosive collar from the mermaid chemist's neck and showed it for the first time. That is a higher level armed domineering that takes the domineering entangled on the body's surface into the target body and directly destroys it from the inside. And Arthur's understanding of domineering stopped here, and he still didn't know whether there was a higher and stronger domineering. However, Arthur is a modern person after all, with a bigger and different brain. In Arthur's view, this armed domineering can be seen as internal strength. At the beginning, it can only act on oneself. As the internal force gets deeper and deeper, it can be beaten out to form a vigorous attack on the opponent. More powerful, just like Beiming divine art, it can attack and destroy from within the enemy. As for the higher, Arthur felt that it could be like a Shaolin monk, who could turn chi into gang, forming a chi wall directly outside the body. According to Arthur's idea, the higher level of armed sex should be a combination of the first level and the second level. That is to harden the domineering around the body. That is to say, the armed domineering that can only be wound around the body and hardened on the object, directly harden in the air. With this level of armed color domineering, other people can be armed and hardened. If it can be done, to a certain extent, this can directly capture those with natural ability. And no matter how powerful it was on this basis, Arthur didn't dare to think about it. That brain hole is really too big. After all, this is a world of pirates all day long, not the heavens of fighting dregs. Booming the final roots of the mountain can be completely resolved within a day or two. Huh? Arthur stopped suddenly, floating in the air strangely, frowning. What's going on? The moment Arthur bombarded the rock, he suddenly felt his brain buzz, and some black and white pictures appeared in his mind. This is... Feeling the image in his mind, Arthur's eyes suddenly widened. Have you seen the domineering awakening? The picture that appeared in Arthur's mind was the surrounding environment. Originally, with the assistance of Thunderfruit's domineering vision, Arthur's domineering range was extremely exaggerated, and he could use electromagnetic waves to directly monitor people's conversations. So even in the later stages of cultivation, Arthur could hear the thoughts of dialogue directly from the human brain. And now, his seeing and hearing color seems to have awakened for the first time, and the direction of awakening is the same kind of domineering as Usopp's seeing and hearing color in the original book. Visualize. Originally, Arthur could only use electromagnetic fields to detect the specific environment of the outside world, but now, he can directly see the external environment without the use of electromagnetic fields, although the pictures are all black and white. This is ... What an unexpected surprise. Arthur was still very satisfied with the direction of his awakening. By relying on the Frout of Thunder, he can penetrate people's thinking fluctuations and directly peek into the thoughts of others. And now, you can directly see the screen again. The combination of these two means that Arthur has a skill that is even worse than that of Naruto. This is almost equivalent to a field with no dead ends in all directions, and all the troubles in the field Arthur can be caught in the eyes and ears. Unexpectedly, I worked hard to practice armed color domineering, but I awakened first when I saw color domineering. It's great. Arthur floated in the air with excitement, and used the color domineering experience to take the entire island of Ruscana. Shrouded in it. The entire island, all the terrain clearly appeared in Arthur's mind. All the creatures, plants, and any wind and grass on the island could be felt by Arthur. This is simply from the perspective of God. While watching the world in amazement, Arthur added electromagnetic waves to it, amplifying and assisting his experience. The closed eyes sensed Arthur around him, and his eyes stared again. This is just like a god. After Arthur added an electromagnetic field to assist and amplify the color of seeing and hearing, the original black and white picture became clearer, and Arthur could also see through the interior of living things or plants. Those boulders and mountains, the earth. Arthur can also directly observe the interior. If I can also awaken my ability to predict the future for a short period of time and listen to everything, then this sight and hearing will really be the same as the realm of gods. The flame in Arthur's eyes suddenly burned. Leaving aside the sound of everything, at least this short-term domineering for seeing the future is still possible. Take Luffy, for example. His domineering vision is to listen to the sound of all things, and he can hear the words of Neptune and Elephant Master as proof. When he fought against the Big Mom pirates and fought with Kata, he was able to foresee the future for a short while. Although it is not stable enough, this undoubtedly shows one thing. That is, in addition to some special talents of seeing, hearing and sex, such as Baixing, Roger, Luffy, and Otto Momonosuke's seeing and hearing sex, others seem to be able to superimpose awakening. Next, try to awaken for a short period of time. As for the sound of everything, I still don't look forward to it. The awakening of seeing, hearing and color made Arthur full of energy all at once. A 500-kilometer radius of sight, hearing, and awakening. A spherical space equal to 1,000 kilometers in diameter became Arthur's absolute control. Boom 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 booming. The loud noise once again enveloped the entire island of Laena. Seeing that the color has awakened, that armed color hastened to fully cultivate Liu Ying and start the cultivation of a higher realm. I want to see, after the third realm, can I directly harden the domineering armed color in the air as I thought? P.S. Suddenly there are some Calvines, because I feel that this is really a space hole in the past few months and months of cultivation, and I don't know how to write it after thinking about it, so the update is too late, not the eunuch. Chapter 171. Arthur is still on Ruscana Island, but has stopped practicing. After the third rock mountain was leveled, it was about 3 weeks before the march period set by Arthur. So now, Arthur has devoted himself to guiding new Okigao to practice for a few days. On Ruscana Island, the commanders and deputy commanders of the 10 legions have all left. I started practicing on this uninhabited island last September with the help of the beasts here. Up to now, almost a full year has passed. Being able to sit in the position of the head and deputy commander of the top 10 legions is a fighter with top-notch talents. Although the potential is basically not upscale but relying on the evolutionary effect of IQ grass. These were originally materials of ordinary lieutenant generals and even elite major generals. This was able to increase their potential, and each one became a lieutenant general and a strong person close to the elite lieutenant general. With a year of training on this island, the commanders and deputy commanders all reached the level of an elite lieutenant general. However, the elite lieutenant generals who these deputy army commanders became were a little bit far behind the flying squirrels, the burning mountains, the ghost spiders and the like in the Navy. However, it is not a problem for the elite lieutenant generals of the Navy to fight back and forth. After all, the level is similar, and those people can't have much advantage. The 10 commanders of the regular army are completely on par with the Navy elite lieutenants. Today, the top 10 legions have 30 elite lieutenants in total. This surge in strength is not insignificant. What's more, Urki, Ainelu, Weeper, Yana, and Laki are all powerful generals. Oro too has this potential. Now that the commanders of the corps had no meaning to continue practicing here, they all returned to the Sky Island, which made Urgis relax. Staying on the Sky Island, you can't enjoy your cultivation, because just one of them can cause disasters without paying attention. The 3 people, who were about to completely transform into general-level powerhouses, came down to Ruscana Island at Arthur's orders. After practicing for half a year, Arthur also wanted to see where he was now. But if you want to fight, it is impossible to go to the New World to find fault top powerhouses, unless they are like the 4 emperors or admirals. Where will they appear? Everywhere in general. Also Arthur is special, almost always passively doing the big 2 times. This time, on the one hand, I would like to teach Urgi and Ainelu, as well as Whipper's high-level use of abilities, to help the first 2 completely reach the level of a general, and the latter is basically close to the level of a general. On the other hand, Arthur is also ready to make good use of his physical body, physical skills, and domineering, to check for deficiencies. After practicing for so long, even Arthur's physical strength can be regarded as the world's top. However, there is still a gap between Kaido's powerful resilience, Whitebeard's tremendous strength, and Big Mom's physical defense. But according to Arthur's estimation, if he didn't use any of the Thunder Fruit's abilities at this time, he would probably be a general-level powerhouse. It may be similar to Zephyr, whose state has declined slightly. But don't even think about Zephyr at his peak. Zephyr said that there was basically no display in the original work, and he did not have the upper hand in the face of Huang Yuan. But don't ignore it, Zephyr is more than 70 years old. Not to mention the various injuries, both overt and underside, accumulated during his lifetime battles. When he was fighting against Huang Yuan, he still had to take a sip of medicine to continue the fight, and he was not completely crushed by Huang Yuan. From this point, it can be seen that Zephyr in the peak period is definitely a powerful monster. Without relying on the Fruit of Thunder, Arthur can compare with Zephyr, who is in a declining state. This has shown that Arthur's physical strength is strong enough. But Bang! There was a loud noise, and the air was like a small mushroom cloud exploded. With every move, Ainelu can burst out an inch punch in almost every move. With his strength and physical strength, burst out of inch punch with a landslide is really feeling the crack. Coupled with the ability to explode fruits in front of the fist, this move is really an ordinary attack at the general level, and for Ainelu, it's not difficult to recruit an inch of strength. Armed Octopus Break. Facing this move, Arthur was unmoved, but shot out at a distance of 1 or 2 meters. The seemingly unarmed and domineering fist broke out a burst of incomprehensible fluctuations, and a transparent, blue-violet light shockwave appeared in the air, blocking Analyst's move. However, after blocking Analyst's move, Urki on the side waved a huge pencil-mounted weapon and slammed it down at Arthur. Before, he was attacked several times by Arthur. Not only did he suffer no injuries, but his size and strength were greatly increased. Finger gun middle dot overlord gun. Boom. Arthur, who had developed some derivative techniques for the 6 forms, directly fisted, wrapped in Lucicera's armed color, and shot a beam of light with the thickness of a fist. Compared with armed octopus break, this move has a smaller range and more concentrated power. Boom. Urgi's pencil stagnated and was blocked. However, Urgi has a very deep armed color, and this knockdown has no effect. On the contrary, his body size has increased slightly. Lanji Aokishan. Blocking the 2 attackers, Arthur immediately launched a counterattack. 2 huge blue-purple choppers were kicked out by Arthur. This trick is called Kshan, and it is also a super derivative technique that can directly split a mountain in half. Landfoot middle dot blasting Lan. Anilu also issued a derivative technique from Lan Jiao, but his wave of wave cutting was actually red. At the moment when it collided with Arthur's giant chopper, Anilus blasting chopper instantly exploded, but it was split into 2 by Arthur's blasting chopper. Arashi wind cut. Ergi, who also developed a derivative technique, used a pencil to throw out a haze, a blue haze blade, wrapped in a hurricane, and Arthur's chopping went to death. Both disappeared in the air. Armed middle 108 shots. Boom, boom, boom. I don't know how many explosions in a row at one time. The continuous explosion of Analyst's move made even Arthur a little embarrassed for a while. And Urgi, in this kind of continuous super explosion, is not close to the center. The power of this trick is really good. Anilu is still unable to release so many blasting attacks at super high speed in another location, because even if the package is armed with domineering protection, this trick has a very heavy load on the part where the attack is released. Although the fried fruit is not very suitable for Anilu, Analyst's talent is not low, and the power of the fruit is developed by Arthur's guidance and brain. Just in the sky dozens of kilometers away from Ruscana Island, the 3 people fought for more than a week. Fortunately, the 3 of them are basically at the level of generals, and there is no doubt that they have plenty of physical strength. Instead of using fruit power, only physical attacks and armed colors, Arthur's battery life is much longer than using power. Half a month later, Arthur's face was a little pale, and he was floating quietly in the air to rest, comprehending the battle for the past half-month. Now Urgi and Anilu are all properly powerful generals. It is a rare thing for Arthur to be able to fight for so long without the Fruit of Thunder. After a long battle, Arthur did gain a lot. Unlike Hammer Mountain, the battle with the 2 made Arthur understand a lot of things. It just so happened that the half-month break was almost over, and he should start hammering the mountain. On Ruscana Island, Urki and Anilu were also resting on their own, carefully recalling and comprehending the battle. Fighting against the world's top powerhouses, this is the first time in their lives, and the rewards are even more than that of Bassa. Urki, Anilu is now a strong general at the general level, as well as Laki, Yana, and Weepa have also become proper brigadier generals. I believe that within a year or 2, the 3 of them will be able to become strong at the general level. Based on the speciality of the laser fruit, I am afraid that even if he is just entering the level of a general, Raki will be the most difficult one of them to deal with. As for Yana, I am afraid that it is also good if she wants to become a real general. I am afraid that the frozen fruit must be developed to the peak or even awakened. Otherwise, you can only just enter the general level. As for Weeper, electric fruit is also a pretty good fruit ability, compared with Xiangli fruit, but the potential is not that high. But so far there are more than 100 million volts. Plus Whipper's own evolution of electricity, it is almost 200 million volts. I don't know how Jessica is now. She should also have the strength of a quasi-general. Is it close to a general? His eyes flashed, And Arthur thought of Jessica in the New World. Booming, boom, 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 booming. The loud sound of the bombardment once again shrouded the island of Ruscana. It is already September of 1521 in the High Yuan calendar, and there will be 3 more months until 1522, when the original plot begins. In this world for so long, so many things have been changed more or less. I don't know if the plot will change drastically. In short, cultivation must keep up, not stop. Because the beginning of the original plot also proves that the time when the world is in chaos is not far away. P.S. It's really a bit of cavern. After I sort out my clues, it will be restored. I am also uncomfortable. Chapter 172, Leave. As Arthur bombarded Shishan, he was a little surprised as he listened to the words of a few people. Well, we now have general level combat power, and we can be regarded as standing among the top powers in the world, so we want to go out and have a long experience. Nenu sat on the ground, taking care of himself, talking. That's right. Now that your combat power can be rampant in the world, it's not an exaggeration. It's okay to go out for a good tour. Except that you and I went to King High 6 years ago. You have turned around and talked about it all the time. I'm all staying on the Sky Island. It's not okay to build a car behind closed doors. I've worked hard for you all these years. Arthur's voice appeared directly in the heads of Ainirode and Urquipa, so they were separated by more than 10 kilometers. You can also talk normally. Hee. God. All of this in Sky Island nowadays is because of you. And we also have today because of your leadership. It's hard work. And I don't feel it at all when I see all of this today. Urgi grinned, mouth, a smile on his face. They all followed Arthur in the first place, becoming stronger step by step, witnessing Arthur's growth from the little god of Bicker Island to the god of the Angel Empire today. You go, but you can't go all. Now except for me, only you two have become the top powers at the general level. Weeper, Yana, and Laki are all a little worse. Weeper, this time you and Yanaraki will be responsible for guarding. When you become a general level powerhouse, go out, and then they will pick one of them back. In short, when you 5 are all general level, we must guard one on the Sky Island. Okay, I understand. Weeper didn't have any objections, but looked at Urgi and Ainulu with some envy. The two turned to look at Weeper, laughed, and Aini said, "You should hurry up and work hard. You are only a little short of the general level." As he said, he made a little gesture. HMPH, I just ate the fruit too late. Weeper glanced at the two with disdain, then a burst of electricity on his body disappeared instantly. He has to work hard and quickly become a general level powerhouse, not for anything else. Just to bring back the Ainulu who showed off with him as soon as possible. It has been about 1.5 years since the electric fruit was eaten by Weeper. Weeper himself, as the commander of the Thunder Legion, already has 50 million volts, and as his body gets stronger and stronger, he carries nearly 70 million volts of electricity. This level of built-in superpower is equivalent to using devil fruit. Since eating the fruit of the electric shock, he has developed to 120 million volts. Don't underestimate the 120 million volts. After all, this is only the fruit of electric shock and not the fruit of thunder. It has a much lower development limit than the fruit of thunder. However, because it is only an electric shock ability, it is not in the full sense of Arthur's control of thunder and lightning. But it is a pity that it is finely controlled, so Arthur's derivative ability Weeper cannot do it, and can only use electric current more crudely, such as activating cells, improving response and body speed. But if Weeper can achieve Fruit Awakening, then the power that bursts out, I am afraid it can also become a mid-level among the top powerhouses. As for being like Arthur, it is completely impossible. There are not many generals in this world, but they are not too few. But like Arthur, the 4 emperors, the 3 generals, the Warring States period, Ka, Zephyr, Dogra, the future Fugitora, and the Green Bull, there is still a long way to go for the real top class. In fact, The so-called quasi-general level powerhouses are already among the top powerhouses in the world. But the rank of quasi-general or imperial lieutenant is just a newcomer to the top powerhouse or an intermediate presence in this rank. Beings like Arthur are all characters who transcend a boundary. Although they are the same top powerhouses in the world as those people, they can only be beaten when facing people of Arthur's level. Just like what is written in Xianxia fantasy novels, after reaching a certain level, the difference between high level and intermediate level or low level seems to be small, but they are far apart. In the pirate world, the same is true. Then, God, we are gone. Nenu stood up and looked at a roaring rocky mountain in the distance. Go, leave a snack. As far as I know, the top power in this world, your level of existence is actually not too small. Be careful. There are some unknown people, you are not opponents. Arthur was completely dark and proceeded. His own cruel practice. Although you have now fully mastered Liu Ying's domineering armed color, the first level of armed color domineering must be even stronger. You know, Carp can become a top powerhouse only by relying on the first level. These are all due to his strong mastery of the first level. Carp's armed color, the first level of hardening, is far more hard than others, so it is known as an iron fist. And Arthur's first level of armed color, there is still a big gap between Carp. But Arthur did not intend to achieve the same level of armed color as Carp in a short time. Still, training like this is mainly for the strength of the body, the hardening of the armed color, but it is incidental. This kind of training made Arthur's body stronger and stronger, and his self-healing power became stronger and stronger with the help of IQ grass. Arthur estimated that after he completely leveled the 10 mountains, the hardness of the armed color would not be much worse than Carp, and the body strength would not be weaker than Kaido, but the self-healing ability is estimated to be much worse. However, lightning itself can stimulate the activation of body cells. Using thunder and lightning to stimulate the body, coupled with the self-healing power evolved, even if it is not as good as Kaido, it will not be much worse. As for other things, Arthur can only say that his body's own defense power is estimated to be stronger than the 3 generals, and the fruit power may be even worse. At most it will be even. The development of the fruit by the 3 generals is very terrifying, or else they would not bear the name of a monster in the elite training camp. When Arthur can develop to 900 million volts, it is estimated that it will be about the same as the 3 generals. And now, Arthur still has nearly 100 million volts to reach 900 million volts. In 10 years, Arthur's requirement for himself is that within 10 years, with the help of IQ grass, his body defense is no less than Big Mom, his strength is no less than the Whitebeard at his peak, and the pure physical resilience is no less than Kaido. The hardening strength of the first level of armed color is not weaker than that of Carp, and the second level of Liu Ying is not weaker than that of Raleigh, who seems to be the strongest in the latest plot. The level of development of the fruit is stronger than that of the 3 generals. But at present, Arthur has no confidence in anything other than fruit ability. After all, those are not the talents of the monsters themselves, but the way of the strong they have been specializing in for many years. Arthur wanted to achieve the talents or specializations of these people in all aspects alone, and the difficulty was not a star or a half. But if Arthur can do it, he might be well deserved as the world's #1 powerhouse. Arthur didn't believe that Lord Yim, who might be a top powerhouse, would be so strong. According to the comics, Lord Yim is absolutely impossible to be much stronger than the Master Highway. The extent that Luffy can reach is estimated to be a top powerhouse like Arthur. Perhaps it could be strengthened a little bit more powerful than Arthur at this time, and a bit more powerful than the strongest hacker dog that Oda himself said. No matter how strong it is, it shouldn't be much stronger. According to this reasoning, no matter how strong Master Yim was, he would not be much better than Luffy. So as long as you achieve what you want, even Lord Yim shouldn't be your opponent. Enilu and Urki didn't go back, but flew away from Ruscana Island. Anyway, as far as they are now, there is no need to bring anything when going out, just buy what they want, and it's easy to get them if they don't have money. Weeper stayed on Ruscana Island, working hard to develop his own fruits under the guidance of Arthur, while working hard to practice physical skills. The appearance of the 6 forms really made up for the lack of Kojima's system in physical surgery. In addition to the various kung fu concepts that Arthur used to popularize, basically everyone has their own strong or weak, advanced or concise physique routines. Now the 6 types plus physique are naturally better. Kojima's kung fu theory, coupled with the 6 formulas, gave rise to many derivative techniques for a time. Even Arthur has developed many derivative techniques. This time the battle with Urki Ainilu was just a contest between pure physical and physical skills, and the Fruit of Thunder has not been used yet. If the Thunder Fruit is used, Arthur's Type 6 and Type 6 derived skills are not weaker or even stronger than the Admiral's. Thunder Fruit has increased Arthur's speed too much. Good for the king. Think about it. Superimposing dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of slashing waves together to send out, even if it is just the most common slashing. The attacks that burst out are all general-level super attacks. Even the assisted moon step allows Arthur to develop it to kick out the storm. Almost a small-scale 12th typhoon can be achieved. Don't think this is an exaggeration. Thousands of feet are kicked in a month. And the air that is kicked into the air is really very powerful. Although the 6 styles entered the room and he was even proficient, the life return that Arthur wanted most for learning the 6 styles had not yet been cultivated. This shows how difficult it is to cultivate life return. But Arthur is almost there. Arthur already has an eye for the return of life, but his focus is not this, or he has already mastered it before. In October, November, and December, Arthur was trying to level the 4th rock mountain. Because he took advantage of the rest time after the 4th stone mountain was hammered down, he still had one more important thing to do. This was also the foreshadowing laid by the nosy at the beginning, and it was part of Arthur's plan. P.S. There will be an update in the evening, because I finally don't have Kevin anymore. In addition, it's September, the new month, and all kinds of votes are needed to support it. Big guys, flowers, evaluation tickets, monthly tickets, etc. Please see quote Chapter 173. Hi Yuan Calendar 1521, October 10th. After the World Conference last year, the first WTO Ministerial Conference was held in Apogado. And it has been exactly 1 year. The WTO proposed by Arthur is basically a copy of the rules in this world. It's just that the WTO ministerial meeting, which was originally held at least once every 2 years, has been changed to be held here again as long as more than 30 countries agree to it in a year's time. It just happens that the WTO has just been established, and all countries need close meetings and discussions, so the second ministerial conference will be held again only in the second year. The WTO ministerial conference is similar to the World Conference, but the number of the ministerial conference is obviously larger. Basically, all participating countries must have a representative to attend the conference. Unlike the World Conference, only about 50 kings attended. In 1 week, the WTO Ministerial Conference on Trade was almost done to the end. This is just the beginning, and many things are in the initial establishment and exploration. After a few years, the foundation has been almost laid, and this ministerial meeting will only take about 3 days. After all, the ministerial meeting is used to discuss more important matters, not trivial matters. As long as the ministers determine the general direction, there will be second and third level meetings to discuss and resolve the rest. 3 Nets plan. All the representatives of the participating countries, as well as the representatives of a few non-participating countries who participated in the ministerial conference for the first time, looked at the head of the Angel Empire with suspicion. What does the 3 Nets project mean? A country representative asked. Gia said, the so-called 3 networks are power grids, communication networks, and the internet. People are thinking about these 3 words, but they still can't react very much for a while. They can understand this power grid, because basically every country, At least the country is connected to electricity. In the capital of the country, the people who live in are high-ranking officials, nobles, wealthy businessmen, and so on. But the communication network behind the internet makes them very confused. Does the communication network use telephone worms to establish a network? Someone smarter asked. It's just that his thoughts are firmly bound by this world. Phone worm. This thing has been used for many years. When it comes to communication, everyone thinks of phone bugs or letters. No, the so-called communication network is a mobile terminal specially researched by the scientific researchers of our Angel Empire. With the signal base station, a mobile terminal can be used to call and send messages to different people. Jia shook his head, his face explanation with a smile. The representatives of various countries looked at a loss. What is a mobile terminal? What is a signal base station? No one understands these two new terms. Jin knew from the expressions of these people that everyone didn't understand, so he didn't stop after speaking, but continued. The so-called mobile terminal is like a phone worm, which can carry a mobile signal receiving and transmitting device. This device can be used to make calls, send messages, and even video conversations. In other words, with a mobile terminal, it can be thousands of kilometers away. Look at each other talking. What kind of mobile terminal is so powerful? It can also have video conversations? I thought it was no different from a phone worm. Someone responded quickly and exclaimed, and then the conference hall was full of surprises. Yes, through a small screen, the audio and video of the other party can be transmitted thousands of kilometers away, in real time, or recorded, for long-distance communication. Of course, the current functions are far more than that, but the three networks plan has not yet been officially announced. So I can't explain it in detail yet. As for the signal base station, it is a transmitting station for signal interchange and transmission that will be established in every state construction project. After Jir explained the two terms, everyone almost understood. But the internet, they still don't understand what it is. What about the internet? What is the internet? Someone asked. The so-called internet, also known as the international network, belongs to the field of media. It refers to the huge network that is connected between the network and the network. These networks are connected by a set of common protocols to form a logically single huge international network. This network and the communication network are interdependent, but they are not exactly the same network. It is a network that connects the computer networks to each other after the computers currently used by scientists are civilianized. It can be called network interconnection. On this basis, a global internet covering the whole world has been developed, called the Internet, which is a network structure connected to each other. This time was different from the power grid and the communication network. After Jed finished speaking, the scene was calm. They could understand a single word of what Jez said, but after composing this paragraph, they were surprised to find that they were very confused. You can ask questions, and I will answer them one by one. Jia smiled. There was silence for a while before someone raised their hands and started asking questions. After half an hour, these people barely understood what the internet is. However, even though they understood, they didn't have any ideas. Even if it is a communication network, they don't think it is necessary to establish it. After all, the phone worm is enough. Mobile terminals only make them feel fresh when they can make video calls. However, this function is not very necessary for them, and the main reason is that it doesn't look like it can be easily established or cost-free. And the power grid, they don't have that big idea. Anyway, if I live in the country, I can still use electricity. This power grid is said to be spread all over the country, but what does it mean for them? For ordinary people, candle oil lamps are enough, and there is no need to build a power grid for them. Seeing that everyone was lacking in interest in the triple play plan, Jer exhaled a bit embarrassed. Although not many people care about these things, Jer did not expect that nobody cares at all. Jer thought about it. That's okay. At that time, Arthur told him about the three nets plan and told him that each country could only give 10% of the profit. Even in the face of the god he most admired, Jia refuted it directly for the first time in a rare occurrence. In his opinion, with the establishment of these three networks and the beginning of universal charging, the profits of each country are probably quite terrible. In the face of this kind of profit, what is the use even if God is the world's top powerhouse? It is impossible for those countries to give up such huge profits. Now these people don't care, and they can use their attitude. After they are unwilling to undertake the investment, the construction of these three networks can be completely taken care of by the Angel Empire, but they will only give them 10% of the income afterwards, and they will not remove the capital. In other words, after removing the capital, even one Chengdu is gone. Presumably, when the time comes to know that the profit is so high, they can't help it even if they don't want it. After reorganizing the speech, Jia continued to talk to these people about the three-net plan, inviting countries to participate and investing funds. The amount of investment is determined according to each country's land area, the number of citizens, the number of towns, and the number of villages and towns. Because in this world, Bailey's value is not very high. Just a newspaper costs 10 Baileys. So if you want to build these three networks, even in the smallest country, the investment is tens of billions. As soon as this investment fund said, the representatives of all countries were in an uproar. Tens of billions of Baileys? And this is just a preliminary rough estimate for the smallest country. Speaking of which, if you want to really do it, some of these countries have even invested hundreds of billions of dollars. This kind of investment is impossible for them to agree to. In fact, if Arthur hadn't had his own plan, coupled with a growing pool of funds, in this situation, a large amount of funds from all over the world would be gathered in the Angel Empire. The money couldn't be spent for a while, and it was a waste of resources to let it go, and Arthur would not do such a thing. Now, he also makes early deployment. Anyway, robots are used as workers, this labor cost can be saved, and it is also efficient and fast, and the quality is guaranteed. Even if these countries didn't vote for anything, Arthur had to build it, mastering the power grid, the communication network, and the internet, to a certain extent, is equivalent to mastering the whole world. When they become lazy about these things, Arthur can easily control the world. Rather than fighting the world government, it's better to take the world's arteries in your hands first. Originally, there was no intention to allow these countries to invest. Jia changed his statement. After discussing with the kings of their respective countries, the representatives of these countries basically agreed with the three nets plan. Once the achievement is 10%, they don't think it can make any money anyway. Moreover, even if the other party takes away 90% of this kind of investment and construction for the whole world, it is estimated that it will take years to recover the cost. When the world didn't understand these three kinds of nets at all, Arthur had the opportunity to grasp such an important weapon. At the end of October, the meeting ended, and the triple play plan was successfully accepted by all participating countries. They didn't expect that they would regret death within a few years, but now they all looked happy. Such a huge project, stone, steel, sand, even if the profit is extremely low, but it can support a large amount. They don't have to worry about anything. Not only can they make a fortune, but they can also have an income after it is built. Although I don't think there will be much, it is better than nothing. As a result, all the representatives of the country took the other side's brains and we left with a smile on our face, with the expression of taking advantage of it. However, they did not think about why the person in charge of the Angel Empire also smiled and took advantage. Chapter 174, Ziziziboom. A huge, 100-meter-long thunder dragon made the sound of thunder and lightning, entrained in the high temperature, and rushed towards New Okigao, who had tattoos on his body but did not seem to affect his beauty. Dark prison. New Oki yelled Gao Jiao as she stretched her hands forward, releasing a thick black cloud, sealing the space in front of her. Immediately afterwards, the powerful Thunder Dragon slammed into it. Such an attack would have made a loud bang, but was blocked by the black kitten-like moves. The Thunder Dragon quickly shrank into nothingness. 50 million volts lightning strike. Seeing that the last move didn't work, Arthur launched another attack. But Nuokigao waved her hands, and Huang directly covered her body, and defended her 360 degrees. Although this trick is simple, the effect is top-notch. As long as the dark prison is all over the body, unless it is a close-armed attack, any fruit ability, no matter how powerful it is, will have no effect. Of course, it depends on the extent to which the dark fruit has been developed. Seeing Nuokigao's all-round defense, Arthur Lang said, "Nuokigao, you keep this trick. I will try your defense limit." "Good." Nuokigao nodded in the dark. 300 million volts. God's punishment. Booming. Now that Arthur uses this trick, it is no longer like it was in the past, and he still needs to throw a certain part of his body out to form an attack. Now Arthur can easily send out a huge beam of thunder with the fruit ability. It can even generate thunder and lightning directly in the air, in the mountains and rivers. After all, positive and negative charges are almost everywhere. The divine punishment that fell from the sky was so powerful that it was nothing but the place under Nuokigao's defense. All the surroundings were melted into magma and collapsed. 400 million volts. God's punishment. Seeing that the 300 million volt divine penalty was still destructive to the surrounding area, Nuokigao's defense was unharmed, and Arthur issued another powerful attack. The second attack was different from the first. This time the divine punishment was slightly condensed by Arthur. Although it was only 100 million volts more, the power was doubled and it was terrifying. Booming. The Lei Guang dissipated, and the situation at the Lei Guang center appeared in Arthur's eyes. Under the defense of the dark prison, Nuokigao is still safe and sound. It seems that a nano has only been developed for half a year, but Nuokigao, if you rely on a nano, your strength is already at the level of a lieutenant general. After trying 2 more times, feeling that Nuokigao was almost at the limit of his defense, Arthur stopped the temptation. At Arthur's signal, Nuokigao started other tricks. Black hole traction. Nuokigao stretched out his hand to Arthur, and black clouds radiated from his pitch-black palm, and then slowly rotated. Immediately afterwards, Arthur felt his body attracted by a burst of gravitation, and he could not help but float forward. If it weren't for Arthur himself could also control the gravitational repulsion and fly freely, he could not resist such an attraction at all. Once dragged off the ground and unable to gain strength, it can only be attracted and touched by those with the dark fruit ability, so that the ability cannot be used. Slap. Since Arthur didn't have much defense, Arthur was sucked in front of Nuokigao, and then the jet black slender hand touched Arthur. In an instant, Arthur felt that the power of the thunder fruit had disappeared without a trace, and could not be used at all. Dark binding. Knowing his own strength, even relying on the dark fruit ability can't hurt Arthur, Nuoji did not hesitate to start his hand. Seeing that Arthur was caught by himself, he immediately used the next move. The originally rotating black cloud immediately formed a few thick and invisible ropes, which bound Arthur. Dark prison realm. If this trick is in the hands of Blackbeard, the name will be called Dark Cave Road. The black cloud rolled under Nuokigao's feet and spread, and then under her control, Arthur sank and disappeared into the black cloud. In the darkness, besides being able to hear his own voice, there is also a sense of touch in itself. There is nothing here, and it feels like boundless. He released his sense of sight and perception for a while. Even Arthur's sight, he didn't feel anything from it, only the feeling of darkness. After imprisoning Arthur in the dark world, Nuokigao completely withdrew the fruit ability first, and then used the ability again. A black cloud whirled in the air, and then Arthur fell from it. Seeing the light, Arthur couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The extreme darkness inside was very depressing. After adjusting his body, Arthur fell to the ground with ease. Not bad. Arthur walked up to Nuokigao, touched his head, and nodded in approval. With the fruit ability, even the elite lieutenant can't do anything to you. But you can't defeat the elite. Will, unless the other party is careless. But if your physical strength, physical skills, and stamina are all up, you only need to be at the level of an ordinary lieutenant general. The elite lieutenant general will also be very difficult to face you, and even if you are serious, you can defeat it. Okigao heard the words and asked, "Then I will start practicing physical arts next?" "No." Arthur shook his head immediately, then hugged Okigao's thin waist. "You don't need it for the time being, as long as you develop the fruits well. The time is almost time to train others." "Okay, I see." Oki nodded high, ready to continue practicing. But before she moved, Arthur, who knew her thoughts, blocked her. Seeing Okigao's puzzled eyes, Arthur said, "Don't worry, it's been half a year. Let's first experiment to see if you can deprive the fruit of the ability, and then give it to the fruit. Let the devil fruit reappear." "Are you going to start now?" Okigao frowned. She was not sure about this. Moreover, she has never killed anyone. "Yeah?" Arthur nodded and said sternly, "Try it." "I found some common animals some time ago and ate them, some very common animal devil fruits. Let's try it out first and make sure that it will be 100% successful. Just go find some very useful abilities and bring them back." "Animals ... I know." Okigao looked at Arthur with a solemn expression. "Whether or not the half-year training is useful depends on today's experiment. On the island of Ruscana, a dozen strange-looking animals roam around on a certain mountain. Although there are no fences around, they dare not step out of the open space." Arthur looked for only some very ordinary animals, and then gave them some junk animal fruits. Because they don't have a high IQ, none of these animals can control the ability of the devil fruit, so they all become weird and different. After these animals were thrown here, they covered the surrounding area with the overlord color. These non-animals only ran out for 2 times, so they didn't dare to run. When he reached the place, Arthur drew an animal who didn't know what it was. Bang! With just a light tap on the head, the animal immediately bleeds from its 7 orifices and loses its vitality. Okigao, you don't need to be too nervous and concerned. These abilities are very rubbish. Even if you fail, it is nothing. The important thing is to accumulate experience and know how to achieve 100% hunting ability. Arthur saw Okigao's heart. Nervous, could not help but utter comfort. Oki nodded high and looked at the animal that had just died. A fruit disappeared in Okigao's hand, and she was sent into the dark world. Then, Okigao looked at the dead animal, put his hand on the animal, and used a black hole to pull it. But the traction of this black hole is slightly different. The enveloped area is slightly larger, and the gravitational force is also stronger. Huh? Okigao's eyes lit up. "I feel it. Is that the power of devil fruit?" Okigao closed his eyes tightly, perceiving carefully. Hearing this, Arthur's face changed slightly and became more solemn. So far, Arthur doesn't know what the devil fruit is, what's the origin, nor whether there is a demon sojourning. But these don't matter for the time being, as long as the ability can be deprived. This is important. In Okigao's efforts, time flies quickly. 2 minutes later, Okigao opened his eyes helplessly and said, "Arthur, I failed. I was not attracted by my ability and escaped." "It's okay, don't worry. This ability needs to be tested slowly. There are still a lot of these unimportant devil fruits, enough for you to test 20 times. You take a rest. Let's try again." Arthur comforted. Although he was a little disappointed in his heart, Arthur didn't care much either. As long as the ability to hunt devil fruits can be achieved in the past few months, it is not in a hurry. After a while, Okigao felt that he had rested well, and summed up his previous experience, and then said to Arthur, "Arthur, try again. This time the success rate may be much greater." "Okay." Arthur nodded, using his power again to suck the animal over, and then tapped it lightly on his head, and then directly killed him. Black hole traction. Okigao used this ability again. A few minutes later, Okigao frowned and opened her eyes somewhat sullenly. "Arthur, I failed again, but I still have a little more experience." "Okay. That's great. You take a rest, think about the reasons for the failure, and then we try again." Arthur showed a slight smile, comforting Okigao. Nuoki nodded high and started to practice again, thinking about recalling the previous 2 experiments. By the way, I tried 3 more times in a row, but it still failed. In the end, Nuokigao shook his head and decided to stop the experiment today and take the black hole into practice for a while. The devil fruit ability has repeatedly flowed away. The biggest reason is that after discussion, Arthur believes that the gravitational pull of the black hole is not enough, so the devil fruit ability can break free. If the traction is stronger, the fruit ability should be firmly absorbed, and then sent to the dark world. In the dark world, the devil fruit ability that has nowhere to escape can only choose to attach to the only object that can be attached to it. According to Arthur's guess, if a person was sent to the dark world before, the demon fruit ability that has nowhere to attach is estimated to be directly attached to the person. I don't know how Blackbeard got it. I still have to practice for a while and try more. Thinking of Blackbeard, Arthur couldn't help but smile. This guy is still waiting in the Whitebeard Pirates with a longing look. The 4th stone mountain was flattened by Arthur, and he played a little against Nuokigao, and did the following experiment, and only 1 day of rest time was used. On the island of Ruscana, Arthur and Nuokigao continued to fight for 3 more days, and then left there and headed to the New World. Half a month later, there was another roar on the 5th stone mountain. It is now 1522 on the High Yuan calendar, and there are still a few months before the protagonist Luffy goes to sea. P.S. Ask for votes. Ask for votes, all kinds of requests. Chapter 175. The melodious bells echoed across the island. The year 1521 of the High Yuan calendar has completely become the past. The year of 1522 in the High Yuan calendar was destined to be the beginning of an extraordinary era. In any case, the young man wearing a straw hat in Windmill Village will go to sea this year and work hard to pursue his dream. And this is the emergence of Arthur, a destiny that has greatly changed the direction of this world and still cannot be incited to change. Unless Arthur started to kill Luffy. Such a person, unless he is allowed to die early, he will definitely advance for his dream, and he will surely be able to gather a group of good partners by virtue of his outstanding personality and charm, and he will inevitably set off stormy waves in this world. This is also the reason why Arthur took Nami directly and didn't worry that Luffy's subsequent voyage would have problems. The plot or something, for Arthur, of course it can be continued. Foresight, knowing what will happen later, this is undoubtedly a very good thing. And it is also Arthur's only golden finger with a time limit. But with the forces he has created by himself and Two's own incomparable strength, it doesn't matter what the plot is. The only thing that needs to be maintained is that Luffy can go to sea smoothly. Because of Arthur's plan, Luffy's appearance was also needed, and Luffy was needed to stir the ocean of this era, so as to reap the benefits of the fisherman. People who play chess will always see more than chess pieces, and Luffy's existence is obviously a very good chess piece. In the bell, the world came to the year 1522 of the High Yuan calendar. After Arthur returned from a trip to the New World, he began to practice. There were a total of 10 huge mountains, but now Arthur has begun to practice on the 5th rock mountain. Due to many things this year, Arthur changed his time slightly. The remaining stone mountains were still flattened in 3 months. But they were divided into 3 periods. Cultivating for 3 weeks in a month, and rest for 1 week. 3 months is exactly 3 weeks, basically the same as the previous rest time. But with this adjustment, Arthur can use the rest time more reasonably every month to do his own things. After a day's practice, Arthur was also sweating, taking a cold shower. After eating, Arthur took Notsugao to the place where the animals that ate the devil's fruit lived. Since the last experiment failed, it has been more than half a month now. During this time, Nuokigao has also practiced very hard, and it should be possible to give it a try. Bang! With a light tap, the animal caught by gravity bleeds from its orifices, and its breath is cut off. Black hole traction. Nuoki groaned. And then the slender jade hands were as black as ink, exuding a thick black mist, covering the animal's just dead body. Nuokigo's hand was exactly at the position of the heart. For every creature to which the devil fruit's ability is attached, only 3 or 4 minutes after its death, or 5 minutes, the devil fruit will begin to detach from the body of the original host. Therefore, the hunting ability is only a few minutes. 3 minutes later, Nuokigo opened his eyes in disappointment. However, after the surface disappointment, it was Nuokigo's more abundant confidence. Seeing Nuokigo's confidence, Arthur raised his brows and became a little excited. Nuokigo must have been more calm than waiting for the other women, speaking of it as a full-fledged helper. Now that although it seems a little disappointed at the moment, but with a more confident attitude, this proves that success may not be far away. Oh, I don't know what kind of animal it was, yelling in panic, and was arrested by Arthur. It was no different from before, but in the same way, another animal that ate the devil fruit of the animal type died directly. Black hole traction. 3 minutes later, Nuoki opened her eyes sharply, and looked at Arthur with joy. Arthur, I seem to have succeeded. Oh, Arthur's eyes were bright, and he looked at Nuokigo with shining eyes. Really? Take it out and have a look. Yeah? Nuoki nodded her head, then yelled in a low voice, release. A small black cloud appeared, and then a fruit fell out of it. As soon as it fell out, Arthur saw that the banana that was originally put in had changed drastically at this time, with many mysterious patterns appearing. Holding this devil fruit, which was artificially deprived of the ability and given the fruit again, in his hand, Arthur's heart was full of excitement. It's successful. Ha ha, it's great Nuokigo. Arthur hugged Nuokigo and kissed fiercely. Let's try again. Let's try again. Arthur grabbed an incompetent ape from the forest, and then, in his squeaky panic, forced the devil fruit into the ape's mouth. Inside. Oh, in the meantime, the monkey was stuffed with the fruit in his mouth, and he was taken aback and chewed unconsciously. Then the smell that came immediately, even the monkeys couldn't help but retching. After eating the fruit for the ape, after a while, the monkey suddenly looked puzzled, then let out a strange cry, involuntarily transformed into a monster with 2 characteristics. Bang! The ape who had just turned into a monkey was knocked to death by Arthur before he could react. Black hole traction. Seeing this, Nuokigo immediately activated her ability. However, this time I don't know what happened. Nuokigo failed. But neither of them was disappointed. But from among the animals that ate the fruit, they casually arrested another one and let Nuokigo continue the experiment. Successful. It's also successful this time. Failed. I just missed it. Great. It's a success again. After repeated experiments, all the animals that had eaten devil fruit were knocked to death by Arthur. Because all of the previous trials failed, it was considered to have lost 5 devil fruits. So far, there are only 16 animal devil fruit capable people. In experiment after experiment, 4 more fruits failed to hunt and became 12. In the next time, Nuokigo basically cultivated this ability. 12 fruits are not the final number either. More than a week later, the new week break Arthur had planned for himself arrived. At this time, Nuokigo, who had tried hundreds of times, was able to completely deprive the devil fruit of his ability. And the remaining 12 devil fruits, now only 9 are left. Shall we go together? After dinner, Nuokigo looked at Arthur. No, we don't need to go. I sent someone to catch it secretly before. Except for some people who need me to do it myself, I don't need to do it at other times. Probably, it will be only these 2 days. If the Shadow Stream Legion does it, there should be no surprises. Arthur shook his head, and didn't intend to catch those demon fruit-capable people who were targeted by himself. However, next month, Arthur will personally travel to the New World. There are several abilities. Arthur has indeed been waiting for a long time, and if the abilities are very strong, he has to take action personally. 2 days later, at night, Arthur looked at the door, and the door opened automatically. In the night, 3 sacks obviously containing something were placed at the door. It's already here. P.S. Ask for votes finally. Hunting is outdated. If you think there is any fruit ability to converge, you can tell me about it. In those 3 sacks, The fruit ability is still very awkward. Chapter 176. The three of them woke up from a coma, looking blank. Where is this place? Foxy opened his eyes and looked around, and the other two figures in confusion. At this time, another voice rang. Who are you two? Huh? The big fat man and Foxy, who were about to speak, looked at the speaker at the same time, and then fell silent for a while. Wow, what kind of monster is this? Foxy stood up exaggeratedly with a look of shock. The big fat man didn't react much. He just frowned and glanced at Abu Sarum, then looked at the room with a gloomy face. Are you all knocked out and caught? The fat man, who seemed the most calm, began to ask. At this time, Foxy and Absalom suddenly noticed that this man was really fat and terrible. Navy, have we been caught? Foxy was so scared that his nose came out. Damn it, what is going on? Absalom looked savage. It's not that easy to catch me. After speaking, Abu Sarum lightly suppressed the sound of footsteps, and slowly walked towards the direction of the door, which was shining with light. Huh? He suddenly noticed that the two people in this dark room were looking inexplicable, their eyes moving with them. Can you see me? How is this possible? Abu Sarum looked at the two of them and frowned. After thinking for a while, he shook his head again. But they seem to be able to see me. No way. Abu Sarum was swaying back and forth in place, and found that the two people's eyes were moving with his own body. Can you see me? Absalom asked with horror on his face. Foxy laughed loudly, with a look on your face that seemed to be faulty. Are you kidding? We are not blind. Impossible. I am a transparent fruit-capable person. Can be invisible. Absalom roared in disbelief. Are you a transparent fruit-capable person? The obese fat man is one of the hot fruits-capable ones. Done Akino. After speaking, Akino also tried to activate his abilities, but also found that his own abilities could not be activated. Is this Heilu stone shackles? Aquino's expression changed, and he saw the shackles on his hands. Damn it, what the hell is going on? I am the commander of the zombie general under Master Moria. Absalom roared angrily. However, no one will answer their anger and doubts. Half an hour later, there were footsteps outside the door, and then several figures appeared in their sight. This Angel? Foxy looked dull. He has seen angel news many times in the news, especially the King of Angels. Angels? They are doing it. Akino frowned, and then said, who are you? Why are you arresting us? No one answered Aquino's question, and several angels came in silently, then grabbed them directly and took them out. Asshole, let me go. Imku High, Master Moonlight Moria's subordinate. Abu Sarum struggled frantically, but the angels grabbed his arm without any movement. It was as if the violent struggle of an adult man felt nothing to them. 5 minutes later, several people were caught in another room and locked in their chairs. Then, a few angels walked out again without saying a word, closing the door. Because there are some lamp shells in the room, it looks very bright. Several people also saw the situation of this room clearly, and what made them puzzled was that there were many fresh fruits in it. Who the hell are you? What do you want to do? Akino was also starting to panic right now. Click, the door was opened again, and a handsome man and a beautiful woman walked in. Several people's eyes widened in horror. King Arthur. Arthur glanced at a few people, and then said to Nuoji, this time it is the three of them. The abilities are all more important. There must be no difference. Nuoki nodded high, and said sternly, don't worry Arthur, I can be 100% successful now. Okay, let's start with this person. Arthur glanced at Absalom, who had been screaming most fiercely since he had recently started. Bang! After Arthur walked into Absalom's side, in the face of the opponent, dazed and scared, he gently flexed his fingers. Absalom opened his mouth, his face was shocked and unwilling, and then his pupils lost their light. What? Kill you? What do you want to do? We surrender. We can surrender. Akino and Foxy both knew what King Arthur meant, and that was very different from them. Other top powerhouses, ever since they saw Arthur's appearance, They had no idea of wanting to escape. Seeing the other side's understatement, they lightly flicked a person to death, making them even more desperate. Apart from surrender, there is only a dead end. They understood this very well, but unfortunately Arthur would not accept them. Black hole traction. Although Nuokigawa couldn't bear it, as a woman of Arthur, she knew what she should do. Black clouds spread from her pitch-black slender hands, and then rotated, covering Absalom. After a while, Nuokigawa carried a touch of relief on his face, and then said lightly, "Release." Arthur instantly grabbed the fruit that fell from the black plume of smoke in his hand. After 2 glances, it was exactly the same as the group on the Devil Fruit illustrated book. Superman Devil Fruit, transparent fruit, reproduced. Obtained the fruit that needed to be hunted, Arthur went to Foxy again. For this person, Arthur was still very impressed, because his ability was very strong, and in Arthur's view, it should be an ability involving time. This fruit must be taken down, but it will not be eaten by others. For this fruit, Arthur had his own plans in it. Bang! In Foxy's horrified begging for mercy, Arthur tapped his forehead with tears and tears, and then, in the dilated pupils, his expression gradually disappeared. During this time, Nuokigawa also sent a fruit into the dark world. Black hole traction. Unleashing this trick again, covering Foxy. After a while, Nuokigawa used the release again. A fruit fell out of the black plume again. This is... How is it possible? Although Akino looked very fat, he was not a fool. After 2 consecutive passes, he finally understood what the other party was doing. Ability deprivation? No, this is impossible. Akino struggled incredulously, trying to escape. He already understands that the other party wants his fruit power. Moreover, even if you are deprived of the ability, you can survive, but knowing this secret, there is no possibility of survival. Bang! There was another soft noise, and Aquino's body lost its movement and stopped moving. 3 minutes later, a red fruit with a strange pattern appeared in Arthur's hand. This hot fruit, really, very powerful. The maximum temperature can reach tens of thousands of degrees. This kind of temperature, as long as you can use it, you are not afraid of seawater, because the water can't get close to the high temperature objects and will be repelled. Moreover, if a strong physical skill eats the hot fruit, then the red dog will be helpless against the strong, and can only rely on physical skill to fight and elemental defense. Speaking of it, even the temperature of the lava of Akagi is no more than 1000 degrees. Even the green pheasant general will be severely restrained. Of course, if this fruit can be the one of Owen and develop to the general level, I am afraid that the green pheasant will be restrained enough. Looking at the hot fruit in his hand, Arthur wondered who should give the fruit to him. To Raphael. The fruit actually felt a little too close to Arthur. After all, it could only eat itself. Grave accent diaresis. Give this fruit to Ariel or Andrew. The 2 deputy heads of them will eat this. As for Raphael, I should choose Owen from the Big Mom Pirates. His fruit is more suitable for the head of the team. Identity. After making this decision, Arthur packed the 3 new Liebig devil fruits in the box, and then flew to the Island of God. If it's just transparent fruit and hot fruit, Arthur doesn't need to go back at all, just give a Legion Angel to take it back. Good for King. After that, the 2 deputy commanders of the Flame Legion would choose who to eat. As for the transparent fruit, it was decided that Idria, the leader of the Shadow Stream Legion, would eat it. But because of the sluggish fruit, Arthur had other plans, so he had to stay on the Island of God and talk about it later. Only Arthur knows the devil fruit currently hidden in the Island of God. It's not a woman who doesn't trust him, but there are too many weird abilities in this world. Arthur was sure that his memory would not be acquired by others, but he couldn't guarantee that his women would also be able to do it. Therefore, this is also the reason why Arthur is looking for strong fruits for the women, and training them together, so that they have strong strength. It's just that a long lifespan is not enough, and you need to have the corresponding strength to ensure your own safety. After all, there is always only one Arthur, and it is impossible to accompany him at any time. One day later, the transparent fruit was eaten by Idria, and the hot fruit was sent to the New World. Arthur stopped paying attention to who ate it in the end, but told Ruffy not to eat it, and would prepare it for him, a better one. On Ruscana Island, Arthur started his practice again. As for other fruit abilities, they are still being used in secret arrests. In short, those who can be placed on the hunting list by Arthur are also relatively powerful and have good potential fruit abilities. Chapter 177. A few days later, the hot fruits sent to the New World, under the choice of the two deputy heads. Finally Andre gained the ability to hot fruits. In a short period of time, Andre, who has become an elite lieutenant general, has room for improvement in his strength. However, his potential is also an elite lieutenant general. Even if he gets a hot fruit with not low potential, his strength will only be set at the level of the elite. But even so, Raphael, the commander of the Flame Legion, was envious of him. He already knows the specific situation of this fruit. Although it cannot emit flames, it can emit tens of thousands of degrees of high temperature, which can be said to be extremely suitable for the Flame Legion. However, the message Arthur brought him calmed him down, and he continued to wait for the fruits that Arthur had prepared for him. On Ruscana Island, Arthur was still practicing for the second month on the 5th stone mountain. In the afternoon, still in the previous room, a very strong but ugly face, a man with high cheekbones, looked at this small room uncertainly. What the hell is going on? Those angels caught me. What do they want to do? Gasparde was puzzled, but more frightened. As a man who betrayed from the Navy and still at large to this day, caution is his style. Otherwise, the bounty would be only about 100 million, and he would not dare to go anywhere else while staying in Hannibal. This has been a lifesaver, and he has lived till now. He thought he did not offend any forces and individuals related to the angels. But why was he caught by the angels? This made him very puzzled. Crunch! Just when Gasparde was upset, the door was opened. Gasparde looked for a sound. His face suddenly changed. King Arthur, this. Gasparde, whose complexion changed, couldn't believe that such a man who basically belonged to the legend appeared in front of him. What did you want to do when you arrested me? Gasparde asked in a trembling voice. He only felt that things were very bad now. Well, your fruit is good, it was wasted in your hands, Arthur said, and then, without waiting for Gasparde's other reaction, he knocked directly on his forehead and killed Gasparde. After Gasparde died, Nuokigo stepped forward and raised his hand. Black hole traction. Inky black clouds filled Gasparde, and after a while, Nuokigo withdrew the dark fruit's ability. Freed. A small black plume of smoke rose, and a green devil fruit fell out of it. The soft candy is true, this fruit is also very good to say, but it is a pity that the eater can't. Arthur picked up the soft candy with a little emotion. This fruit is a superhuman devil fruit that appeared earlier, because the capable people are too useless and basically leave no impression on people. But after seeing the extent to which Nuonuo fruit has been developed, perhaps some people will think of this fruit. Just like the glutinous fruit, the soft candy is actually a special superhuman fruit, with the characteristics of a natural devil fruit. The disadvantage is that if the powder is covered, it will be hit to the entity. But isn't the sand crocodile the same? Was soaked by Luffy, and then lost inexplicably. But now, this soft candy actually, in addition to not allowing the attack to be separated from the body like the natural type, it basically possesses the elemental ability like the natural type. If it can be developed to an awakened state, it will actually be no different from the natural devil fruit. Although the potential of this fruit is still very good, but Arthur is not ready to eat it for his family. The point is, there are no family members at the moment. With the idea of making the best use of everything, Arthur wanted to give this fruit to a certain head of the Legion, but after thinking about it, he couldn't find a suitable candidate, so he didn't want to. After harvesting the fourth devil fruit, Arthur was in a good mood. Putting this matter aside, Arthur and Snake Jim Nuokigo, who were here to take care of their daily lives, had a rest overnight. Early the next morning, Arthur continued to practice. Although it was the training goal he had set at the beginning, Arthur did feel a bit annoying now. It has been more than a year, and as a result, there are still 5 mountains standing there. If it weren't for his own strength, Arthur really didn't want to continue. The process of strengthening strength is too boring. But these years have been so boring, and Arthur could hold on. After more than a week, it finally came to the new week break in the 2nd month. In the past few days, several more devil fruit abilities have been sent over, and they have successfully hunted their devil fruit abilities. These people don't have many roles in the original work, but there is still some potential for the fruitful ability. The woolen yarn of Clockwork Island in the theater version, the steel fruits appearing in it. Although it has limitations, it can only be partially ironed, but it can also be attacked with high temperatures, which is still a very good fruit. Another is the fruit of sonic waves, which also appeared in the theater version. This fruit can be said to be also very powerful. The so-called sound waves are essentially vibrations, and vibrations produce sound, so speaking of this fruit, the potential is quite powerful. Moreover, laser cannons or sonic cannons can be fired by roaring. If developed, the attack power is still quite good. If it can be used by giants like Oats, I am afraid that the laser cannon emitted by the sonic fruit can become a mobile weapon that can easily destroy the island. There is also a huge battleship with a more exaggerated size, San Juan Hungry Wolf. If this guy eats the sonic fruit, it shouldn't be too simple to destroy an island at a time. In addition to the steel fruit and the sonic fruit, there is another fruit, which Arthur thinks is a neglected devil fruit, the Rubik's Cube fruit. This fruit that also appeared in the theater version is not unforgiving. First, you can touch the ground to block the ground. Secondly, these blocks can be manipulated arbitrarily to move them on the ground or flying in the air. Moreover, he can also compress the air into cubes. You know, the first person who made compressed air terrifying and left a deep impression on people was the bear who is now Q high. On the top of the battlefield, he compressed all the air in an area and turned it into a small bear's paw bubble. As a result, he directly exploded Little Oats and almost lost consciousness. One can imagine how powerful this trick is. If the development is in place, then the Rubik's Cube fruit may not be able to do this step. In addition to these 3 fruits, there is another fruit that appeared quite early. The name of the eater is Eric, and he is a mercenary who cooperates with the Navy to plot a 1000-year dragon bone. The name of the fruit is called sickle fruit. After getting these 5 fruits, Arthur did not stay, but was sent back to Sky Island. As for the eating of the fruit, the commanders of the corps choose by themselves according to the ability of the fruit. However, there is no need to rush for a while. The fruit ability can still be collected. During this month's rest time, Arthur is still going to the new world. And this time, he was to help Raphael get the devil fruit. Chapter 178, Marine Fodor, Naval Headquarters Building. In the Navy, there will be a military rank award ceremony around the beginning of each year, but the attention is not very high. Because in addition to the General's award ceremony, generally speaking, people who the Navy will not engage in it are well known. Even the award of the rank of Lieutenant General is only a front page in the newspaper, and it does not attract too much attention. This is certainly because there is not much need, but also because the Navy is hiding its own strength. Because they are regarded as thorny, not only the pirates, but also the Revolutionary Army, especially the world government. The naval family has a great career, and basically there will be such a ceremony every year. Almost every year, more or less, as many as a dozen people, and as few as 1 or 2 people will become lieutenant generals of the department. However, lieutenant generals are not awarded every year, and occasionally no one is promoted to lieutenant general. Compared to previous years, this time is okay. The headquarters is fully prepared to award the rank of lieutenant general to 6 people, and 4 of them are all angels. Since Jessica's fruiting ability is really helpful to the Navy, she is not always staying in the G5 branch of the New World. After the G5 branch was attacked by Kaido, due to the convenience of the fluttering fruit, there was no increase in casualties and all fled. Therefore, the Navy is especially dominated by Jessica and established a rapid reinforcement force for the first half of the Great Route and the Four Seas. This force is not well known, but among the navies of several branches in the New World, the rapid reinforcement force led by Jessica is definitely a well-known force. On the surface, the world looks very stable and stable, but that is for the top powers or top forces. In fact, battles at the lieutenant level are not uncommon, and even the three major generals will be dispatched occasionally. There may not be any wars, but the Navy has dominated all the seas outside the New World step by step in these large and small, little-known battles, especially the East China Sea. It is reasonable to say that this is the most chaotic sea area. However, due to the attention of the Navy, it has become the safest among the four seas, and even the devil fruit has almost become a rumor. You know, the devil fruit is basically something that everyone knows outside of the East China Sea. Speaking back to the original question, Jessica, a rapid reinforcement force, has indeed helped a lot of branches in the New World. Every time you encounter something, you can get support quickly, and there is no big problem even with the materials. In previous years, 3 copies of the Navy's materials could be delivered to the place intact, which is a very good thing. But now, sometimes Jessica will personally help the transport, and sometimes it will quickly reinforce the transport fleet after an attack. No matter what it is, it basically minimizes the loss of naval supplies and saves a lot of money. A lot of casualties have been reduced. Since Jessica's rapid reinforcement force is very useful and effective, it was later decided by the Navy headquarters that this rapid reinforcement force composed entirely of war angels was divided into 7. Jessica led a 66 people, and the other 6 commanders and deputy heads each led 60 people, stationed in the other 6 New World branches. Usually, these 7 teams are responsible for reinforcement work in their respective sea areas. But Jessica's troops have more ordinary navy. Therefore, Jessie will also be responsible for the escort of supplies, and the reinforcement of relatively large encounters or ambushes with the entire New World naval branch. After more than half a year, Jessica had already reached the qualification for promotion to Lieutenant General, and now there is no objection. The other 6 teams also reached the commanders of the major generals. As 3 of the sea areas were more chaotic, they also earned enough merits to be promoted to lieutenant generals. Even if it is the remaining 3 people, it is estimated that it will take only 1 or 2 years to earn enough capital to be promoted to lieutenant general. This is also the special task. The 2 major legions and Jessica do have a lot of roles. They can fly in the sky and are extremely mobile. The Navy needs such special talents. Otherwise, no matter who you are, just start from the bottom. Although the rank promotion is very fast, this basically strangles the possibility of further promotion. If there is no accident, there is basically no need to think about the position of general. The Navy headquarters, the award ceremony is about to end. I hope you can bear the justice in your heart, and the word justice behind your big guard. For justice. The Warring States period said something, and finally raised his hand and said loudly, "For justice." All the sergeants who participated in today's award and the sergeants who visited by the side shouted loudly. No matter what the purpose is to join the Navy, no matter whether you have justice in your heart or not, but at least it is sincere when you shout at this moment. After an award, the Navy has 6 lieutenants, 13 major generals, 21 major generals, and more than 100 school officers. Among them, 4 lieutenant generals are from the Angel Empire, 5 major generals are from the Angel Empire, and more than 30 major and small officers are from the Angel Empire. Although these soldiers from the Angel Empire have a small proportion in the Navy as a whole, it is considered that Arthur has taken root for his country in the Navy. The end of the award ceremony is a period of free time. Dressed in a brand new Justice Master, Jessica looks majestic and heroic, but she has a very feminine temperament. Congratulations, Jessica. Starting today, we are colleagues at the same level. Toto Giant looked at Jessica with a smile. Sister Giant, you are making fun of me again. Jessica greeted me with a smile. Since Jessica joined the Navy and became a teacher and friend with Giant, the two have been very close. By the way, because Toto Giant has a good relationship with Lieutenant General Crane, even Jessica and Lieutenant General Crane have a good relationship. Oh yeah, Jessica, I have to work hard in the future. On the one hand, the Crane smiled and said with squinting eyes. For Jessica, a junior who has been closer to herself since joining the Navy, even if she is from the Empire of Angels, and even Arthur's woman, Lieutenant General Crane likes it very much. On the one hand, Jessica came from a nobleman, and she was very educated and knowledgeable. On the other hand, Jessica's natural unwillingness to be lonely makes her a little strange. Two kinds of characters that are almost opposite to each other appear in a person, and they are not abrupt. They are indeed rare, and they are also attractive. More than 7 years ago, Jessica resolutely escaped from the house by herself, and her aristocratic father lost face in the aristocratic class and became even more angry. But in addition to his anger, he was also very worried about Jessica's safety. Find flowers. But when he got news from Jessica again, his daughter had already found a man, which made him annoyed, but also hoped to meet Arthur. Then, when he learned about the Angel Empire of the world government, he discovered that his daughter had actually found a king. This made him very satisfied, and not annoyed that Jessica hired her husband without telling him. After that, Jessica joined the Navy as a rear admiral and a lieutenant admiral. This series of news directly made him a phasier. Arthur was also quite happy to learn that 4 people including Jessica had been appointed lieutenant generals. The strength of the Navy is very strong, which is one of the reasons why Arthur has been making good Navy. Another point is that Arthur believes that even if the world government has a major crisis, the naval government is impossible to be subverted. Although there are not many roles in the Revolutionary Army in the original work, the Revolutionary Army is bound to be a dominant position when the war is finally set off, and it may directly become an important part of the subsequent world government. But no matter what, it is impossible for the Revolutionary Army to attack the Navy and cause the Navy to suffer severe damage. On the one hand, it may not be possible. On the other hand, the particularity of the Navy, the end result may be that the Revolutionary Army re-established the world government, and the Navy will continue to be a vassal violent organization of the new world government. But now, if Arthur wants to cut who, then he can't let the Navy ignore it. This is why Arthur deliberately approached the Navy, gave some help to the Navy, and insisted on letting the Angels join the Navy. Once at a certain time, relying on the goodwill previously released, whether the Navy can take over, or step back and become an alliance. This will be of great help to Arthur's future plans. When honoring the Navy headquarters, Arthur quietly sat in the territorial waters of the New World Big Mom, waiting for the appearance of Owen, another hot fruit ability. To hunt for fruit? He can't be as unscrupulous as Blackbeard. The world knows what he does. The two are in different camps, in different positions, and have different plans and layouts for the future. As a pirate, Blackbeard can be unscrupulous. As long as he runs around, no one can catch him. But Arthur is different. He is the king of an empire and a member of the world government. Although as a top-level powerhouse, he is basically not afraid of being afraid, but it is impossible for Arthur to give up after having such a big family background. Moreover, Arthur has always carried out his own ideas, making a fortune in a muffled voice, pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. So far, what Arthur has exposed can be exposed, and it is something that shocks the world. But the unrevealed is also extremely terrifying, as a hidden thing. In a row, Arthur has been in the New World for almost a week, but Owen has not yet come out of Big Mom's nations. Second. Chapter 179, Big Mom Territorial Waters. IWC. Toast Island in the world is also called Baked Dim Sum Island. This is the island where Charlotte Irving, one of the 34 ministers, is the 4th son of Big Mom. As a superhuman heath fruit ability, his abilities are somewhat different from those of Dunakino. Compared to Aquino's hot fruits, his hot fruits are undoubtedly stronger. His ability can not only emit high temperatures by itself, but also instantly heat objects, and even heat a sea area to boil, directly cooking the marine life in it. It can be said that if you develop to the limit, if you can awaken, it will directly restrain the green pheasant. A frozen sea area and a boiling sea area between the two are basically the fruits of two extreme mutual restraints. Compared with the hot fruit of Akino, this fruit is like the superior of that hot fruit. This fruit is so powerful that Arthur also valued it extremely. It was also the reason why the hot fruit of Akino was not eaten by Raphael. On Toast Island, Owen was sitting behind the table in his palace, frowning. What the hell is going on? I always feel a little uneasy. Strangely speaking, since a week ago, he didn't know why. There was always some uneasy feeling in his heart. It seemed that something bad was about to happen. Standing up from behind the table, Owen frowned and walked around the room, the feeling of anxiety getting stronger and stronger. After a while, Owen slammed his right fist into the palm of his left hand and muttered to himself, "Let's find them too." I haven't had a drink together for a few days. While talking, Owen walked outside. It's just that the more he walked outside, the tighter his brows frowned. What the hell is going on? Is there any enemy about to attack us? It shouldn't be. Whitebeard, red hair, Kaido is not moving. Owen muttered to himself, his face gloomy. Since deciding to find Kategori, his heart no longer feels uneasy, but directly becomes a crisis. The kind of crisis that hangs between life and death. Is there any danger in Kategori? Suddenly, Owen's eyes widened and raised his head. This may be the biggest he thinks. He just felt a little uneasy when he didn't go out, but when he decided to go out to see Kategori, this uneasiness directly turned into a sense of crisis. No, it seems that there must be some crisis in Kategori. Owen thought that he had guessed the reason correctly, and quickly prepared the ship to go overseas. The more he left Toast Island, the stronger Owen's crisis became, and he became more anxious, constantly urging the crew to speed up. Katakuri is his triplet brother. Basically, all of them have one advantage, that is, they value their family very much and treat their brothers and sisters very well. At this time, this advantage actually paved the way for his death. Now that Kategori might have encountered a fatal crisis, Owen was anxious. Is it the Kategori guy who angered Mother? Irving had to guess this possibility, because Big Mom is so impermanent. However, he felt that this possibility was very small, and even Big Mom regarded Kategori very seriously. Around the world, high in the sky, Arthur has been floating high in the sky all this time. Anyway, at this altitude, without a good telescope, he can hardly be seen, let alone he is hidden in the clouds most of the time. At the current level of Arthur's evolution, his eyes are stronger than those of an eagle, and he can see clearly in 20 to 30 kilometers. Because in the Big Mom field, these guys under her are not weak, so Arthur can't use sight, hearing and color to monitor, and it is easy to be noticed. Even the electromagnetic field was not released by Arthur. Although electromagnetic fields are everywhere, there is still the possibility of being discovered. Huh? Arthur looked in a certain direction. Even if he didn't need to see or be aggressive, he felt a strong aura coming out of the island he was defending. Is it finally out? Zizzy. There was a sound of electricity, and then Arthur disappeared. At the same time, Owen suddenly looked up and looked in Arthur's previous direction. After watching for a while, only to find a cloud floating, Owen frowned and retracted his gaze. Is it an illusion? Arthur, who disappeared, had appeared high above Owen's ship. The reason why I didn't do it directly was because it was not far enough from the island and it was easy to be discovered. And Arthur had to make sure whether the powerful aura below was Owen's. After taking a peek from the air, Arthur made sure that the person below was Owen, and a smile hung over his mouth. Hot fruit, another hot fruit, here you are. On the boat, Owen was frowning, looking out at the distant ocean. Huh? He found that the people on the boat suddenly looked at him with horror, exactly behind him. What happened? When this sentence came out, Owen's face changed drastically, and he immediately turned around to fight back. Bang! Arthur retracted his tightly wrapped fist, with a smile on his face. Owen rolled his eyes white, his face changed dramatically, and he felt unwilling to do so. For someone like Irving, who is not as strong as the Emperor's deputy, it is not difficult for Arthur to punch one at a time. It's like Big Mom hits a 3 plagues on the ground in one fell swoop. What's more, Arthur hid himself in order to hide from others, and finally attacked. In this case, basically the Emperor's fist is no problem. After all, the top powerhouse is wretched, and the Emperor's deputy level basically has no chance at all for the effect that the top level powerhouse has, and Irving does not have the strength of the Emperor's deputy. King Arthur. No, send a signal. King Arthur is coming. Owen was attacked by Arthur, a sap was resolved, and the people on the ship panicked instantly. Unfortunately, they have no chance at all. The powerful and domineering look directly enveloped the ship, except for a few people. The rest of them all lost consciousness. And the remaining few people, in between Arthur's flashes, all either bleed to the ground and lost their breath, or their eyes turned white to the end and lost consciousness. In addition to Owen, there are still a few people on this ship who cannot die for the time being. These people are all capable of devil fruits. Even if they are not good abilities, there are not too many devil fruits. Several people with the ability of devil fruit were locked with chains, and then another insurance was put on the ship's seafloor stone shackles, and Arthur used an electromagnetic field to envelope the entire ship. Immediately, Owen's ship was controlled by Arthur and sank into the sea. After eating the devil fruit for 10 years, Arthur has developed a lot of abilities. And entering the sea, not being close by the sea, this is also a comprehensive application of electromagnetic fields and gravitational repulsion. Why are you doing this? Do you want to declare war with our Big Mom pirates? You are a provocation to my mother. Half an hour later, Owen woke up from his coma and found that his situation seemed very bad. Looking at the man sitting on the bone not far away, Owen looked ugly. He didn't expect that such a strong man, an emperor of the same level as his mother, would sneak an attack from behind. And now, he finally understood what was going on with his uneasiness during this period of time, and why he had a terrible sense of crisis when he went out. He couldn't imagine that such a man would secretly guard him for several days. But if you didn't squat by guarding yourself for several days, what happened to your uneasiness during this period of time? How could this man directly hit him as soon as he went out to sea, and then stunned by a sneak attack? All this undoubtedly shows that this emperor of the same level as his mother has been guarding himself since at least a week ago. What is your purpose? Owen saw Arthur not answering, and said again. And this time, Arthur spoke. I don't want to be an enemy of your Big Mom pirate group. At least not at the moment. That's why I made a sneak attack. Isn't this the safest solution? As for my purpose, Arthur looked back at Owen. His gaze made Owen shudder, feeling like he wanted to tremble. I accept your ability. Owen was startled and didn't quite understand what this meant. My ability? What do you mean? Are you still trying to deprive me of my ability? You assmart. Arthur replied. You. Owen's eyes widened suddenly. His eyes filled with disbelief. He originally wanted to say, how is this possible? But Arthur's answer interrupted him. Impossible. Only when I die can the devil fruit appear in a certain corner of the sea. The place where it appears may not be human or biological, and it may not be discovered for several decades. You are right, but I have a way. For the dying person, Arthur said a few more words. A day later, Arthur killed all the other people on the ship who had no devil fruit ability, and then gave them to a certain sea king as food. The capable people were all locked by him with chains, then hovered behind him, and flew quickly to Ruscana Island. 3 days later, in the room dedicated to depriving the devil fruit ability, Owen and other 4 people with the devil fruit ability were locked in a chair. By this time, Owen already knew that he was bound to die. The others' hands and feet are too clean, and it's almost impossible for Mother to find him. And his disappearance is like missing, never to be found. Knowing that he was going to die, Owen stopped talking, and his eyes were full of despair. In the hands of this man, even if he had a chance to break free from the chains of the sea tower, he did not have any chance to escape. He knows the horror of his mother well, so he also knows what it means to be a strong one with his mother. Let's get started. Arthur nodded while looking at Nuoji, then knocked one of the pirates. Black hole traction. A few minutes later, Owen looked at the devil fruit falling from the small black smoke column. His eyes widened in disbelief. How can this be? He knew very well that the fruit was captured in a battle, and he personally saw which of his subordinates set it. And now, that fruit actually reappeared. At this time, he finally understood what Arthur meant when he said that he was interested in his abilities and that he had a way. What do you want to do? You can even do this kind of thing. Do you want to subvert the world? Irving muttered to himself again, as if asking Arthur. His sluggish face was full of shock. You don't have to know it. Arthur replied indifferently. Bang, this time, the voice is louder than before, because Owen's body is stronger. Over the years, fewer people have been killed than in this period of time. For the devil fruit, Arthur has killed hundreds of people. Most of them went out this time and killed Owen's crew. Seeing the red fruit in his hand that was different from the previous hot fruit, Arthur's face had a stronger smile. One's own foundation was finally built quickly in this more perverted and unreasonable way. When one day, the world discovers that his subordinates are all such demon fruit-capable people, how horrified it should be. Even the devil fruit army established by Kaido is just a group of semi-finished products with uncertain abilities and unstable, which is incomparable to himself. However, compared to Kaido, I have to be more careful. Send this to the New World and give it to Raphael. Yes, God. A war angel took the wooden box, spread its wings and flew away. The New World, all nations. A full day after Owen disappeared, the Big Mom pirates had discovered Owen's anomaly and said they were going to Cartagena, but they disappeared silently. Later, after searching for a period of time to no avail, this incident was considered to have been killed after encountering the Whitebeard pirates. As a result, the friction between the two pirate groups intensified. A minister, or a powerful minister, disappeared. Even if it was the Big Bum pirates, it would not be possible to expose it lightly. As for the 5 windless belts far in the first half of the Great Route, Arthur looked at the news in the newspaper and laughed secretly. Then, on the 5th rock mountain that was about to be completely flattened, a violent roar sounded. P.S. I'm even more sorry for the break yesterday. Chapter 180. The impact of Owen's mysterious disappearance is not small. The sites of the Big Mom pirates and the Whitebeard pirates were originally adjacent, so an old elite lieutenant general level disappeared, basically being taken for granted by the Whitebeard pirates. The friction between the two pirate regiments intensified, and in the end, small battles were fought 7 or 8 times, and neither side took advantage. Then, the war escalated, because Owen is the triplets' brother of Cartagena and Daifuku. At this time they have already noticed that Owen may have died. As people who valued their brothers and sisters, they were naturally angry at the silent disappearance or death of their brothers and sisters, so they personally went to the sea where fighting was frequent. The two are strong, especially Cartagena, who is basically the second strongest of Big Mom, undisputed. In order to avoid a loss ahead, Whitebeard Jean Marco took the 2nd and 3rd team captains Ace and Joz to face off with Cartagena and others. Among them, there is also the idea of training Ace. Since Arthur's sudden emergence, he was ranked as a powerhouse at the same age as Ace, and Whitebeard began to be different from before, but was training Ace when he had the opportunity. After a less intense battle, Marco, on behalf of the Whitebeard pirates, once again solemnly explained that Irving's matter had nothing to do with the Whitebeard pirates. But seeing that it won't take much advantage, and the Whitebeard pirates basically don't like to take the initiative to provoke disputes, coupled with the knowledge of the character of the captains of Baybeard and Baybeard's subordinates, even if O2 had dealt with Owen, he would not deny it twice. The Cartagena brothers finally retreated. The other party has already said so. So it can only show that Irving's matter really has nothing to do with Whitebeard. As opponents, Cartagena and others are still very familiar with the style of the Whitebeard pirates. That man does not do this kind of thing, and it is even less possible to lie about this kind of thing. After that, Big Mom apparently gave up looking for Owen, but in fact, privately, their investigation still did not relax. You know, the Big Mom pirate group's intelligence network in the New World is still very powerful. It's just that they are destined to find out nothing about this matter. In the first half of the Great Route, Ruscana Island, Arthur, who had already started training on the 6th Rocky Mountain, basically didn't pay much attention to this matter. Since there is no risk of exposure, Arthur has no need to pay attention to the friction between the Big Mom pirates and the Whitebeard pirates. East China Sea, Goya Kingdom, in front of a wooden house on the top of a certain mountain. Luffy was wearing a red vest, blue shorts, and a straw hat, and yelled a little dissatisfied with the door frame. "I'm leaving now, won't you see me off?" I said. After speaking, Luffy looked at everyone in the house. "It's so noisy." She was obviously a woman, but the sturdy Dan, who was not even comparable to most men, turned his back to the door, with a look of irritability. But the resentment in his eyes is clearly visible. Even if the village chief and Makino are nothing, but those guys in Windmill Village will be scared if we go down the mountain. Dan turned his head slightly and looked at Luffy deeply with his left light. Luffy pursed his lips and looked dissatisfied, as if the child was acting like a baby to his parents. But okay, let's go. Dan's tone was very impatient. That's it, okay. Luffy, a heartless guy, immediately changed his complexion, with a smile on his face and a longing for after going out to sea. "Everyone, thank you for your continued care." "Oh, what are you talking about? What's the matter with this?" "Thank you. It's embarrassing to say that." He. "Well, Luffy, you have to take care." For a while, the bandits who were full of evil in the eyes of ordinary people were cramped one by one, scratching the back of their heads with embarrassment and smiling happily. "Ah, I see." Luffy grinned, showing white teeth, and then disappeared at the door. Feeling that Luffy is gone, everyone's expressions are lost. After all, they are still very reluctant to leave a child who has been with him for 10 years and raised them for 10 years. Especially Dan. His face was dim, and his eyes seemed to be moist. "Old boss, are you crying?" the coxcomb bandit asked cautiously. "Huh?" Dan hurriedly wiped his eyes, then stared at the coxcomb head angrily. "Are you blind? Didn't you see the sand falling into your eyes?" "Ah, that's right." Suddenly, Luffy's voice appeared at the door again. The bandits stared, and immediately took back all the expressions and emotions they had had before, pretending to be indifferent. Dan, who had turned into anger, also changed his face, and hurriedly sat back, pretending that nothing had happened. Dan, although I hate bandits, Luffy said with a smile on his face. "It's so noisy, brat." Dan's face turned dark, angrily. "But I like you," Luffy also said the second half of his sentence. There was a moment of silence in the room, and Dan suddenly looked up. Duh, brothers are both virtuous. Dan ran with tears while cursing. While the bandits on one side were happy that Luffy said so, they all looked at their boss jokingly, smiling happily. "Huh? What? Are you crying?" Luffy clasped his nostrils, tilted his head in doubt. Of course the choking Dan couldn't admit it, carrying Luffy on his back, and cursed, "Who is crying?" I said, "Hurry up, then I'm leaving." Luffy laughed, looked for someone, and ran down the mountain with excitement. Windmill Village, port. "Luffy, I finally went out to sea. Just use my old fishing boat that I don't use. This boat is not good. It doesn't even have sails." On the dock, a villager frowned and watched Luffy put fresh water and some fruits. The food was carried on a small broken ship and couldn't help but speak. "Yes," another villager nodded and pointed to Luffy's boat. "Your boat will soon sink in the sea." "It's okay." "That's it." Luffy stood on the boat, pressed his straw hat, and said, "I've just started. Just take it slowly, there will be a better boat." Seeing that Luffy said this, the villagers who knew Luffy's temperament stopped saying anything, and one by one encouraged Luffy to ask him about things on the sea. It's a pity that Luffy doesn't understand very well, just nodding his head with a smile on his face. When the villagers had finished talking, Luffy smiled, turned around and looked at the boundless sea, took a deep breath, raised his arms and shouted, "Sabo! Look, I'm going out to sea. You are the first, Ace is the second, I am the third. Although I am the last, I will not lose one piece, it will be mine. Hey, wait for me, Ace, I will catch up with you right away," Luffy murmured while looking at the rough sea. "What are you doing, Luffy?" Mumbling. "Go to sea spell?" a villager asked with a smile. "It's not a spell, it's a war book." Luffy turned around and replied. After speaking, Luffy unfastened the fixed cable tied to the pier, and said, "Then, I will go. Goodbye, everyone." Luffy waved his hand and rushed to the sea without hesitation. Behind him, the shadows of villagers in Fenk village who shouted farewell on the pier waved. Unlike in the original book, this time out to sea, the king of the sea did not appear. Although it is the king of the sea, it is a sea beast after all. If you are near the sea, with its size, you have to starve to death here. So throughout the year, it will not appear several times in this neighborhood. Without any waves, Luffy went to sea successfully. Although Arthur took Nami away in advance, he might steer everything that would happen in another direction. But the one that will not change is the guy Luffy, who will definitely be the trendy player in this world. The unremarkable going out to sea has officially opened the prelude to the real era of turmoil in this era of surging undercurrents. The key missing person may make the Straw Hat Pirates group that is destined to stir the sea in the future completely different. And all this, Arthur secretly looked forward to it on the Great Voyage. On Ruscana Island, Arthur was sitting on a throne floating in the air, looking at today's newspaper. It's May. At about this time, Luffy has already gone to sea, right, Humphrey? I'm really looking forward to it. Speaking of the battle on the top, isn't it over? DSK, if that's the case, part of my plan will be changed. I have to rethink about this matter. Maybe, this method is feasible, but will there be anything like world correction power? Arthur sat on the throne in the air, with his right hand resting his chin on his right, and his elbow resting on the armrest of the throne, frowning, his expression changing. Anyway, Ace, Whitebeard, and those people, they all have to die. Chapter 181, The New World, The Nations of Big Mom. Almost 4 months have passed since Owen disappeared. Although the underground intelligence system of the Big Mom pirate group has not given up on searching, this is only Kategori's last insistence. For Big Mom, although he lost his son and a powerful minister, it was not a matter of great importance. Except that Big Mom was very angry at the beginning, but after searching for a period of time to no avail, there was nothing after that. If you can't find it, you can't find it. Delicious desserts are more important. The ruthlessness of Big Mom is extraordinary. It was originally a dessert for General Star, but because of a defeat, he was immediately eliminated and became an ordinary minister. The so-called no credit and hard work. But this does not seem to work here in Big Mom. Big Mom has forgotten about this matter, but Kategori hasn't given up completely. Although he knows that Owen is already dead and alive, he still has to die. The underground intelligence system has been looking for clues every day from the beginning, but it has slackened a lot now. But at the end of May, that is, on the 23rd of May, a piece of information handed over caught Kategori's attention. Suspected of hot fruit ability, and there are two, one of which is very similar to Irving's fruit ability. Looking at the intelligence in his hand, Kategori frowned, with the lower half of his face hidden in the scarf. Lieutenant Admiral Raphael, Andrew, these two people seem to be strong men who came out of the Flame Legion. Seeing the two people in the picture in the intelligence, Kategori ordered to the empty room, "Go and get me information about the Angel Empire Legion." Yes. A deep response sounded outside the door. Half an hour later, Kategori got the information about the Angel Legion, Thunder Legion, Radiant Legion, Frost Legion, Flame Legion, Divine Might Legion. Looking at the 10 documents in his hand, except that there is only one name for the Void Air Force Corps and the Shadow Stream Corps. There is no basic information. The information on the other 8 legions is relatively complete. In particular, the Flame Legion, the Power Legion, and the Glorious Legion. These 3 regiments have more or less records from the commander and deputy commander to each squad leader. Although wondering why every member of these angel legions has special abilities, and it is not the devil fruit that is capable, Kata did not pay attention to those, because what he was looking at right now was the information of the 3 commanders and deputy commanders of the Flame Legion. Flame Legion, Legion Commander Raphael, Deputy Legion Commander Andrew, Ariel. There are 113 members in the group. All of them have red or orange-hued hair and wings, and all have high-temperature abilities. According to the opponent's record and scattered intelligence analysis, basically every member of the group can attack with a high temperature of more than 300 degrees. Those who have escaped the pursuit of the chief and deputy chiefs of the Flame Legion revealed that the 3 chiefs all have the ability to emit high temperatures of more than 500 degrees. And this is the information 4 or 5 months ago. 3 months ago, the deputy commander Andrew obtained the ability of suspected hot fruit, but according to intelligence analysis, this ability is different from the ability of the Minister of Charm, Charlotte Owen, and can only heat itself. Nearly 2 months ago, when the army commander Raffi was fighting, thousands of degrees of high temperature broke out, and the ability was determined to be the same as that of the Minister of Huang. Seeing the information he was concerned about here, Kata's eyes condensed. The same demon fruit ability as Owen. Could it be made by the angels? As a man with the king's qualifications, Kata's domineering look suddenly radiated when he saw that piece of information. However, although Kata's overlord color is also very powerful and even possesses a certain degree of physical destructive power, it still has some gaps compared to the 4 emperors level. And compared to Arthur, that is the difference between Yanni. Up to now, Arthur's has been nearly a year ago, and because of some information obtained by that letter, the soaring domineering has once again been controlled to the smallest extent, and it is still further only relying on the overlord's domineering physical attack ability. Arthur had a very strong destructive power without even using his hands. When Kata burst out of domineering moment, the furniture made of food in the room burst one after another. Kata put down the intelligence information in his hand. Half of his exposed face was in the shadow. Out of the room, Kata told his subordinates, "Prepare the ship and go to the G7 branch of the Navy." Although there is still no evidence that Owen died, and there is no evidence that Owen's disappearance is related to the angels, Kata has confirmed the death of his triplet brother Owen. From the intelligence of Raphael's Devil Fruit ability, Kata is sure that it is Irving's Devil Fruit ability. This shows that Owen is dead, even if he had been psychologically prepared. But Kata was still very sad and angry. Another point, Owen is dead. No one knows how it died. But now, his ability appeared in the body of the angel family, the head of the Flame Legion, which was a big doubt, you know. After Owen mysteriously disappeared for a period of time, Kata, who predicted that Owen might have died, also had the ability to order intelligence organizations to find hot fruits. Even a reward was issued in the underground world. However, so far, this fruit has reappeared and been eaten by people, but they have no news. In the case of the intelligence network of the Big Mom Pirates group, this seems unlikely. Even if there is no news from their intelligence network, there will be no news at all in the underground world of this world. The G7 branch of the Navy, Raffi, who became Lieutenant General, has become one of the highest commanders of the island. However, his responsibility is more like that of the later G5 Lieutenant General Smoke, not directly in charge of the entire branch. More than 3 months ago, Raffi ate the devil fruit sent by Arthur, and according to Arthur's order, secretly hid the fact that he had been a devil fruit-capable person for a period of time. Raphael was very satisfied with his devil fruit ability, and he also understood why Arthur didn't let him eat the same devil fruit that Andrew had eaten. Compared with Andrew's fruit ability, Raphael feels that his ability is better and more in line with him. Originally, he could rely on his own evolved abilities to use nearly 600 degrees of high temperature skills to attack and defend, and Andrew and Ariel are only worth 500 degrees. And now, not only can he emit intense heat, but also rely on the friction of the feathers of his wings to ignite a raging fire all over his body. He could use the flame attack to a certain extent. Report. Sitting behind his desk, Raphael was dealing with official duties. To be honest, Raphael actually liked being a navy. He was originally a righteous young man in his heart, and now he can protect many people, but he actually fits his character. Coming, Raffi said in a deep voice when he heard the report outside the door. Compared to the previous jump, he is now almost 25 years old, and he is much more calm. The most important reason was that in the G7 branch, he met a human girl. Click. The door of the office was opened, and then a colonel with the rank of major came in. After standing up and saluting, he said, "Lieutenant General Raphael, according to the information sent by the intelligence agent, Charlotte, one of the 4 desert stars of the Big Mom pirates category suddenly came to the sea area of the G7 branch." Huh? Charlotte category? Raphael frowned fiercely. He knew that this person was strong and might be stronger than himself. They are also one of the few strong men who have been praised by God. He came here suddenly, it seems because of my fruiting ability. God expected it to be good, and this guy really came up. Humphrey, I want to see if he is really strong. I remembered what the letter I had sent with my own fruit said in my heart. Raphael suddenly remembered Arthur's praise, and he couldn't help but feel a little unconvinced. I see, pay attention to their movements. If you really enter the sea area of the G7 branch and have bad intentions, report it to me immediately. Raffi looked at the major who came in to report and said, "Yes." The major saluted, then turned and left. An hour later, looking at the information in his hand, Raphael showed an expression similar to Arthur, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Sure enough, it's for me. Then I will meet him. Since I got my ability, I haven't really fought against a strong man. God said. The 2 Anilu and Urki. The guy has become a strong general at the general level, and even Weepo is almost reaching the level of a general. Grave accent. Diarus is boom. Those 2 eggs do not say, even Weepo are beyond me. Well, he must have been a shock-sinking fruit to eat earlier than me, and God has the ability to approximate, pointing his God and being a template, so I am better than me. I will definitely catch up with him. Raffi was unconvinced, picked up his spear and walked out. To fight the strong, this made Raffi very excited. Between the walks, there was a faint feeling of eagerness. Nearly 400 nautical miles from the G7 branch, a ship with a unique style, like exquisite food, is anchored here. On the opposite side of it, about 5 nautical miles away, a warship with a pair of angel wings wrapped in flames also stopped here. On the bows of the 2 ships, Raffi and Category looked at each other from a distance. At this distance, for them, there is basically no problem seeing each other clearly. Where did your fruit power come from? Category's face was horrified, and his tone of voice was harsh. Raffi smiled disdainfully, and replied, "What does it have to do with you?" Category's face turned dark, and a faint trace of murderous intent appeared in his eyes. 5 nautical miles apart, Raphael still felt cold all over, and his heart seemed to be pounding because of some stimulation. Looking at Raffi from a distance, Category didn't care about the sudden vigorous fighting spirit of the opponent, and then asked, "Did you do the disappearance of Owen?" Who is missing?" Raphael pretended not to hear clearly, with a joking expression on his face. "Boy, are you provoking me?" Category's face was grim. Raffi smiled and said, "Wang Zhao, stop talking nonsense. I don't know if Charlotte Irving is missing or dead, and my ability has nothing to do with him." "Why? Do you think I am gonna take away his abilities?" Category frowned. Of course the devil fruit ability could not be taken away. This is the basic cognition that he lived for 40 years. However, if he knew how his old mother's ability came from, he would probably subvert his own perception. Charlotte Category, a special Superman, glutinous fruit-capable person, Big Mom Pirate Group, the strongest person except the ant. Ha ha, even our gods have praised you, saying that you have something close to the general formidable strength. I don't know if our gods value you too much. Hey, come on, fight with me. I want to see how strong you are. The war intent in Raphael's eyes almost burned like a flame. Harafi's two wings ignited a raging flame, and then suddenly one, wrapped in intense heat, Raffi flew high into the sky, holding the spear in his hand, and flew straight to the exclusive pirate ship in Kategori. Kategori snorted coldly, and glanced at the crew on the ship. He who had always cherished his men knew that with the strength of himself and the opponent, if he fights, his ship will definitely not be able to hold it. Fortunately, he is not without a way to move in the air. Performing a move like a moon step, Kategori rushed towards the Raffi team in the air with his trident. Even if Owen's death has nothing to do with the other party, but the hot fruit belongs to his brother's ability, if you meet, kill the other party, and wait for the fruit to get back after it is reborn. Chapter 182, New World. The marginal waters of the territorial sea of the G7 branch. An unknown battle is underway. In the high sky, the scorching terrible high temperature made the entire sky distorted and fluctuated continuously. Because of the principle of thermal expansion and contraction, the sudden high temperature heated the air between the sky and the earth, causing the air to expand violently, and then set off strong winds. Raffi flew in the air, constantly fighting Kategori with a spear burning with high-temperature flames. Even if the angels have the advantage of the sky at home, Raphael still looks bad and blue. Because the opponent doesn't have the home court advantage, just using the air movement skills similar to the moon step, they can actually fight back and forth with the winged self, without losing the wind. This made Raffi, who thought he was good at strength, very uncomfortable and unhappy in his heart. Moreover, the opponent's fruit abilities are also very strange, and they are immune to physical attacks just like natural elementalization. Generally speaking, in this battle anyway, Raffi takes advantage of it more. First, he has wings and can fly freely. Secondly, his ability to heat fruits actually restrains the glutinous fruit ability of Kategori to a certain extent. But Kategori is really powerful, not to mention the trickler domineering and proficient. The fruit ability development is indeed frantic, and it can actually make rice cakes out of thin air. And the most maddening thing is that Kategori's domineering looks can be described as terrifying. Foreseeing the future for a short period of time, this allowed Kategori to even out his advantage against Raphael, who was able to fly. In many cases, Raphael's attack failed, and he suffered a lot. Originally, he had the advantage of sky home court advantage and ability restraint, but Kategori only had the domineering ability to predict the future for a short period of time, but it was even smoothed out. This made Raffi feel very humiliated. One after another, high heat slashes that distorted the air fluttered in the sky wantonly. Every time it missed and slashed into the ocean, it would bang, exploding a huge amount of high-temperature water vapor. The warship and the pirate ship, which were originally separated by 5 nautical miles, had to go in opposite directions and retreat in this kind of high-temperature water mist. Originally, the high-temperature water mist blocked the sight and harmed their weaker crew members. From time to time, there were also high-temperature slashes and powerful slashes from Kategori flying down from the sky. The ship crashed and killed people. High-temperature spikes. In the sky, Raffi slammed the spear, which was shining brightly due to the intense heat, towards Kategori. Then a spear point, emitting a hot red spear, rushed towards Kategori. This trick actually refers to the extension of the gun. Unfortunately, just like before, this attack was foreseen by Kategori and easily dodged, and then carrying the trident trapped in armed color, rushed towards Raffi, where the new force was not born. Damn it. Raffi's face changed, and he quickly backed away. Knowing that the other party has a domineering look that can predict the future for a short period of time, He did not expect that such a look and feel was so exaggerated. His attacks returned many times without success, but the other party seized the opportunity, which really caused him some suffering. It seems that there is no absolute strength, the same level. It is really difficult for the other guy. Not to mention, my strength is not as good as the other party. Ruffy thought about it in his heart, and had to admit the fact that he could not help the other party and was not as strong as the other party. Yes, it seems that in front of this guy, I can only be unbeaten. It is probably impossible to beat the opponent and take advantage. Knowing that he was still a little worse against Category, Ruffy didn't even think about defeating the opponent or playing a situation. That being the case, Ruffy would instead take advantage of this powerful enemy to try his various strategies and speculations on the development of hot fruits over the past 3 months. Anyway, he can fly, and if he wants to escape, the other party is helpless. In the first half of the Great Route, on the windless island of Ruscana, half of the original 10 rocky mountains are now gone. Even the 6th stone mountain now has only the last tens of meters left. It is estimated that in these 3 or 4 days, the 6th rock mountain will completely disappear. After practicing for a day, Arthur sat on the throne floating in the air because of the affairs of the New World, listening to the report of a small captain of the Flame Legion. Sure enough, as I expected, when Raphael exposed his abilities, Category would find it. After listening to the report, Arthur, who had long guessed that there would be today's situation, revealed a look that I didn't expect. Expressions. Arthur, who knew that unless it was a top powerhouse such as Big Mom, that Raphael would have nothing to do, he just listened to the report from his subordinates and stopped paying attention to this matter. Ever since he started to practice with 10 stone mountains, Arthur, who has grown in strength with each passing day, has not paid much attention to matters below the general level, unless it is related to his plan and some people or things he is interested in. As long as no one can guess that he has the ability to hunt fruits, it doesn't matter what, which is why Arthur asked Ruffy to hide the ability of fruits for more than a month. Picking up the newspaper specially delivered from Sky Island, Arthur read it. In the newspaper, there is a thick stack of reward orders. The farther back, the higher the reward amount. Some of these reward orders are pirates or bandits who have just come out, and some are additional rewards for previous rewards. Generally, Arthur doesn't really look at these rewards, but this time, Arthur's plan to put aside the rewards was stopped. By the way, the guy Luffy should have gone to sea. According to that guy's character, he should make a move soon. Thinking of the real protagonist in this world, Arthur put the newspapers aside, one by one. Turned over the reward order. Seeing a reward order, Arthur stopped. After all, this world is real, not anime. Everything in this world is real within reach of Arthur, so the appearance of people is not the same as the comics, but they will have a high degree of similarity or the same characteristics. For example, the one I am watching now is a reward order from Luffy. If it weren't for the straw hat, the scars underneath, and the name, Arthur would never see that this cold-faced guy was the protagonist Luffy. Because of Arthur's appearance, many changes have also been brought about in the East China Sea. Nami's lack, the evil dragon's lack, and Luffy's situation is indeed somewhat different from the original. What was originally a reward order for a bright smile has now turned into a stern face. After carefully looking at the reward order, Arthur put it aside and found news about Luffy in the newspaper. Because this newspaper is worldwide, it has several different pages. For example, the layout of the 4 seas, the layout of the Great Route, and so on. In the newspaper about the East China Sea on the 4 seas page, Arthur found news about the guy Luffy. However, because it is just a little pirate who just went to sea, although there is a reward of 45 million Bailey, the report page is very small. I looked at the report on Luffy, which wrote about the introduction of Luffy and the reason for the reward. As in the original book, first defeated the big pirate Creek in the East China Sea, and then confronted the Navy with his crew many times, and even severely damaged the 8th branch Admiral Nelson and shot him down into the sea. In Rogue Town, destroy the Navy's symbol of victory and the execution platform of One Piece, and later arrest and escape with his companions with the help of mysterious characters. His whereabouts are now unknown, and he is suspected to be heading to the Great Root. Although there have been some changes, there are still many similarities to before. Isn't Nelson the super fat man who is looking for a 1,000-year-old dragon and trying to live forever? After reading Luffy's general report, Arthur started to think. According to this situation, as soon as it enters the Great Root, Luffy will inevitably meet Rab and then conclude a promise. Then I will go to the small island of Whiskey Mountain and have a conflict with the Baroque Work Society. If there is no accident, it is very likely that Luffy will still meet Vivi, and at Vivi's request, he will fight Crocodile. Thinking of Crocodile, Arthur frowned and began to think. Do you want to intervene? Anyway, the opponent will be arrested and sent to Impel Down after being defeated. After thinking about it, Arthur decided to go to Alabasta without affecting Luffy's group. Nefertari, one of the descendants of the 20 kings, made a proposal to become a world government from his ancestors. It is a clan who may know the secrets of the Tanlong people. For Arthur, who has always hoped to learn the secrets of the heavenly dragons, it is one of the breakthroughs that he attaches great importance to. However, that clan may also be completely unknown, because they are regarded as traitors by the 5 old stars and the Tanlong people. But it has not been removed until now, which means that the other party may not know. After thinking about it, Arthur decided to go there in the name of an alliance with Alabasta, just by the way to the North Sea. In this place of Alabasta, there were many people and things that Arthur cared very much about. Robin, who understands ancient characters, hides in the underground palace, a stone tablet that records the whereabouts of the Hades, and a stone tablet hidden in the desert, the Nefertari clan who may know the secrets of the Celestials, and Crocodile. Arthur is also a little interested in the Kahai pirates, which must be different from the original work. Without Nami, Arthur wanted to know what the new navigator Luffy found was like. Moreover, this trip to Bahai, there is also a more important thing that Arthur has always prepared to do. Chapter 183. The 6th rock mountain has been completely flattened by Arthur. Feeling the different aspects of the present, Arthur felt that he was not in vain. Sure enough, if you want to become stronger, talent is very important, but hard work is also the most important way to become stronger in this world. There are still 4 stone mountains left, which means that it will take another year to settle all of them. According to Arthur's estimation, in the end, these 4 stone mountains were all leveled, and it would not bring much progress to himself. When he became the world's top powerhouse and almost made up for his original shortcomings, it was really difficult to make progress. There was nothing at hand, so Arthur had nothing to arrange. He just spent one night in Amazon with Snake G, then returned to the Island of God and spent the day with Nami and daughters before leaving alone. It is estimated that Luffy has just entered the Great Root, so Arthur is not in a hurry, as long as Luffy arrives. Though when Luffy reaches Alabasta, at the entrance of the Great Passage, Gemini Point, a pirate ship entered the Great Passage. After almost hitting the Rab crisis, after looking at Rab's size, the pirates knew well and did not launch an attack. With Rab's size, if he dared to attack without any strength, he would basically be destroyed directly. Capone Becky looked at the Rab like a huge black mountain with some shock. For the first time, he felt that the Great Root turned out to be such a dangerous place. He encountered such a thing as soon as he entered. Although this is in the information he collected, he didn't expect it to be so big. He thought it was a mountain. Had it not been for the quick response just now and promptly ordered the subordinates to control the sailboat to avoid it, I am afraid that they would destroy the ship. I glanced at the cliff on the Red Earth continent next to the entrance, where there was a lighthouse. With Capone Becky's mind, he has collected intelligence and knows a lot about the Great Root. For example, this lighthouse, and the giant whale in front of you. The special pointer for the Great Root had been prepared long ago, and Capone Becky did not stop and directly ordered the navigator to set off. But Capone Becky frowned and looked at the vast ocean ahead. Suddenly, the waves began to surging from the calm before. Is this the Great Root? How could there be a slight sense of uneasiness? 3 days later, The fourth route, Penley Island. Godfather, the materials have been collected. Do you want to go? A crew member of the Flame Tank pirate group asked respectfully in a low voice. Capone Becky put down the knife and fork in his hand, then took out a napkin and wiped his mouth, and looked at the kid who asked him. Now that you are ready, gather everyone and get ready to go. This island is not interesting compared to other people, especially Luffy's adventures. Capone Becky wants to travel to the New World quickly, experience the joy of going to the sea, and taking the enemy's head. The best thing is to be able to meet the man he admires most in the New World, the Whitebeard. Yes, Godfather. The crew nodded and walked out quickly, summoning the companions scattered on the island. With a cigar in his mouth, Capone Becky walked towards his boat. Half an hour later, under the order of Capone Becky, the pirate ship sailed out of the harbor and headed for the next island pointed by the pointer. The magnetic force of Penley Island is relatively strong, and the time recorded by the hands is also very fast. It may be stored in less than a day, so they only stayed on the island for 1 day. In the aristocratic captain's room, Capone Becky vomited, frowning tightly. What the hell is going on? Why there is always a sense of crisis like a shadow. Is the great route so dangerous? Feeling the sense of crisis in his heart suppressed his irritability, Capone Becky got up from behind the table, opened the wine cabinet, poured a glass of red wine, and tasted it. Compared to other pirates, Capone Becky is actually just as cruel. Even his subordinates, as long as he dares to violate him, he will kill him without hesitation. But the strange thing is that Capone Becky is another guy with a very noble accent, whether it's eating or behavior. If it weren't for his ugly appearance, short squat, and cruel nature, no one would doubt that he was a nobleman. Drinking red wine, Capone Becky walked into his bedroom, ready to take a nap with the help of red wine to help sleep. Bang! At this moment, a sound of heavy objects reaching the ground came in from a place not far away from the door. Huh? Taking a puzzled look at the direction of the sound source, Capone Becky suddenly felt his heart beating violently, as if there was a fatal crisis. What's going on? Capone Becky was surprised. He was familiar with this feeling, because he had felt this way more than once when he was in Xi High. From a small person, step by step to become the boss of the gangster ruling the underground world on an island, he has encountered this situation many times. Every time, it is a time when life suffers a crisis and may die. But this time, it seems a little different. This sense of crisis was so intense that Carpenter Becky, who had gone through several life and death crises, had a sense of fear in his heart due to some horrified swallows. And Capone Becky's eyes were fierce. Haven't seen any big winds and waves for so many years. He has broken several checkmates, and this time he is still not afraid. To be the boss of the underground world gangster on an island, he is not a vegetarian. Crunch. Opening the door, Capone Becky walked towards the deck. Sniffing lightly, there seemed to be some smell in the air, like the smell of rust. This is, after walking out of the corridor and seeing the outside clearly, Capone Becky's eyes opened up suddenly. On the whole ship, all the crew members were dead. For those with a strong city of fruit, the body of the capable person is like a castle. The objects within a certain range of the capable person will all become smaller, and after leaving the range of the ability, they will return to their original state. At the same time, the capable person can also enter the castle. The volume in the castle varies according to the strength of the developer, and you can currently put more than 1,000 people in your body. A young voice sounded, and Capone Becky's face changed drastically when he heard it. As soon as he turned his head, he saw a young man standing next to a bleeding entity on the top floor of his head. The pupils suddenly retracted, like the tip of a needle. Seeing this man, Capone Becky finally understood what his sense of crisis was. Why are you on my boat? Looking at the hundreds of dead people on the boat, Capone Becky's face turned pale. Why are you killing my men? In your status 0 middle dot find flowers middle dot because I really need your fruit. Arthur smiled lightly, looking at Capone Becky with a little excitement. On the earth, Almost all kinds of fantasy works in every country will have space for storage. Especially in the online novels of a certain country, there are countless kinds of space storage equipment, such as accept ring, space ring, small world, storage bag, space bracelet and so on. And now, Arthur finally had the opportunity to get himself a storage equipment. Although the food cannot be preserved for a long time, etc., it will not spoil, but the advantage is that it can be filled with living things. According to Capone Becky's display on Chambord in the original work, this guy can put more than 1,000 people in his body, which is still a conservative estimate. My fruit ... You want me to follow you? Capone Becky was nervous, but this moment was a little better. No, you and I don't need it. I only need your fruit power. Arthur shook his head, and appeared next to Capone Becky in the next moment. After passing Arthur's words quickly in his mind, Capone Becky couldn't understand what Arthur meant. Need my fruit power, but don't need me? What does this mean? The fruits are all eaten by me. Doesn't the need for fruit ability mean that I need me? Without waiting for him to ask the doubts in his heart, Arthur, who appeared next to him, instantly knocked him out. In the face of Arthur, the gang boss who had just gone to sea had little room for resistance. Using gravity to pull the unconscious Capone Becky beside him, Arthur flew into the sky lightly like a fairy. In the sky, a magnificent throne floats there. Since the last time he went out and came back, Arthur found that it was really inconvenient not to sit. The squatting individual has to be forced to float, and now to get a throne, it is both stylish and compelling, and it is also convenient for rest. Anyway, for Arthur now, floating a net 100-kilogram thing at any time is basically equivalent to not being consumed. It is as simple as eating and drinking water. This time I came out because the intelligence organization under him reported news about Capone Becky. Arthur, who was planning to take the time to take Capone Becky, simply came over and caught this guy first. Capone Becky's fortified city fruit is very important to Arthur, and even in Arthur's future plans, it is also an indispensable fruit ability. Therefore, in order to be 100% safe, Arthur personally caught this Capone Becky, who was just a little bit for him. Sitting on the throne, Capone Becky, who was unconscious, floated beside him, and Arthur flew high in the sky toward the island of God. New Okinawa is already very powerful in the development of dark fruit, and basically there will be no progress in a short period of time, so she returned to the island of God a week ago. Booming on the sea, a pillar of thunder light fell from the sky. A large sailing ship about 100 meters long was instantly destroyed, leaving only the residue floating on the sea, slowly disappearing under the action of the waves. A future supernova pirate group with not a small potential. Just like this, it collapsed without knowing it. Second. Chapter 184. This is ... Kirashima. The unconscious Gatenberg opened his eyes and saw the outside world through the window. It seems that he is in a very high position, because the surrounding area is full of white clouds, and he can't hear the sound of the sea at all, and there is no salty sea smell. As a smart man, Capone Becky knew where he was right now. After moving, Capone Becky frowned and looked at his hands. A pair of shackles different from those of the Navy was shackled to his hands. This is Heilashi. Feeling that his situation seemed very bad, Capone Becky's face was ugly. He didn't know what King Arthur, who had become the world's top powerhouse at a young age and could rank alongside the man he admired the most, wanted to do, but so far, his inner crisis is still very clear. This time ... seems to be dead. Looking around, Capone Becky couldn't feel the possibility of his escape. Damn. What does he want to do? Fancy my fruit power? Even if I don't want to, I will obediently surrender. With grief and anger in his heart, Capone Becky almost wanted to cry. Crunch. The door to the room was opened, and Arthur walked in with no Tsugo's waist. Seeing Arthur coming in, Capone Becky, who was unwilling to give up, hurriedly said, "King Arthur, what do you want?" "Is my fruit power? I am willing to follow you. Never betray. I need your fruit ability, but I don't need you." Arthur shook his head, ready to knock Capone to death and deprive the city of fruit ability. Damn it. What do you mean by that? Capone couldn't help feeling a little desperate. He really didn't understand Arthur's brain circuit. He wanted to live. Seeing Capone like this, Arthur said, "Then let you understand. This one is one of my wives." In Capone puzzled eyes, Arthur pointed at Nuojigo, and then continued, "She is a dark fruit ability person, can deprive all ability persons of the devil fruit ability, and then attach to the fruit merchant. The fruit reappears." With eyes wide open, Capone couldn't believe it. How could such a thing happen? Deprive fruit ability? So. Are you hunting for the fruit-powered? Capone who was pale, asked difficultly. Yes. Arthur nodded and walked to Capone Well, it seems that I really have no possibility of surviving. Capone closed his eyes and gave up completely. Bang! Black hole traction. In Nuokigo's delicate voice, black smoke filled. Not long after, a stone grey with a pattern on it looked like a window, and a door-like fruit appeared in Arthur's hand. Who finally got it? Arthur breathed a sigh of relief, and then said to Nuokigo, "Thank you. I will go to the moon now. When I come back, we will go to Alabasta together." "Yeah? Okay, I'll wait for you to come back." Nuoki pulled up her hair in her ear. After Nuojigo finished speaking, Arthur disappeared in this house. At the same time, the body of Capone also disappeared. A few hours later, the moon, in Tom Kirk's laboratory. "Is this the fruit of Jiangqing?" Tom Kirk looked at the fruit in his hand. It has been a long time since Arthur gave him and Morcedi the order to get a ring. The ring, with the combination of the two of them, has been fixed long ago. Because Morcedi is the top scientist in AI and electronic machinery, he ate the fruit of the superhuman system with great potential. He used the ability to magnify very tiny component materials hundreds of times, and then get the required electronic components and so on. In the end, a highly intelligent ring that can be fully controlled by Arthur's thoughts was created by him. But when he got it out, Nuokigo's development of the dark fruit was not in place and could not deprive the fruit of the ability. So this matter was let go. It was also recently that Arthur remembered this matter, and decided to take the time to settle this matter quickly, so as not to have long nights and dreams. "So, I'll start." Tom Kirk looked at Arthur and asked, "Okay, let's get started." "I can't wait." Arthur nodded heavily. The device used to combine the power of the fruit with inanimate objects is a seemingly very high-tech device. It is 4 boxes made of glass and metal brackets mixed with the sand of the constant sea. Tom Kirk rudely pressed a ring that looked a little black and super-feeling on the fruit of Jiangqing, and then put it into the box. Immediately afterwards, Tom Kirk started the machine, and the inside of the box began to glow. And then the fruit could be seen to wither quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The principle of this device is actually very simple. That is to put the object that needs the ability to attach the devil fruit and the devil fruit together. Then put the two in a box that can avoid being attached by the fruit's ability, and mixed with the seafloor stone material. And then use a kind of light that has an effect on the blood factor to destroy the fruit. The power of the fruit will be forced to break away from the fruit because of the destruction of the fruit. But after detaching, the ability of the fruit will only find the fruit to attach again, and will not attach to an inanimate object. At this time, the first roll of the box comes. It can trap the fruit ability and prevent it from escaping. However, this does not allow the fruit to be combined with non-living objects. So the effect of the light energy that destroys the fruit comes out. The light will force the blood factor that has the fruit ability to combine with non-living bodies. Click. The light disappeared and Tom Kirk opened the box, then reached in and took the ring out. All right. Looking at the ring that was handed to him, Arthur took it in a daze, and then wondered, "All right, okay." Tom Kirk nodded affirmatively. "Are you sure?" Arthur had thought what a high-tech thing he would see, but that was the result. "Yes." Tom Kirk nodded again with a certain face. "Try it with you. This ring is set by us to recognize the main function. Your DNA information and so on are all entered in it. You will be the only authorized person, of course, if you give permission. Other people can also use it. OK. Arthur nodded, and put the ring on his hand a little nervously. If this thing fails, I don't know if Jianqing fruit can be found. If you are lucky, it will reappear in the fruit on the moon, but I am afraid that the fruit's ability will exceed tens of millions of miles before it will be reborn in the Red Ring planet. After Arthur put on the ring, he input some electricity for it, and then the ring was activated. Immediately, Arthur got the information sent by the AI intelligence in the ring. Hello, Master. Space One is at your service. If you need to use any function of Space One, you only need to directly control the ring with brain waves. Space One will help you control the ring more smoothly. Huh? Feeling the smart level of this ring, Arthur couldn't help being surprised. The AI intelligence of this ring is very high, except that it has no emotions. It is basically the same as a normal person. No, from the perspective of AI, it may be more powerful than humans. After wearing the ring's AI directly sends information in the form of radio waves, although the range is small. But wearing it on Arthur's hand, he only needs to pay a little attention to know what message the AI of the ring is sending out. Moreover, as long as Arthur uses his brain waves to control, even if he is far away, he can easily control the ring. Using the fruit power, Arthur transmitted his brain waves directly out of his brain and connected it to the ring. In an instant, with Arthur's observation, a dozen small holes appeared on the surface of the ring. If someone can see clearly, he will find that the small holes are all doors and windows, and one of them is still a door several times larger than the others. He floated something smoothly, and then controlled it and moved closer to the ring. I saw the thing getting smaller and smaller, and finally became almost invisible to the naked eye, and then entered the ring through a door on the ring. It's almost like using one's own abilities. Arthur manipulated the ring, feeling very convenient. Because their brain waves can directly control the ring, it is basically the same as using one's own ability except for a slight sluggishness. If you run in for a while, it is probably no different from owning the second ability. Seeing this, Arthur can still wear this ring to help develop the fruit of Jianqing. After using the power of Jianqing fruit just now, Arthur found that the space was not very large, just the size of an ordinary small castle. But you must know that this fruit is named Jianqing fruit, which shows that the development is great, and the space may be very huge. Oda designed this fruit based on European castles, so if you know European castles, you can roughly know the upper limit of this fruit, which is still very large. Combining his own knowledge with the electromagnetic field, Arthur penetrated through the door on the ring, perceiving the inner space. It's not small, it's enough to fish 3,000 cubic meters. Arthur was a little shocked. But don't think that 3,000 cubic meters is not big. It's about 30 meters long, wide, and high. This volume can hold a lot of things. Moreover, this is just the ability of this ring to have the fruit of Jianqing. Perceiving the space in it, Arthur disappeared instantly, leaving only a ring floating in the air. Chapter 185, Walking in the Corridor. Arthur looked at the space inside the ring. The space in the ring is like a castle inside. So after entering through the gate, it is facing a relatively large hall and a wide staircase. Because the shape of the ring is a ring, the castle in the ring is also a ring. Counting the basement level, the castle inside the ring has 3 floors. The first and second floors are basically composed of 7 or 8 rooms, while the basement has fewer rooms but a large area. These rooms are connected by a circular corridor. Arthur turned around and found that the internal castle plan was still good. What master bedroom, study room, wine cellar, banquet room, these are actually there. It's a must-have for going out, a good thing for home travel. Turning around upstairs and downstairs, looking around all the rooms, Arthur nodded secretly. There is nothing in these houses, and I need to get some furniture to put in them. Moreover, in the future, you need to have a dedicated service robot to put things in it yourself. Having Space One is equivalent to having a central steward. After reading the inner space of the ring, Arthur used brainwaves to transmit signals to control the ring, and then went out of the ring. As soon as it appeared outside, The ring happened to be on the finger. Arthur nodded in satisfaction and said to Tom Kirk, "Very well, this ring is a success." Tom Kirk smiled and said, "The material of this ring is very tough, made by the guy Volbo. It's very solid and not easily damaged." "Really? Is that guy still honest?" Arthur nodded, using his brain waves to control Ring O2, familiar with his mastery of the ring. In any case, this ring now seems to be Arthur's second ability. If you want to act like an arm, you have to exercise a little bit. He is very honest, knowing that there is no hope of going back, and that you are there, so he dare not make trouble. Speaking of which, his help to us scientists is not small. The ability to swallow fruits is indeed very suitable for material fusion. Many new materials are used. He got it out. That's good. Let's go ahead and get some life-assisting robots. I don't have much time. I have other things. After Arthur finished speaking, he disappeared directly under Tom Kirk's nod in response. After Moore said he got some lifelike robot servants almost indistinguishable from humans, Arthur flew directly back to the Angel Empire. Back to the Island of Gods. I got some furniture and placed it in the ring, then connected New Okigao and sent it into the ring. Then Arthur took New Okigao towards the entrance of the Great Route. After a few days of delay, the new week rest periods that Arthur gave himself every month was about to pass. But this time, because things were also important, Arthur concentrated his rest time to this period of time. Alabasta, which can be regarded as a large country in the world, is covered with yellow sand and the climate is very hot. Rain, now the only prosperous place in Alabasta, an oasis. This city is basically occupied by Crocodile, whom the citizens of Alabasta call a hero. Even the royal family Nefertiti has no control over the city. The most lively place in the rain is naturally the casino opened by Crocodile. In the underground of the casino, there is an unknown place, and Crocodile has always stayed here. The huge glass blocks the water in the pool very tightly, and the fierce beasts and the banana crocodiles swimming inside cannot destroy the glass wall. So even the living creatures that are close at hand, they are used to it and don't come close. Crocodile hung up the phone worm, his face gloomy. Recently, a rookie pirate came out, who was so courageous that he would casually attack his men. Although no one knows that the Baroque society was founded by themselves, it is just a fool to take action against gangs that do not come from, and they are not weak. Is this a fool, so reckless? The strength of his subordinates is not weak. The strength of Mr. 3, Mr. 4 and others are quite powerful, but unexpectedly, they all failed miserably. That bunch of rubbish actually suffered a defeat in the hands of a rookie pirate. Crocodile was really angry about this incident. What made him even more angry was that these little pirates came at him. When was your name so weak? Even a little pirate who had just set out to sea and offered a reward of 45 million yuan dared to come to the door. It seems that after becoming Kyuhai, I was indeed underestimated by many people. Crocodile swallowed the clouds. His gloomy face turned dark and unclear under the cover of the smoke. He decided that if the other party really dared to come to the door, he would give a good lesson and let the guys who treat the pirates as a playhouse to recognize the world. Yuha laugh that sounded like an imperial cyst rang out. Crocodile dangling his cigar and glanced at Robin, who was in the dark, with a stature, and said indifferently, "My plan is about to begin recently, to subvert this country. At that time, the interpretation of the steel will depend on it." "You don't have any bad thoughts, Nicole?" Robin. "Okay, Mr. Zero." Robin replied with an intellectual smile. Standing in the shadows, the twinkling light in her eyes seemed to indicate her determination not to follow suit, even if she died because of it. Above Alabasta, Arthur was looking down at the island full of yellow sand. The only oasis on the island, which is basically yellow, is particularly special, and it can be seen from above the desert at a glance. That's it. Nicole Robin should be the, right? Coming out of the secret door of the casino, Robin followed this sparsely populated alley, ready to go to the port. She was going to take a look at Luffy's group. I don't know why, seeing the stern face on the reward order, Robin has a strange feeling in his heart. He always feels that the pirate who just debuted will have a lot of involvement in the future. As he was walking, Robin stopped suddenly. His good-looking eyes widened, and his shock that could not be concealed was exposed. You are King Arthur. She was impressed by the young face in front of her who was sitting on the throne half a meter above the ground. She has seen a person with the top natural fruit ability, and she also knows how terrifying the blue pheasant is now as a general. And as an existence of the same level, she knew that Arthur's strength was also unimaginable for her. What she worries most now is that she will fall into the tiger's mouth before she leaves the wolf den. If facing Crocodile, she still had some careful thoughts, then facing a figure of Arthur's level, she was left with despair. Are you here to take me away? Is it for those ancient secrets? What Robin fears most is that Arthur, like Crocodile, wants to find the battleship of Hades. In that case, she would rather die than promise. Seeing this sweet-skinned beauty in front of her with her pale pretty face and changing eyes when she saw herself, Arthur knew what she was thinking. Hello, Nicole Robin. Although his heart was tense, Robin had been displaced since he was 8 years old, and Robin, who lived in the dark, quickly controlled his expression. Although her face was still pale, a habitual smile appeared on her face. Hello, Mr. Arthur, I don't know if you stopped me. What's the matter? It's okay. It's okay. I'm not here for you this time. However, you still have to come with me and help me see something. Arthur sat on the throne and looked at Robin. He felt that Nicole Robin, dressed as a geisha, was more attractive and attractive later in Wano country. Hearing Arthur's words, Robin's eyes changed again. Ancient inscriptions? What is this else? Don't worry, I'm not the same as that idiot Crocodile. I'm not looking for Pluto. Arthur looked at Robin and smiled lightly. How do you know? Robin was stunned. Crocodile wanted to find the secret of the battleship of Hades, and he had only told her about it at the moment. If you don't need to help him translate ancient texts, I'm afraid I wouldn't tell myself such things. And where did King Arthur know it? I know many things. For example, you never thought about helping Crocodile find the Pluto. Even if you see where you are, you will only make up a lie. Frowning his pretty eyebrows, Robin looked at Arthur and asked, since you know I won't help people find the battleship of Hades, what do you want me to translate for? I don't know. Arthur shook his head. He really didn't know what the stone tablet was about, but just remembered that in the plot, there was a stone tablet in the hole Luffy fell into. He came to Robin for an interpreter only incidentally. He wanted to get in touch with Robin. Of course, it would be better if you could know what was written on that stone tablet. Oh this guy will not aimlessly do something like this in the plot. I'm afraid there may be any secrets on it. I just know about the whereabouts of that stone tablet. If I can, I hope you can translate it for me. By the way, I have something I want to talk to you. Over the years, Arthur has actually gotten the chance to see if you can bury the chess pieces. And I came to see Nicole Robin for this purpose. Chapter 186. With Robin, Arthur disappeared instantly. With his current speed and control of his own abilities, he hardly attracted anyone's attention here. But in the underground of the casino, Crocodile frowned suddenly, somewhat puzzled. Just now, he seemed to feel a fleeting sense of familiarity, because in the original work, Luffy and the others found that the underground stone tablet was an accident, so Arthur didn't know the exact location of the stone tablet. However, since Arthur's awakening from seeing and hearing color, with the help of electromagnetic fields, he can clearly explore the underground things, just like ultrasound imaging. A very standard cube steel, under the cover of Arthur's perverted range of knowledge, is still very simple to find. After 10 minutes, Arthur sat on the throne suspended in the air, looking at Robin who was excited in front of the steel. Unexpectedly, there is a stone monument buried here in such a place that no one knows. Standing in front of the stone monument, Robin read it silently. When dealing with stone monuments such as historical texts, Robin would only translate and read them in his head without leaving any notes. As Robin, who has become a scholar at just a few years old, UBM is her basic talent. While watching, Robin slowly translated in his head. As more and more content is translated, Robin's eyes are more shocked. Robin has made up his mind not to tell Arthur about the above content. And Arthur behind her, his eyes flickering, watching Robin's graceful back, gradually lost his senses. There is such a thing, there is such a thing. That's how it is, that's how it is, Robin muttered to himself after translating all the inscriptions. After a while, Robin withdrew the color from his eyes and turned around with a smile. Even when he was a child, he witnessed the destruction of his hometown with his own eyes, and then left without a fixed place. She has been in all kinds of darkness all the time, just to survive, but the intellectual aura in her body is getting stronger and stronger. Perceiving Robin turning around, Arthur retracted the different color in his eyes, showing a look of searching, and looked at Robin. How? What is recorded on this stone tablet? Robin replied, this stele records some royal information about Alabastan. I heard that there is also such a stele in the imperial tombs of the Nefertiti clan. It may be in general context. Oh, really? Arthur's eyes couldn't be denied, and he looked at Robin's beautiful eyes without blinking. Upon seeing this, Robin's face flashed with helplessness, and he kissed his lips again. What the stele says is that the ancestors of the Nefertiti clan, after establishing a world government, refused to go to the Holy Land of Mary Jaioa to become a world nobleman and stick to the matter of Alabastan. That's it. Arthur nodded, a touch of disappointment just right in his eyes. I've known this kind of thing a long time ago. Then Mr. Arthur, what else do you have? Robin looked at Arthur with a smile on his face. Looking at the woman in front of him, Arthur flickered a few times, saying something to Robin in this unknown place. As Arthur said, Robin's eyes widened and his face was full of surprise. When Arthur finished speaking, there was silence between the two. Liu Bing's eyes flickered, as if he was contemplating Arthur's words. After a while, Robin said, Mr. Arthur, is what you said is true? Robin basically didn't believe what Arthur said. However, what the other party said was too true, so she had to wonder whether those tales of fantasy were possible. Of course, isn't the time still early? You still have a chance to see it. Arthur's mouth turned up. He knew that his move seemed to be half of it. As long as a few years later, he will experience a few more things. I believe that this half move will be completed. Okay. Robin nodded, and said dubiously, then let time prove it, Mr. Arthur. Looking at the cave with nothing but a stone monument, Robin said, Mr. Arthur, since there is nothing wrong, can you send me away? I have something to do, so I just went to see the guy you said. People. Of course, let's go. I'll send you to the port. Gentleman. Arthur smiled, and then stretched out his gentle palm. Robin saw Arthur's outstretched palm, gave Arthur a charming look, then stretched out his slender hand and placed it gently on Arthur's hand. When he came here before, Arthur was not such a gentleman, so he grabbed her and flew away. In the port city, in the lanes where no one entered, there was a slight cracking sound, and then a throne appeared here. On the throne, Arthur jokingly looked at Robin, who was a little reddened, and then let go. Slap. Robin jumped off Arthur's lap, glanced at Arthur again, and straightened his expression. Then, goodbye, Mr. Arthur. After saying to Arthur, Robin Shishiren left. Huh? What is this? A vague, somewhat dazed voice sounded. Arthur sat on the throne, without turning his head, looking at the graceful back that was gradually disappearing. A smile came up at the corner of his mouth again. The air trembled, and the drunk who was sleeping in the alley just awoke. He felt his brain was swiped by a big stick, and he rolled his eyes and fainted. Albana, the capital of Alabastan. Located in the capital offshore of Alabastan, the palace of the Nefertiti family is here. This imperial palace is magnificent, just like Doflamingo's King's High Ground. This imperial palace is also high above. If you want to go up, you can only climb up the stairs. Cobra sat in the palace with a bitter and helpless face. He didn't know what was going on, and his citizens would rather believe a pirate than believe him. But someone else watched him carry dancing fans from the cargo ship, and he had no way to argue. When things reached this point, Cobra was very painful. He knew very well that all this must be the sand crocodile. Crocodile did, but he suffered from no evidence. A few years ago, in order to find out the truth and obtain evidence, his beloved daughter, Princess YY, had to join the club anonymously. However, until now, nothing has been gained. Who? A soft shout suddenly sounded. Cobra's face changed and he looked outside. I saw that Bell and Garca were fully guarded, both using their respective devil fruits to transform into human and beast forms. Are you King Arthur? Cobra looked at Arthur outside the palace in surprise, sitting on a suspended throne. He is very familiar with this young man. Although he has not had much contact with him, he thinks this young man is a very promising figure. At the World Conference, it was first proposed to increase the funding of the Navy, and then it was proposed to establish the WTO. The first suggestion is to make the Navy's hands and feet more open, and the results on the sea are indeed better than the previous year. The second proposal is even more beneficial. As one of the superpowers on the Great Route, Alabasta has no low right to speak in the WTO. After the establishment of the WTO, the benefits brought to them are tangible. It's just that Crocodile, who is independent of the laws of the kingdom and the laws of the world government, has done too much harm to this country. King Cobra, hello. Arthur controlled the throne and flew into the palace. Hello, King Arthur. Cobra hurried back. Although the other party is a better daughter, a young king who is not a few years old, but he has great strength. As far as he knows, even the Tan Longrun and the 5 old stars seem to be afraid of King Arthur. I don't know what happened to King Arthur's visit to our country? Cobra asked. Grave accent diaresis, of course. Arthur nodded and said, I am here this time, hoping to form an alliance with you Alabasta and become a close ally. Huh? What do you mean? Cobra frowned, somewhat unclear. Hearing that, Arthur did not answer Cobra, but took a glimpse and looked at the guards on both sides, Bell and Garca. The positions of these two people are quite interesting, and they can attack themselves instantly. However, I don't have any compelling words in my heart. Knowing what Arthur meant, Cobra said, Bell, Garca, go outside and wait. This. After hearing the words, the two looked at Arthur with some hesitation. Upon seeing this, Cobra coughed dryly. Go. King Arthur is also the king of the franchise. It is also the world's top power. In the last 6 words, Cobra's tone became a little bit stronger. Neither Bell nor Garco are idiots, and it is not something idiots can do to be able to do the king's close guard. They naturally understood the meaning of Cobra's words. This is the world's top powerhouse. If you really want to be evil, you can't stop it. Yes. The two nodded and exited the palace. Then please speak up, King Arthur. Cobra looked at Arthur. Next, in Cobra's seriousness, surprise, confusion, excitement, or silent expression changes, Arthur and Cobra talked a lot. Nearly an hour later, Cobra looked solemn. After hesitating for a moment, he said, if you really want to do that, it is indeed possible. I will support you. However, Zo's ability is very small. I just need you to give me an answer and your support. For other things, I'll look at it then. I'm still pretty sure. Arthur smiled. He already got the answer he wanted to know. However, there are still some things that Arthur wants to know, which is not convenient to raise at present. However, Arthur's eyes rolled. Princess Vivi is very beautiful, and sooner or later she will inherit the throne of Alabasta. As long as she was taken down, those he wanted to know would still be known, and Arthur was not in a hurry. And Arthur is not without other ways. It's just that he always likes to prepare more. In this case, it's settled. I will stay here these few days. I will help you when Crocodile starts to act and the people see his face clearly. There are also climate matters. This matter. The matter couldn't be simpler. When this matter is over, I will let someone solve it, so don't worry. That's great. At that time, I will ask King Arthur. Cobra heard this, feeling excited. With Arthur's promise, he was not afraid of anything. Although it is not clear to what extent the strength of the top-level powerhouse has reached, Cobra knew very well that Crocodile could not be the opponent of the top-level powerhouse at all. After discussing with Cobra, Arthur temporarily lived in the palace. The next day, a sailing ship with a pirate flag, a pirate ship with a straw hat and skull, docked in a bay that was not a port. Chapter 187. The rebels attacked the city, and the killing sounded loudly. Under the guidance of Crocodile, the rebels of Alabasta were completely disappointed with King Cobra as the leader of the rebel army. Even though he was a childhood sweetheart with Princess Vivi, at this moment he gave up everything to attack Alabasta. He will oust Cobra from the throne and completely change the country. The formerly prosperous Alabasta is now chaotic, and everywhere has become a battlefield between the king's army and the rebel army. In the palace, standing on the high walls, watching what happened in the city, Cobra was heartbroken. He looked at Arthur with pleading gaze more than once, hoping that Arthur could make a move, but Arthur shook his head and remained unmoved. King Cobra, Crocodile is still in the dark. I am taking action now. It is of course a trivial matter to solve these rebellious forces, but the people who still misunderstand the royal family will be buried. Even if I helped you suppress today, but the royal family who has not been rectified, it is estimated that it will not continue. It is just that the emperor changed hands. There is no rebellion here. I will help you. Be patient. This loss is not a concern. Wait for Crocodile's exposure. Moreover, such a rebellious army, if you don't vent, it is also a terrible disaster. Hearing what Arthur had said, Cobra frowned and thought about it, feeling that there was some truth in it. Apart from other things, the fact that the imperial power changes hands is absolutely impossible. He is a Mingjun, not a stupid one. Alabasta is fine in his hands, but if it weren't for the Nefertiti clan, this place would not be stable, and the world government would not accept the alternation of power so easily. This is not an alarmist talk about Cobra's unwillingness to give up his status as a royal family. His ancestors were able to give up his status as a nobleman in the world 800 years ago, and he was also able to give up his status as a royal family. However, his royal status is more than just a status. Their Nefertiti clan also has their own mission and things to protect, and this made him absolutely unable to give up the position of royalty. Come here. Arthur's eyes seemed to penetrate the space. What? Cobra looked at Arthur, but Arthur did not answer, because a familiar figure Cobra had appeared. That's why. Cobra's eyes narrowed and saw his daughter riding Karu, dodge the attack from the rebels all the way towards the palace. Seeing that figure, Arthur couldn't help but a flash of surprise in his eyes. I saw Waiwai's beautiful blue long hair tied into a ponytail, and she was wearing an Alabasta dress against her fair skin. It is no exaggeration to say that she is an allure. Not long after, Waiwai had already rushed to the disintegration of the palace, and then rushed up in one breath. In the palace, the king's army guarding the gate opened the gate immediately after seeing Princess Vivi's arrival. As soon as Vivi entered Alabasta, the Straw Hat group who came with him also met their respective opponents. At this time, they were all fighting their opponents in the city. In the desert not very far from Alabasta, Crocodile also confronted Straw Hat Luffy for the first time. But it was a confrontation, rather than Crocodile talking to himself, and Luffy covered his head and attacked where. In the end, Crocodile, who had lost his patience, resolved Luffy with 3 attempts. On the other hand, Robin, wearing a lady's hood and a white coat, also came towards the palace. But unlike the original, she didn't attack anyone, but sneaked in from another place. King Arthur. Waiwai looked at the young man sitting on the throne beside her father in disbelief. Her expression shocked. Why are you here? Waiwai looked at Arthur with a sense of loss. She could say that Arthur's fame was quite impressive. However, this is obviously not the time to be shocked. Just after a few glances at Arthur, Vivi immediately looked at Cobra and said, "My father, I already know the truth. Under Crocodile's men, there is a demon fruit-capable person who can imitate the appearance of others. All of this today is a conspiracy by Crocodile. Causa. He was also deceived and used by Crocodile." Ah! Cobra nodded with a heavy expression, and said, "I already know, Vivi." "Father, please give me some time. After I know the truth, there must be a way to stop Koshor and the others," Waiwai said eagerly. At this point, she still hopes to be able to stop it. After all, it was neither the fault of Koshor and the rebels nor the fault of her father Cobra. The source of all these errors was Crocodile. If the rebels know the truth, and Koza knows the truth, all this can be prevented. However, Waiwai's thinking was too simple. Cobra shook his head and said, now they can't listen to all of this. Only when the right time comes to expose Crocodile's true face in front of everyone, can all this be stopped. Vivi, wait here, I believe Crocodile is coming soon. What? Father? Waiwai's expression changed. She didn't expect her father to stop her. Next, Cobra repeated what Arthur had said before with Vivi. Waiwai fell silent. She was a smart person. After Cobra finished speaking, she also understood a little. How could the rebel army, which is carrying the anger of millions of people, stop because of Sumion's persuasion? In the palace, Bell and Garka became vigilant, because there was a strange sound of footsteps. He, we met again, Mr. Arthur. The one who appeared was Robin, who had sneaked in secretly. It seems that Crocodile is coming soon. The throne was suspended in the air and turned around lightly. Well, he'll be back after we get rid of that straw hat boy. Time is about to go. Robin stood there gracefully, not caring about other people's first place. You are ... Miss Middle ... all Sunday. How come you are here? Why exclaimed. Ha, hello, Miss ... No. Princess Vivi. Robin looked at Vivi with a smile. When a few people were talking, a quicksand floated in the air and flew into Albana. Obviously, Luffy had been temporarily defeated by Crocodile. After entering Albana, Crocodile headed straight for the palace. Not long after, he flew into the palace from the air. The moment he flew into the palace, Crocodile's brows furrowed tightly. He felt a strange and familiar breath in the palace, a little uneasy in his heart. Crocodile was a little puzzled. Could it be that Cobra Guy invited someone? Depressing the doubts in his heart, Crocodile did not see any guards in the palace, and came to Cobra easily. Is there not enough manpower? Except for the gate, there is not even a guard. Crocodile sneered, flying in Cobra's direction with some excitement. Crocodile, Bell and Garka looked like enemies, staring closely at the Crocodile condensed from the quicksand flying out of the isle, and they couldn't help being half-beast. Hal looked at the two with disdain. He had already seen Arthur at this time, and Crocodile, whose expression had changed drastically, didn't control the two at all. How come you guys are here? Crocodile's pupils shrank like needles. The moment he saw Arthur, he remembered the battle 7 or 8 years ago. It's just a lucky kid for a kid. But because of the special nature of the thunder fruit, he was helpless and hurt a little. He also kept this matter in his mind, but he did not expect that when he saw the news again, the other party would actually become the world's top powerhouse who defeated the 4th Emperor Kaido. Although Crocodile was very arrogant in his heart, he still had to admit that there was still some gap between himself and the top power. Meeting again. Crocodile. Arthur changed his eyes and looked at Crocodile. With his perception, he can naturally perceive that Crocodile at this time seems to be more powerful than a few years ago. With this strength, Luffy can't even be beaten by the protagonist's halo. Arthur raised his eyebrows and thought. Originally, he wanted to let it go, waiting for Luffy to play with Crocodile, and direct the live version to a Super 3D movie. But seeing Crocodile, Arthur felt that this idea might be frustrated. It looks like you have to cheat, Arthur secretly said in his heart. You lucky guy, why are you here? Crocodile's face was gloomy. He felt that things seemed a little beyond his control. He didn't care about some little pirates, but Arthur had to care. Moreover, his plan is so big that it cannot be easily known by others. It would be fine if he could kill someone, but Arthur obviously couldn't do it even if he had home court advantage. What? It's beyond your control. Have you begun to think about how to adapt your plan? Arthur chuckled lightly, watching Crocodile's flickering expression. HMPH, it's up to you, it's not beyond my control. No matter whether it can be done or not, first fill up the momentum column. When Crocodile spoke, no one thought this man was very awkward. After thinking briefly in his mind, Crocodile has decided to slow down the affairs of Pluto for a while. Kid Lightning, the things here have nothing to do with you, you won't want to intervene. Don't forget, I am Kyuhai. In this country, I have some rights and obligations, and you are not allowed to interfere. Crocodile's face was gloomy. Still, of course, Arthur nodded, turned to look at the city, and said, "Today, your opponent is that kid." While speaking, a roar also rang, echoing over Alabasta. Crocodile. The roar broke out every word, and his angry voice looked very young. Hearing this voice, Crocodile's face became more gloomy. That kid, he didn't die, so he recovered so soon. He had already sucked it into humans in the desert before, thinking that he was mortal. Crocodile didn't care about it. The bomb incident had been set up, and he immediately came to Alabasta in a hurry. Unexpectedly, that guy actually came alive. Seeing the figure rushing here quickly from a distance, carrying a big bucket on his back, Arthur's eyes moved slightly. Finally saw it, the destiny of this world. Chapter 188. Thank you for your support. Excited, is there any time for rewards? Chapter 189. In the city of Alabasta, one house after another collapsed, and two figures kept intertwined. After Luffy drenched his body with water, Crocodile was really unprepared and was beaten by Luffy several times. However, after the reaction was over, Luffy could not take advantage of it. But even so, I don't know if it was lucky or the protagonist's halo is strong, and Luffy didn't suffer too much. There was a back and forth between the two, and they played like they were. Now Luffy can take advantage of almost anything, and the big wooden barrel behind it has also been blown up. Although the barrel was exposed to some water when it exploded, the weather in Alabasta was so hot that it evaporated in a short time. When dealing with Crocodile, he was not armed or domineering, and there was no water, and he was evaded by Crocodile's elementalization almost every time. From the palace, Arthur frowned as he watched the fierce battle not far below. The biggest reason why he didn't want to take a shot at Crocodile was actually that he wanted to train Luffy. Now his strength is too weak. By the way, let Crocodile die unexpectedly without intervening, so that he can steal Crocodile's fruit ability quietly. After thinking about it, Arthur decided to give Luffy a little help so that he would not be unable to attack the elementalized Crocodile. When the others were not paying attention, Arthur took out a few celestial spheres from the ring, and then controlled them to fly into the sky. Although Arthur himself didn't quite understand what the astronomical changes were going on, he specifically asked Nami about how it was going. Carrying a large number of weather orbs, he only needs to follow what Nami told him, and release the astronomical orbs that can create the weather he wants. Crocodile defended Arthur on the one hand with the Luffy fighters. This is also the biggest reason why he suffered a loss when he was hit by Luffy when he was distracted. Also, he deliberately showed weakness and concealed his strength. With Luffy steadily retreating, Crocodile suddenly noticed that a shadow appeared above his head. When he looked up, his face immediately darkened. Is it going to rain? Feeling that his home court advantage seemed likely to be lost, Crocodile accelerated his attack speed. Unfortunately, although Luffy couldn't hurt him, his strong combat instinct made Crocodile's attack, who was not good at speed, basically return to nothing. Booming with the sound of muffled thunder, the sky became more gloomy. In a huge dark cloud covering the entire Alabasta, thunder flickered, and then calmed down. Wow! The heavy rain fell from the sky, and the hot air was instantly dissipated and became cooler. The movements of the restless king's army and the rebel army fighting with it have slowed down. The cool rain made them calm down slowly, and in the area not far from the palace, the battlefield between Luffy and Crocodile was drenched into two people. Luffy looked excited. On the other hand, Crocodile's face was even more gloomy. This guy seemed to have a haze on his face whenever he looked very gloomy. This heavy rain completely wiped out Crocodile's home court advantage. Even because of the rustle fruit, he couldn't even become elemental. And he couldn't control the sand soaked by rain. Damn, this Straw Hat boy, really lucky. Crocodile spit out the cigar that was extinguished by the rain in his mouth unhappy, then took off the heavy fur collar coat that was soaked in water and threw it on the ground. The wet coat made him very uncomfortable, and it was attached to his body, which affected him very much. Hey, great. It was really a timely rain. Luffy panted, feeling that his extremely hot lungs gradually became more comfortable because of the cool air brought by the heavy rain. Shaking the rain on his head, Luffy put the straw hat on his head to block the rain. Serious eyes through the curtain of water falling from the brim of the hat, staring at Crocodile closely. Crocodile, if you can't turn into sand, you will have no advantage. I will definitely beat you away. Straw Hat Boy Luffy, you are just a fledgling little pirate. Lao Tzu, the pirate who has survived that cruel world, is not the same as the pirate who treats the pirate as a family pirate like you. If I don't have an advantage, will you be my opponent? Crocodile dismissed Luffy's words. From beginning to end, he didn't look at Luffy directly. Although I don't understand what you are talking about, I am a man who will definitely become One Piece. Today, no matter what, I will hit you. Luffy pressed his straw hat, his face serious and serious. You, the guy who made YY sad and caused her country to suffer disaster, bet everything to defeat you. Hey, idiot. Crocodile cursed secretly. He is a pirate and not a good person. Isn't what he did is what a normal pirate should do. But this truth he feels and the kid in front of him obviously can't explain it. Rubber machine gun. Luffy finished speaking. No matter what Crocodile's reaction, he immediately started to do it. Bang 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 bang. Arthur's eyes shrank, because in Crocodile's body, he was familiar with the power, armed and domineering. Although it only covers both arms, it doesn't look very strong, but even so, it can't be handled by Luffy. After the fight, Luffy's face changed, clutching his painful fist, and said in amazement, "What's the matter? How can I hurt him, a rubber man?" Straw Hat Boy Luffy, you don't know anything about power. Crocodile's eyes were a little bit bright, but then the gloomy fell, and he glanced in the direction of the palace without a trace. The reason why he didn't have to be armed and domineering before was because Crocodile was hiding himself. Since he returned from the New World and became Kyuuhai, he has basically neglected a lot of strength. Because in Alabasta, there are deserts everywhere and there is an unparalleled home field advantage, so he develops more fruit abilities, and neglects a lot of domineering things such as armed colors. Before he thought about it, he has such a big home court advantage that is comparable to Fruit Awakening. If Fruit's ability is developed in place, it is basically impossible for anyone to beat him here. However, the appearance of Arthur 7 or 8 years ago gave him an indelible shame. Later, I saw the news about Arthur's defeat of Kaido in the newspaper. Although he still relied more on his fruiting ability, he was also concerned about the arrogance of the armed. Because there are more things to deal with, and he has been planning the battleship of Pluto, so the progress is not very big. The reason is that with his strength, he is almost invincible in this area of the Great Root. Without the opponent straining, he is not good at training. That seems to be jealous, so the progress of strength is relatively slow. Damn it. Luffy frowned and looked at the red fist beaks. Although he doesn't understand how the opponent can make him feel pain like Grandpa, he still understands that this battle will probably be even more difficult. Above the palace, Arthur frowned. Armed and domineering ... In this case, Luffy is even more unlikely to be an opponent. This is no good. It has no exercise effect on Luffy. After thinking about it, Arthur decided to make a move, and he helped it, quietly mobilizing the ability to expand the electromagnetic field, covering the two in the confrontation, and then Arthur activated his extended ability. What? Luffy's face changed, and he felt that his upper body suddenly felt pressed by a heavy object, and the strength was still increasing. Crocodile frowned, not sure what the situation was. But in the next moment, he understood that Arthur must have done something. Boy Raiden, what did you do? What do you want to do? Crocodile turned to look at the palace, Arthur sitting high on the floating throne. Arthur smiled and said, I feel that the other person is a little weak, so cheer him up. What do you mean? Crocodile was a little confused, but then his expression changed and he looked at Luffy. Sneer. At this moment, Luffy's body steam drifted away. His whole body was red, and he looked at the steamy hands a little dazedly. What's the matter? Crocodile saw the changes in Luffy's body and didn't quite understand what was going on. No matter what, let's attack first. Crocodile quickly rushed towards Luffy. His left hand raised high, and the golden hook was like the tail of a poisonous scorpion, flashing a golden light, and it slammed towards Luffy. Upon seeing this, Luffy's face was grave, and he dodged aside. What? Crocodile's eyes widened, looking at nothing in front of him. Then his face changed and he looked aside. What's going on? Luffy stood tens of meters away, watching him suddenly come here from such a distance, and at such a fast speed. Although he did not understand the key, Luffy, who was born with a strong fighting instinct, quickly accepted his new changes, and happily said a word of thanks to Arthur. However, Arthur's face became dark after hearing this. You are the uncle. Then, this trick is called second gear. Luffy slammed his right hand into the palm of his left palm, and named his new state. Eraser eraser Nanta. Bang 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 bang. Because of the second gear, Luffy's speed has become faster, and even Crocodile can't react to it for a while. But after all, he came back from the New World, and he had more than 80 million rewards more than 10 years ago, and his strength is still very strong. Soon, Crocodile adapted from Luffy's skyrocketing speed. But in the same way, Luffy, who was extremely talented, also discovered the power of second gear at this time. Whether it is speed or strength, Luffy has increased significantly. The tricks of the Jet series were quickly developed by Luffy. It seemed as if Luffy could hit the air to attack. Although he was armed and domineering, Crocodile, who could not cover a large area at this time, suddenly returned to the stage where he was evenly matched and would suffer losses. However, Luffy was not comfortable either. After all, Jet is only fast, so most people can't see the after images. It's not really hitting the air. Therefore, 9 out of 10, the fists blocked by Crocodile with arms wrapped in domineering arms, are now in severe pain. Luffy panted heavily, his fists trembled slightly, and the blood kept dripping out. On the opposite side, Crocodile was also panting. He couldn't be elementalized, he was not good at speed, and he really suffered a lot when Luffy was slightly faster than him. With a deep hatred in his heart, Crocodile glared at Arthur from a high place. Continue to hide the clumsy. It seems that it does not work. Originally thinking of hiding some strength to solve Luffy, and then if Arthur did it, he would show weakness first, wait for a good time, use armed color to sneak attack, directly kill Arthur's. Unexpectedly, the guy helped Luffy when he shot, and he immediately fell into a stalemate. Having used the armed color, but still did not receive a satisfactory result. This made Crocodile's heart very crazy. It can only be this way. Crocodile looked ugly, grabbed the golden hook on his left hand, and then pulled it. I saw that the golden hook was actually just a sheath. Inside it was a metal, full of small holes, and a poisonous hook with purple venom. Chapter 190, At first glance, it was a poisonous golden hook, which made Luffy's face more solemn. As a rubber man, he is afraid of sharp objects and poisons. Fortunately, a second gear was accidentally developed at this moment, and it was still possible to dodge in front of Crocodile, who is not good at speed. Because the heavy rain had not stopped, the venom on Crocodile's poison hook was quickly washed away. But even so, the poison hook that has been immersed in the venom for many years is still faintly purple. If you think that the venom has been washed away by the rain, relax your vigilance, and you may be overturned by the residual poison on the poison hook. Even if it does not produce too strong a reaction, it will still have an impact more or less. In the battle of the strong, the victory or defeat is often in an instant, between a small oversight. Seeing Crocodile's poisonous hook towards him, Luffy instantly disappeared in place, leaving only the steam slowly dissipating. At the moment Luffy disappeared, Crocodile immediately used his right arm to block to the right, and Luffy's foot was blocked and bounced back. And Crocodile also turned around in an instant, and continued to attack with a poisonous hook. Bang! Luffy, who was still young, wrapped both hands around the golden ball behind the poison hook, and firmly resisted Crocodile's attack. Being blocked again, Crocodile was not surprised at all, and his right fist trapped in armed domineering blasted towards Luffy fiercely. But this time, Luffy didn't stop him, was hit by the fist in his chest, and after a painful cry, he spit out blood and flew out. Standing up from the collapsed ruins, Luffy's expression was painful and grinning. With that punch just now, he really suffered a lot, and he also retreated from the second gear. Watching Crocodile rushing here at 40 or 50 meters away, Luffy quickly thought about how to enter the second gear. It was Arthur who helped him before, but now he has retired from second gear, and Luffy wouldn't expect anyone to help him again. While avoiding Crocodile's attack embarrassingly, Luffy was thinking, at the moment of O2, I felt a heavy object on my body. Did you enter that state because you were pressed for a while? No, that's not right. The pressure is only in the upper body, not the lower body. At that moment, I seemed to feel that my legs swelled up and the blood was accelerated. So, is it because the blood is accelerated like a pump? Give it a try. In less than 3 minutes, Luffy quickly recalled the real key factor when entering the second gear. Although he looked carefree and an idiot, when fighting, Luffy was very powerful in both his imagination and consciousness. Although he is weak now, he has already revealed his aptitude to become the world's top powerhouse. Once again, avoiding Crocodile's attack, Luffy ran a little farther. Before Crocodile arrived, Luffy squatted half on his knees with both hands. If you didn't guess wrong, then you should be able to succeed. After muttering to himself, Luffy pressed down hard. I saw that the ankle was like a balloon, and it was pressed and piled up in an instant. At the moment Luffy unloaded his force, the squeezed ankles instantly bounced back to their original shape. Just like a ball under pressure had no pressure. Sneer. At the moment the ankle returned to its original state, Luffy felt that the speed of his heart increased a lot, and the familiar feeling appeared again. The steam is permeating, and the whole body is red and hot. It's finished. Second gear. Luffy cheered happily and raised his head to look at Crocodile, who was already close. Second gear. Middle. Jet seal. Bank caught off guard. Crocodile, who was not good at speed, reflected it, but there was no time to react, and Luffy's closed palms were severely stamped on his chest. Wow! Spit out a mouthful of blood, his chest collapsed slightly like a palm print, and Crocodile flew out. He didn't expect that a guy he had already faced a lot of squarely would figure out the trick by himself at such a fast speed. He thought that if Arthur didn't make a move, he wouldn't be able to use the trick in a short time. Rubbery razor jet pistol. When Crocodile flew upside down in midair before landing, Luffy's figure flashed, only a trace of afterimage appeared, and he came to Crocodile and stayed in midair. Rubbery razor. Middle. Jet rocket launcher. Boom! Crocodile's face changed drastically, but in midair, he couldn't be elementalized and couldn't avoid it. He was hit hard by this one. I pierced many houses all the way, and finally hit the wall to stop. Damn, this bastard has actually become so strong. Crocodile looked ugly. For the first time, I felt that I was too dependent on the fruit ability and the outside world. I was soaked by the water that I couldn't use the Russell fruit ability. What's more hateful was that I didn't have much strength left. Walking out of the ruins, Crocodile looked at Luffy, who was panting in the distance and did not pursue him. This trick should not last too long. This is obviously an overloaded state. As long as you fight with him, he will try his best sooner or later. Analyzing the shortcomings of the second gear from Luffy's status in an instant, Crocodile was ready to change the number of ways. Crocodile's workaround was just that Luffy, who was a bit faster than Crocodile, suddenly fell into a stalemate. It seems that the movement is not small, the output is crazy, but in fact it is the thunder that penetrates the floor. It is not useful, it just destroys the terrain. But Crocodile was also uncomfortable. In the second gear, Luffy's power and moves have also increased a lot. Crocodile, who was soaked in rain and unable to be elementalized, had to be guarded carefully. In this way, he would have to maintain his armed and hardened state at any time, otherwise he would feel uncomfortable if he accidentally punched a few punches. In this way, although Crocodile's consumption is a bit smaller, He has experienced too much Luffy's physical strength since he was a child, and his resilience and tenacity are stronger than Crocodile's. For a time, the two sides fell into constant exhaustion. This state lasted for a while, and Luffy finally couldn't hold on. The body that had been red because of the high temperature slowly cooled down and exited the second gear. With this withdrawal, Luffy became weaker and more exhausted, but he was full of resilience, abruptly holding on. In the palace, Arthur looked up at the dark clouds in the sky. Compared to more than half an hour ago, the rain is much weaker and the rain is much smaller now. It seems that this can't go on. Now Luffy is already unsustainable. If the rain stops, crocodiles can use the fruit ability again, and Luffy is probably dead here. Seeing the two people who were in a very bad state on the battlefield, Arthur thought for a while and decided to cheat again quietly. The electromagnetic field unfolded quietly, and Arthur's mouth moved. On the battlefield, Luffy was panting heavily. Suddenly his expression changed, and then he calmed down, frowning as if thinking about something. On the opposite side, Crocodile, who had the same chest as a bellows, frowned, and wondered in his heart whether this kid still has the physical strength to use that second gear. Having been famous for so many years, Crocodile has to say that this kind of tough guy is rare even in a new world where monsters gather. With his insight, he has already seen at this time that if the Straw Hat Boy Luffy can enter the new world smoothly, let alone other things, at least he can become a strong one. The gold medalist doesn't need to think about it, but the silver medalist probably won't be able to escape. Both sides are seizing the time to rest and adjust their status. Crocodile glanced at the clouds above, with a rare smile on his face. From 10 minutes ago, he discovered that the heavy rain began to gradually decrease. It is estimated that it will not be long before the rain stops. With the heat of Alabasta, once the rain stops, it will not take long for it to dry up here, and he can use the power of the rustling fruit again. At that time, at least be invincible. A light flashed in Luffy's eyes, thinking about the sound that had just appeared in his mind. Although he had never heard of it before, Luffy knew that the voice came from the man sitting on the suspended throne in the palace. Blow air into the bones. Is this really feasible? Luffy thought about the possibility of this alternative move. No matter what, give it a try. Anyway, I am a rubber man, it should be possible. With a decision in his mind, Luffy moved again. Even he understands that the reason why he can be evenly matched with Crocodile is because of the rain. Otherwise he would not be able to attack Crocodile without a bucket. When the rain subsided, he began to feel anxious. Luffy, who is talented in combat, did not choose to directly use the bone balloon moves that he had just named the third gear in his heart. He understood that the second gear has a very heavy load on the body, so the third gear will inevitably be there. Don't use it rashly when you don't know the load and sequely of the third gear. Moreover, his stamina is running low, so he must use the third gear at a critical time. Energetic, Luffy rushed to Crocodile again. The battle begins again. Time passed quickly, and the rain in the sky gradually stopped. The thick dark clouds began to disperse, and beams of light penetrated the dark clouds and shone on Alabasta. After a while, the dark clouds disappeared, the heat gradually rose up, and the weather quickly recovered as before. Seeing that Crocodile's clothes were drying up in the fierce battle, Luffy decided to use the last trick quickly, and the victory or defeat was in one fell swoop. The other party is also exhausted, and if you don't use it, once the other party can turn into sand, you will completely fail. Crocodile, Luffy roared. The last resort? I must hit you. Huh? Crocodile raised his eyebrows and sneered disdainfully. Luffy, Straw Hat Boy, try it if you can. Your time is running out. Hum, third gear. Bone balloon. Luffy stopped his attack for a while, took a deep breath. His chest bulged like a balloon. Biting his thumb fiercely, Luffy followed the thumb and blew into it fiercely. Soon, the changes that made Luffy exciting appeared. I saw that his right arm was actually like a balloon, which quickly grew bigger and became like a giant. It's great, it's really possible. Hey, this trick will hit you. Rubber eraser middle dot giant tomahawk. Controlling his body, leading air into his right leg. Luffy smashed the huge right leg into the sky, and then severely smashed it down towards Crocodile. What? Damn, I can make this kind of attack. Crocodile, who was almost able to restore elementalization, tried it. Except for the legs and arms, which can be elementalized, the other parts that have not been dried are not due to water. Humphrey, with a cold snort, Crocodile, with a grim face, chose partial elementalization. Heavy Sharon. The violent partial dust tornado counterattacked, violently colliding with the giant's battle axe. However, after only resisting it for a while, the powerful giant battle axe split Shalan and smashed it down. Unexpectedly, his moves were broken so quickly. Crocodile, who was unwilling to sit still, immediately became elemental in his lower body, and wanted to fly out of the attack range. However, the range of the giant's battle axe was too large, and Crocodile did not fly a few meters before being severely hit by the giant's battle axe. Buff Crocodile, who felt his internal organs shattered, spit out a mouthful of blood, and his consciousness became blurred. With this trick, Luffy also completely lost his energy, turned into a child, and fell to the ground. A house seems to have collapsed due to a strong aftermath, a block of cement with steel bars. It just happened to fall down, and hit Crocodile, who hadn't lost consciousness, but could not move his whole body in pain. Sneer. Crocodile's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't think that his generation of heroes would die like this, because of the heavy rain. Although the sun reappeared and the air warmed up early, there was still water in some places. And Luffy's last move knocked Crocodile into the ground, and a depression appeared. The surrounding water has gathered because of the low terrain here. Crocodile, who can basically be partially elementalized, was soaked by water again because he was unable to move due to a short period of exhaustion. Then the cement block that fell, the steel bars on it, happened to pass through his chest when Crocodile could not be elementalized and had no defensive power. A generation of Kyuubi powerhouses unexpectedly came to an end like this. But no one noticed that Arthur above the palace showed a triumphant smile. No one noticed that the futuristic-looking ring that he had always carried on his hand didn't know when it quietly disappeared. Chapter 191. Crocodile died just like that. No one would know what the truth of his death would be. Under the cover of the ruins, Arthur controlled the ring to float next to Crocodile. A small black cloud floated out of the ring, and then grew larger and larger, and finally covered the smaller half of Crocodile's body. In the ring, Nuoki screamed, and the black hole traction was activated and began to deprive Crocodile's Russell Fruit ability. As the ability to deprive the Devil Fruit became more and more skillful, in less than 2 minutes, an earthy yellow Devil Fruit appeared in the hands of Master Nuoki. The rustling fruit reappears in the world. And if Arthur was unfair to the public, no one knew that the fruit had been secretly taken by Arthur. Crocodile died, and Arthur, who knew that there was a bomb, helped throw a huge bomb on a certain clock tower into the sky. The violent explosion caused everyone to stop and look shockedly at the black smoke that was dispersing high in the sky. Taking advantage of this opportunity, YY hurriedly used the phone worm to broadcast, telling all the truth about the matter in Albana. After the suspicious rebel army heard these words, the leader Koshor decided to stop the uprising first, and investigate it before speaking. He felt that what YY said might be true. Even if it was not true, it would only sacrifice him. In the end, the rebellion was quelled after Koza, the leader of the rebel army, learned the truth. Cobra and a group of straw hats with different degrees of injury were quietly taken into the palace. In any case, even if Luffy and the gang are pirates, they are in conflict with Crocodile because of Vivi. This point, Cobra cannot forget. Even if the benefactor's kindness cannot be reported, he can't forget it. And because of Luffy's appearance in Rogue Town, Smoky Smoke also chased Alabasta. But seeing the announcement of the facts after Luffy's battle with Crocodile, Small hesitated. At this point, Smoke and the later General Fujitora have similarities. The justice in their hearts is not entirely from the standpoint of the Navy. After the news of Crocodile's defeat and death was published in the newspapers, The Warring States period ordered the arrest of the Straw Hat Gang. But because Luffy and the others were in the palace, Smoke was waiting. In fact, when he said he was waiting, he also had plans in his heart to let Luffy finish repairing in Alabasta and pursue it after leaving Alabasta. On the second day, Crocodile's conspiracy was spread throughout Alabasta, and the rebels everywhere came to a halt. Starting from Mr. 1, the top 10 Baroque Club members have also been captured one by one. Mr. 2 imitated the announcement of the fruit, so that the truth of the facts is no longer doubtful now. Everyone knows the true face of Crocodile and the reason why King Cobra would buy the dance ban powder. In the palace, after a night of rest, Luffy was basically fine. I have to say that this guy's resilience is terrible, and he can recover as long as he eats. Arthur looked at the table full of rich food, choosing what he liked to taste. The last time I went to Alabasta, I didn't stay for a long time. I haven't tasted the food here. Although there are also Alabasta food in the Sky Paradise, Arthur Shenlong didn't see the end. Heaven in the sky. While eating, Arthur looked at a young man dressed as a fisherman. For the whole group of Luffy, only this one is different from the original. Locke felt Arthur's gaze and looked over. He is not the guy Luffy. For the young man who is looking at him, he knows the identity and status of the other person. Arthur smiled and looked away. This stranger should be the new navigator of Luffy's group, and it seems that he is not weak. At this time, the three powers of Luffy's team seemed to have become four. Uncle, thank you very much this time. The second and third gears were developed by you for me. As he was eating a bite of meat, the sudden word almost didn't choke Arthur. Glancing at Luffy, Arthur said, "Don't call me uncle, I'm just a few years older than you. My name is God Arthur." Cigar, Arthur, thank you for your help this time. Luffy was kind enough, and immediately called his name. It seems that in this guy's mouth, he is either directly calling his name or uncle. Arthur nodded, saying nothing. If nothing happens, Robin will join the Straw Hat Pirates, so it's really not certain how it will happen then. In short, the Island of Seven Waters is definitely going to, and they can't reach the end without changing boats. Arthur, why can your stool float in the air? Luffy asked curiously while eating. Several other people also watched. Since seeing Arthur, some of them know Arthur's identity and some don't. They are all very curious about the stools being able to float in the air, especially Luffy, Usopp and Chopper. Their eyes are shining. This is the extension ability developed by my fruit ability. I control the chair to float in the air. Arthur explained. It's amazing. What kind of fruit power? I seem to want it. Luffy's eyes flashed as he ate and drank wildly, as he said. King Arthur is the world's top powerhouse, and the natural thunder fruit ability. On the side, YY explained with a smile. The world's top powerhouse. That's amazing. Natural? Just one with Yan Nan and Crocodile? Luffy exclaimed. For the entire Straw Hat Pirates group, Luffy and Chopper didn't know Arthur. Grave accent diaresis. King Arthur is very powerful, and he is a powerful player of the same rank as the three Navy generals. It is also the same as the four emperors of the New World Pirates. It is a natural thunder fruit ability. Moreover, it is an angel clan. YY nodded and looked at Arthur's eyes with brilliance. Sounding thunder fruit? It's amazing. What kind of fruit is that? Huh? Angel? Luffy was talking, suddenly remembering YY's last sentence, so shocked that he forgot to put the meat in his mouth. Well, the king of the angel race is King Arthur. I've seen it. I've seen pictures in the newspaper. Ah, that's a beautiful place. Luffy sighed. Miss Angel. Wow, I really want to see you. Luffy, we must go there. I heard that the Fisherman Island is also there. There is a place we must go to. Luffy. Sanjimoto knew Arthur's identity, but Arthur guarded his wings. He didn't think too much. Speaking of angels at this moment, Sanji suddenly got excited. Angel angel, mermaid mermaid. Sanji was so excited, Luffy frowned from Zoes as he ate. Where is there any fun? Too much Luffy. I can definitely go, Luffy who will never regret it. Sanji's nose sprayed out too hot air like a steam engine, and his face was excited. Next, A few people talked about the Sky Empire and Murloc Island. Arthur basically didn't interrupt, but communicated with Cobra in a low voice. After eating, Arthur did not continue to stay, and was about to leave. Cobra managed to stay again, but half of the half-month Arthur gave him had passed. The trip to Beihai ended. It was almost exactly half a month, and there was not much time. And the reason for going to Beihai was because of the appearance of the ring with intelligence. The ring that can be completely injected into the mind by Arthur, can continue to develop the fruit ability endowed to inanimate objects. This is very important. It can be said to be the pioneering work of Golden Finger. Therefore, the devil fruit obtained at just this time made Arthur suddenly think of a wonderful application. Chapter 192. During the day or so when Arthur went to the North Sea, the whole world was attracted by the news of Crocodile's death. Unsurprisingly, Crocodile's real purpose is the battleship of Pluto that no one knows, and he only thought it was a plot to seize the country. A group of fledgling pirates helped Alabasta, one of the world's oldest franchise superpowers, and it is impossible to publicize this matter. How could it be possible to preach that a group of pirates did a good deed? Isn't this a face-slapped navy? Isn't this the face of the world government? Kyuhai was created by the world government, and now this system has endangered the franchise countries. It is already very embarrassing. How can it not try to restore it? Therefore, the Navy headquarters attributed all the credit for this incident to Smokerman Smoke, who was promoted to the rank of Brigadier General. If nothing else, he could become a Major General of the headquarters this year. Even if Yanyan fruit lacks in attack power, it is a natural fruit anyway. However, even though the newspapers said so, Crocodile was dead in Luffy's hands after all, so Luffy's bounty has not unexpectedly increased. In the original book, Luffy's defeat of Crocodile only increased by 70 million, becoming a pirate new star with a reward of just 100 million. But now it is obviously different from the original. Everyone thought that Crocodile died in the hands of Luffy. Therefore, Luffy's reward amount directly increased by 110 million, becoming 150 million, a great pirate in the first half of the Great Route with a reward of over 100 million, become the most deservedly highest reward pirate among the new pirates. By the way, even Soren's original reward of 60 million has become 80 million. Sanji, who did not offer a reward, later had a reward without a profile picture, and he also had a reward, but only 50 million. There is one more, and that is the changed member of the Straw Hat Pirate Group, Navigator Rock, who also has a reward of 45 million. Since then, 4 of the Straw Hat Pirates have been rewarded, and they are among the top pirates in this year. But these were all things that happened during Arthur's journey to the North Sea. Arthur didn't know, and there was actually no need to know. North Sea, a certain sea area. The giant snail moved slowly on the surface of the sea, and the two huge numbers 66 on the shell undoubtedly indicated that this was the kingdom of Germa, the base of the Vinsmock family. It only took Arthur over an hour to travel from Alabasta to Beihai. But in order to find the Vinsmock family, it took 4 or 5 hours. No way. This world is not small. Arthur had to waste some time to see, hear, and look. Now Arthur's perception and appearance have begun to stagnate, and it is no surprise that his perception and appearance are within a radius of more than 500 kilometers. On the back and in the shell of the snail, clone soldiers or patrol or guard. Cage's 3 sons and 1 daughter are doing their own things, but at the same moment, their expressions changed at the same time, and they looked into the air. Even through the layers of ceilings, they felt the arrival of an uninvited guest. As the best masterpiece of Vinsmock Gage, Ulju and the 3 brothers are both good at strength, but they reacted in an instant and they immediately rushed out of their room and headed outside. In the air, Arthur looked at the huge snail below and the several breaths that were approaching quickly, and chuckled lightly. Finally found it. I don't know if my idea will work or not. I have to say that when he first watched One Piece, Arthur also had to say that the transformation was a real dick. If it weren't for his strength, it would be useless. He could only pretend to be handsome, and Arthur would not be here. However, now there are new possibilities, and it is also a help that cannot be ignored for Arthur, so this is a special trip. By the way, Vince Mockgage's research on pedigree factors over the past few years should also be obtained. If you don't know it, the descent factor is really tasteless, but now that you know some things, this descent factor is very important, although its importance will not be highlighted in a short time. That's the 5 father and son who came to the top floor stared in shock. God Arthur, the god of angels. Vince Mockgage's face was solemn, with a bad premonition in his heart. Taking a deep breath, Vince Mockgage said, I don't know what will happen to King Arthur in our kingdom of Germa. Arthur did not answer, but looked around Luju and the 3 young people. Before transforming into a battle uniform on a ship, these people's strength was not bad. That is, they barely reached the level of a lieutenant general. I don't know if he can have the power of an elite lieutenant after his transformation. By the way, Vince Mockgage really has 2 brushes. Actually, he could make out such ghosts as a transformed battlesuit and blood factor that assisted the battle. The throne hovering high in the sky slowly floated down, and stopped about 1 meter high in the air about 5 meters in front of the few people. Seeing these people faintly look like an enemy, Arthur smiled faintly and didn't care. Don't brag, these people are a matter of a few minutes to him. No matter how good technology, after all, by means of an external force, rather than itself already has, in any case is flawed. After thinking about it, Arthur said, as far as I know, you have mastered a transforming battlesuit. It seems a bit interesting. I don't know if you can cut love. As soon as he said this, Cage's face changed drastically, but in the face of Arthur, even if Arthur did not show any amazing aura, in Cage's feeling, the other party seemed to be a huge demon who controlled thunder and lightning. Generally, King Arthur, the battlesuit is one of the top secrets of our Germa kingdom. I'm sorry, we can't give it to you. Gage gritted his teeth and rejected Arthur. Really? Well, then, robbery. Hand over all the information on the battle uniform, as well as all the information on the blood factor. A playful smile hung from the corner of Arthur's mouth. What? Gage's face changed drastically. He didn't expect the other party to come back. Damn it. Except Fulju, Cage's 3 sons gritted their teeth and stared at Arthur. In their hands, there appeared a cylinder with a number written on it, and the arm was about 20 centimeters thick. Is that the transforming device of the battlesuit? Arthur's eyes lit up. The transformation device of this battlesuit is still a bit interesting, small, and the transformation method is almost the same as that of an armor warrior. Small, portable, and cool. These are the advantages of this thing. Vince Mockgage, I think you should be very clear about what the world's top combat power represents. Welcome. Killing you all is really effortless to me. You may be strong against ordinary people, but Dingshin is only an elite lieutenant general. And this level, I only need 1 move to kill. Dear my kingdom, it is not very difficult for me to eliminate it. A person who knows the current affairs is a handsome. You may not have heard this sentence, but the meaning should always be understood. In the face of absolute strength, let me give me what I want. I can give you a promise. Give me the things this time. In the future, you will be in danger. I will help you once. No matter who the opponent is. Arthur looked at Gage and uttered the last few words. If it was a year ago, Arthur had not fully qualified to say this sentence, but now, Arthur can say that he is the strongest existence on the surface. The changes brought about by the 10 stone mountains are really not small. The reason why I have to say so much, in fact, Arthur is afraid of dissatisfaction and hides some information. Vince Mockgage is a top scientist, even if he is not as good as Burger Punk. His strength should not be underestimated. Once he intentionally concealed something, Arthur couldn't know. Even the top scientists on the moon might not be able to detect it. After all, the research direction is almost completely different. How? Arthur asked again. Vince Mockgage's face was ugly and his eyes kept changing. This decision was really too difficult for him. P.S. Recently, there have been many new news about One Piece, so I dare not write it anymore, for fear that I will be beaten as soon as I write it. Chapter 193, It has been more than half a month since the trip to Be High. In the face of strength, Vince Mockgage was reluctant, and had to hand over the information to Arthur in its entirety. It is true that the Overlord color that Arthur unintentionally released is too strong. Being enveloped in it, several people will actually feel the feeling of being shocked to suffocation. What's interesting is that the three brothers did not have any emotions because they were genetically modified. When Arthur pressed Vince Mockgage, they had the idea to do something, but they didn't have such intentions without putting them into action. Because it was because of their intentions that Arthur released the Overlord's domineering and stunned them severely. That kind of lethal feeling, as if he had encountered a natural enemy, Vince Mockgage didn't want to feel it for the second time in his life. However, he is not without gain. A promise from Arthur is still very useful. It can be predicted that if the four emperors or any of the world's top powerhouses are offended in the future, Arthur will take action to help them eliminate the disaster. For this, Vince Mockgage is very clear. With his wisdom, he knows Arthur's potential too. Now Arthur is only 20 and less than 22. There is no surprise that the world will be the strongest in the future. I am afraid that when a Whitebeard dies, this era will be named after King Arthur, and that era may last 40 to 50 years. There are a lot of information about the battle uniform and blood factor, and it is quite cumbersome to organize. So Arthur stayed in the Vince Mock family for a day. After getting the things, Arthur left the kingdom of Germa. However, after disappearing from the sight of the Vince Mock family, Arthur did not return to the Sky Island, but went straight to the moon. In the past 2 years, the secret operation of stealthily abducting scientists has not stopped. Although there are no scientists of this genius level like Ashia, there have been more than 200 more in the past 2 years. Scientists in this area are still very helpful. After bringing the information back to the moon, Arthur gave all the blood factor information to Tom Cork, and the combat uniform to Morcedi. Then Arthur specially set up a large group of 30 people to study combat uniforms. The leader of this group is Morcedi, and the deputy leader is Tom Kirk. One of them is a top scientist in machinery and AI, and the other is a top scientist in the field of devil fruits, especially Morcedi, who has the ability to make big fruits. This research group is more suitable for them. Their task is to immediately research a suit of battle armor for Arthur's Thunder Fruit ability and Fruit Extension ability. Yes, compared to Vince Mock's combat uniforms with a variety of abilities, what Arthur wanted was auxiliary armor. There is no need for the battle armor itself to give Arthur any additional abilities. Just to assist Arthur's current fruit ability and extension ability is enough. On Ruscana Island, Arthur continued his penance. The matter of secretly capturing those with the ability of devil fruit has not stopped, but it is very concealed, and the frequency is much lower. The much needed fruits have been obtained, and there is no need to act too ostentatiously to attract the attention of others. This matter is not easy to be discovered. After all, the Arthur's family has a big business, and it is the real legacy of eternity. If it is like Blackbeard, it can naturally be unscrupulous. Time passed bit by bit, like a white horse passing by. Apart from reading the newspaper or going to the palace of the Amazon Lily every day, Arthur basically did not leave the island of Ruscana. Now, there are basically no people on this island except Arthur Nokigawa and Snakeji, who comes here from time to time. The training of the 10 major legions on this island has ended. There is no need to stay here, because basically everyone has reached their strength ceiling. The top 10 legions total 1,130 people, except for more than 400 people at the rank of major generals. All the others are at the rank of elite major generals. Each legion is a squad leader, and all of these squad leaders have the combat power of the lieutenant general level, but they are just the kind of lieutenant generals. In addition, some of the members of the regiment also have very good talents, and they have reached the level of a lieutenant general, but there are only 23, so there are nearly 120 ordinary lieutenant generals under the commander of the top 10 legions. The strong. As for the elite lieutenant general level, all 30 people at the head level have reached this point. and there are 4 other team leaders who have also broken through this limit, barely becoming a powerful person at this level, and their armed cultivation bases are up. Later, he could also be an elite lieutenant general. But the commander of the elite lieutenant general is not 34, but 29. Because Enilu, Urki, and Weepo are already strong at the general level. And Yana, who is one of the top 10 legions in talent, has become a strong comrade general despite the innate constraints of women. There is also Raki, who ate the special superhuman laser fruit. Because of the fruit, she has also become a strong Quasi general. If you talk about the degree of difficulty, you can directly count as a general. In addition, Rafi, who has the ability to heat fruits, is also slowly and firmly advancing towards the rank of Quasi general. There is also Naz, who has eaten the Superman speed fruit. Although he is the weakest among the above-mentioned people, if Lucky does not use the fruit ability, there will be basically no one that can defeat him. It is really the speed of the speed fruit. What Naz lacks now is only the attack power. Once the attack power is increased, he can become a Commodore General. As for the stronger, it is estimated that it is impossible. The strength of the 10 legions made Arthur very happy, which proved that Arthur's contract was quickly thinking about the Navy. Now there are 3 angels. Although they are not as strong as the 3 Navy generals, the potential of the 3 of them has not been fully developed. When Lucky and Yana have reached the level of generals, then there will be 5 powerful generals in the Angel Legion alone. Besides, Jessica, who is in the Navy, is a person with fluttering fruit ability. Although she can't become a strong general at the original potential, she also has the potential of a Quasi General 0. But IQ Grass, a heaven-defying thing, can increase the life potential of creatures to a certain extent. So Jessica, who has been quietly eating IQ Grass, is constantly evolving herself, which is what all the Arthurs are doing. Basically, IQ Grass is consumed once every 3 days, which can imperceptibly strengthen the hardness and toughness of the bones, as well as the flexibility and hardness of the muscles. In short, the bones, muscles, meridians, blood vessels, internal organs, and skin are almost an overall evolution in all directions. But this kind of evolutionary change is very small. From the beginning, the effect was remarkable. Now they want to evolve in all directions has been very slow, too slow to be noticeable, but still there is. This is the one that Arthur insists on the most. Anyway, they are just ordinary people, but IQ Grass brings the hope of a transition of life level. This is even more important for Biasa to use self-healing power of self-masochistic evolution. Evolution. 3 months passed quickly, and Arthur had been paying attention to the Straw Hat group. Although the route had changed to some extent, there was still not much change in general. 2 days ago, the Straw Hats destroyed the Island of Justice, rescued the Devil Proton Nicole Robin, and even openly burned the flag of the world government, seriously provoking the majesty of the world government. As a result, the overall reward for the Straw Hats soared, directly reaching 350 million, becoming the highest in the worst generation. And the same powerful, in the eyes of the world government. There are bounty hunters of 230 million, and 200 million, 180 million bounty hunter Noroya Sauron, the Demon Windfoot Mountain Governance, see Nightlock. Nicole Robin also suffered heavy losses due to Luffy and others damaged a judicial island this time, reaching 120 million yuan. Counting this down, the Straw Hats alone have 5 great pirates with a bounty of more than 100 million yuan. In the worst generation, the pirate supernova has become 14. Blubberu the phone rang, and Arthur took the phone plugged into the armrest of the throne and connected it. God, the battle armor you want has been successfully developed in nearly 4 months of assault research. A young voice came through the phone. Arthur's eyes lit up, and the corners of his mouth couldn't contain a smile. The clouds in the sky floated the motionless because there was no wind, and the figure that was sitting on the throne had disappeared along with the throne. On the moon, in a certain research room, dozens of scientists gathered here, looking at a very black-looking belt on the table. God's idea is really interesting. Give the barrier fruit to the belt, and then rely on the ability of the barrier fruit to be controlled by the AI to create a barrier giant with terrible defense. Yes, the name is also very good. Well, it's a name based on the gods in the myths and legends of Wano country. Susano is. Chapter 194. Bartolomeo, the newcomer pirate who appeared in the original book, has no fruit before he appears. For the barrier fruit, Arthur also has a clear memory and a very strong defense ability. Judging from the performance in the original work, the defense ability is very good. Even if it is a strong person of his own level, it is estimated that it will take a little effort to break it. Originally, Arthur didn't intend to leave this fruit. It was meant to be eaten by Wald, who led the mighty legion, but thought that the research on the devil fruit's ability to grant the object hadn't ended yet, so he suppressed it for the time being. If you can use the barrier fruit yourself as you think it is better, Wald is not without the ability to choose other fruits. Sure enough, the sky pays off, and the months of waiting are worthy of expectations. The devil fruit can be combined with other non-living objects with AI functions, and the possibility that Arthur can use his own thinking to completely replace AI to continue to develop the fruit ability is studied out. After getting the space ring, the first thing Arthur thought of was to get the results of Vince Mockgage's research for many years, the battle suit and the blood factor. The appearance of the battle suit in One Piece may be a tribute to the holster film and television, so while learning from it, it did not make plagiarism, and made a summoning device or a belt. But since Arthur was going to get it for himself, it was naturally the most suitable belt, which could be used at any time. On the moon, the location of the combat uniform research team. Arthur walked into the room. The scientists around the belt immediately greeted respectfully, and then gave way. Walking to the front, Arthur immediately saw the black super belt on the table that was not too wide for 2 meters high. Before Arthur came, this belt was given the ability to shield fruits, so the one in front of me was already a finished product. God. Morsetti and Tom Cork nodded to Arthur. Arthur also nodded in response and asked, "How is the performance of the armor?" Tom Kirk is not the main person in charge of this aspect, so it is Arthur that Morsetti spoke. God. The style of the armor is what you designed it to be, very ergonomic. The material is the strongest alloy synthesized by Volvo. The hardness is even slightly stronger than that of the historical inscription. The flexibility is also good, but because it is too hard, it is difficult for us to test, and we can only measure it. At the same time, it is also a memory metal. You can restore your shape on your own. At present, we can say that if the armor category also has a ranking, then this armor is absolutely at the top of the defense category, like the Supreme Sword. Moreover, it also has the ability to shield fruits. The more Morsetti said, the happier Arthur. What is the concept of a stone tablet whose hardness is slightly stronger than that of the historical text? Don't be too dick. It is difficult for the world's top powerhouses to destroy it. Just like the space ring, there is a space number 1 intelligent AI, and this belt also has an auxiliary intelligent AI. When Arthur took the belt in his hand and detected it with brainwaves, the intelligence of the belt responded to Arthur. "Hello, Master. Sazuo no serves you." If you need to use any function of Sazuo no, you only need to directly control the belt with brain waves. Sazuo no will help you control the belt more smoothly. Except for the different name of AI, the opening statement of this belt is exactly the same as Space One. He untied his belt and replaced it with Sazuo nenu and put it on his waist, and Arthur began to test the belt. Controlling the belt, it feels the same as controlling the space ring a few months ago, as if one's brainwaves have an extra carrier, and then an extra ability. A cyan-like glass, but a very thick, palm-sized hexagonal barrier appeared in front of Arthur. With Arthur's control, the slap-sized barrier grew larger and larger, and it was estimated to be 30 or 40 square meters in the end. This means that the research room on the moon has a large space, otherwise it really cannot accommodate a huge barrier of 5 or 6 meters long and wide. After making such a large area of barrier, Arthur's heart moved, and the huge barrier began to change its shape. In a short while, With the help of Suzuno, a barrier with an area of less than 40 square meters was shaped into a giant with only the upper body by Arthur. Standing among the giants, Arthur was like the Uchiha clan who had opened Suzen in Naruto at this time. Because of AI's super high computing power, Sazuo Noha's upper body was also perfectly shaped, as if he were a real giant in battle armor. Because it is the ability of the devil fruit to shape directly, there is nothing inside this Sazuo No, just like a transparent giant shell, without a skeleton and muscle composition. Following Arthur's heart, Arthur controlled the Suzuno and moved slowly. He tried to twist his head and squeeze his fists. After these small movements were made very smoothly, Arthur tried to stretch his arms again. Without exception, Arthur could do all the movements he wanted. These are all thanks to the assistance of AI. Otherwise, even if the belt Suzuno can be shaped by Arthur, it cannot be so flexible, unless Arthur can develop to the level of near awakening or awakening. Dozens of scientists were watching Arthur's test in the surrounding area. For them, what Arthur showed today can also be said to be something that has opened their minds. They didn't expect that devil fruit could still be used in this way before. After trying for a while, Arthur's control of the belt quickly improved. This is also because Arthur himself has approached the culmination of the development of the thunder fruit, and has experience in the development of fruit abilities. Furthermore, the thunder fruit also strengthened Arthur's brain to a certain extent. This kind of reinforcement is not intelligence, but reaction power, control power, and calculation power. It was also because of these improvements that Arthur could quickly use these fruit ability equipment. Feeling that the space in the room is a bit small, Arthur put away the ability of the barrier fruit, and then said, "I'll go for an interview outside. You guys continue to study this transformation armor." For the 10 major legions, except for the commanders of the main and deputy legions, each of them is customized according to their own characteristics and devil fruit abilities. Other members of the regiment study the standard battle armor according to the characteristics of different corps, and the small captain of each legion is an enhanced standard battle armor. This piece get things done as soon as possible. Tell me what you need, and I will deliver it. After speaking, Arthur didn't wait for these people to react, and then stepped away and left this huge test field. Outside the lunar city, a place with no humans, a flash of thunder, Arthur's figure appeared here. Standing in place, Arthur decided to try the feeling of being transformed. Thinking of transforming, Arthur used his brain waves to control his belt and began to dress. Arthur didn't dare to shout the words of the transformation, even if he knew that there was no one around. Arthur didn't dare to shout. That was really too shameful. Just like the armored warriors of China and Japan, a set of blue-purple armor appeared on Arthur's body in a burst of light. Then the light from behind continued to flicker, and finally the light flashed, and a cloak appeared in the metamorphosis. This armor is designed by Arthur based on his favorite game on Earth, and that game is called Glory of Kings. After the battle armor came out, Arthur felt it. Some of the moves can directly let Arthur release through the battle armor, and there is no need to control it as before. In addition, the control of repulsion, gravitation, and electromagnetic fields are also finer and stronger. It is about 1% to 3%. This is already a very good assist increase, and Arthur has reached this level. Even a 1% assist increase is also very good. After roughly testing the battle armor, Arthur then began to use the ability of the barrier fruit. In the test field, Arthur used more than 30 square meters, and now, Arthur is a little familiar with the fruit, and directly produced more than 60 square meters, which is more than doubled. Moreover, this time it was directly made to look like Susanoo. I saw a 10-meter high blue-purple giant appeared, and then there was a figure floating in it on the belly. I only tried the upper body before. But now with the lower body, Arthur began to control the barrier giant Susanoo to move. From the simplest twisting of the foot, to starting to move and retreat, to squatting, jumping, and so on. More than half an hour later, Arthur has been able to control Sazuo to move freely like a normal person. It doesn't seem to be very beautiful. Arthur floated inside Susanoo and frowned. Although Susanoo was still very imposing in appearance, Arthur always felt something was missing. Yes, Arthur touched his palm. This is almost a special effect. The thunder fruit can also be used, and it can also be combined with attacks. Just do it when you think of it. As soon as Arthur's voice fell, he was full of thunder. It was originally blue-purple, transparent. After Arthur used the thunder fruit ability, he immediately became a blue-violet light giant. Especially the position of the eyes. Under Arthur's control, the barrier of the eye area changed slightly, becoming a convergent concave convex lens. In an instant, the light in the eyes of the giant who originally had the same overall light condensed and became brighter. Arthur in Susanoo was still thinking, touching his chin. The current Sazuo nenu is in a fully enclosed state. Obviously, this is not necessary. Moreover, there is no air circulation in this way. The more oxygen is used, the less oxygen is used. Thinking of this, Arthur controlled the barrier fruit ability and made some holes in Susanoo's body that did not affect the appearance. The appearance of these cavities gave the thunder and lightning that was flooded by Sazuo no event. The thunder and lightning rushed out along the entrance of the hole, and then throbbed and shone. Compared with before, with these holes specially made by Arthur, Susanoo has not been affected by the appearance, but has become more fantasy, science fiction, and here's the meaning of Susanoo in the fire shadow. In Arthur's test, one day passed quickly. Arthur, who was delighted by the hunt, also lost his initial excitement, withdrew the barrier fruit ability and battle armor, and turned to Ruscana Island. Belts as Zonin and Ring Space 1 are the barrier fruit ability and the Geonching fruit ability. These two abilities also need to be driven like an arm after long-term training like the thunder fruit. Now, Arthur not only wants to hammer the mountain to exercise his arrogance, but also has two more fruitful abilities. Speaking of this is already Arthur's limit. Without their equipment, Arthur can't handle it. Manpower is ultimately limited. But Arthur lived a long life, and sometime took his time. P.S. I had something yesterday. I went out at 11 o'clock in the afternoon, and arrived home after 7 o'clock in the afternoon. I didn't sleep all night before it was over. I wanted to sleep for 2 hours of code words, and then woke up again at 6:30 in the morning. And again stopped me to go. Sorry everyone. Chapter 195. After getting another piece of fruit ability equipment that greatly supplemented his own combat power, Arthur continued his painful practice. At this time, at the end of September, there were only 3 of the 10 stone mountains left. Apart from hard training, apart from occasionally paying attention to Straw Hat Luffy, Arthur was almost nothing more than hammering the mountain and developing the devil fruit abilities of his 2 pieces of equipment. In addition, there are just a few new star pirates in Arthur's attention. The few people Arthur followed were Kid, who had eaten the fruit of magnetism or electromagnetism, and Trafalgar, who had the ability to operate fruit. There is also Bonnie, whose abilities are unknown and can change the age of herself or others arbitrarily. Although her fruit power is not clear what fruit power it is, what Arthur is certain is that it is absolutely tied to time. The fruits of the 3 of them are very important to Arthur, especially the fruits of surgery that Trafalgar ate. Arthur didn't steal this fruit in secret early, because it was too important and too many people paid attention to it. As long as Arthur knew, there were 3 powers. The Dragonites were paying attention, Doflamingo was paying attention, and the Navy was also paying attention. Moreover, there are many more people or forces that quietly watch this heaven-fying fruit. Those underground kings, who have extremely developed information channels, may not be aware of the nature of the fruits of the operation. In such a situation where a pack of wolves waited, no one would act rashly, not even Arthur. After all, the intelligence organizations of other forces are not vegetarian. Once Trafalgar is missing, there will be overwhelming people looking for it. Arthur has been waiting for a suitable opportunity. Once there is a chance, the opportunity to win the fruit ability unknown. If there was such an opportunity, then Arthur would never be merciful because Trafalgar was one of his favorite characters when he saw One Piece. That fruit has the ability to truly endow others with immortality. Although Arthur currently has a lifespan of 1 to 2,000 years or more because of pure gold, it is not true immortality after all. As early as a few years ago, after Arthur ordered the Sky Island government to establish a school, he began to secretly adopt some orphans and train them into dead men who were loyal to him only. And these dead men didn't do anything. They just kept learning and studying medicine in secret and other things that were useful to Arthur. All this is for the immortal surgery in the future. Only this kind of dead man who has been completely brainwashed and can die for himself at any time can Arthur believe. As long as you get the fruits of the operation, you can grant immortality to all your family members. With New Okigo's existence, the fruits of the operation can be reproduced again and again, and the ultimate operation for Arthur's family will be performed again and again. Children, grandsons, great-great-grandsons, and Arthur's long-standing planning center are actually his own family, not his own. All that he did, and many of those plans were actually working hard for this. A godlike race. A race that truly surpasses all living beings. This is the goal Arthur worked hard for. However, Arthur didn't want his descendants to be like the current Tanlong people, all of them become pigs who eat and wait to die. So Arthur will carefully implement his plan. In Arthur's plan, only those fruits whose potential is not top-notch will be given to his subordinates, and the true top fruit ability will inevitably belong to Arthur's own family. Anyone who has read a lot of novels knows a word: family heritage. In Arthur's plan, those top devil fruits will be Arthur's family heritage. From all the signs, Arthur got more and more information. So he knew that a person possessing 2 or more kinds of devil fruit abilities is not just an empty talk, it is really possible. The 3 fruits that Arthur paid attention to. The fruits of surgery naturally need not be said. The fruits of time that Joe Ali Porniet was a very important ability. Even if Arthur couldn't get it, he would never allow anyone to get involved. Not only this devil fruit, but also Zephyrs student. The regressive fruit that Ainet. This is also the devil fruit that Arthur is staring at. And the most important thing is that it is really related to time. The fruits of time that people eat when they are going 800 years ago. Think about people 800 years ago, because a devil fruit actually ran 800 years later, and there is the space-time shuttle ability to send others to decades later. Arthur shuddered. You don't need to think about it. The final result of One Piece, the final result of the world government and the Danlong people, must have a considerable part of the reason for this woman who has traveled for 800 years. Oda will not aimlessly. Momosuke is disgusted by too many people, but the amount of pen and ink used is quite rare. It can be seen that this is a character that has a major relationship with the ending, and the importance of the fruit of time is self-evident. Although Gwenayushi's letter to himself, for some reason, did not tell the secrets of the dragon people, the blanks 800 years ago, and the secrets of the D-clan, but Arthur already has some guesses that may be inaccurate. Among the 3 newcomers who were followed by Arthur, the kid who remembered magnetism or electromagnetism finally ate. The reason why Arthur paid attention to him is naturally simple. For Arthur, in addition to his own lightning, other abilities are extension abilities. It is like electromagnetic field, magnetic field, electric field, gravitation, repulsion, and high temperature. Although several of these abilities are directly related to thunder and lightning, they are not the ability of Thunder Fruit, but an incidental extension of Thunder Fruit. So even if Arthur has developed those abilities, it seems to be very powerful. But after all, there is a limit. It will never exceed Arthur Thunder's ability. But if Arthur can get the perfect combination of Kid's Fruit ability and his own Thunder Fruit ability, then he will have a huge increase in electromagnetic field, electric field, magnetic field, gravitation, repulsion and high temperature. This increase may be 1 + 1 far greater than 2, and the increase may reach several times, tens of times, or tens of times. This is almost equal to doubling Arthur's strength directly. At present, Arthur has prepared a Superman Devil Fruit, Battery Fruit. However, This devil fruit. Arthur is still not sure whether it will bring himself more electric energy storage as he thought. In addition, Arthur is still looking for gravitational fruit, repulsive fruit, magnetic or electromagnetic fruit, as well as the future general, the gravitational fruit eaten by Fujitora, and the state that is advancing the sixth layer of infinite hell in the city. Momo fruit eaten by Dewald. These devil fruits are the fruits Arthur is looking for his future plans. If Tom Kirk can find out how to be compatible with more devil fruit abilities in the information about blood factor and devil fruit research that Arthur found for him, then these devil fruits will be used by Arthur according to the priority level. If Arthur can obtain these abilities, then under the mutual blessing of abilities, he will instantly become the strongest in the world, without fear of anyone, even if he knows that the dragon has his own cards. Arthur will directly play without care. Enter the Holy Land, marry Ajoa to destroy the group. But until now, this possibility is only a possibility, and I don't know how long it will take to realize it. Still, Arthur can afford to wait. Even if it doesn't work for a short time, what about 10 years? 20 years, 30 years, 50 years, 100 years, or thousands of years? Except for Lord Yim, who might gain immortality, Arthur didn't care about anyone. October is over. By November, less than an third of Arthur's 8th mountain was left. Counting the 8th rock mountain, Arthur had finished his hellish penance in 7 months. And now, Arthur's armed color domineering can be said to be the most rare and top armed color domineering in the world. The hardening of the first stage of the domineering armed color, under Arthur's estimation, even if it is not as good as Ka, it is close to Ka. In the second stage of Liu Ying, Arthur has now reached the point of almost perfection. In the third stage, Arthur has already fully grasped the weapon domineering into the target, and all that is left is precision and subtlety. I believe that after half a year, even the most difficult third stage Arthur will almost reach the point of perfection. At that time, Arthur will think about how to develop the armed color domineering more powerfully. The domineering thing, the growth is still quite good for Zhao. According to Arthur's feeling, the armed domineering seems to have a fourth stage, a fifth stage, or even more. At the end of the first half of the Great Route, Chambord Island is almost close to the Red Earth continent. At this time, after 5 months, the Straw Hat group, who had been adventurous for almost half a year, had arrived on this island. And now, it seems that the things in the original book seem to be inevitable. This group of brave people is about to meet the domineering Tanlong people on this island. But at this time Blackbeard Edward Titch didn't get the dark fruit, so he still curled up in the Whitebeard Pirates group. Blackbeard did not betray, and his captain Ace would naturally not appear in the first half of the Great Route. Without a fateful fight, there would be no defeat, and there would be no public executions. The battle on the top seemed to vanish. So what will happen to the Straw Hats who are about to clash with the Denonites? No one knows this. Even the author didn't even think about how to make it. P.S. Yesterday, I said that no matter how late I will update, it seems that I have lost my weight. No, in fact, it was my Kavinka who really didn't know what to write, so I had to fast forward the time and once again had an intersection with the protagonist Luffy. Chapter 196. At the end of the first half of the Great Route, Chambord Island. After the Straw Hats came ashore, they inquired about the coating. Bit by bit they went to the rip-off tavern, because Octopus Xioba died. The plot that happened after Kemi was captured by the traffickers. At this time, because the Fisherman Island was successfully relocated with the help of Arthur, the plot was changed again. However, on this ship, except for one Robin who knew the horror of the general and the consequences of attacking the dragon, the other people probably also knew the consequences of attacking the dragon. Under the general guidance of fate, Raleigh was introduced to the Straw Hat group of the coating craftsmen. So the group went to the Repeat-off tavern. Unfortunately, Raleigh, who made a living by coating, was not in the tavern at this time, so he might have gone out to gamble. Xiachi, who had known Luffy for a long time, also told Luffy about where Raleigh might be, and let Luffy find it by themselves. In fact, After flying from Luffy to Chambord Land, I asked the coating artisan and was introduced to Lee. This was Xiaki's arrangement. As the intelligence all over the world, she wants to make such a small fact too simple. After having a meal in the rip-off tavern, after a brief discussion, Luffy and his group each received a sum of money and went to different areas of Chambord Island. Luffy, Sauron, Sanji, and Locke are the foreman team in the pirate group. They are all powerful and do whatever they want. They don't care about other people's opinions, and they are even more bold. Although Luffy was the captain, he was unreliable and it was Max. After inquiring about the delicious and fun places on Chambord Island, he left happily. Sauron is not surprised. As a drinker, the place he wants to go must be the place where he sells fine wine. But he also knew how unreliable his road idiot's attribute was, so he didn't ask for directions, because even if he asked, he couldn't find it. Fortunately, there are many taverns on the island of Chambord, and you can find a tavern to buy wine and drink. If you buy a few large barrels of good wine, you can spend almost all the money. On the other hand, Sanji and Locke also went to different places for their own affairs. At this time, on the island of Chambord, a total of 13 newcomers, including Luffy's group, had a reward of over 100 million yuan. 5 of them are pirates with straw hats, and they are very eye-catching. Outside a restaurant on Chambord Island, it didn't take long for Sauron to go out carrying a few barrels of wine. Feeling a little hungry, Sauron found the restaurant at random and went in. Luffy, as soon as Sauron entered the door, he saw the familiar straw hat and cried out in surprise. Luffy, who was eating something special, was shocked, did not stop stuffing meat in his mouth, and turned his head. "Oh, Sauron, why are you here?" Luffy smiled happily. Sauron held his forehead, somewhat helpless. He didn't want to tell Luffy that he was lost and couldn't find the way back. He came to eat something because he was hungry, so he would definitely be laughed at by the captain who was an idiot in his eyes. Hungry, eat something. Well, come to Sauron, this meat is so delicious. Luffy nodded and turned around. After eating and drinking, Luffy's money is only enough for his share, or even a little bit not enough. Sauron cursed unsuccessfully and had to pay for his meal while making up for what Luffy didn't have enough. "Sauron, let's go play together next." Luffy was very interested and didn't want to go back early. Sauron shook his head and said, "No, I have to take back the wine I purchased. I haven't finished my practice today." "That's it, then all right." Luffy was a little disappointed, and had to prepare to go back with Sauron. In fact, he wanted to take Sauron with him, just because his money was exhausted and he wanted to spend Sauron's part. As they were walking, the two suddenly found that people on both sides of the street were kneeling down. "Huh? What's going on?" Luffy scratched his head, puzzled. Sauron naturally didn't know what the situation was, and walked forward suspiciously. At this time, a fat Tanlong was sitting on the back of a slave with an explosive collar, kneeling on the ground, with a proud face on his knees. Beside him, there is a group of bodyguards wearing black suits to protect him. Looking at this dragon, he looks very familiar, and it is St. Charles Rose who has played many times. As a Tanlong, this guy is unscrupulous and often appears on the island of Chambord. The identity of the Tanlongren allows him to do whatever he wants, so he often arrests the woman he likes, or the man he likes on the island of Chambord, and makes him his slave, collection, or concubine. At this time, seeing that there were two people in front of him with strange faces looking at him thinking that he was walking here, St. Charles Rose felt that his majesty as a Draco was despised. "Asshole, those two guys dare not kneel on the ground." St. Charles' wrath was angry, took out a pistol and fired 2 shots at Luffy and Sauron, who was wondering why he was in a strange costume. Luffy and Sauron looked solemn for an instant, and avoided the bullet. "What's the matter? Hallucinations?" They dodged the bullets. A look of doubt appeared on St. Charles' face when he saw the two intact. "You guy, how dare you shoot? What the hell is going on with you?" Luffy looked annoyed. Sauron was even more direct, and immediately prepared to hack someone. "Damn it." St. Charles Rose fired twice again. The two who were ready to counterattack were about to rush forward, Suddenly a small figure jumped out and threw the two to the side of the road. Blood was scattered all over the floor, and a little girl with pink hair was crying sadly, yelling "Brother!" St. Charles Rose glanced at the fallen Luffy and Sauron with a puzzled look. He always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't feel anything without any strength, so he urged the slave under him to continue walking. Luffy and Sauron were thrown to the ground, looking blank. They were about to take a shot, but the little girl who rushed out was unexpectedly powerful and knocked them to the ground directly, and then all the tomato juice was sprinkled everywhere. "You two bastards, shut up. Quietly pretend to be dead. Give me peace. Dracos can't attack. Don't you know? The little girl is one of the supernovae, Pawnee. Also on this island. She heard that a Tan Longren was traveling here, so she wanted to take a look. As a result, I saw Straw Hat Luffy, who was also a rookie with him, and Noroa Sauron, the swordsman of the Straw Hat Pirates. The scary thing is that these two guys actually want to attack the Sky Dragon. The gluttonous girl pony is very clear about the fate of attacking the dragons, and that will lead to the future. It doesn't matter which general is here, what's important is that she knows that all the pirates on this island will not be the general's opponent. The gluttonous girl pony, who was pressing on Luffy and Sauron, got up when the Dragonite was gone. Luffy and Sauron sat up, then looked at the pink-haired woman in front of them. At this time, Pawnee had become an adult without knowing it. "Who are you?" Luffy asked, frowning, digging his nostrils. "Just like you. This year's pirate supernova. I'm the captain of the Pawnee Pirates, Joali Pawnee." The gluttonous girl looked at Luffy with strange eyes. Basically all pirates know that this year there is a lawless guy with an amazing background and powerful strength. There are 5 big pirates who bounty over 100 million in the whole group, known as the strongest supernova pirate group. That's it. Luffy nodded and patted the ashes on the straw hat. "Isn't she a little girl just now? Why did she suddenly become a woman? I am an age person who has eaten the fruits of my age, and I can change the age of myself and others at will," the gluttonous girl pony said straightforwardly without concealing it. "Oh, that's amazing." Luffy's eyes flashed golden light immediately upon hearing the words. At this moment, Sauron spoke. "Why did you stop us just now?" "I was about to cut that bastard in fancy clothes." Sauron looked at the gluttonous girl Bonnie with some dissatisfaction. "Yeah?" Luffy nodded with a serious face. "It's horrible. Shooting someone casually." "I'm about to shoot him." "Hey, I said you two are too ignorant, right?" "That's Danlong people." The gluttonous girl gave them a speechless glance. "Dragon?" Luffy looked thoughtful. He felt as if he had seen or heard it somewhere. "Dragon? So what?" Sauron said nonchalantly. "Ha, you two idiots. Denon people are the nobles of the world. If anyone dares to attack them, there will be a general of the navy coming. Once the navy is coming, the pirates gathered here will not be able to run. 13. All the pirate supernovas will be finished." The gluttonous girl looked serious. She didn't want anything to happen before she left Chambord. Just as the gluttonous girl pony was about to leave Luffy and Sauron, suddenly the whole street was in chaos. As if frightened, all the residents ran on the street in a panic. As they fled around, the shops on both sides of the street also poured out a large number of people, and then the shops closed one after another. "What's going on?" Luffy stood up and looked into the distance strangely. Sauron and the gluttonous girl Bonnie are equally strange, but the gluttonous girl has some uneasy feelings in her heart. She feels that what she doesn't want to happen seems to have happened. It's not good. Someone attacked the Dan Longren. "The general is about to come here," a panicked person yelled. Immediately, the three of Luffy saw the navy coming from all directions not far away. "Asshole! What idiot!" The gluttonous girl pony turned pale with anger. He. It seems that someone else is upset about that guy. Luffy put on his straw hat and grinned. "Let's go, Sauron. Let's go take a look too." "Ah, I'm very interested too." A smile was raised at the corner of his mouth. Sauron nodded, picked up a few barrels of wine and went to the scene of the accident with Luffy. It's not their style if there is excitement. The gluttonous girl Bonnie gritted her teeth. glanced at the back of the two of them, and ran away immediately. She wants to leave the Chambord Island as quickly as possible, even if the film hasn't finished coating, just avoid it for a while. After a while, Luffy and Sauron came to the scene of the incident, and at a glance they saw the two people surrounded by the navy. Luffy's eyes lit up and shouted loudly, "Hey Sanji, lock!" Stretching his arms, Luffy bounced himself into the center point surrounded by the navy. And Sauron was also a sprint, and then jumped high and jumped into the encircling circle. Fate cannot always be easily avoided, especially the encounter between the Luffy group and the Tanlongren, which is destined to be a great disparity battle here. And this time, what will happen to the fate of the Straw Hats? Chapter 197. Wow! The tables and chairs were pushed away from the place, and the neighing sound of friction sounded. Warring States suddenly got up from the chair, feeling his scalp numb. He stared closely at the intelligence officer who was not a low rank, but was only responsible for reporting some news to the high-level navy, hoping that the other party would just be a foolish man who did it. Warring States Taiking's expression recovered a little. He is the marshal. He must have a calm attitude to face everything. "It seems that Luffy and Straw Hat did it," replied a colonel who had the rank of colonel as an intelligence officer. "It seems?" The Warring States was very dissatisfied with the term, and stared at the colonel of the headquarters. It's the chef Blackfoot Sanji and the Sea Knight Lock of Straw Hat Luffy and the Sea Knight Rock." The colonel quickly changed his wording. Zenguo's face twitched, and he turned his head and stared at Carp, who was sleeping on the sofa. "Arsehole Carp, it's your family doing it again." Carp moved his eyebrows slightly, but he didn't react at all, and Yajiu fell asleep. "Has the general been dispatched?" Warring States asked. "Yes, General Huang Yuan happened to be reporting in the Holy Land Mariajoa, and the questioning has already been dispatched," the colonel immediately replied. Warring States nodded and sat down. He knew that he didn't care about this matter. The three generals of the headquarters are in turn, and it happens to be Huang Yuan this time. However, Huang Yuan, as the head of the scientific force, is responsible for himself on the one hand, and directly responsible for the 5 old stars on the other. After all, Vegapunk, known as the world's #1 scientist, is under his care. In many cases, Huang Yuan also wants to report to the 5 old stars. "I see, you go." Warring States nodded and waved to let the colonel leave the office. After thinking about it for a while, the Warring States period looked at Carp, who pretended not to be asleep, and finally gave another order. The Tanlongren were beaten, and 13 super newcomers with rewards of over 100 million gathered. No matter what it is, this makes him quite concerned. Strictly speaking, he cares more about the latter thing. Such 13 newcomers with great potential, once they enter the New World, it will not take many years for the 4 emperors to grow again, or there will be several existences that even their navies will have a headache for under the big waves. Especially this time, there is Luffy in the Straw Hat, who seems to have inherited the will of D, and the woman who understands ancient characters, Nicole Robin. Warring States stared at the reward order of Straw Hat Luffy on the table, looked at the familiar Straw Hat, and remembered the man. The Navy headquarters suddenly mobilized, because the Warring States sent 5 powerful lieutenants to Chambord Island. In any case, even if Huang Yuan had already been dispatched, he still had to express himself as the Admiral of the Navy. Speaking of it, this horror lineup is no weaker than the Demon Slayer order. Don't forget that the general level Huang Yuan has gone. Because Chambord Island is very important, unless the world government approves it, it is impossible to launch in order to kill demons there. 5 lieutenants will be dispatched just to dig a well for the 13 supernovas and weaken the strength of the New World in the future. Carp was sitting on the sofa with his arms around him, his nose bubbling constantly, as if he was asleep, but his faintly frowned brow knew that he knew everything that happened here. The general is coming. Battle Hawkins frowned, then stopped in place. "Yes, Captain." Straw Hat Luffy attacked the Denon, so the general was dispatched. "I don't know if the Navy will dispatch others." A crew member behind Hawkins watched his captain stop, anxiously replied, "In the future, this is not a joke. Maybe none of them can escape. There is a 30% chance of being caught, a 10% chance of being killed, a 10% chance of being seriously injured and a 50% chance of fleeing safely." Hawkins looked at the results of his divination and frowned. However, this is enough for him. You can take any risks, right? He is a pirate. Moreover, he also wanted to see what kind of demeanor the village, one of the 3 Navy generals, was ranked among the world's top powerhouses. In other places on the island, the supernovas who have gathered here this year all have solemn faces. They weren't like the people like Luffy who didn't know anything. When they heard that the Dragonite was attacked, their expressions changed immediately. Obviously, they are all aware of the consequences of the Tanlongren being attacked. Although one by one was arrogant and defiant, they all knew that things seemed bad at this time. In the area of No. 37, the 4 major forces of Luffy and his team gathered here at this time. The Navy, wearing a white Navy uniform, wailed miserably from time to time and was beaten into flight many times. For the upcoming crisis, the few people have no feeling at all. "Luffy, why are you with Chlorophyta?" Sanji kicked a few navies, taking the time to ask. Luffy talked about the whole story, and then asked Sanji, "You beat the Celestial Dragon?" "Ah." Sanji nodded, exhaling smoke. "That scumbag in strange clothes actually attacked a lady. I couldn't stand it, so I shot it." "Really?" Luffy frowned and nodded, and said, "That's a nasty guy. He shot me and Sauron for no reason. If it wasn't for that ... Luffy scratched his head and couldn't remember the name of Jlipawny. "If it weren't for being blocked by that woman, Sauron and I would have knocked him off." Luffy scratched his head and swept across a large group of people with a whip. "Ah, by the way," Luffy suddenly remembered something, and then said, "Let's run quickly. The woman said that if you beat the Tanlongren, there will be a big future." It seems that he feels that kind of danger. Luffy grinned with a sense of adventure. What? The bounty was also over 100 million, and Locke, who was no less powerful than Sanji and Sauron, widened his eyes. He didn't know anything about this matter. Sure enough, that bastard is a Tanlongren. This is a problem. Luffy, Locke, Chlorophyta, hurry up. If the future comes, we will be finished. The general is not something we can deal with now. As a member of the Vinsmock family, although he later lived in the East China Sea, he always paid attention to news and current affairs, so he knew the consequences of attacking the Dragonites. Hearing this, the faces of the few people who hadn't cared very much became serious. It turned out that although they didn't meet the General Green Pheasant like the original, they bought an image shell. And that video shell is exactly the footage that was recorded when Arthur and Kaido fought. Because the battle lasted for 10 days and nights, and the destructive power was terrible, only a part of it was recorded at the beginning. 0 middle dot find flowers middle dot and this part, whether in the black market or in the formal market, is very popular. The world's top powerhouses are fighting, and generally few people can see it. And that image, dubbed many times, was not as clear as it was at the beginning. "Quick, we're going to run away again." Hey Luffy, a guy with a peculiar brain circuit, laughed again when he thought of running for his life next. "When asshole, you still laugh at this kind of crisis." Sanji rolled his eyes and hit Luffy's head with a punch. "I don't know what happened to Miss Robin and those guys." "Don't worry, Sanji. I guess they should have rushed back in time as soon as they heard the news." As Sanji's smokers, Locke and Sanji have a very good relationship. "Ah." Sanji nodded, dangling a cigarette and using a chain kick. 108 Trouble Wind. A tornado soared into the sky, flying many navies. Just when the 4 of Luffy broke through the encirclement and were about to leave, a golden light flew from a distance. Luffy's eyes shrank, and a picture of himself being penetrated into his heart appeared in his mind, and he evaded in embarrassment in time. Booming and not far from where he originally stood, a large pit exuding high temperature was blown out. The pupils of a few people shrank and their faces were solemn. "Oh, Straw Hat Luffy, there are 3 other guys with a bounty of more than 100 million yuan, but they are a great rookie pirate group. You actually attacked the Celestial Dragon. You are really brave. It's terrible, you newcomers. A careless voice sounded while listening. The Navy were overjoyed and yelled, "Ah, look, it's General Huang Yuan." Huang Yuan is in the future. This time, all these supernovae on the island can't escape. Hey! It turns out to be General Huang Yuan. Luffy turned around and looked behind him. In the distance, a wretched middle-aged man in a yellow striped suit and navy justice coat walked towards this side and looked at them through his yellow sunglasses. "I can't let you run away. It's a big crime to attack the Dragonite. You are afraid that you will live in Impel Down in the future." With a weird smile on his face, Huang Yuan put his hands in his pockets, and didn't let Luffy at all. A few people look at it. For Huang Yuan, Luffy's newcomers, no matter how many, are nothing but cannon fodder. Especially these guys are not domineering yet. Even if they stand still, they can't hurt themselves. "Really, General Huang Yuan?" Another young voice sounded. Huang Yuan's pupils shrunk, and he looked in the direction where the sound was coming. And Luffy did the same, looking incredible in the direction of the sound. But in his eyes, it was joy. P.S. It's a long time late, but it's still updated. I was going to learn from the original plot before, but after thinking about it, forget it. The butterfly wings are still a bit more powerful. During this period of time, many people have left, and some people think that I am an eunuch. Thank you for your patience. There are no eunuchs in this book. Please trust me. It's just that it's more difficult for me to write because of Pirate's latest story. Second, 198. Chapter 198. Hearing this young voice, Huang Yuan's eyes flashed with a daze. Then he turned his head and looked over. After seeing the speaker, Huang Yuan's eyebrows moved slightly. "Oh, Pienece, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard pirate group, a guy like you will actually appear here." Huang Yuan was talking there, and Luffy yelled excitedly when he discovered who the speaker was on the other side. "Aha, Ace." Ace looked at Luffy, and his eyes were full of excitement. For about 3 years, he had long wanted to see himself, the younger brother who made him worry about him. After going out to sea from Luffy, Ace has been following the news of Luffy. Until a week ago, Ace saw an unimportant news about the Tanlong, and suddenly reacted. According to his understanding of Luffy, once he encounters a Tanlong on the island, he will definitely take action. Logically speaking, this is Luffy's journey, and he shouldn't interfere. But as a strong one of the pirate supernova 2 years ago, he knew very well that attacking the dragons would attract generals, and he knew how powerful the generals were. Out of this worry, Ace and Whitebeard spoke, and then quietly came to the shampoo. He intends to keep an eye on Luffy secretly. If the coating enters the sea safely and goes to the old site of Fishman Island, then he will not show up and wait until the New World to meet with Luffy. And if Luffy, this guy, impulsively attacked the Tanlong and attracted a general, then when needed, he would take action to help Luffy escape the catastrophe. The facts were not beyond his expectation. Luffy had done something to the Tanlong. Although he was stopped and let him breathe a sigh of relief, he did not expect that the crew of Luffy were not fuel-efficient lamps. Luffy and Ace have not seen each other for 2 years. Naturally, there is a lot to say. Although the situation is not quite right, Luffy still couldn't help but say a few more words. Looking at the Huang Yuan, whom Luffy and Ace seemed to know, frowned slightly, wondering how these two guys met. But then he thought of some rumors within the Upper Navy, that Ace was saved by Carp, and Luffy was also Carp's grandson. Maybe because of this he met. It's really lucky. Huang Yuan's eyes flashed a faint light. He glanced at Ace and Luffy, and said, "Both of them have great backgrounds. If you catch both of you, maybe I can take a long time off." Obviously, as a general, he couldn't be more clear about the foundation of Luffy and Ace. Huang Yuan, I want to capture our 2 brothers. I am afraid that you are not enough." Although he knew that he was not an opponent, since Arthur's strong rise, Ace has also strengthened his own practice a lot, and his current strength it is definitely not comparable to the time in the original work. At present, Ace's strength is already at the level of a quasi-general. about the same as category, and at most it is slightly weaker. Then give it a try. The dangerous light in Huang Yuan's eyes was blazing, and then the whole person turned into countless spots of light, and instantly appeared behind Ace. Bang! A foot made of light penetrated Ace's chest. Luffy was shocked and incredulous when he saw this. He didn't expect that Ace would be killed before his eyes when they met again after 3 years. However, the ensuing scene made Luffy's eyes wide open in surprise. A cluster of flames appeared in Ace's pierced chest, and then violently burned, almost covering Ace's upper body. It's really terrifying speed, but unfortunately, this level of attack can't solve me. I am the flame man who ate the fruit of the fire. As for the speed of the yellow ape, Ace's eyes were also full of shock. Oh, what a monster! Huang Yuan did not move, but his words that seemed to be full of exclamation were full of indifference. I don't know if the Straw Hat Boy can be like you. Hearing this, Ace's face changed. As far as Huang Yuan's speed is concerned, if he really does his best to attack Luffy, then he has nothing to do. Asshole, dare to be distracted when dealing with me? Ace gave a cold cry, bursting into a raging fire, and enveloped the yellow ape behind him. Unfortunately, this level of attack is no different to Huang Yuan. Luffy, get out of here. You are not Huang Yuan's opponent. Ace yelled, and the whole person rushed towards Luffy with a terrifying flame. Ace, who has been turning on seeing and hearing beauty, knew Huang Ape's intentions the moment Huang Ape disappeared and the moment it appeared. Boom! After Huang Yuan appeared, the foot that kicked Luffy was blocked by Ace. Luffy's face was full of anxiety, unwilling to leave Ace and leave by himself. Since Huang Yuan appeared, Luffy's feeling of anxiety began to increase, and when Huang Yuan took action, a feeling of dying was suppressed in his heart. Go. He can't help me. Ace interrupted Luffy's words. Growing up with Luffy, he naturally knew Luffy's temperament and what he wanted to say. Luffy glanced at the blazing flames on Ace, and he who fought with Crocodile knew that those who eat natural fruits can be elementalized, and it is difficult to be caught and killed. If it hadn't been for too many advantages, and the guidance of that kind brother secretly, he would never have won. Well, Ace, then you be careful. Luffy frowned, said to Ace solemnly, then flicked his arm. The accelerated blood piled up on the wrist, and then bounced back. Second gear. For the second gear, he is extremely skilled, and his speed is not worse than that of a Navy master who is proficient in shaving. Sauron, Sanji, Locke, let's go. Leave it to Ace here. Yeah? Several people nodded. Although they have some doubts about the relationship between Ace and Luffy, they have no time to care about this matter. The fatal sense of crisis in their hearts tells them that the most important thing now is to escape. Want to go? Then I can't agree. 0. Then he kicked Ace at the speed of light, and Huang Ape instantly turned into a spot of light and teleported to a few people in Luffy who had just ran away less than 100 meters. Have you been kicked by the light? Luffy's face changed drastically as he listened to the inquiries close at hand behind his ears. And Ace, who was tens of meters away, was rushing here with an anxious expression. But time seemed to be too late. At the moment of the moment, a black shadow rushed towards Huang Yuan at a speed far exceeding the speed of sound, and then a silver light flashed by, and a very ordinary sword just blocked Huang Yuan's light speed kick to Luffy. Oh yo, but a terrific character. A dignified look flashed across Huang Yuan's face. One Piece's deputy captain, Hades, Rawley. He. I can't let you kill these vigorous pirates casually. L's face was illuminated by the golden light on the yellow ape's feet. Then see if you, old fellow, can block me. Although Huang Yuan's eyes were full of solemnity, his words were full of compelling words. At this time, Ace also came to Huang Yuan's. Furious, he glanced at Huang Ape and Lee, who was blocking Huang Ape, and knew that Lee was not easy. So he didn't hesitate at all. In an instant, it was a fire fist exuding terrifying heat. Drink. Fire fist. Boom! The orange flames concentrated on the yellow ape in an instant, while Lee withdrew his sword and left in an instant. In this short instant, Luffy, who was about to turn around to resist Huang Yuan, speeded up again to escape. Although Luffy was reckless, he also knew that staying at this time might become a burden and drag Ace and the Huang Yuan in the flames glanced at Luffy, who was fast going away. There was no sign of unwillingness, but it was elementalized instantly, leaving the range of the flames. He knew that with the existence of these two people today, it was basically impossible to catch Luffy. While dealing with Ace and Leely, Huang Yuan was looking for an opportunity to attack Luffy's gang. After all, kill one or two pirates in the Straw Hat gang, so as to better explain to the Tanlong people, is not it? However, he didn't plan to be more serious. Just play a game and give an explanation to the Tanlong people. It is a rare thing for him to go to work and work hard. Fishing in troubled waters and getting off work is his favorite. Moreover, those guys in the Straw Hat may not be able to escape. At this moment, not far from the fight between the Yellow Apes, a fat man with a big axe was rushing towards Luffy and the others with figures wearing barrier caps. P.S. Cough update quietly, don't shoot guns. Chapter 199. Ruscana Island. Arthur sat on the throne thinking something. A week ago, on the island of Chambord, Luffy and his gang attacked the Denonites, which led to the General Yellow Ape. After Huang Yuan was blocked by Pluto Rawley and Fire Fist Ace, the Straw Hats were blocked by the Zantao Maru science team. In the end, seeing that the Straw Hat might really hate the island of Chambord for a while, Arthur quietly shot it. As a war machine, the PX series is like a waste product to Arthur. Arthur only needs to control the electromagnetic waves to make the PX series robots go down directly. It can be said to be unconscious, and those who don't know the situation think that the performance of the PX series is still insufficient. The reason why Arthur secretly shot is because Luffy is one of the few people in the new generation who is likely to reach Lavdru. As the protagonist, it seems inevitable that he will become One Piece. As long as Arthur's existence and interference with the progress of this world, this ending will not change. The important thing is that Luffy was born a little expert at doing things. For Arthur, who was already able to manipulate the trend of the world to a certain extent, this was really a very good chess piece. After helping Luffy's group to escape, Arthur quietly returned to Ruscana Island. Next, he will continue to complete his own practice. By the way, he still has to think about what to do later. The dark fruit was obtained by himself, and Blackbeard naturally couldn't wait for the ability he most hoped for. In the original book, as soon as Blackbeard got the dark fruit, he immediately left the Whitebeard pirates and began a series of careful plans of his own. The key point is that, because of his plan, many of the silver medalists who were once and now escaped from the underwater prison. This led to the death of the world's strongest Whitebeard in Maline Fodor, and the world fell into a new wave of chaos. So too, and at the same time a new era was opened. But now, because of the fruit, Blackbeard still cats on the ship of the New World Whitebeard, and it is not known when he will leave the Whitebeard pirates. If the battle for the top disappears, although it is impossible to live for many more years with an old body with a white beard, it may be 4 to 5 years or more. But Arthur couldn't wait that long, let alone that long. Only when the water is muddy can he take the opportunity to fish. It seems that I have to plan carefully. Arthur cast his gaze on the remaining 3 stone mountains. Once the training of hammering Stone Mountain is completed, his armed color will reach the rank of the peak powerhouse, and his armed color alone can have the combat power of the top powerhouse. Since cultivating, Arthur's 3rd level armed Seluying has been so perfect, and there have been some inexplicable changes in the feint. Arthur is thinking about the future here, but the outside world is far less peaceful than here. As a noble in the world, the Tanlongren, descendants of the Creator, were actually attacked. Like a bolt from the blue sky, the whole world was talking about it. Before that, not many people knew who Straw Hat Luffy was. Those who know Straw Hat Luffy are nothing more than the news and the rewards that have been updated several times from the newspaper for a long time. The world's perception of Luffy's gang is more of just a fledgling rookie. But this time, Luffy's name and the Straw Hat Pirates group made a big splash. In addition to the 4 main personnel including Luffy, The bounty offered for several other crew members who were not involved in the attack on the Tanlongrun was mentioned a little bit. The New World, the Straw Hat group who should have been in a panic, were drinking wine and having a banquet happily at this time. For this group of lawless guys, attacking the Tanlongrun is not at all taken in their hearts. The only thing they talk about is that their bounty has increased a lot. Really, my stupid brother may have caused you a lot of trouble, right? As his elder brother, thank you so much. Ace smiled and looked at Luffy's friends sincerely. Luffy's friends all looked surprised. It's surprising that someone like Luffy would have such a polite brother. Everyone glanced at Luffy, who was joking and not going, and Ace with a gentle smile on his face. It was hard to imagine that these two were actually brothers. What? I didn't bother. I'm the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy pressed the straw hat, proudly proclaiming. The joyous banquet lasted for a long, long time, and the Laughter and Straw Hat group had not really thought about them. At this time, they had arrived in a completely different world from before. A world of strong men everywhere, armed and domineering. A day later, the gang of Straw Hats who had finished playing together rarely sat together, and the atmosphere was a bit deserted. Ace looked at the stubborn Luffy, scratching his head helplessly, and sighed again. Luffy, you know, this place is not the first half of the Great Route. It's called a paradise, and it's a new place. The world is a paradise for the strong. The front and back are basically two worlds. With the current strength of your Straw Hat Pirates, it will be difficult to move here. Ace said it very clearly, but Luffy was a persistent stunned boy. He was unwilling to follow Ace to join the Whitebeard pirate group, because from the beginning to the end, his goal was the One Piece, to be the most free man in the sea. And attaching to the Whitebeard is basically something he would not agree with. No, I have to go through my adventures by ourselves, and I won't depend on anyone. Moreover, I want to be the man of One Piece. Competitor with that Whitebeard. Luffy's last words made Ace, who knew how powerful the Whitebeard was, couldn't help but laugh. But didn't he think he was so ignorant at the beginning? Seeing the persuasion to no avail, Ace had a headache. Luffy's strength at this time is really a bit low, which makes Ace there is no way to rest assured that he can alone in the new world, especially Luffy. This guy is simply a curious troublemaker. Although Luffy at this time is much stronger than the one at this point in the original book, he is still weak in the new world. The growth of any strong person takes time, and Luffy's growth time is obviously not enough. In the original book, Luffy spent 2 years practicing on Ruscana Island, while the other supernovas went to the New World. But what is the result? Those few new star pirate groups either take refuge in the Four Emperors or hide themselves in Tibet. Even if Luffy arrived in the New World 2 years later, the starting point was still not lagging behind. On the contrary, it was faintly higher. He is also different from Ace, who had just entered the new world. Ace is a natural fruit ability person, although he will be restrained by domineering, but even if he can't beat the general domineering strong, he can run away. But Luffy is a superhuman fruit-capable person, facing the domineering strong, he may not be able to run away. For a while, Ace and Luffy were deadlocked, and Luffy's friends frowned and thought, while waiting for Luffy, the captain, to finalize the matter. In fact, apart from Usopp, they are all similar to Luffy, hoping to sail freely and not cling to anyone. But that being said, they are not as reckless as Luffy. After the battle in Chambord, it was fleeing to be precise. They already knew how weak they and others were in this world where the strong gathered. Luffy, Ace said with a serious face, he must persuade this guy to stop Luffy. Ace glanced at the crew of Luffy apologetically, and then said, in the new world, your strength at this time is too weak. I have no intention of offending, but you and your partners, if you use this strength to break through the new world, that might be annihilated. Think about it. If you encounter a strong one that you can't compete with, do you want to watch your companions die one by one? You haven't seen a real strong man, so you don't know. You were almost wiped out on the island of Chambord, and the General Huang Yuan at that time also exercised restraint because of the island of Chambord. Otherwise, he would do his best to shoot. Aftermath. all of you will be wiped out. Although that kind of strength is rare in the New World, it is 1 or 2 levels weaker than their top level strong, and it can easily destroy your pirate group. When Ace said this, Luffy suddenly thought about it. Indeed, what he saw and heard that day shocked his heart. He loved to sail freely, but if his partners encounter unexpected events on this journey, this is not what he wants. But what to do? Do you really want to rely on Ace's old Whitebeard? Do not. Absolutely impossible. But what should he do if he doesn't adhere to the Whitebeard? For a while, Luffy hesitated and had no idea. Seeing that Luffy was a little moved by himself, Ace's eyes lit up and thought of a good way. Luffy, I have a way. Ace was confident. He knew that Luffy would definitely agree to his way. You cannot depend on my father, but I can ask him to agree to let you practice on our Whitebeard site. My brothers and I can also teach you and help you improve your strength. This is absolutely okay. Hey, you have to know about your eldest brother, that is the 2nd Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. A strong presence. If those guys know that you are my brother, they will definitely take care of you! How? Isn't this a good solution? Ace looked at Luffy with confidence. Luffy frowned and looked like an idiot. In fact, he was thinking seriously, but he was thinking like an idiot. In this case, I'm so hungry suddenly. Sanji, let's cook. People are starving to death. Luffy instantly became like a refugee who had suffered a famine. Ace and Luffy's friends were all embarrassed. By the way, Ace, I think what you said is okay, but I have to find my boat first. Luffy said to Ace with his nose. Ace's face was happy, and his heart said that he finally touched this reckless stupid brother. Your boat. Then, you'll find someone to help you drive the boat into the New World. That's it. Then all right. Luffy clasped his nostrils and nodded. At that time, it was urgent to escape, and a coated pirate ship was snatched, and their only sunshine stayed in the rawly coated dock. After the important things were resolved, everyone relaxed, and started doing their own things with a smile. The plot of the original book, from this moment on, has been completely changed, and it has truly gone to the unknown. Arthur didn't know what the future would be like. He is finally going to make a shot himself, becoming one of the chess players behind the scenes in this world. 200. Chapter 200. Time passed bit by bit, because the horror incident of the Straw Hat group attacking the world's noble Tan Long people, the whole world is still focusing and discussing. In the New World, the Straw Hats have followed Ace into the Whitebeard territory of the 4 strongest emperors. Even though the Navy headquarters had determined the traces of the Straw Hats, they had to stop the arrest plan in the face of the possible shelter of the Whitebeard. Anyone who knows a little about Babyard knows that Babyard is a guy who cherishes the crew very much and protects his shortcomings. However, his strength is not strong enough, which makes many people and forces afraid to take risks to deal with the Whitebeard crew. This is also the biggest reason why Ace was able to survive in the New World without experiencing a period of hiding in Tibet when he was not too strong. There is no place to vent the anger of the Dan Long people for a while, and they can only continue to get angry and urge the Navy to find them back. But the Navy is also bitter. Their territory in the New World was originally small, and their strength was not strong enough. Had it not been for the General Huang Yuan to lead the scientific troops to be stationed in the New World all the year round, and the New World did have a group of powerful navies, I am afraid they would have been squeezed out of the New World. Under this circumstance, the Straw Hat group entered the Whitebeard's territory, and there was a great possibility that they were attached to the Whitebeard. The Navy definitely had nothing to do. You can't let the 3 generals enter the New World together. Although the 4 emperors are enemies, they also have a tacit understanding. If the Navy dares to make any big moves against the New World, it won't be fruitful. In the original book, if it weren't for Blackbeard's troubles, the death of Whitebeard, the chaos of the New World, and the overwhelming attention of all parties, the Red Dog might not be able to move the naval headquarters to the New World. Still responded to that sentence, fished in troubled waters. Because of the world chaos caused by the Blackbeard, Many people and forces are the losers and vested interests. The New World, above a certain sea area in the Whitebeard's sight, a distinctive, very huge ship with a head resembling a beluga whale sailed slowly on the sea. This ship is the captain of the Whitebeard piratess Moby Dick. In the vicinity of the Mobile, there are several beluga ships that are exactly the same as the Mobile, and a group of pirate ships with different pirate flags, but all with a Whitebeard pirate flag. The life of the pirates is colorful, especially when these free children of the sea are surrounded by Whitebeard. They are basically full of father's kindness and filial piety, laughter all the time. Father, everyone. This is my brother, Monkey D. Luffy. Ace introduced with a smile on his face, and a somewhat bragging beard. Oh, cooler la la la. An unidentified brilliance flashed in the Whitebeard's eyes. Although he was in the bottle, his momentum was magnificent and terrifying. Monkey D. Seeing him indifferently, even looking at his straw hat Luffy in a somewhat competitive sense, Whitebeard thought of Monkey D. who was also his old rival. As expected to be the grandson of that old guy, he really looks alike. Haha, they are all the same troublesome ghosts. Are you the rubber kid who has been making trouble lately? Whitebeard's faint power enveloped Luffy. Facing the pressure of the Whitebeard, Luffy, the unrelenting master, had no fear at all. Instead, he stared at the Whitebeard with wide eyes and said, "You are the Whitebeard, are you the most respected father of Ace? I'm Monkey D. Luffy. I heard that you also want to be One Piece." Originally, Luffy's performance against Whitebeard made the Whitebeard godsons a little surprised and could not help but laugh, but Luffy said in the last sentence, "Except for the captains of several squads and some old people on the Whitebeard boat, everyone else." They were so shocked that their eyes almost fell off. Hearing this, Whitebeard's eyes were also sharp, and his whole body was more vigorous, and his gaze was terrifyingly staring at Luffy, as if he wanted to scare Luffy. But Ace, who was full of smiles on his face, had a stiff face. Luffy, this kid. When everyone was looking at Luffy with their own ideas, Luffy spoke again. "Although I have come here, you and I are rivals. Because of One Piece, I am determined to be Monkey D. Luffy." As soon as some declarations were made that did not know the heights of the sky and the earth, the crowd even ate a whale. Some people looked at the short-headed Luffy with a smile, while others looked at Whitebeard in horror, for fear that Whitebeard would lose his temper. And Whitebeard raised his brows after the words were spoken, and then the horrible overlord color that could interfere with reality came out and pressed against Luffy fiercely. Click, click. The deck under Luffy's feet was a bit cracked, but Luffy, under the pressure of such a horrible aura, didn't realize it. As if nothing happened, he still looked at Whitebeard persistently. The other crew members of the Straw Hat Pirates group all looked helpless and worried. As the three main forces of the Straw Hat Pirates, Sauron, Sanji, and Locke, all reacted instantly, seeming to want to go to Luffy's side and face the general together. However, before they had time to move, several captains suddenly appeared behind them. "Friends of Brother Ace, relax. Don't get excited." Although he said with a smile and no war intent and murderousness, all of them felt as if they were being stared at by the powerful existence. "You, little devil, can you be the One Piece King?" At this moment, Whitebeard's eyes flashed with appreciation, and he took back his domineering look and asked, I will definitely belong to One Piece." Luffy seemed to be lost in memory, pressed his straw hat, and then raised his head with a bright smile. He, because I made an agreement with someone." "That straw hat?" Whitebeard looked at the familiar straw hat on Luffy's head, and two figures appeared in his mind. A junior, but a guy who makes him admire. A fellow of his generation, although he was an enemy. He admired him a lot. "Really?" Whitebeard held up the huge wine bowl and drank it in one breath. Seeing that the Whitebeard was not angry, everyone was relieved. They know how terrible it is for this seemingly old, dripping old man to start a fire and start his hands. "Cooler la 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 la, good wine." Whitebeard drank the wine in the huge sea bowl in one sip, wiped the wine from his mouth, laughed, and looked at Luffy again. "Smelly boy, so brash. Do you know what One Piece is?" Whitebeard just said casually, but he didn't expect Luffy to give his own answer. "Ah, I know. Hey, the most free man in the sea is One Piece." With a longing and yearning smile on his face, Luffy gave his own answer. Hearing this, the Whitebeard's gaze was stagnant, and the movement of holding the sea bowl stopped. For the first time, Babyard looked seriously at the hairy boy in front of him. This kid. He did not expect that a fledgling kid would actually say exactly the same thing as that man. Even the expression on the words was exactly the same. For a moment, Babyard's gaze seemed to penetrate the time, recalling decades ago. One day a few decades ago, on an island in the New World, a huge figure in a white windbreaker and a normal figure in a red captain's suit were sitting together drinking wine. One is Whitebeard himself, and the other is the man who shakes the world and is also the man Whitebeard he admires most, Gaudy Roger. That time, the two people who were enemies sat and chatted together and said a lot. And one of the words that impressed him the most was the one Luffy just said. Grave accent: Dairis is the most free man in the sea is One Piece. Babyard recognizes this sentence most, because he went to sea in order to have more family members and then swim with his family in the ocean. And over the years, although he could not go where he wanted to go freely, Babyard still felt that he was no worse than One Piece, because he had already got what he wanted. Looking at Ace next to Luffy, the expression in Whitebeard's eyes was a little gloomy. Ace is Roger's son, he has known it a long time ago. And his favorite son is also the child of his former enemy. He is old, and although he doesn't care about the name of One Piece, he hopes that he can escort Ace, and finally let him inherit his power and become a new generation of One Piece. Although this stupid son still wants to hold himself up to the throne of the Shanghai pirate until now. But now, things seem to have changed a little more. This kid named Monkey D. Luffy seemed to be better than Ace in terms of consciousness, and was exactly the same as that guy. If this kid is allowed to grow up, Ace will become One Piece's biggest competitor in the future. Suddenly, Babyard thought a lot in his heart. Even the thought of whether or not to get rid of Luffy appeared in his heart for an instant. However, it was just a thought. Who is he? He is called the strongest Whitebeard in the world. How could it be possible to do it in advance because of a possible threat from a little devil in the future? Isn't that Zhao his style of Whitebeard? Moreover, if this kid is really more qualified than Ace, and more capable of becoming the One Piece, then he can't stop it. All he can do is shelter Ace, escort him, and hand over the pirates to him in the future. As for the future height of Ace, that requires Ace to work hard, and he will not interfere. Cool-la-la-la, I really don't know the heights of the devil. Then I will wait and see if you are qualified to compete with Lao Tzu. Cool-la-la-la, Baixi laughed and put the drink into his mouth. I will definitely become the One Piece, Luffy shouted. Afterwards, Babyard waved his hand and asked Ace to take Luffy aside to the banquet. He didn't say that Luffy should be his godson, because Luffy's consciousness is completely different from that of Ace. A little guy like Roger, that bastard, and the red-haired kid, he knew it was for nothing. Little ones, let's start the pirates' banquet for the arrival of Brother Ace. Babyard raised the wine bowl and shouted loudly. Suddenly, those who responded were like cloud publications. Everyone laughed, and everyone was happy from the bottom of their hearts. However, there is one person who is very worried and a little absent-minded. P.S. Hey, I didn't expect it myself. I updated a chapter yesterday, and I updated another chapter today. Make persistent efforts tomorrow.